Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Marine Headquarters. Not long ago, Blackbeard gave the defeated Fire Fist Ace as a gift to Marine Headquarters. A war in Blackbeard's plot is about to begin. The world government gets the trump card of Fire Fist Ace. And consider that Whitebeard is also getting older. It is a good time to use him to kill chickens and intimidate monkeys and warn the entire era of sea thieves. So the news about the public execution of Fire Fist Ace was quickly released. Throughout the sea, all forces stirred. The Whitebeard pirates are fierce, and the Marine Headquarters has gathered the world's best marine and is waiting for it. Many well-known Vice Admiral and Admiral also gradually arrived at the Marine Headquarters. In Marshal Sengoku's expectations, this war, unsurprisingly, would be a victory for their Marine Headquarters. It just depends on how much it costs. But at the moment, Marshal Sengoku frowned, but the source was not the Whitebeard pirates. Instead, it was from East Blue, who looked at the intelligence in front of him, his face full of solemnity. Is the intelligence true? It's true. At present, we Marine can no longer get close to the waters of the Kingdom of Goa. Every time we get close, we will be discovered in advance. If we don't heed the warning, continue to move forward, the warship will be sunk. Got it, go call Vice Admiral Garp. Marshal Sengoku rubbed his temples in distress. This happened at a juncture. Before that, no one at their Marine Headquarters noticed it. Simply unforgivable and unbelievable. That could be hundreds of thousands of trained soldiers, or even more. Eating and drinking Lazar, actions, purpose. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible to hide it from their eyes and ears at Marine Headquarters. But the truth is so outrageous. They appeared as if out of thin air, without any signs and trajectories. In a very short time, he took the entire kingdom of Goa. The king and almost all the nobles of the country were executed. Its methods can be called extremely bad and crazy. And they only now know the situation. This is not like the handiwork of the Revolutionary Army. But apart from the Revolutionary Army, who can secretly mobilize such a huge number of troops? Now Marshal Sengoku can only try to understand the situation from Vice Admiral Garp. After all, it was his hometown, and Garp went back once or twice a year. Perhaps some clues were detected earlier. Soon Vice Admiral Garp arrived. However, the recent Garp has lost its former cheerfulness. Because Ace is his grandson, his position tells him he shouldn't even have mixed it in. After all, the strength of the Marine Headquarters, without him, should be enough to deal with the Whitebeard pirate group. But he couldn't be indifferent. In any case, he should have witnessed the outcome of this event with his own eyes. Sengoku, what's the matter with me? Garp looked at his best friend with a smile. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed slightly inwardly. This dear friend of his, no matter what happens, can always laugh. Even the smile at the moment is so bitter. But it still proved that he was a strong man. But executing Ace was not just his Sengoku's idea. It is the will of the world government. This trump card is in hand, they can't give it up. And from the standpoint, they are not wrong. Sengoku handed Garp the information he had just received and added a few words on the side. The more Garp listened, the more frightened he became, and then said very decisively, "This is absolutely impossible. Even if all the resources of the Kingdom of Goa are exhausted, it is impossible to support an army of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, alone. Sengoku, you have no problem with this intelligence." Hear Garp say that. Sengoku's brows furrowed even tighter. He knew Garp would never lie to himself about it. The resources of the entire kingdom are not enough. So how did this force come about? Does the rest of East Blue have the capability? They also seem to have some kind of superb technology, a very long-range, powerful shell that has sunk several of our surveillance ships, and the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral is currently presiding over the big picture at East Blue. No way, since Roger's death 20 years ago, the world government swept away East Blue, but many of the military forces of countries with strong forces have been co-opted. Then this is strange, but at this time, a legion of unknown origin appeared, and the combat power is extremely high. Bang! At this time, the door was urgently pushed open by an intelligence officer. Sengoku's face darkened, but he was quickly attracted by the news he reported. Report Marshal, emergency, just now we lost contact with the fleet of East Blue. How come? Isn't Vice Admiral in East Blue? No matter what happens, his strength is enough to send us the last message. How to say that if you lose contact, you will lose contact. Sengoku and Garp's faces changed slightly. Chi realized that this matter was probably much more complicated than they thought. Brew brew blue. Then the phone bug in Marshal Sengoku's office suddenly rang. Sengoku and Garp looked subconsciously. Sengoku picked up the phone bug. A flat and young voice soon came from the opposite side, Sengoku of Buddha. Hearing this call, Sengoku's eyes suddenly narrowed. Be able to dial your own office phone directly. There are only a very small number of Rear Admiral generals and officers above Vice Admiral. But this, how is it like not knowing yourself? Or rather, not sure. Coupled with the fact that East Blue had just lost contact, Sengoku instantly had a bad premonition. But still respond truthfully, I am. And this bad premonition came true the next moment, I am Allied Commander Gerard. Rennes, this is the phone bug of Vice Admiral, *. Chapter 2. Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp were a little uneasy. Marine Vice Admiral, as the backbone of Marine. It turned out to be in East Blue, the weakest sea, was captured. And the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral even leaked the phone bug number of Marshal Sengoku. The two were not very convinced. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral was taught by them. It is impossible to be a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Could it be controlled by someone with special abilities? A handsome young man sat on the lap of a beautiful girl with pale blonde hair and a maid outfit. Dragging the phone worm with one hand, the other hand wandering over the girl. Pure face suddenly flushed. Not long ago, their island became a dependency of this youth. She was chosen as secretary because of her erudition. She walked out of the island and followed him, seeing the twisted aristocratic culture of the Kingdom of Goa. Then the 1,000-year-old Kingdom of Goa completely collapsed under his plan. That godlike means made Kaya can't help but worship. Such a crazy, rational man is simply too deadly for a good girl like her. She didn't even mind if something actually happened. As for Usopp, it is naturally a precious person for Kaya, but that kind of affection is more like family affection. He's like an older brother. And this man satisfies all her fantasies about her other half. You are the commander of that army of the Kingdom of Goa? Sengoku asked quickly. Yes. What the hell do you want to do? Who does it work for? Sengoku asked two questions in quick succession. No matter how Rennes answered, he had a way to cope. It would be nice to have some intelligence. I want to reshape the world, and I call you this time to ask if you have this will, and over the years, the compromise of justice must have made you very uncomfortable. This voice is young, but it gives Sengoku a sudden illusion. As if this young man, in terms of mental age, was not younger than them. And in a simple sentence, it pokes directly into Sengoku's heart. Over the years, in order for Marine to carry out justice, in order to obtain resources from above, he even condoned slave auctions and all kinds of injustices. But some things, as Marshal Marine, had to compromise, had to be treated as if they were not seen. It's just that this person is also too crazy. As soon as you open your mouth, you want to subvert the world. He knows what that means? Perhaps, this is a madman who does not know the height of the sky? Or is it an ignorant madman who has a little strength and thinks that he is invincible in the world? Do you think that taking the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral feels like it can represent the whole of Marine? And this boldness is also amazing, this statement is obviously digging Marshal Sengoku to go. Dig into the corners of the world government. Sengoku and Garp were silent for a moment. This kind of madman with a little strength is quite difficult to deal with. Is Vice Admiral still alive? But Sengoku kept talking. Still alive? Well. The silence is a little longer, that is, there may be someone else in your office? Is it Vice Admiral Garp? This. Sengoku Garp was suddenly shocked. This guy, his mind is so delicate. That's all you can guess. It seems that yes, Vice Admiral Garp, Ace is going to be executed. If there is no accident, he will die. Can you really accept it? The justice of the world government is not in line with your values. Join us and we will usher in a whole new world. Rennes' tone remained calm. It's like an ancient well that doesn't make waves, but it's so calm. Enough to make Sengoku and Garp look high. Just words, too crazy and whimsical. Do you think you can make it? No, at least not now. This is just to say hello to you in advance. If you are willing to join, it can reduce a lot of unnecessary casualties in the future. Don't you think you're too whimsical? Young people don't think that you can do whatever you want with a little strength. You really killed all the royal families and nobles of the kingdom of Goya. Sengoku asked coldly. If that's true, they can't sit idly by. Not all of them. Sengoku and Garp breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. But Rennes' next sentence made their faces darken. There are still 2 noble families left. UBD. Butcher. Marshal Sengoku couldn't help but scold. That's a royal family. O king of a nation and all nobles. Kill them all. That's a big problem. If it weren't for the imminent war with the Whitebeard pirates. This will definitely set off a huge storm in the world. The kingdom of Goya is not a nameless country. One of the most beautiful countries in East Blue, celestial dragons are frequented. It is also the ancestral land of a family of celestial dragons. Only later they all moved to the Holy Land. There are still 2 families left. What is the difference between that and killing them all? Twisted and rotten society, without the slightest humanity, what do you keep them? As for who I play for? What I have to say is for a dead man. This time just to inform you, I hope that when the choice comes, you are mentally prepared. The next kingdom is Rosa. Goodbye. Rennes finished. Without giving Sengoku and Garp time to continue their questioning, they hung up the phone. It looks like a paranoid and crazy and arrogant leader. I'm afraid the harm will not be small in the future, but now that the war with the Whitebeard pirates is imminent, this matter is put on hold for the time being. After the war, deal with it. It's not the first time Sengoku has met such a person. On the sea, there are all kinds of freaks. Garp responded, but he always felt that something was wrong. If this man is a paranoid, a madman, judging by his words and goals. It is indeed the correct assessment, but why? His tone was so calm. It's so calm that Garp feels a little uneasy. But even if there are many soldiers and horses, at most, it is the strength of a medium-level country. Want to challenge the world government? It's far from it. He said the next kingdom is Rosa. Do we need to remind me? No need. If you really go to trouble Brother Ming, maybe we don't need to intervene, but East Blue still has to send someone to negotiate, hoping to get the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and them back safely. Garp didn't say much. After all, at the moment, it was indeed Whitebeard's matter that was more important. Chapter 3. Kingdom of Goya. If at the moment someone looks down on the country from above, you will definitely be scared by the scene in front of you and your scalp will be numb. I saw the entire kingdom of Goya, full of mountains, on every street, on every mountain range, and in every clearing. All filled with locust-like soldiers. And tanks, planes, giant artillery, missiles, airboats. Bases, tank factories, power plants, barracks, replication centers. Many are built in large forests where non-deterministic terminus are located. Under a tower, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and a group of Marines stand below. A stream of energy light flowed from the spire to their brains, probing all secrets and controlling them. This is the Mind Control Center, which functions as the name suggests. From the ground to the sky, densely packed with people and weapons and equipment. Even the roof of the building was full of heavily armed soldiers. Enough to drive the dense fearful person directly crazy. Because this is not 230,000 troops, but a full 1.2 million. A terrifying number. In the entire pirate world of countries, only a very small number of countries can have this force. Satellite search for Dress Rosa, map on, Chrono device ready, attack Dress Rosa. Yes sir. The response of the mountain and tsunami sounded, shaking the entire kingdom. Residents are at home, and today, it is lockdown day. The number of those soldiers was so large that they were terrified in their hearts. At least a week ago, when Rennes first came to this kingdom. 10 times more, which is completely beyond their comprehension. This seems to be something that only gods can do. Rennes sits on the main base and gives orders to fight. The entire kingdom of Goya has long lost the beauty of the past. Only arsenals and military bases all over the ground remained. Some arsenals are densely clustered together, with a strong punk style. With Rennes order, many devices began to activate. Don't look at the fact that Rennes has a lot of troops and weapons right now. But here, the upper limit has been reached. Rennes must find the next kingdom and collect soul ore in order to continue to expand the production of classes and weapons. Rennes travels to the world of pirates for 3 years. Obtained an upgraded red alert system. Relying on this system, Rennes is able to produce a variety of soldiers and weapons. These GIs don't look the same, but they are absolutely loyal to Rennes. The initial stage of development is the hardest. Because of the island where Rennes was located in the beginning, there are not particularly many soul ores. Slow development. And with soul ore, there is money. Only if you have money can you buy a variety of weapons and equipment in the Red Police system. And this soul ore is an ore that is invisible to the naked eye. Only the soul mining vehicle can detect it. In systematic terms, it is related to the mental state of one's own awakening at that time. The abundance of soul ore is closely related to the mood swings of the human beings who live on this island. To put it simply, if an island is ordinary and uneventful, there are few soul ores. If an island is chaotic and people's emotions fluctuate greatly, such as death, resentment, hatred, gratitude, and other emotions are intense, then there are more soul ores. They settle deep beneath the islands. The kingdom of Goya was the first kingdom that Rennes had been planning for a long time. On the island he crossed, he accumulated for 3 years before he grew to 400,000 soldiers and a considerable number of submarines, tanks, aircraft, and artillery. 400,000 sounds like a lot, but this is not the ordinary world. In the world of pirates, there are many strong people, if it is the most ordinary mobilizer. These 400,000 may not even be able to consume a Marine Admiral. This is only possible unless Rennes personally directs the arrangement. Akainu's meteor volcano, Aokiji's ice age, Kizaru's 8-foot Joan Tomo are all wide-ranging lethal moves. Even if there are tanks, planes, and cannons, face Logia's abilities. Whether it will work is unknown. Now Rennes does not have much sea stone ore in his hands, and there is a threat to those with natural abilities, but it is not particularly large. So Rennes didn't take a step too far. Countries that did not choose Grand Line. Instead, he chose the Kingdom of Goa. In addition to convenience and proximity, it is the commoners and royal families of this country. The pursuit of fame and fortune is crazy, even the king. That's how they educate future generations. Completely caught in a strange circle of power. It makes people shudder. Once they could even ignite the terminal of non-deterministic objects for human survival, and countless dead people died. As you can imagine, many of them have lost their humanity and are almost sick. And this kind of person is what Rennes hates the most. He was the only person in the world who had been good to him. It is to die at the hands of such a powerful person. But in a place like the kingdom of Goya, it is destined that there will be no less soul ore. Rennes pinpoints the days when Garp wasn't in East Blue. Launch an attack on the kingdom of Goya and bloodily suppress all the nobles who resist. Although the kingdom of Goya is not famous, the army is also tens of thousands. But the gap between the two is too large. Rennes has planes, cannons, missiles, submarine cannons, tanks, 400,000 soldiers. They don't have Marine Admiral to sit in, what to resist? Although there are not many missile vehicles now, the power is still incomparable to the firepower of this kingdom. After taking the kingdom of Goa, Rennes immediately blocked the news and occupied the development. The second base, completely completed in a week, quickly pulled up 50 barracks, 20 tank factories, 5 air commands, shipyards, radars. The whole 9 yards. The kingdom of Goya was completely built into a modern military powerhouse. The soul ore accumulated by the Goya kingdom over the years did not disappoint Rennes, there were a lot of them. Rennes' 400,000 squad directly exploded to 1.2 million. At this point, Rennes finally had the minimum qualifications to declare war on the entire world. Now the number of people has almost filled the main streets of the entire Goya kingdom and the ships in the outer seas. Fortunately, the soldiers produced by these arsenals do not need to sleep and eat, and are absolutely loyal. Otherwise, logistics alone will be difficult to solve. But now the soul ore of the Goya kingdom has been mined. Rennes couldn't stop because from the day he made this decision, there was no way back. How tempting it sounds to change the world and make it work according to its own will. You once said that it is not my incompetence that is wrong, but the world, then, subvert the world, start today. I will create my ideal world. Rennes said faintly as he looked at the sky. And Kaya saw a touch of sadness in this man's eyes. Chapter 4. Allied Commander, Gerard. Rennes. Money, soul ore 5 million. Command ability, full level. Physical ability, perfect fit X gene biochemical fluid, combat power evaluation S class. Total buildings, 166 buildings, main base 2, barracks 66, tank factory 30, nuclear power plant 10, laboratory 5. Total strength, 1.2 million. 980,000 mobilized soldiers, magnetic storm infantry, biochemical soldiers, mad orcs, self-detonators, snipers, etc. totaling 220,000. Soldier stars, 10,000 for 3 stars, 90,000 for 2 stars, and 1.1 million for 1 star. The higher the star rating, the stronger the soldier's vitality and combat effectiveness. Vehicles, 10,000, including Soul Mining Vehicle, Grizzly Tank, Light Prism Tank, Apocalypse Tank, V3 Rocket Launcher. Ships, 2,000, including cruisers, destroyers, gunboats, motherships. Aircraft, 820, including helicopters, bombers, transport aircraft. Other buildings, 2,000, fences, pillboxes, sentry, Patriot rockets. Rennes took a look at what she had now. 2 main bases, one in the Kingdom of Goa and one in the Kingdom of Anove, the country where Rennes had just crossed over. This is also to prevent the war in the Goya kingdom from going well. They have somewhere to retreat. But I did not expect that the resistance of the Goyawan kingdom was so small. There is nothing to say about the strength of the troops, just have money. The problem is that Rennes is running out of soul ore now. With a balance of 5 million, a mobilized soldier costs 200 yuan, and now the money is only enough to buy 25,000 mobilized soldiers. That's too little, so scaling is the most impatient thing right now. And the soldier originally only had 3 levels, no star, 1 star, and 3 stars. But for the sake of statistics, Rennes uniformly divides it into better counted 1 star, 2 star, and 3 star stars. The 3-star soldiers are extremely powerful, and each of them carries unlimited bullets, as if carrying a Chrono magazine. The basis for leveling up is simple: you can level up by destroying buildings or killing enemies. At present, these 10,000 3-star soldiers have grown up in the killing of these 2 kingdoms. Also Rennes trump card. These soldiers have a wealth of personal feelings, which is why they deserve to be entrusted by Rennes to complete various jobs, such as espionage, sitting in the aviation command center, and so on. And Rennes' chosen place is actually the Summit War. Because a big war is about to begin, so many strong people fighting, emotional fluctuations must be very large. The sole emotional products of life and death will be very intense, and it is destined that there will be a lot of soul ores. This kind of island that has undergone a recent emotional change is a treasure. After a long time, the mood does not last, and the soul ore will pass. If you can build another main base at the Marine headquarters, or use the soul ore vehicle for mining, Rennes will definitely get rich overnight, and his strength will definitely skyrocket. But even if you have 1 million modern troops, for 1 or 2 admirals, 100,000 elites are fine. If you play against Admiral, Garp Sengoku, maybe Whitebeard, or even the people of the world government, that's a bit inadequate. Rennes had to prepare for the worst against everyone. So Rennes feels that it is not enough. The high-end combat power of this world is extremely terrifying. Even a nuclear bombardment of a superweapon may not be able to kill with 1 shot. Intensive missile attacks and the like may be effective, but they are still not robust enough. Even if you know their abilities, it is difficult to defend them all. Whitebeard could have caused himself a lot of damage in a single tsunami. But total destruction was impossible because Rennes had 3 armies. And they all know their abilities, and they can prevent them somewhat. But if you want to become the strongest and subvert the world, this 1 million troops is still not enough. After all, there are relatively few 3-star soldiers and other biochemical troops, super troops. The reason is still poverty. And Rosa is a bustling country full of joy and flowers. But in reality, there is a deep darkness. Many were turned into toys and worked day and night to death. This kingdom must have accumulated a larger amount of soul ore than the kingdom of Goa. Now there is only 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, and it is impossible to stop yourself. Rennes ordered, the aviation command center, control the satellites launched into the sky and the base radar. Scanning the entire Grand Line, I found Rosa. The islands on the map certainly cannot escape the scanning and positioning of satellite radar. Then countless soldiers wearing spacesuits gathered next to the half-circular building, the Chrono teleportation device. They carried something like a Spitfire in their hands, but instead of flames, they spewed out force field shields. The force field shield envelopes what is to be teleported, protects, and activates the Chrono space device. They were able to teleport to Rosa. Rosa, the wind is calm, and many pirate ships choose to rest on this island for a while. There are Doflamingo's subordinates in ports throughout the kingdom. They are responsible for collecting port parking fees. At the same time, it is also the eyeliner of Mingo who oversees the entire kingdom. A bald pirate drinks wine and eats meat in a small building near the port, looking out at the coastline, and 2 fat women are waiting around. He was a small boss during the years that Mingo became king of the Rosa kingdom. His status also rose with the tide. Today is another beautiful one. Crouch! The bald pirate suddenly rose from his chair, startling the 2 women next to him. His whole person looked at the direction of the sea, extremely frightened, more terrifying than seeing a ghost. He rubbed his eyes again in disbelief, and as a result, the ships on the sea instantly increased again and were densely packed. Covered the whole sea. Young master! It's not good, no, it's not good, we Rosa are surrounded by unknown forces. When Minga, who was in the palace, heard this report, he was visibly stunned. What a joke, Rosa is our territory, who can surround us? Asterisk. Chapter 5. It's not Mingo who is confident, and that should be the truth. All the soldiers of the entire Dressrosa after that change 8 years ago. All allegiance to yourself, plus Violet's ability to stare at the fruit. A large fleet wants to get close to Tokushima and will be discovered at once. Dressrosa's local power is his largest. How can one's own kingdom be surrounded by people? As soon as many people approached slightly, Minga immediately knew. And in both black and white, there are people covering, and there are guys who have the strength to do it to themselves. Don't dare to act rashly at the moment. Dark side, who doesn't know that 4 Emperors Kaido is their backer? On the White Way, the world government ties are closely tied to his former celestial dragons. In addition, the recent announcement by Marine headquarters that it will publicly execute Ace. Who will come to trouble themselves with nothing. Young lord, it's true, and there are already a lot of people inside Dressrosa, we don't know how they appeared, oh my god. So much. Ah. The voice of the phone bug, accompanied by the sound of gunshots, stopped abruptly. Mingo frowned, but not arrogant. Dover, what's going on? Diamante, one of the top cotters, dressed like an Indo-Ryan, asked. The spies reported that we were surrounded. Minga grinned. Stepping on the lines intertwined in the void, slowly rising towards the sky, intending to see which guy who did not open his eyes dared to come to him for trouble. Hey! Ha ha ha! How can there be such a ridiculous thing? It is estimated that there are guys who do not open their eyes, there are a few more, reporter, exaggerate things. What a bunch of cowards! Taunted Diamante. But then a voice suddenly sounded in the sky, Dong Quixote, is Doflamingo there? Hey! Brother Ming came to the commanding height of the palace heights and looked up. The whole person suddenly seemed to be frozen by cold ice. Stand still. Even if Brother Ming has experienced many big battles in the past few decades. Even the destruction of several kingdoms has been surrounded by the marine fleet. I also often went to Wano Country and met Kaido's troops. But he swore that he had never seen such a dense, such outrageous legion. Even because of the shock, cold sweat began to flow from his forehead. How is that possible? Where did this legion come from? As far as the eye can see, the entire Dressrosa street is large and small. A dense army appeared, and in the entire kingdom, in all directions, like a tide, the waves were advancing towards the heights. It's like stars in the sky. The men were all armed, carrying guns, and marching behind metal chariots. The tanks pressed the road forward, and the dense forces made Doflamingo's subordinates not even dare to resist. Because there are so many. It's scary. The number reaches a certain level, which is enough to shock people. There are also many iron birds flying from the coastline in the sky. Thousands of them. What's even scarier is that the entire Dressrosa coastline, not a single place is missing. Surrounded by warships made of steel. 3 floors inside, 3 floors outside, there are at least thousands of ships in this visual inspection. How many soldiers are there? 500,000? Million? No. I'm afraid there are more than 1 million, and this number has exceeded the entire population of Dressrosa. It's terrifying. Impossible. Even the Marine headquarters can't move so many large ships in an instant. What the hell is going on? Brother Ming was stunned, even though his strength was amazing. I was also shocked. Such a force. I want to assemble in a short time. Unless it's the world government at all costs. It may be possible to bring together most of the forces of all departments in the world. But under normal circumstances, it is impossible to gather the forces of the entire department. That means giving up the territory that governs. So what's going on with everything in front of you? And the equipment looks very different from Marine and the rest of the world government. Dover, what's wrong? What they? Seeing that Mingo was stunned, Diamante couldn't help but bounce up the building, and the result was a look. My heart almost went into a sudden arrest. Oh, my God! How in the sky and the sea, there are soldiers everywhere. It was as if the black clouds on all sides were rushing towards the Royal Highlands. Everywhere they passed, all the pirates and civilians were trembling with fright, and they quickly fled back to the house to hide. Report to the commander, Doflamingo found, missile lock, rocket lock, bomber ready. Signal jammer on. Attack? Attack! First try long-range firepower to see if this strength is infinitely close to the Marine Admiral level. Rennes on board the coastal warship gave the order. He has to test his army himself, and once he takes Rosa, the main base needs his personal authorization to be established. Received. The battle begins, the convoy arrives at the designated position, please do not easily leave the mothership to risk. An officer reported expressionlessly. Then Minga, who was on the high ground, changed his face slightly, when he saw so many soldiers. His observation haki is on. At this moment, he noticed that at least 1,000 shells were aimed precisely at him. How is it possible? How could the guns of warships hit so far and with such precision, all aimed at the heights? Damn it! Wall of cobwebs! Brother Ming's face changed drastically, and he didn't have time to think about it. Thousands of lines burst out of his palm, forming a huge spider-white defensive web. Boom! The missiles were intercepted, blowing up terrifying waves of flames. Something is wrong with this shell. How is it so much stronger than the artillery fire of Marine's top warships? Arm! As soon as Brother Ming touched these shells, my heart was suddenly terrified. So much, and the firepower is still so fierce. You can't bear it in a hurry. The spider web was directly blown to pieces. He can only use armament haki to protect himself. Stop, if there is anything, we can talk about it first. Brother Ming shouted directly at this group of troops. Brother Ming had to instigate, this is inexplicable, how can he provoke such a strong army? The quantity is still so terrible. If it weren't for the world government, he wouldn't have thought of anyone in this world who had such strength. Don't talk about it, fight first, this is a good opportunity to test the power of various weapons, I hope he can resist for a while. Rennes ordered directly to the unit commanders. Chapter 6. Many flying fish-like boats hang high in the sky. The front end is like a hideous beast, huge and incomparable, and the carrying capacity is extraordinary. This is the Kirov airship, a heavy bombing aircraft, with the title of Shinigami in the air. Once the king of the air, it is more powerful and dangerous than ordinary bombers, and its cruising and bomb load are top-notch. Even tanks can fit these in. But the danger is high, once there is any spark inside, and it is hit, it is very likely that the whole explosion will occur. That's why a certain war gradually withdrew from the stage. Inside the empty ship, in the bridge command room, Rennes sat in the main command position, quietly looking at the screen where Doflamingo and the other cotters were located with a somewhat hideous and resentful face. Brother Rennes, eat fruit. Dressed in a maid outfit, Kaya handed the peeled grapes to Rennes. Good. Well, worthy of the 7 warlords of the sea, the first wave of V3 missiles was easily defended. To get the ground tanks out on the ground, I had to set up prism towers in several important ports in Rosa to prevent them from escaping. Although one light prism requires 1,500 soul ore. It was expensive to have a bevel that covered the entire Rosa coastline and harbour. But if you let Minga run, the trouble will be even greater. Since you have decided to become an enemy, you must crush him to the end. The laser emitted by the prism is hugely powerful. Rennes has tested it to penetrate thick steel plates and sharp hills directly. Collecting Doflamingo's strength allows Rennes to further judge the strength of Marine Admiral. Received. The 1st to 10th tank squads are out of line. Advance. Grizzly tank series, about 200 units from all sides. Everywhere you pass, everything is crushed into ruins. Each tank was followed by a large number of infantry. But all are 1-star mobilizers. Samsung soldiers, all very precious. It is usually dispatched at the moment of deciding the winner. And they have all escalated to the end. Opportunities need to be given to 1-star soldiers. Soldiers can level up by killing and destroying enemy buildings. Stop them. Seeing this, Diamante quickly ordered his subordinates to fight back against these steel monsters. It's useless to shoot them, what to do? Tom ho ho. Mingo had not many of his men, and they reacted as soon as Rosa was attacked. Looking at the enemies all over the mountains, they were terrified, but they did not dare not fight back. Otherwise, Diamante and the young master's means are not vegetarian. It can only be forced on the scalp. It's just that their guns are too backward against Rennes modern tank troops. It's like paper paste. The tank group roared, and the cannonballs on the ground gushed out and landed in the crowd, and the screams suddenly resounded in the four wilds. If the forces are opposed, there are various tanks as the main offensive force. Minga's subordinates were immediately swept away, and blood and broken limbs and flesh were suddenly spilled all over the streets. Damn, where the hell did these guys come from? These weapons are more powerful than those mechanized troops in Kaido. Could it be that the world government wants to erase us? Diamante was in disbelief. Pang! As soon as his voice fell, a subordinate beside him who he valued was immediately hit directly by an incendiary shell. But this subordinate's physique is far beyond ordinary people, and after being hit, the whole person was covered by explosive flames, but he was not dead yet. But the flames on his body kept burning. Ah, water! He screamed, trying to extinguish the flames on his body by various means, but it was useless. White phosphorus incendiary bombs cannot be extinguished with either sand or water until they are consumed. And the temperature is extremely high, which can reach thousands of degrees in an instant. After struggling for a while, he was burned alive. Diamante chuckled in his heart, and uneasiness and anger welled up in his heart at the same time. Don't underestimate people too much. He saw a tall and mighty rhino tank crashing towards him recklessly. Diamante furiously raised his cloak. He was the fluttering man of the fruit, and this cloak looked light and fluttering. It is actually made of extremely precious metals. He stepped forward and raised his cloak, not intending to back down at all. Rumble! The soldiers of the rhino tank were also not afraid and directly crashed into it. But Diamante's cloak blocked the crashing tanks. He is a super powerful human being, and before the bounty stopped, the bounty was 99 million Bailey. But usually pirates with a bounty of several hundred million are not necessarily his opponents. Diamante, who blocked the tank, outlined a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Die! He suddenly swung his long sword, bursting out with all his power, and the sword light flashed. With a snort, the entire rhino tank was cut open, including several mobilizers inside. Don't be afraid, these things are just. Diamante was turning his head to encourage his subordinates, who also had quite a few of them. As long as you fight back, when the young master solves the invading leader, the victory will still belong to them. But before the words were finished, the buildings around him suddenly collapsed after being hit by a huge object. More tanks appeared all around them. Embattled in an instant, there is nowhere to escape. There are so many more. Seeing this, Diamante's pupils suddenly contracted. Although it is not completely impossible to deal with. But this amount is not good. But now there is no time to think about other things. The black barrel of the cannon has been aimed at them, like a monster that can choose people at any time. Fire! A 3-star commander decisively ordered. Fluffy! A volley of artillery fired, and the sky in this area was reflected red, with fire and scorched earth everywhere. Then street battles broke out one after another. Chapter 7. The mobilized soldiers are not afraid of life and death, like talented wolves, tigers, and leopards, and rush to the enemy one after another. The enemy opened fire, and the bullets hit the body, but failed to kill the mobilized soldiers at the first time. They are all wearing body armor. Unless multiple hits in the same position, or headshots. Mobilized soldiers will die. In an instant, the screams were incessant. Rivers of blood. Ah! Diamante is furious, killing wildly in tanks and crowds, his strength is extraordinary. Soon more than 10 tanks and hundreds of mobilizers were killed by him. But he also gradually felt fatigue. Wait for him to go berserk and kill a wave of rage. When I looked up, I saw that I and a few other small cotters were left standing beside me. Everyone was injured to varying degrees. He is no exception. The second squad is out. Enemy units are physically exhausted and ready to harvest. Received. So before Diamante could breathe a sigh of relief, he found that a different batch of tanks appeared in his field of vision again, and the number was even more. Grass. Diamante couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Devil Fruit's ability, it seems that this is no more than that, continue to increase the missile and shell bombardment against Mingo, drag him, and solve those cotters first. Rennes looked at Diamante's screen and calmly continued to give orders. Cut the differentiation attack, can save more effort. Float. Diamante was surrounded by a group of tanks, and the more ferocious the battle became. Trapped beasts, bloody inspiration, once again slashed 5 rhino tanks with outstanding defense. But the knife in his hand also shattered with a click. The hands holding the knife also look like flesh and blood. Finally, do not throw down the handle of the knife and activate the fruit ability. The palm touches the tank, lightens it, then grabs it with both hands, throws it directly out, collides with other tanks, and causes a bang. From any point of view, Diamante, one of the highest cotters under Mingo. It's all proper superhumans. But at the moment, he also has multiple wounds on his body. If it had been before, Diamante would have rejoiced and become more confident. But now he was silent, and his eyes were getting darker. He saw that no matter how many tanks he flew, the enemy could quickly replenish them. And the officer, who looked like a commander, stood in the distance, quietly watching him. Without the slightest mood swing. It was as if the damage he caused and the strength he displayed were so insignificant. That indifferent attitude made him more and more uneasy in his heart. Where the hell did these guys come from? Powerful weapons, well-trained, soldiers who are not afraid of life and death. It's like a natural killing machine. And this uneasiness quickly translated into reality. Whoosh! In the tank, several objects with protruding tops and periscopes suddenly condensed light. Then the light was blazing, and several laser beams shot out, easily penetrating the wall and several powerful small cotters along the way. What east? A squad leader sensed the danger, turned his head, his eyes were full of hot light, and then his head was pierced. Army flag. Diamante is massively mobilizing capabilities. Let the nearby ground fly like a flag, and let the enemy stand unstable. But at this moment, several laser beams hit at the same time. His pupils suddenly condensed, laser. He didn't have time to escape, and quickly blocked with a fluttering cloak. Laugh it! But the extremely strong steel cloak failed to block it this time. The laser beam shot by the prism tank penetrated. How come? It's really a laser, isn't that Marine Admiral Kizaru's ability? Diamante looked horrified, unable to believe that his defenses could be so weak. Whoosh! And this laser beam is not just one, but several. His steel cloak was shattered, and his abdomen and right shoulder were pierced again. And the subordinates next to him are not as strong as him, under the volley of light prism tanks. Annihilated to ashes. The young master has not yet become the king of thieves. How can I die? Darn! Which force are you? Diamante roared unwillingly. He knew that he was probably doomed this time. But he doesn't even know who the enemy is. It is too resignant and unwilling to die like this. But his growl went unheeded. Who cares about a dying person? Stop! Diamante! Hold on! But at this moment, a sharp male voice suddenly sounded. It was other cotters who arrived. Even Toripole, which protects sugar in the underground port, is there. This time the enemy invasion was too weird and powerful. They had to fight with all their might. Even the young master is now entangled. They must unite so that they are not defeated by the enemy. It was Pika who spoke, and he was also one of the highest cotters. There are also Baby5 and Raoji around. Violet is still in the palace, activating his fruit abilities and watching the entire dress Rosa. She doesn't have much frontal combat power. And these cotters do not fully trust her. She sees dress Rosa being invaded by millions of soldiers. Her job has always been to monitor all suspicious ships landing at dress Rosa. But this time her staring at the fruit, clairvoyance did not find. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Oops, why is Rebecca in the neighborhood? You have to tell her to leave as soon as possible. Violet was suddenly startled. A few streets away from Diamante, Rebecca stays with a toy soldier. It was this strange toy soldier who took care of her all these years. Violet knew about this. I just don't know why this toy soldier did this. There is no memory of this toy soldier. Soldier-san, what's wrong with this? Behind the ruins of a building, a pink-haired, beautiful, well-developed, adult-like girl hid behind a wall, watching the besieged Diamante. And the Legion, which was like a tide, asked with a slight trembling. I don't know, but it seems to be coming at Doflamingo. You see, they didn't kill civilians. The one-legged toy soldier Cyrus said in a deep voice. Over the years, he had longed for Rebecca to remember that he was her father. But the fruit ability of sugar made him forgotten by the world. With his toy body, he doesn't even have the strength to avenge Rebecca's mother. And Rebecca doesn't remember having a father. But later he learned that the murderer of his mother was Diamante in front of him. After the country broke and her family died, her mother took her to escape, and she was hungry during the escape. On her way to find food for herself, her mother was brutally murdered by Diamante. Since then, she hasn't said a word about "I'm hungry." Those are the 3 darkest words of life. And now that invincible thug seems to be dying too. She suddenly found that those soldiers were not terrifying at all. On the contrary, it is like a god under mortals. Fire. The appearance of Pika and others could not change the commander's battle plan in the slightest. Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of laser beams were densely shot, and a group of bombers flew through the sky. Dropped a high explosive bomb on Diamante's position. Thundered. The terrifying explosion completely overwhelmed Diamante and beat him to ashes. Chapter 8. BD. I'm going to smash you to pieces. Toripole is the highest cotter like a slug monster. Watch the flesh and blood left behind after the flames and explosions. The pupils immediately turned a blood red. Diamante is dead. 20 or 30 years ago, they were already very affectionate partners. Except for their own ideological madness. There is indeed a feeling between them. Even for Mingo, these top cotters in Toripole are no different from their families. Among them, Toripole is Doflamingo's leader. Mingo's devil fruit, his philosophy, Thuxan thought he could become the One Piece King. It was all instilled in Doflamingo by Toripole. How dare you kill Diamante? Pika's girl-like clip voice is also full of violence. Although it is still funny, it is full of killing intent. He roared, and the whole town roared with him, like an earthquake. Then the earth and stones rose in waves, and buildings rose one after another. Many of the soldiers on Rennes' side could not stand and were thrown to the ground. The earth and stone were still surging and combining, and then a giant of earth and stone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The stone man, who is more than 100 meters tall, raises his hands and feet as if he is about to destroy the heavens and the earth. Pang! As soon as he stepped on it, hundreds of soldiers were trampled to death by him. Pika though is a paramecia stone fruit ability. But the nature of his ability, except that it cannot be elementalized, is not much different from Logia's destructive power. It is a natural disaster. His strength is not necessarily stronger than that of Auntie. But in terms of range of lethality, even Mingo is not necessarily comparable. Unless Mingo enters a state of ability awakening. The whole army retreats, keeps a distance, fire cover. Groups of Badger bombers bomb from high altitudes. Seeing this, Rennes ordered into the communicator next to his mouth. Of course, he can pile Pika to death with absolute force. Even if it is a 100-meter stone giant. Radiation, self-detonation, laser all washed. Even square inches do not exist, and Pika can only be consumed. But he has a better, easier way, and that is air unit superiority. No matter how big the Pika is, it is only big on the ground. He just had to send bombers and carpet cover bombing. It is even better to say that in this way, Pika directly becomes a living target. Just like Summit War, Little Ounce is huge and powerful. But under fire, it can only be a live target. From the beginning, Whitebeard had no intention of letting Little Ounce fight in that fight. Because of that size, it is too easy to be fired. But Ace means a lot to Little Ounce. So in the end it went and poured too. And Rennes has firepower, I don't know how many grades stronger than Marine headquarters. This is also the role of the commander, at the minimum cost, to achieve the greatest victory. Want to escape? No way. Finish them off. Pika went berserk, and other cotters were also behind Pika controlling the earth. Once again, the skirmishers have gathered together, and the gangsters and pirates in Don Quixote family uniforms have gathered into a counter-attacking force. They were preparing to pursue the retreating Allied soldiers and tank groups. But a deafening sonic boom suddenly sounded in his ears. Not alone, but densely continuously. Everyone seemed to be in the fury of the sound wave, and their heads were about to be blasted by the roar. There is something in the sky. What's that? Iron Bird. I don't know, something fell. Badger bomber, single bomb load up to 9 tons, jet fighter, high subsonic. Mount missiles, incendiary bombs, high explosive bombs. Now 5 fleets are flying by, and there are about 24 in one fleet. The first group flew by, dense high explosive shells, like black raindrops pouring down. The pirates, who have never experienced bombing, are still in a daze. Not sure what this thing is. All became live targets. Boom. Boom. Boom boom. The continuous pouring of shells instantly burned this vicinity into a sea of fire. Civilians fled in panic after fighting broke out. The rest, take it with you when the tanks and soldiers retreat. Kill enemies, Rennes can do it without changing his face. And civilians can't, because his follow-up concept needs to rely on the power of civilians. Moreover, at the beginning, the man who was kind to him was also an innocent and kind commoner. When the pirates stand in place and receive the baptism of fire, the scene can only be described as purgatory on earth. This is a dimensionality reduction blow, even if it is a continuous mountain range, it will be burned into scorched earth by a huge number of bombs at this moment. Not to mention that this is mostly flat ground. In addition to some of the people at Pika's feet, other pirates were blown up to blood mist or stumps at the first time. The power of scientific and technological weapons should never be underestimated. Even the power to destroy the world can be born from science. Anyone who underestimates the power of science and technology has the best end now. Roar. And Pika withstood tons of explosives. The giants that had been controlled with their abilities also gradually exploded. Although after the first notice that the situation is not good, he hid in the deepest part of the stone giant. But it was still shaken, and blood spilled out of his mouth. Armament haki also can't cancel out all the damage. And the earth and stones on the body are constantly blown away and scattered. Once completely blown up, he would not hide in the ground. There can also be life risks. What the hell is going on? Pika wanted to fight back, but those black iron birds flew too high. Even if he stretched out his hand, he couldn't even reach 200 meters. And he is huge, even if the bomber is at an altitude of a kilometer, he can aim at the target. Rock fall. Pika can only burst his arm and splash the stone into the air. The probability of hitting was too small, and only 2 Badger bombers were broken. In this way, it is only a matter of time before we win. Young master, the big thing is not good, Auntie is dead. A squad of pirates arrives where Doflamingo is surrounded. Brought bad news. What? When Brother Ming heard this, his forehead bulged, and his body was furious, murderous, and angry erupted, like a howling wind of death. Auntie is dead. How dare they? BD stuff. Cowards with hidden heads, have the guts to attack us, don't you have the guts to come out and face me? Yes. You coward. Mingo asked, and at the same time, a black and red, crazy conqueror's haki exploded. Like a storm, sweeping around. At the same time, he waved an overstriking winch in his hand and swept through, more than 20 tanks, which were directly swept and cut by the terrible whip in his hand. Chapter 9. Where are you taking us? Rebecca and the toy soldiers, as well as some civilians, were trapped in the retreating legion. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't take a tough approach. Cyrus drew his sword early and rebelled. But even so, Cyrus was always vigilant. Stay here and don't move around until the war is over. The 3-star commander in charge of the area said calmly. They took people to an open field without a protective zone. It's just an admonition, and it doesn't actually restrict their freedom. It's just that nearby, a torrent of steel is rolling. The firelight explosions in front of him continued continuously, as if they were going to shatter people's souls. But none of these soldiers had fear on their faces. Lined up, put into the war in an orderly manner. The more Cyrus looked at it, the more frightened he became, if not with his own eyes. I can't believe that there is such an army in this world. Cyrus, who had been the commander of the army at Rosa, knew that the army wanted this discipline and good mental qualities. How difficult and incredible! Are you here to destroy this country? A civilian asked tremblingly. Under the influence of the real ability of the sand candy, almost all citizens have failed to discover the cruel truth behind this country. You'll know soon. The Samsung commander did not say that he was here to save them. Because they lost their memories. Feel that Doflamingo is their wise monarch. But soon, Sugar will be killed or captured. The Lord Commander-in-Chief has already sent several special teams to the underground trading port. At this time, it is estimated that there are not many strong people around her to protect her. Because they were caught off guard. Do you know the truth behind the country of Rosa? Look at the way the commander wins. Cyrus suddenly had a bold guess. Maybe they know the truth about the country. If you know, then the enemy of the enemy is your own friend. He can provide intelligence, and even the environment of the underground trading port, he is more familiar than anyone. Maybe even the enslaved mini-humans can be rescued. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No. I'm willing to help you bring down the Donquixote family. Cyrus no longer hesitated. Although not familiar with these people. But by virtue of their style of not implicating the innocent. At least better than Doflamingo. He gambled. Are you former Army Chief Cyrus of Rosa? The command palace pressed the communicator in his ear with one hand. Messages were received quickly. Although their satellites have long been familiar with every inch of Rosa. But the underground trading port is underground, and it is really not easy to familiarize. Even if special operations forces were sent. But every Samsung special soldier is not easy to train. It is naturally best to reduce losses. And the follow-up construction, these former royal family members, will play a huge role. You guys actually know me. Cyrus looked at the 3-star commander named Tanya in shock. Logically speaking, the fruit ability of sugar still exists, and it is impossible for anyone in this world to know themselves. In this world, everything about him should be forgotten. They still had memories, but he didn't even know them before. Who the hell are they sacred? Lord Commander-in-Chief has agreed to your suggestion, then, please cooperate with our actions. Okay, Rebecca, you stay here for now. Cyrus had seen the firepower of this army. And at this time, no one will deliberately target her daughter. If you stay here, you must be safe. Soldier San, I can protect myself. Rebecca held a large sword and nodded firmly. She knew that Toy Soldier San had important things to do. Cyrus nodded with satisfaction. However, there are still doubts in his heart. This commander named Tanya. It seems that not the most senior commander. What he did just now was to ask a higher level for his proposal. And got the consent of the other party. That is to say, it should be this commander-in-chief who knows his existence. Who is he? That's when Doflamingo's roar resounded throughout the island. Conqueror's haki exploded. A terrible spiritual shock swept around like a storm. At this moment, the mobilized troops closest to Doflamingo fell with a bang. Lord Commander, under the spiritual storm just now, more than 20,000 people lost consciousness, all of them are 1-star soldiers, 2-star soldiers are not affected, and soldiers in tanks and other weapons and equipment are not affected. Engineers have captured information about this mental storm, and going back can use the mind controller to subliminally cue the soldiers, hopefully eliminating the effects of this mental storm. Received a message from the commander in charge of encircling Mingo. Rennes smiled. Conqueror's haki seemed to be just that. Originally, all his soldiers were strong-willed and not afraid of life and death. This kind of mental deterrence, for them, is not enough to make most people unconscious. But the madness carried by Minga's spiritual storm still overturned 20,000 people. However, haki, who can't wrap conquerors, can't do real damage yet. It is simply impossible to bring down these determined soldiers of him on a large scale. And if this happens, his mechanical troops are not unable to deal with it. Let the self-detonators attack, and the intelligence that should be collected has almost been collected. Rennes ordered. The loss that the mad Doflamingo takes to him every second cannot be ignored. That tank, a soldier, are his valuable assets. The siege of Rosa has so far lost nearly 200 land tanks and a dozen bombers. More than 20,000 unconscious people, 7,000 killed. Although he has 10,000 combat vehicles of various types, more than 800 aircraft of various types, and a total strength of 1.2 million. The above losses cannot be completely ignored. And Doflamingo is crazy. To take him, I'm afraid you will have to fill in a lot of troops. However, as long as you can take Rosa, take enough soul ore. Then it's all worth it. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Watching under the deterrence of his own conqueror's haki, only a few people have fallen. There was a moment of astonishment on Doflamingo's face. Some can't accept this reality. His conqueror's haki has clearly reached a level of ease. And most of those soldiers, most of them are not even comparable to the elite of Marine. At most, ordinary people with certain training. Such a trash fish, under their own conqueror's haki, within 3,000 meters, no one should be able to stand. How strong can there will be? How strong can it be psychologically? The strength they have shown, they should have seen it. Individual combat power is far above them. If they are not possessed by the weapon and the number. I have long been washed clean of my own blood. The seeds of fear have long been planted in the depths of the heart. And with the density of their troops, Doflamingo estimated. His own outbreak of Conqueror's haki can take down at least more than 100,000 enemies. But the reality is that there is not even a third. This made Doflamingo puzzled and angry at the same time. I don't know what is dead or alive. I will let you have a good taste of how desperate it will be to shoot at us. No matter how he mocks, how provocative. The head of this army did not allow it. He just spread observation haki around. An officer resembling a commander was found. He burst into sight, armament haki, all the way sideways. What tanks, armies, under the sharp cutting properties of his string fruit. All became corpses and broken iron. Even carry a lot of powerful shells falling from the sky. Doflamingo will also kill the officer who gave the order. In his opinion, it would be best if this man was really a commander, even if he was not. Presumably also an important officer in the unit. As soon as he dies, he may be able to force the leader of the enemy out. And he did it too. Although these terrible gunfire can entangle yourself and drag yourself. It can even make him jealous. But with his strength, he really wants to kill someone who is on the front line. It's not difficult. But after the officer's death, Doflamingo found that his situation had not changed in the slightest. That army did not panic in the slightest. Instead, another person who looked like an ordinary soldier quickly took command. Continue to unhurriedly launch an onslaught on him. Dispatch the Apocalypse and Light Prism Tank Group. Received. Dozens of larger steel behemoths rumbled from the crowd towards Doflamingo. These dozens of tanks, like telescopes on their heads, are previously used prism tanks. And on the mount of two thick cannon barrels is the Apocalypse tank. In the middle of the barrel, there are two missile barrels capable of firing anti-air missiles. The whole vehicle uses double uranium guns and mammoth tooth missile launchers. Heavy armor can effectively protect against enemy armor-piercing bullets. The interior is powered by a nuclear engine, making it a fantasy weapon that is ahead of its time. Of course, such a tank, quite expensive. Whoosh! The Prism's tank is the first to attack Doflamingo. Laser beams intertwined into a net and shot towards Doflamingo from all directions. What? Brother Ming was shocked. This laser beam made him feel the danger. His feet were under the invisible lines hanging from the clouds. Quickly dodge the laser beam attack, he is a little confused. This laser weapon, Virgo vaguely mentioned some. But he is not the project leader and does not know the specifics. Just know that there seems to be someone working on this kind of thing in the Marine Science Department. Could it be that it is really the world government's disguised army that wants to pack itself? Woohoo! But Brother Ming didn't have time to think about it yet. That huge tank actually fired missiles at the white clouds in the air. With a bang, the clouds were scattered. Brother Ming, who was standing in the air, stumbled and fell from the air. He can't really stand in the air. It's a line between the clouds with the help of lines, building lines. They know my abilities very well. Brother Ming was immediately shocked. Damn it! And at the same time, the light prism tank fired another salvo. One laser after another was a dense volley of lasers at the falling Mingo. The cannons of the Apocalypse tanks also roared, from missiles to shells. Covers both air and ground areas. Even if Mingo had observation haki, it would be impossible to dodge all the shell attacks. This kind of covering attack, he can only choose to resist hard. Awakening. Shield white line. The moment Brother Ming landed, the ability awakened and launched. Assimilate all the nearby ground into white lines, and countless lines form two white shields, closely surrounding Minga. And covered with armament haki. Thundered. Lasers, shells, missiles drowned Mingo in an instant. The violent explosion made the entire island seem to tremble violently. The ground crumbled, earth and rocks flew around, and the sea of fire swept by, turning all around into pitch-black scorched earth. The smoke and dust dispersed, and when Brother Ming saw this situation, his pupils subconsciously contracted a little. Especially his shield white line, even if it covers armament haki. It is still blown to pieces. Let the clothes be broken, and the hands will be bloody, slightly embarrassed. If such bombing continues, he may really die. Birdcage. Doflamingo has entered an ability awakening, and his physical strength is drastically depleted. He must solve these invading enemies in the shortest possible time. After only a few tests, he was probably about to figure out their arrangement. And the center of the arrangement, this place they think is the safest. It must be where their leader is. Wait until the location is determined and their leader is captured. Even if they have more troops, what can they do? Catching the thief first is the most efficient method since ancient times. At that time, you must destroy his whole body. Thinking of this, the corners of Minga's mouth became more and more cold and crazy. Dare to take action against them, Dongquixote family. You have to pay a price worse than death. Do you really think that you can win if you have more people? Brother Ming sneered. He shot countless dense white lines towards the sky with one hand, like a white flower blooming, falling from the sky, and then preparing to surround the entire dress Rosa. Just surround them and shrink the birdcage to strangle everyone inside. He had never tried to kill so many people at once. It's a little exciting to think about. But right then, 5 or 6 soldiers were already under the cover of artillery fire just now. Taking advantage of the chaos of the explosion, he lurked behind Minga. Seized the opportunity and rushed towards Brother Ming. Brother Ming didn't look back, and a sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. Self-righteous sneak attack? Just these trash fish? It's too much to underestimate people. As soon as Brother Ming raised his hand, a super striking rand with a high temperature and a strong cut appeared in his hand. With just a flick, he can easily kill these sneakers. But right now, the soldiers pressed the buttons in their hands one after another. The high concentration of high explosives tied to the body was ignited at the same time. Boom boom boom. 5 or 6 soldiers blew themselves up at the same time, affecting a range of more than 50 meters. And Mingo is in this range. Untouchable. Brother Ming was directly thrown out by the explosion. A mouthful of blood spurted away. The pupils are constantly beating. These maniacs. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Human instinct fears death. Doflamingo, who is very good at provoking people's hearts with words and playing with people's hearts, deeply recognizes this. No matter how powerful a person is, no matter what he is carrying. When death comes, how many people can remain calm? He is the dark side of Grandmaster's humanity. In order to mix well in the underground world. But he saw those soldiers just now, expressionless, no anger, no hysterical madness. Only calm, as if self-detonation, pulls the enemy along the road. It's their mission. That kind of calm made Brother Ming, who was used to killing, feel a little chilly in his soul. Are these guys really human? Can human loyalty really reach this level? No. It should not be doubt, but certainty. They have proven everything with their lives just now. Their eyes are not dead and silent, they are emotional. It's just that the feeling is calm. That is, they voluntarily went to give everything for their leader. This is not what a madman is. Boom. Brother Ming was blown up, but he was only slightly injured. But Allied artillery seized every moment. Face such a powerful superhuman monster for the first time. They don't dare to be careless. Win, they are 100% sure. But reduce unnecessary losses. And ensure that Ming Ge will not be able to escape at a critical moment. Pessimism and Apocalypse tanks fired volleys round after volley. Ming Ge even dodged and hit, and the bullet string, 5 color strings in his hand kept swinging and slashing out. Can cut off lasers, but also can cut off shells. But there are too many of them. And the other side is clearly ready for continuous alternating attacks. Ming Ge quickly judged that he wanted to get rid of the result of being consumed alive. Their power must be solved first. The weapons that could threaten his life. Fortunately, that kind of weapon looks limited. I think these weapons are strong, but they must also be more precious. Armed 5 color strings. With a wave of Minga's 5 fingers, 5 different colors, and extremely sharp lines swept out towards the Apocalypse light prism tank. Snort. The prism tank that emits beams of light is immediately cut off. The weak point of the prism tank is that it has strong penetration and lethality, but weak defense. Seeing this, Brother Ming can be regarded as seeing a little hope. But in the next second, a spark of nourishment came out. His 5 color strings can't cut through the thick protective armor of an apocalypse tank. Bullet string. Mingo Song finger pops up dense thread masses, and the threads wrap armament haki. It was like a rain of bullets pouring on the apocalypse tank. The apocalypse tank clanged. It's also potholed, but it can't be completely broken and crushed. Brother Mingo's heart sank to the bottom at once. It's not that he is incapable of destroying this steel behemoth. If you use an attack power beyond this skill, then his physical strength will not be able to consume the group of tanks in front of him. But even so, he can't sit still. Boom! The artillery fire continues, and when Mingo counterattacks, the allies are also increasing their attacks. They're ready to close the net. Bang bang! Just when Brother Ming was thinking about how to solve the current situation. In the fierce artillery fire, 53 star snipers shot in the dark in an instant. Precise, well-timed. Every 3-star sniper has an extremely long range. If not detected by the enemy, a 3-star sniper can kill hundreds of ordinary soldiers. And in the face of those with ability, their bullets are made of sea stone. But East Blue has too few sea stones. Only a few nobles and royals would collect some. And Marine Base has a small stock. So there are only 50 snipers at the moment. Every bullet is extremely tricky and precious. After all, sea stone bullets are something the system doesn't have. White waves in the wasteland. The earth has turned into a wave of white lines, and it is both offensive and defensive in all aspects. Poof! But the Samsung sniper timing is excellent. The fastest few bullets hit Mingo's body covering armament haki. Beat clanging, sparks flying. Brother Ming thought that even if there was a fish that slipped through the net, he should be able to resist a few bullets. But the accuracy of these gunmen is terrifyingly scary. More than 10 powerful sniper bullets landed in the same position. This, definitely, is Shin's hand. But is the number of Shin's hands a bit too much? When Sea Stone touched, it also weakened his fruit defenses. Poof! The 11th armor-piercing bullet penetrated his chest, front, and back. Brother Ming's face changed dramatically. Without any respite, a dense roar resounded in the sky. It's the kind of powerful iron bird. That's denser and more terrifying shelling than Buster Call. He felt it just now. If he is Logia, he is not particularly afraid of this kind of artillery cover. But he's not. He is strong and powerful, and he is still flesh and blood. Twitter. Bombshell after bombshell dropped from the belly of the scheming bomber. This time, the number is not particularly large. But Mingo's observation haki instinctively told him. This is probably less than 100 rounds of bombshells will be more dangerous. Actually, it is. This is a high explosive bomb with a large yield. Mixed with short-range missiles specially designed to break barriers. 16 holy murderous bullets. Brother Ming did not dare to be careless, attacked with all his might, and the lines around him formed 16 pillars that seemed to be able to support the sky. Each top is covered with the mighty armament haki. 16 whips danced wildly in the air, completely detonating every missile and bomb dropped from the air. Don't let them come close. But Mingo can defend the sky, but he can't defend the ground forces at the same time. Fire! Grizzly tank, Rhino tank, Prism tank, Apocalypse tank, multiple tanks roar at the same time. Its cannon sounded, as if it was going to shatter the clouds. Oops! Brother Ming wanted to pull back again, but it was too late. Boom boom boom! The bombardment lasted for 30 seconds. Then a blood-covered figure burst out of the explosion. Mingo did not dare to jump into the air again, but jumped on a tank. With a murderous look in his eyes, his body still flowing with blood, he looked at one of the many Kirov airships in the sky. You, right there. Yes, but it's a pity for you, there is no chance. Rennes said lightly. Mingo's strength and his vitality. Sure enough, his cotters are under this kind of firepower. Dead and wounded, even Pika was shattered. But he was able to hold on to more firepower. But alive at the moment. After all, you are in my truth, 7 warlords of the sea. Dress Rosa, I laughed. Another sneak attack, the same move is useless. Mingo looked up and saw some unarmed soldiers around him. Immediately remembered the self-detonating soldier just now. But after seeing the quantity, Ming-Ji was a little incredulous. There are so many soldiers who are not afraid of death. How can it be? As far as the eye can see, there are more than 1,000. Although the self-detonator is powerful, it is not expensive. Because they exist, they are disposables. Without Samsung, their thinking ability is still very weak. Only know how to obey orders, and they, can never get to Samsung. Because their existence is to die with the enemy. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Who the hell are you? Doflamingo roared to the sky, unwilling. What kind of madman did he provoke? As for using so many lifeless soldiers to take their own lives? He is also a leader and knows how to cultivate a loyal subordinate. It's very draining and resource intensive. He has so many diehard soldiers, say don't want it. If it was at the beginning, even if there were so many terrible self-detonating soldiers. He was also sure of survival, but now. He was tired of dealing with this endless army. Physical strength has long been weakened to the point of ultimate. The injuries on the body are not light. Maybe. Lost yourself. Lose badly, and don't even know who the enemy is. He has never fought such a battle. Even in the face of that monster of Kaido, he knows who he lost to. You move me, Kaido, that monster won't let you go. Doflamingo smirked and threatened the mysterious enemy with his last chip. No matter who comes. Kaido of the beasts is an existence that even the world government does not want to provoke easily. And he's been trading with Kaido all these years. This is something that everyone knows, and it is against yourself. It's against Beast's pirates. Although reluctant to admit it, Beast's pirates is powerful. In the absence of Kaido, it is enough to crush them. Otherwise, artificial animal fruits, how could he let the other party dominate for nothing? Boom boom boom. All that could answer Mingo was the overwhelming sound of explosions. Continuous explosions drowned him. Billowing smoke carries an endless sea of fire straight into the sky. Tear the clouds apart, scorch the heat, and distort the light. The terrifying blast wave rippled around. Set off a raging earth and rock wave. So that the nearby soldiers had to rely on heavy tanks to stabilize their figures. The flames burned for minutes. Young Master Pika, who was condensing earth and stone at a high place, saw this scene and couldn't help but exhale sadly. At the same time, the Allies issued a notice to the whole island: Doflamingo is dead, disarmed, not killed. A loud sound fills every corner of the island. No, it's impossible, how could the young master die like this? When pigs fly. What's going on? Real or fake? Our young master is 7 warlords of the sea, one of the pivotal characters of the underground world, related to the world government, the pirates' 4 emperors. How can he die like this? Many pirates cannot accept such a fact. The top forces of both black and white are related to their own young masters. And the young master's own strength is extremely strong. How could he die so easily? Is Doflamingo dead? It seems to be. But this. Is it true? It felt like in a dream. Violaile gently covered her red lips, tears slowly flowing from her eyes. Is the culprit who has dominated their kingdom for 8 years really dead? That explosion was terrifying. In Violet's opinion, it is also extremely tragic. One blow, it even takes thousands of people to follow the funeral. In terms of power, no matter how powerful Doflamingo is, it can't be alive. She had fantasized about such a scene many times. I didn't expect it to come true now. Has this tyrant finally fallen? The man behind the murder of his mother is dead. Rebecca heard this voice with some disbelief. At the same time, an extremely strong desire welled up in my heart. She would love to meet the leader of this legion. If nothing else, just thank you. Impossible, how could the young master be defeated by someone? Rauji, Gladius, Toripol and other cotters cannot accept such facts. But that terrible explosion lasted for several minutes. Pika saw with his own eyes that the young master was submerged by the explosion. They were distracted and hit by missiles and laser beams from Apocalypse tanks. The injuries were more severe. Those who can catch alive are caught alive as much as possible, and the people at the Genetic Research Center need to analyze their genes to see if the scientists in the laboratory can replicate similar fighters. Tanya looked at the situation in front of her and ordered. If you can catch it alive, you can catch it alive, and if you can't, just beat it to death. As long as some flesh and blood tissue can be left, it can probably satisfy the research. Received. Are we going to surrender? Some pirates looked at their companions and hesitated. Surrender, the boss is gone, and a fart, and we have long been surrounded. Many pirates are ready to drop their weapons and surrender. Look at the enemy that seems to have not diminished in the slightest. They are desperate inside. If it weren't for the cotters above and Mingo pressing, how dare they fight this legion of terror? But what if their words don't count? Laying down your arms is not the same as killing yourself? Speaking of which, their leader did not come out to promise, and this kind of casual words have no credibility at all. As soon as these two sentences came out, many people hesitated. If it is the leader of the enemy army, then the promise under the public is somewhat credible. You can say something like this to any squad leader or something. In case they turn around and don't admit it. It's equivalent to sticking your head out and chopping it off. And at this moment, a Kirov airboat slowly descended, and then unfolded a platform. Rennes stood up from the bridge position and looked down at the entire dress. Rosa, I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces, Rennes, and I promise to all those in dress Rosa who are still resisting, disarm and not kill. He is the leader of this army. Looks so young. Such a handsome, harmless young man like a noble son, is the leader of this demonic army. Many people in dress Rosa looked up. It's incredible. They thought that the leader of the enemy might be some famous general, or a king. Even sea thieves and the like. But looking at it now, this person is not only a stranger. And so young and handsome, this kind of person should have nothing to do with blood and death. But I didn't expect it to be the mastermind of this war. That is the head of the enemy who attacked us? Damn it! Slaughter him! Avenge Dover! Toripol said almost madly. Because he noticed that there were many toys around him that were running away. Suddenly become a human or other animal. And the Donquixote family has a great hatred for them. That is to say, something happened over there. Finished. It's all over. Their decades-long foundation has come to naught. This point, even if Dover comes back to life, cannot be changed. It was a long pent-up riot and anger. Just as everyone marveled at Rennes' existence. And when preparing to surrender, a strange laughter suddenly sounded. Furor. It turns out that you are the boss. It's strange, whether in the world government, or in the pirates, in the underground world, I have never seen you. Who the hell are you working for? No, it doesn't matter anymore. Since you have chosen to be my enemy. Then slaughter. This is the moment I'm waiting for. Pang. Doflamingo emerges from the scorched earth with a small birdcage wrapped around him. He uses this ability that resembles absolute defense. Fraud to death. In order to lure out the enemy and make him let his guard down. He wielded 16 divine bullets, as vicious as a heavenly demon, and slaughtered Rennes. Rennes looked calmly, looked at the incoming Doflamingo, and asked lightly, "Since you are still alive, then give you one last chance to choose, do you choose to die standing, or bow your head and obey me, and then live?" Asterisk. Chapter 13. Great, the young master is still alive. When Toripole and other cotters saw this scene, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Their young master is so powerful. How can it be so dead? It turns out that everything is to lure the snake out of the hole. This is really the only way. Under that kind of force, once targeted, how to act is no longer up to him. Deception can make the enemy relax his vigilance, and second, it can make local leaders appear. After all, when everything settles, it is impossible for the enemy leader not to appear. And that's exactly what happened. Now the enemy leader appears. And the young master raided and killed a horse gun. You will definitely be able to kill the enemy leader. In this way, the ending will be completely different. Furor. It seems that you still don't know your situation. A cruel smile hung on Doflamingo's lips. The monstrous anger turned into a deadly madness at this moment. Like a bolt of lightning in the wind, he quickly approached Rennes. All the dissatisfaction and depression turned into this mortal blow. The sudden war caused him heavy losses, and even for a time there was nothing to do. If not for a risky try. He really hasn't found any breaking point yet. And from observation hacky feedback, this young man's strength is unlikely to be stronger than himself. It seems that careerists are really wild and untamable, or are kind people easy to control. Rennes looked at Mingo completely ignoring his proposal. I wasn't angry, I just said lightly, and then calmly raised my right hand. A seriously injured 7 warlords of the sea. What threat can it pose to itself? The Red Alert Blaster is fighting an offensive and defensive battle. There is an attack, how can there be no defense? And one of the strongest defensive buildings is naturally the Prism Tower. This was set up by Rennes at the beginning. This can be used both to besiege the enemy and prevent him from escaping. Can also act as a defense. Prism towers can not only emit more powerful laser beams than prism tanks. And within a certain interval of the prism tower, the laser energy of all the prism towers can be gathered together. Shoot a super laser that fuses all the prism laser beams. And at the moment, Mingo, who only had Rennes in his eyes, didn't notice anything different in the buildings near Rennes' feet. Just watching Rennes calmly raise his palm. It made him extremely uneasy. But now is the best opportunity. There is no turning back arrow when opening the bow. This guy must be erased. Otherwise, we will enter the situation just now. They are afraid that it will also be a dead end. Towers full of technology. From the bottom, the light flows to the top, and then the beam shoots out to connect with the nearby prism tower. The dots are connected into a line, and then all the lasers converge on a light tower closest to Mingo. Charge up. Burst. When did Rosa have such tower-pillared buildings? The moment the light lights up, Ming Ji's eyes glimpsed the strange tower pillar state building. Not just one, but all around. Woohoo! A terrifying thick laser beam suddenly shot out. The piercing sound, tearing through the sound barrier, like a lightning crit out. The sky is about to be shot through at this moment. What? This laser beam, faster and stronger. When Mingo sensed something was wrong. Armament hacky is covered all over. But it didn't work. Poof! Like a red-hot knife, pierced into lard. This laser beam easily pierced Mingo's heart. The entire body, more than half of the area, disappeared, was annihilated. The body reveals a hollow larger than a human head. Brother Mingo's figure suddenly stagnated. I looked down at my body. It's hard to believe. Myself. It's going to die. Young master. Toripole and others are happy and sad. And this time, what they saw with their own eyes was right in front of them. It's an ironclad reality. Brother Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But there is no chance. Rennes raised his right hand again, gently pressed down, and gave the attack order. Woohoo! Another same laser beam came. This blow directly exploded Brother Ming's neck. Corpse separation. If it weren't for the remaining rebels to know that Minga was indeed dead, and for subsequent genetic research, Brother Ming won't even leave the corpse. This time, Brother Ming can't die again. No more suspense. This scene, through the projection on Kirov, projected to every corner of Dress Rosa. We surrender. Surrender. Many pirates and gangsters who followed Mingo were so frightened that they knelt on the spot and dropped their weapons. They no longer feel that this is a harmless young man. This is simply the embodiment of the devil. Even the young master's death-threatening counterattack. All in the calculation of the other party. You traitors! When these high-ranking cotters such as Toripol and Pika heard this, they were extremely angry. But then it was overwhelmed by terrible fire. Consumed alive, blown up. There is no point in fighting any longer. Not all cotters will follow a person who has died. In addition to the senior cotters, other cotters have chosen to surrender one after another. Of course, some are not surrendered, but captured alive. Dress Rosa is liberated. We are free. Doflamingo, the tyrant, is finally dead. When the fruit capacity of granulated sugar is lifted, everyone's lost memories are back. I learned that all this time, they were just living in the hypocritical peace kingdom built by Mingo. In fact, many of their loved ones were turned into toys. Working day and night in the underground trading port to death. Watch the civilians of the entire Dress Rosa fall into an. Rennes smiled with satisfaction. So emotionally nourished. It is destined that the soul ore of this island of Dress Rosa will not be less. This time, how much can your own troops be increased? Asterisk. Chapter 14. 2 days later. Marine Headquarters. Report Marshal Sengoku, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral has escaped from the enemy barracks and is on standby in Logue Town. Not long ago, Marshal Sengoku ordered one of the candidates for Marine Admiral, to go to East Blue. Try to free the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. If the other party can negotiate the conditions. It's not as rampant as in the phone bug, that's the best. After all, it has been decided to go to all-out war with Whitebeard. Take Whitebeard, announcing that the world government has increased due to pirates in recent years. And diminishing authority. At this time, any event is prioritized later. What can be resolved by peaceful means is resolved by peaceful means. As for whether to settle accounts after the fall, that is a matter for later. If it cannot be solved by peaceful means, then you have to make a quick decision, Admirals alternate. The extraordinary Marine Vice Admiral can compare. And also with the fleet. If the other side thinks that it depends on hundreds of thousands of horses, you can be at odds with Marine Headquarters. That's undoubtedly whimsical. Unexpectedly, the rescue operation was just ready to begin. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral has already escaped. Did I overestimate that army in the Kingdom of Goya? Sengoku frowned. I always feel that there seems to be a fog in it that I can't figure out. But specifically, Marshal Sengoku could not think of it for a while. The report of the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral looks fine. It says that they were caught in an ambush in the night, they were caught off guard by the enemy captured them, detained their ship, and tortured your phone bug number from the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's trusted subordinates. The prisoner guarding them last night was drunk, and the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral seized the opportunity to get the key and took the Marines all the way out. Judging from the report, although the number of people who arrested them is large, their individual strength is not strong. Garp picked up the report from the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Is something wrong? Garp asked, puzzled. No, I also talked to Vice Admiral on the phone just now and confirmed some things, and I am indeed right. Marshal Sengoku shook his head and said. So what else are you worried about? My intuition tells me something isn't quite right. Intuition. It seems that it is still necessary to let people get close to the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, but with the character of the Flying Squirrel, it is impossible to betray Marine. Garp didn't ignore Sengoku's instincts. The two have known each other for many years, and Sengoku's instincts have always been accurate. Of course I know this. The Flying Squirrel has been in Marine for decades, and Sengoku still believes in him. Maybe it's just a little madman who doesn't know how to sever. It's really like that. Sengoku-san, I heard that there is something wrong with East Blue. Do you need the old man to take a trip? Kizaru knocked on the door. No need, it's solved for the time being. Prepare for the battle with all your might. That guy from Whitebeard is not easy to deal with. Indeed, this is a headache. Has it been decided above? Hearing this, Kizaru nodded and rubbed his temples in distress. This matter in particular has to do with Vice Admiral Garp. Well, the 7 warlords of the sea mandatory summoning order has been issued, but those guys, one by one, don't even want to answer the phone bugs. Sengoku said dissatisfiedly. How normal this is. They also know that when Marine is looking for them, there must be nothing good. They can't receive phone calls, so they can have a tactful excuse. Garp said of course. It seems that they can only let the nearest Marine inform them of the summoning order in person. By the way, Kizaru, what's going on over there at Dress Rosa? Kizaru came back from New World the other day. There is a passing by Dress Rosa. If the forces of East Blue are ready to attack Dress Rosa, it is impossible to have no action at all in the early stage. Dress Rosa. It's not a situation, it's that guy in Heavenly Yaksha doesn't have a good attitude. Are the pirates so arrogant now? Sengoku-san, is 7 warlords of the sea really a must? Kizaru said slowly. You know the strategic significance of the 7 warlords of the sea, their role is obvious, and it's not for us to decide. Got it, I thought there was something going on with Dress Rosa. It seems that the emerging force of East Blue is indeed just that. Do you think too much? Marshal Sengoku thought to himself. Presumably, too, an East Blue force. Say you want to take Dress Rosa? Just this long distance and the climate of the Grand Line. It is enough to make more than 90% of the forces intimidated. Not to mention that Heavenly Yaksha guy is extremely powerful. Now. New World G4 Marine Base. Head of Charge, Admiral Alternate, Momuzagi-jun. I even want to inform the clown that guy to respond to the mandatory summoning order. Even if this kind of scum wants to go, he will definitely sit on the ground and raise the price. I don't know what benefits he wants this time. Momuzagi frowned, extremely unhappy. Her marine base, not far from Dress Rosa. On the sea, there are frequent clashes with the fleet under Doflamingo. She's not used to 7 warlords of the sea. So all along, the contradictions between them are not small. But because of the upper head and Shishibukai system, it has not completely torn its skin and controlled it on the verge of violent walking. That's why I know that Doflamingo is extremely difficult. She even repeatedly suspected Doflamingo of illegal transactions that even the world government forbids. She sent a lot of good marine to dive into Dress Rosa. In the end, there was no news. And this memory was only remembered by her in the past 2 days. She felt incredible. Such an important thing, I forgot it before. So this trip to Dress Rosa, she had to ask for clarification. She also guessed that this was most likely because the clown guy might have some special abilities in his hands. After all, that guy can also produce artificial Zoan devil fruit. There are some strange abilities. Not surprising at all. And Momuzagi-sama, are we still going to Dress Rosa? A female officer next to her looked at her adult's extremely dark face, and asked cautiously. Go. Dress Rosa. Palace Heights. Rennes sits inside a lavish palace. Enjoy the food and wine that characterizes Dress Rosa. Kaya waited carefully, her eyes full of tenderness and adoration. In front of Rennes, kneeling a group of handcuffed prisoners with both hands and feet. Lord Rennes, former king of Rosa. Visit of Dolder 3. A soldier hurried in and saluted. It's only been 2 days, it's a little slow, let them in. Rennes continued to savor the food in front of him. Asterisk. Chapter 15. The seismic change that took place in Rosa. There was no word out of the country at the first time. The message was blocked. The more intelligence is leaked, the more it is researched and targeted, and there will always be weaknesses exposed. Confuse the enemy and let the intelligence mislead the other side as much as possible. This is the basis of intelligence warfare. For 2 days, Rosa implemented a policy of isolation. The war will destroy several areas of Rosa. Many places are in ruins and scorched earth. On the same day, Doflamingo and the top cadre were killed. That night all the main streets of Rosa, all the ports were heavily guarded. At the same time calm the chaos, anyone who tries to take advantage of the fire at this juncture. All were arrested alive or killed. Even some creatures that have changed from toys back to animals, and want to make trouble, they have to be slapped twice and imprisoned again. So the civilians are panicking. They don't know where this legion came from. It's not clear whether it's good or bad. What the hell is he attacking Doflamingo for? What is the attitude towards them? They don't know. All along, they thought Doflamingo was Ming Jun. Unexpectedly, his darkness is only hidden deep, not non-existent. It wasn't until the next day that someone slowly came out of the room. At first, many people were curious when they heard the jingling sound. They saw the soldiers unloading their weapons. Wood and steel are being moved. They built new houses on those destroyed scorched earths. The streets are also being mended. At the same time, they keenly noticed that many strong, reinforced concrete pillboxes appeared on the coastline overnight. There are large soldiers stationed in the pillboxes, and each pillbox is not tall. It is mainly underground space, and only one part of the ground is exposed. Light and heavy machine guns were erected in pitch black. And they found that there were far fewer soldiers on the island than when they first arrived. At least the existing army will not appear crowded in Rosa. And along the entire Rosa coastline, steel warships are surrounded. Seal off the entire island. At the same time, the radio waves are also disturbed, and the telephone worm cannot talk to the outside world. Inside and out, Rosa overnight. It was like a military kingdom, like a steel forest. Even the island where the little Terrans lived, Greenbit, was no exception to the heavy troops. The bridge, which was originally damaged by the Duyu, was also repaired by Allied engineers and reopened. Stronger metal is used. If the betta fish hits again, it will only break the blood flow on its head. The lily human slaves were rescued before. Good-natured, they already see Rennes as their savior hero, the great benefactor. By the way, the soldiers stationed on the island at this moment can often receive fruits and vegetables from the villains. Rosa has some buildings on the island at the moment, which are particularly eye-catching. For example, the light prism towers arranged around the palace heights according to a certain distance. Many of them remember them well. Doflamingo was killed by this thing. There is another scenery that everyone on Rosa does not understand. It was mining trucks, collecting soul ore. The soul ore is invisible to ordinary people. But it exists in various parts of the island. It is the crystallization of energy produced by strong emotions. It was the first thing Rennes did after taking Rosa. Equipped with machine guns, these mining trucks weave through the streets under the protection of soldiers. At first, everyone thought it was their surveillance. It turned out later that was not the case. Because of this mining vehicle, sometimes the houses of civilians are razed to the ground. The villagers who were razed to the ground dared not speak out at first. But soon someone stepped forward to negotiate. Say the Allies will pay them a better house. Free replacement for a bigger house. And it was implemented the same day. This has caused many people whose houses have been damaged to become active and active. I can't wait for the Allied soldiers to come and demolish their homes now. There are bold already in action. And with the most basic contact and communication. The residents slowly discovered the group of soldiers. Principled, not arrogant. Don't bully men and women. That's more of a good guy than many Marines. It's easy to get along with, and slowly, people's courage has grown. It's only been 2 days, and they even feel it. It seems not bad if it can be protected by such an army. In this troubled world, who does not seek a peaceful place? Some people live in order to be able to obtain a safe and quiet place. Even at the cost of selling their own life. On Four Emperors Island, that's how it's charged. Cyrus, King Riku, Rebecca, Violet saw everything in their eyes. After much contemplation, King Riku decided to talk to the leader of the Allied forces. He felt that he was no longer qualified to be king. Even if the country is theirs. Even after Doflamingo fell and the truth was revealed. The people of the whole country knew that he had been misunderstood, and the more voices he made to return to the throne, the more he sounded. More and more intense. King Calico felt that he was not qualified for this. He just wanted to know the purpose of this army. The Riku clan has ruled Dressrosa for a long time and is extremely famous. And the allies seem to be acting in a good style. But it's just not treated as bad guys and thugs. And I don't know if this is an illusion or sincere. Compared to uncertainty. In fact, more people still support King Riku's return to the throne. In the past 2 days, Rennes mining vehicles have begun to purchase soul ore in Dressrosa. Originally 5 million soul ore deposits, after the temporary construction of the prismatic tower and the battle fortress. It cost a lot, and now these less than 5 million soul ores. It soared directly to 1 billion soul ores. And that number is soaring. Because for these 2 days, Rennes will all the mining vehicles of the other Goya kingdoms and the Anove kingdoms. It was teleported through the chronological device. A full 1,000 mining carts are mined at the same time. Asterisk. Chapter 16. This is enough to prove how rich the soul ore deposited on the island of Dressrosa really is. Once again, it is also proven. It was wise for him to wage war against Dressrosa at all costs. After 2 days of mining, Dressrosa's soul ore was probably about 1/3 of it. And in each kingdom, although the richest batch of ore can be mined in a very short time. But as long as there are people living in this kingdom, some soul ores are also produced one after another every day. It's just not as rich as the first time it settles. But don't look at the current billion soul ores, it seems that there are a lot of them, and they can't be spent. But Rennes had previously taken the kingdom of Goa. Almost 500 million soul ores were obtained. This is why the first $1 million fully equipped legion was pulled. 5 million, just the balance that was previously used and used by Rennes just in case. 1 billion soul ores, converted into soldiers, are probably only equivalent to 5 million soldiers. If you also have to equip it with corresponding tanks, planes, and the like, you can't burst out 5 million soldiers. But fortunately, 1 billion soul ores are only the first income. Going on like this, Rennes felt that it was not a problem to explode thousands of soldiers. Of course, investment in super weapons, gene converters, gene centers is indispensable. Especially when it comes to genetics. Rennes is also looking forward to his senior engineers being able to unravel Devil Fruit's secret. Build a stronger army. Oh, so many people want to see me? It wouldn't be that you want me to step down from the throne. Rennes looked up as the soldiers brought the visitors into the main hall. At a glance, in addition to King Riku, the others are basically famous families or famous merchants in Dressrosa. These people came together. The purpose does not have to be simple. Perhaps King Riku came with a relatively simple purpose. But others, I'm afraid, are more likely to meet the opportunity to act. They want to weigh their weight. If you feel like a bully, I'm afraid that some favorable conditions will be put forward for them. Rennes, who have already conquered 2 countries. The careful thinking of these people is thorough. Arnaf, a country that is not well known in East Blue. After being taken down by himself, the nobles also tried to negotiate conditions with themselves. Speaking of conditions, Rennes is honestly not against it. After all, his soldiers don't need logistics though. But the kingdom he has conquered still needs to be governed. And they need a variety of resources to strengthen their own troops. Sea stone, for example, is useful. Things that can be solved with money are always more affordable than those solved with soul ore. But when it comes to talking, we must have a correct attitude. The loser should have the appearance of the loser. The loser is also arrogant. Who will yearn for victory? So Rennes cleaned up the nobles with a bad attitude on the spot. As for the kingdom of Goya, it is even worse. The aristocracy of that country did not even understand the 3 words of current affairs. Always think of yourself as a thug, you have to kill yourself. Rennes simply killed them all. So as not to look obstructive. So strictly speaking, Dress Rosa is currently the kingdom where Rennes has left the most upper-class people. Of course, only at the moment. Now is the moment to decide more or less for the future. Don't dare. Listen to Rennes. Those high-class people who came with King Riku. There was a chill in my heart. This young guy should not be a tyrant. Want to find an excuse to destroy them? Otherwise, as soon as he opened his mouth, it would involve the issue of the ownership of the throne. A few who were not bold thought of the dead brother Mingo. I heard Rennes' extremely difficult answer. As soon as his legs softened, he immediately knelt in front of Rennes and said words of admission. Rennes was expressionless. These guys look pathetic now. But as long as it's on their side, they can also be more powerful than anyone else. This may be the fascinating secret of power. If Rennes is not from another world, it's a native pirate. After such achievements, maybe the mentality will swell, or it will be satisfied. But Rennes knows that the world is not changing. Not only did he not even have a stable life, there will not even be a future. And Doflamingo is just a small stone in this foundation. He has bigger and farther goals in front of him. Far from it. Recently, 4 emperors Kaido learned about Dress Rosa. Will definitely see themselves as enemies. No, my grandfather is here to thank you. A crisp and beautiful voice suddenly sounded. Rebecca, don't be rude, you promised me I wouldn't talk nonsense. Cyrus next to King Rico looked back at Rebecca behind him and said accusingly. That's when Rennes found out. Behind Cyrus' tall and mighty figure stood a beautiful girl, who looked about 18 years old. Although she is small, her hardships since childhood have created her unusually tenacious will. She was afraid that Rennes would misunderstand their intentions. That's why I can't wait to speak. Because she didn't want this godlike man to misunderstand them. Maybe they could be good friends, she thought. Because none of them like Doflamingo. As Rebecca said, we have no ill intentions, and I know that I don't deserve to shoulder this country again. I have come to thank you for saving our country. King Riku said. Generously knelt down in front of Rennes. Seeing this, the others hesitated, but they all knelt down. Rebecca was stunned for a moment, and then followed suit and knelt down. It didn't feel like much, after all, he avenged his mother for himself. A kneeling thanks, as a matter of course. Rennes didn't look at the bad old man of King Riku for the first time. Instead, he looked at this pink-haired, cute, and extremely well-developed girl. You are Rebecca? Yes, you know me. Rebecca looked up when she heard this, her eyes shining. He actually knows himself. But why haven't I seen him before? Cyrus, on the other hand, was a little worried, and scanned the surroundings with the afterglow of his eyes. Inside, these kneeling prisoners. Many of them were former Doflamingo cotters. Baby 5, Senior. Peak, sugar, Rauji. There are many pirate captains stranded in Rosa. Is this judging and deciding their fate? The timing of waiting for someone to come by myself does not seem to be very good. Asterisk. Chapter 17. How old? Ah. 14 years old. Are you sure you're 14? Rennes expressed serious doubts. This level of development, said 18 years old people believe. Yes, yes. Rebecca subconsciously lowered her head. The man's slightly aggressive gaze swept past her. But she obviously thought too much. Rennes asked, only now though Rebecca is only 14 years old. But 2 years later, at the age of 16, except for the slightly immature face, there is not much difference in figure. It's also very well developed. Cyrus and King Riku thought Rennes was asking. Probably something interested in Rebecca. Could it be that this man is a womanizer? Just as I was about to say something, the man suddenly fell silent. Ignored the matter. They can feel an invisible pressure gradually increasing. You guys stay on the sidelines, I'll take care of some chores first. Rennes waved his hand and asked King Riku and the others to get up. Soon there were soldiers who brought them chairs. How's that you guys thinking about it? Rennes said, looking at the kneeling prisoner in front of him. Rennes gave them 2 days to think about it. The combat power of these people is good. And some people are not bad by nature. Baby 5, for example, her heart is broken. When I was a child, because I was not needed, I was felt worthless by my family and felt that it was a loss of money. They were thrown into the forest to fend for themselves. Such a childhood led to a huge mental defect in Baby 5. As long as she is needed, she will help others unconditionally. She even borrowed a lot of money for others. Loaded with a lot of debt. Join the Dongquixote family. It's also because they said they needed her. And like Senior. He is dressed funny and wears a pink baby hat. With a pacifier in his mouth and wearing a yellow diaper with a star pattern. More than a decade ago, he was originally a very handsome man in a suit and leather shoes, like a gentleman. He was genuinely in love with a woman named Lucienne. Because the woman hates pirates, he lies about being a bank employee. The two fell in love and soon married. After marriage, he ran back and forth between missions and family. But once he came back to find that his child had fallen ill and died. Lucienne also discovered that he was not a bank clerk. Grief-stricken fled from him. As a result, due to a rainy landslide, Lucienne was hit in the head by a stone and became a vegetative person. Grief-stricken, Senior made her laugh again. Using various methods to coax her, by chance, he found his son's clothes to wear on his body. And then she laughed. So for so many years, he has maintained this dress. Even if he was ridiculed everywhere he passed, he still went his own way. These people are not bad to the bone. And they are all capable people. If they are willing to take the initiative to cooperate with the scientists of the Gene Center to do various ability tests. Maybe it won't be long. A group of stronger soldiers will be born. In this world, explosives are indispensable. But who will refuse an increasingly powerful soldier? This is indeed a trial. Listen to the words of the man in front of you. These cotters have lost their former grace. Their young master was killed and fell. Many people suddenly lost their goals and lost hope. Avenge? It is not very popular in the world of pirates. Bah, think about it, want us to surrender to you, who do you think you are? If you want to kill, you can scrape as you like. Rauji, the rickety old man, spat disdainfully. He is a master of physical arts, the physical skills of Ming Ji and Luo. He taught it at first. He has a strong sense of belonging to his family and is still unwilling to surrender at the moment. I have given you enough time to think about it, so this time is the final answer. Since you don't want to, then play the last value to pull down, and send it to the laboratory. Rennes said lightly. Live and obey, although the value is high. But dead people also have value. I'm going to kill you. Raoji struggled angrily. But with a few clicks, he was dragged out with broken hands and feet. King Rico and the others watched with a little chill. Is this trick to surrender others, even without even opening the slightest price, and not persuading? Just ask like this, pull it down if you don't agree? And sent to the laboratory? Human experiments. It's better to think about it than to die. Rennes' gaze then fell on the few remaining cotters. A group of the most loyal top cotters have already died in battle in the first 2 days. The bodies were transported to the laboratory. These are people who have the potential to submit. Although he has a lot of troops, he is also a person who needs ability. They will be very convenient to use. What will happen to him? Asked a cute loli in a spotted bear dress, sugar with fear in her eyes. Her actual age is not young, and she can be affected by the fruit of childlikeness. Her mind is not very mature. Otherwise, you won't be scared like that by Usopp in the future. And her ability is indeed very practical. But 2 days ago. Whining. Thinking of this, her heart was still a little trembling. She was still in the castle of the underground port. Well protected by his subordinates. But suddenly a group of strange-looking, disgusting, terrifying soldiers appeared and scared her half to death. Dozens of long-range sniper rifles were then aimed at and fired at the same time. In a state of confusion, she was shot and captured alive. And that kind of terrifying soldier, she heard about it in these 2 days, their commander, named Yuri. What genes are those cyborgs? Now, every time she closes her eyes, the group of terrifying soldiers like demons comes to her mind. Of course, doing human experiments, squeezing out your last value, these things should be familiar to you. Of course, our methods may be more extreme. Rennes smiled slightly. Human experiments that are more radical than Doflamingo. The upper-class people who followed King Rico had an unnatural look on their faces and trembled slightly in their hearts. There is no need to lie to prisoners like this. And people who can control so many armies. It is also unlikely that someone will be soft-hearted. This time, it seems that it is difficult to ride a tiger. This guy can't be more pervert than the tyrant Doflamingo. Sent away a tiger, and as a result came a dragon? King Rico's face was also a little unnatural. Body cells can extract powerful genes, the brain can test the degree of influence of mind controllers, fruit abilities help us study new soldiers, and even, your emotions can become our nourishment. Think about it, you are still very valuable, even if you die. I am willing to submit to you, please don't open my mind. Before Rennes finished speaking, Sugar quickly kowtowed and surrendered. She was really scared. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Human Laboratory, what kind of purgatory is that? She knows better than anyone. Once Doflamingo took them to Kaiser Curran to do research. She shuddered. And this is still Monet's management, before the experiment, generally ensure that the subject is not aware. And give treatment to the relative human point. But when it came to the experiment, the scene was still uncomfortable. But the young master said that these were necessary sacrifices. They also know that the world is not merciful. Instead of misfortune landing on yourself, it is better to be the one who inflicts misfortune. What's wrong with people being selfish? But if you become an experimental subject yourself, that's probably worse than death. Sugar's inner loyalty, thinking about it, is still not as important as his own life. If the young master was still alive, she would certainly not betray easily. But people are dead, and people have to look forward. Do you need me? As for the BABY5 in a maid outfit, he doesn't even need Rennes to say anything. She asked, and Rennes nodded. Then she agreed. A real man will never betray a friend, even if he is dead. Senior said without fear. Therefore, for the sake of a dead person, you have to let a poor woman wait for a lifetime. Of course, it is estimated that you can't wait for a lifetime. Without your money, your care, the hospital will soon give her up. You. Senior was dumbfounded by Rennes' words. You can choose again. Rennes didn't say anything, just gave the most holy person an extra chance. Willing to work for you. Hey. We want to work for you too. Seeing this, the others lowered their once proud heads. Other pirate captains, there is no choice. They are the fish ponds that have been affected. For them, surrender is only short-lived. As long as the opportunity is right, they will slip away. In fact, they can accept it without slipping away. In the pirate world, it is very common for the weak to eat the strong, lose, and become a vassal of others. Yuri, they're in your hands. Rennes said to a masked officer next to him. Yes. Sir. I promise they have no chance of betrayal. Yuri said decisively. Hearing this sound, Sugar couldn't help but shiver a little. It's the devil. The mind controller, the gene center, these are all handled by Yuri. However, mind control will leave some brain sequelae to some extent. If it is not an object that must be controlled, you don't need to use a mind controller. Especially if you use it as little as possible for your own people. But if it is an enemy, then there is no such concern. When you're done, throw it into the enemy group. Windfalls may follow. After dealing with these prisoners, just getting ready to negotiate with the upper class of Rosa. There was another report from outside, saying that a delegation of Princess Manchuri of the Lily human tribe had come to visit. For this group of small people who are extremely easy to trust others and harmless to people and animals. Rennes liked it a bit. It is also rare to be able to do this as an intelligent creature. But in this way, they are too easy to be deceived. After that, some personnel have to be lined up and some basic education will be carried out. After all, the strength of this team is indeed very good. And to hide people's eyes. The barracks and tank factories that are now open are located on the small island of Glibit. There are only Lily human clans here. Now every moment, Rennes forces and weapons are increasing. Soon Princess Manchuri, who was as beautiful as a doll, but only the size of a palm, walked in with elegant steps. King Riku naturally saw it too. He was relieved to see that they were okay. Soldier Sen. Leo, Manchuri's escort, saw Cyrus. I recognized him immediately. Over the years, it was Cyrus who led them forward, trying to rescue their people and overthrow Doflamingo's rule. I just haven't been able to find a good opportunity. Now that everyone has arrived, I'll make a long story short, Rosa is not our final destination, so besides me, I will choose an agent among you, my agent. Rennes' eyes swept over everyone present. And emphasize it again. Hearing this, the eyes of the upper class of Rosa immediately lit up. Although it is the representative of this leader. But it also symbolizes great power. If it was Rennes before disposing of these prisoners, many upper class people may introduce themselves. After all, everyone wants to climb high. But Rennes was clearly not a benevolent monarch. Even the taboo of human experimentation can be said casually. If they do something wrong, I am afraid that it will also become a test object. But I want to have some rights in Rosa in the future. That may only be able to rely on King Riku. King Riku is not only a former royal family, but also extremely talkative. If it is the Riku king, they should be able to gain some benefits to some extent. I think King Riku can be your agent. King Riku was originally a former king, but he was only framed by Doflamingo to be considered a tyrant, and now he is wronged, and King Riku's influence in the people is very large. A nobleman suggested. Yes, that's right. As soon as this remark came out, other high-class people also agreed. In public and private, King Riku is their best choice. Violet looked at the man in front of him. Still calm, not even surprised. Isn't that the outcome he wants? No, I can't take this position. Moreover, we do not know if he will lead our country to destruction. Rikuokoko looked at Rennes hookedly. He still thinks about the whole country. Although he was also jealous of the young man in front of him. But think of what he just did. It is really difficult to connect him with a generation of Ming Jun. This is something that ordinary people dare not ask in this situation. King Calico had to ask. As soon as these words came out, Rennes also put down the tea that Kaya had just made for him. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Chapter 19. King Riku's memory doesn't seem to be very good. What do you say? King Riku didn't quite understand. Without our arrival, what is the difference between your country before you and its demise? Now that you're worried about the future, what do you use to question our existence? Your useless mercy? Or is it empty talk of practical ideals? Everyone wants peace, and peace is of course right, but for the sake of peace, they ignore the most basic things of peace, and that is harming people. Ren's slightly icy voice made King Riku frown. But come to think of it, what he said is not unreasonable. The most basic thing about peace. King Riku has always been benevolent and close to the people of the superior. That's what he's always done. And it is indeed very popular. It's force. No force. With what to protect peace? Such a simple and understandable truth, as the head of a country, you should not understand it, but you still choose benevolence. But without force, Renji is just a dream bubble. When Doflamingo hit, what did you use to convince such a person? There is no force and there is no force, but they are two different things. And a kingdom that is no different from destruction, but you try to tie the survival of this country to me alone? Don't you think it's funny? Ren would not choose King Riku as his surrogate. They are even less likely to morally kidnap themselves. But you are now the king of Dressrosa. And I will not let everyone fall into crisis again. King Riku did not back down in the slightest. Only at this point, he could not do it. Even if he is no longer king. But he still loves this country. So, if I'm going to destroy the whole of Dressrosa right now, what are you going to do to stop me? Ren fluttering words made everyone fall into the ice cellar. They don't know Ren. I don't know if he will do it. They don't dare to bet. You. When King Riku heard this, he almost failed to slow down in one breath. But I can't find any words to refute it. If he did, what could he do? As if nothing could be done. It seems that you have clearly realized that Dressrosa can restore the status quo and not perish because of my existence. Therefore, empty ideal words, do not say it again. I will take Dressrosa to a brighter and better tomorrow. But if in the process, it perishes, then this is the number of lives. So you are not fit to be my agent. Listen to Ren. The upper class of Dressrosa was a little stunned. If Dressrosa perished, would it only be considered unlucky? He didn't have half a nostalgia for Dressrosa. Here now, just because of the need. He didn't even put a kingdom in his eyes. So what is he trying to do? And the king who has made mistakes can no longer be in power, and his authority is not enough. Ren eyes skipped over the lonely Riku king. Can I be Ren agent? King Riku doesn't care. He was just reflecting, did he really do something wrong? What kind of benevolence you think is such a vulnerable thing? This agent, you don't need to discuss, let Rebecca be the agent. Ren had planned before attacking Dressrosa. The experience of a suffering princess is slightly sculpted with a story. Wouldn't it be more legendary and more captivating? Her identity and bloodline also have a strong reputation. Moreover, being young means good control and good tuning. It's easier to accept new ideas. What? Hearing Ren words, King Riku, Cyrus, and other high-class people were shocked. He actually chose an underage girl to be his agent. Dressrosa since its founding. There has never been a precedent for a woman to become king. But this does seem to be easier to control. It's just that they can't accept it for a while. Lord Rennes, Rebecca, she's just a child. When Cyrus heard this, he immediately expressed his attitude of resistance. He just wanted Rebecca to be safe and healthy. And when she is in power, I am afraid that she is only a puppet. The bottom line is that she really is just a child. Although experienced a lot, the mind is precocious. But in the eyes of a father, she is a child. I'm not going to let you take advantage of a child. It's a big deal for us to leave Rosa. King Riku also hardened his breath at this time. That's so inappropriate, isn't it? How can a child take on great responsibilities? If the agent is a puppet outright, then these original nobles. I'm afraid that I won't get any benefits. I think Cyrus can also act as your agent. He's only fit to be a fighter. Cyrus didn't think anything was wrong. I'm not asking for their opinion, I'm just waiting for your answer, Princess Rebecca. Will you be my spokesperson to run the country? Rennes smiled and looked at Rebecca. He could tell that Rebecca felt good about him. It couldn't be better. Otherwise, you will have to use a mind controller. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Rebecca. Rebecca was watched by everyone. A little nervous, she didn't know how to answer for a while. There was silence for more than 10 seconds. After some thought, she asked a sentence, if I become your agent, will everyone be able to eat enough in the future? She had lost her mother because she was hungry and wanted to eat. So in her opinion, everyone can eat enough, and there will be no similar tragedy. It's something you can decide. Then I do. Then it's decided. Rosa elites were a little disappointed. But resist, they don't have the courage to resist. They also knew the sophistication of this young man. It seems that I want to live a good life in the future. Never be an enemy of this man. Let's live honestly. And she is also the granddaughter of King Riku. It's also barely acceptable. So as not to let them give up the industry and leave their homeland. Another 2 days passed. Rosa has changed dramatically. The sea is also turbulent. And Rennes also arranged a backhand on the island of Rosa that can target monster-level powerhouses. 100 nuclear bomb silos, distributed by Rennes near the various fortified military fortresses in Rosa. After all, East Blue is too far away, the climate of the Grand Line is extremely unstable, even if there is a nuclear bomb hitting the New World, the probability of hitting is too low, but Rosa is different. As the first island of the New World, it is located on the left and right of the middle of the Grand Line, close to Red Line and Marine Ford. Wano Country is only a short and medium distance. The nuclear bomb silo is arranged here, which is the most convenient. Chapter 20. Take Rosa. Beasts Pirates lost its artificial animal fruit. You will not let yourself go easily. But even if Kaido didn't set his sights on himself, Rennes couldn't have let him go. Wano Country ruled longer. And they didn't even do a whitewash like Doflamingo. Wano Country was dominated before Odin returned. It's been decades now. Such a country to take down. Rennes could imagine that his soul ore would definitely rise much more than taking Rosa. So even if Kaido doesn't set his sights on himself, keep an eye on Kaido's head. It was decided to erect a nuclear bomb silo in Rosa. It's to deal with the monster Kaido. Rennes didn't dare to underestimate. It was the monster of the strongest creatures. Nuclear weapons that are not needed against Mingo. Once faced with Kaido, Rennes felt it was a must. And they are all concentrated on the Ghost Island, and there is no need to worry about affecting civilians. Even to be on the safe side, Rennes is buying 100 nuclear bomb silos. And not 1 or 2. 1 or 2 nuclear bomb silos alone, the time interval between launches is too long. But if there are 100 silos for nuclear bombs, that can basically achieve continuous and uninterrupted bombing. Rennes doesn't believe in monsters that people can defeat. You can't die with a nuclear bomb. One blow up does not kill, what about 100, 1,000? And these 100 nuclear bomb silos? It cost Rennes 5 million soul ore. Build another 100 weather controllers. Accurate lightning storms may not be useful to Kaido, but he also has a lot of elite subordinates. Rennes uses Kaido as an imaginary enemy. Do not hesitate to spend a lot of soul ore for various super weapon construction. It is also important to add 200 more gene centers to improve the strength of the overall soldiers. Rennes soul ore can be said to be rich overnight. He didn't save it. Rosa is an important guard against all forces around the world. It must be made into a strong war barrier. Be sure that even the 4 emperors are overwhelmed with an army. You can also wipe them out in one fell swoop. And the explosive troops have exploded from more than 1 million to 5 million people in the past few days. The number has multiplied, and it continues to increase. Strength is always king. Only the base is large enough. The probability of giving birth to powerful warriors is also high. Sure enough, a few days later, the Allies managed to produce the first super soldiers who broke 3 stars. Rennes named it a 4-star soldier. And people look at the streets, there are more and more soldiers in the forest. I couldn't help but tremble more and more. Inside a tavern, the drinkers were talking. It's terrible. You don't know that when I went hunting yesterday, the forest I usually went to, there were dense soldiers standing motionless, my god. As far as the eye can see, the whole mountain forest, the whole mountain range is full of people. It seems that Lord Rennes did not use his full strength to wage war against Mingo. With so many soldiers, how did he hide before? How to solve the logistics? Do they have other countries backing it? It's not surprising that so many soldiers are equipped with weapons. If they don't have a strong country as a logistical support, who believes it? There are more and more incomprehensible military buildings on the island. Fortunately, Lord Rennes is still good to us. After the successful establishment of that power station yesterday, now the entire island has access to electricity. Lord Rennes is definitely a fruit ability. I saw that where there were no buildings, there were many more buildings overnight. I think Lord Rennes is more like a god. Saved us from the tyranny of Doflamingo, without whom I would still be a toy. Now that the Allies are recruiting talented people, I have decided to sign up for the Allies. Add me, with such a strong strength, follow Lord Rennes, you will definitely be able to get ahead. What happened here must be reported to the head as soon as possible. This kind of force is no joke. I estimate, there may be more than 1 million soldiers. In the middle of nowhere, there are pirates of some strength whispering. Such a dangerous guy, haven't you seen it in the warrant? Are those people at the world government and marine headquarters all breaking? Another pirate captain couldn't help but say. Such an army does not belong to the world government, and acts so arbitrarily. Take 7 warlords of the sea. As a result, so far, Marine headquarters has not made any moves. Isn't this waste? Usually Marine's bounty order to them is very positive. The port was unblocked at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and we took the opportunity to go out. Such rapid development has also brought some problems. Lord Rennes, the strength has exceeded 5.5 million, and staying in Rosa is a bit crowded. Tanya came to report. First take down a few nearby islands, and it is also just time to train the troops, and there is also a fierce beast island nearby, which is suitable for Tibetan soldiers. You do it. Yes. Lord Rennes, through our genetic research on some superhumans, we have developed stronger super soldiers. If you add beastly genes, their individual combat power can fight against pirates with a bounty of about 8 million to 20 million Bailey. Good. 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 Rennes said 3 good words in a row. He constantly explodes troops. In addition to having a large force base, he can manipulate more weapons. The other is to build your own army of powerhouses. Although it is the same after each soldier is made. But the people and environments they come into contact with are different, which can make their individual thinking more active. From this was born some genius, to become more powerful. Rennes also collected the Haki cultivation method. Distributed to all GIs. I hope they can master this kind of power. At New World, Haki's cultivation method is not rare. Among the assets left by Brother Ming, there is this cultivation method. But to cultivate, you have to rely on talent. This kind of soldier, temporarily positioning 4 stars, improving their treatment, and letting them contact more things, the talent of these soldiers should be the strongest in this batch. How many such soldiers are there at the moment? There are currently 1,200 people, but the number is increasing every day. Take this team out alone, let Cyrus be the chief instructor, and let the people of the Gene Center heal his leg for me. Rennes pondered for a moment and then made arrangements. Cyrus was the legendary gladiator of Dress Rosa, undefeated in 3,000 battles. Although only 1 foot. But he is still a strong man who can bring down the top cotter Auntie. The pirates with a bounty of 300 or 400 million Bailey are usually not his opponents. If his leg is restored, it will be combined with a genetic bestialization type of potion. Stimulate his potential. Strength is expected to go further. With such strength, it is enough to serve as the teaching palace of this 4-star team in the early stage. As for whether he will refuse? Inexistent. Yesterday, Rebecca was announced as the new king of Dress Rosa. And Rennes became king of Dress Rosa. Also known as the protector of the Ming king. The daughter is the king, they are already completely tied to the same ship. Cyrus had to use it for himself. Now the allies are supported by Rennes' massive soul ore and the new environment of New World. We are absorbing relevant knowledge and resources, and we are developing rapidly. It won't be long before Rennes believes the whole world will be shocked by them. Lord Rennes, there's more good news. Chapter 21. What news? At present, the Gene Center has cracked a devil fruit, although the current cracking degree is only 40%, and it can only achieve part of the ability attribute application, but it can be put into actual combat, and the single combat power is not weaker than a 4-star warrior. Oh, which fruit cracked? Gladius explosive fruit, which can currently be used on self-detonating fighters, can be 3 times more powerful than before, and the current gene replication center can convert about 500 such self-detonating fighters every day. If Lord Rennes expands the gene replication center, this efficiency can be improved. Good. Rennes nodded in satisfaction. This adds 1 more whole card. With more troops and more capable people, the development is indeed very fast. Under a large base, there will always be a qualitative change in some parts. So Rennes continued to produce the great mobilization soldiers. At the same time, his personal attributes have also undergone a major update. Allied Commander, Gerard. Rennes. Money, soul ore 935 million. Command ability, full level. Physical ability, perfect gene synchronization devil fruit ability, combat power evaluation S and level. Total buildings, 308 buildings, main base 4, barracks 100, tank factory 50, nuclear power plant 30, genetic laboratory 20. The total strength is 5.51 million. 5 million mobilized soldiers, 510,000 magnetic storm infantry, biochemical soldiers, wild orcs, self-detonators, snipers, etc. Soldier stars, 4 stars 2,300, 3 stars 15,000, 2 stars 120,000, 1 star 5.3637 million. Vehicles, 20,000, including, Soul Mining Vehicle, Grizzly Tank, Light Prism Tank, Apocalypse Tank, V3 Rocket Launcher. Ships, 4,000, including, cruisers, destroyers, gunboats, motherships. Aircraft, 2,000, including helicopters, bombers, transports. Superweapons, 100 nuclear bomb silos, 100 weather controllers. Other buildings, 4,000, fences, pillboxes, Sentry, Patriot rockets. Previously dealt with Doflamingo until the end of the war. At that time, the loss of ordinary one-star soldiers exceeded 80,000. Especially Mingo kills in Rage. To maintain fire output. It's all the soldiers who are filling it with their lives. As for the 2-star 3-star combined loss, it also lost 5 or 6,000. The total loss of combat vehicles was more than 300, and the ships were basically not lost. The aircraft lost more than 100 heads. But these have now been added. Even high-ranking soldiers exceeded the original number. Because in war, destroying enemy buildings can also escalate soldiers. Great harvest. Looking at her properties panel, Rennes was satisfied. Many of these things are still increasing by the moment. The soul ore also rose from about 1 billion to about 2 billion at one time. But it took quite a portion. And the data of the Gene Research Center. He just listened to Tanya's report. Just sync their data from Devil Fruit to themselves. His personal combat strength has also become stronger. From the original S class, it has become S+. Send 100,000 troops to attack the islands under Beast's pirates, don't ask to take them, just let them mess up. After a deep groan, Rennes made a decision. Rennes is even going straight to Beast's pirates with his current strength. Not very cost-effective. So send fleets to attack the islands under Beast's pirates. To cover Rosa. Don't delay it for long, a few days is enough. Wait until the mobilization troops explode to about 10 million. Taking 4 Emperors Kaido's turf will be a little more robust. Of course, to about 10 million. Rennes estimated that his soul ore was also used up and down. Want to go further? The pace of the conquest cannot be stopped. If there is a Wano Country as a springboard, then soon Summit War himself may be able to try to win Marine Ford. Sit back and reap the benefits. If both islands are taken, radically disrupt the world, just around the corner. Received. As for 10 squads of 10,000 people. For other pirate forces. Although there are a lot of people, the average strength is still not comparable to the Sea Thief elite. But even if these 100,000 people die, as long as it can achieve the effect of disrupting the Beast's pirates' site, it is enough. People, Rennes is. A mere 100,000 is just cannon fodder. After many things, Rennes dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Returned to the lavish palace. Kaya immediately brought his favorite black tea. Took the initiative to help him squeeze his shoulders. It is also worth mentioning. This royal palace, where the Rebecca family currently lives. There are many buildings here. Rennes is in one of them. Rebecca's family is in another building. Hard work. Kaya looked at the busy man and said with a little distress. From the war to subsequent governance, the development of the army. Basically, he is alone in making decisions. Both physically and psychologically. He must be tired. Fortunately, I have a lot of energy now. How is it possible, people are not beaten with iron? Kaya said softly, glaring at Rennes with a slight disgust. She didn't know why this man was obsessed with changing the world. But no matter what, she will always support him. Although there is not much that can be done on their own. But will try to make him happy and comfortable. She had also taken perfect gene potion. But her talent is not particularly good. There are many resources piled up, and her combat power evaluation is only B level. Of course, her individual strength, she is still much stronger than the 4-star warrior. Don't believe you to try. Rennes smiled slightly. Kaya's face immediately turned red. Rennes is not a saint. When East Blue Kaya showed her love for him. The two have long had a relationship. Although the gameplay is still relatively conservative. But Rennes said so. Kaya immediately understood what Rennes meant. She is no longer a silly Baitian who does not understand anything. Try. Only. Try it. But in the face of Rennes, Kaya didn't want to admit it, and said stiffly. So half an hour later, Kaido began to egg, begging for mercy. Rennes proved that what he just said was not false. Can I really be this king? Rebecca and the family enjoyed dinner together. She didn't seem to be of much use. Every day is to listen to the complaints of the nobles below. She doesn't understand a lot of things yet. Although the former king of Likyoku, the former king, taught her many things. But it seems that many things in the country have been handled by Lord Rennes. There is no room for her to play. Don't think too much, to put it bluntly, we're just puppets. King Riku comforted. Dress Rosa seems to be getting better and better, everyone laughs more, and many people want to sign up to be part of the king's army, but these are not my credit. Rebecca really wanted to show herself in that man. I want to tell him with practical actions. He chose himself, not the wrong person. I'll definitely be able to make some achievements. Your Majesty, a ship from the sea has appeared at the port of East Blue Marine. Hearing this, King Liku's family frowned slightly. Previously, Marine and Doflamingo wore almost the same pair of pants. Now Doflamingo is down. Here comes Marine. Asterisk. Chapter 22. From the G4 Marine base to the current proximity to Dress Rosa, everything is fine. There is nothing wrong with it. It can appear at sea level with the island of Dress Rosa. The marine warship suddenly sounded the alarm. Jun, who was in the office, frowned slightly. What's wrong? Momuzagi-sama. Something is not quite right, you. Come and see for yourself. A trembling voice came from Officer Marine at the door. It's like trying to suppress the fear in your heart. He had to be afraid. Even subconsciously sounded the alarm bell of the battle directly. They were in line with 3 warships. It carried more than 2,000 people. Sail on New World. Even Marine didn't dare to be careless. Just invite 7 warlords of the sea. Momuzagi also brought enough elites. New World is the last place where all pirates gather. Strong as a cloud, even if she is a Marine Admiral candidate. With the strength to be infinitely close to Marine Admiral, don't dare to be careless. In New World. Don't say Admiral alternate. It was Marine Admiral, who had fallen more than one person. It's like a devil's nest. But in any case, the Marine officer swore by it. This is definitely the most shocking scene he has seen in his lifetime. On the Dress Rosa coastline, steel behemoths are lined up one after another. Massive and sturdy metal hull, dense muzzle. That large caliber cannon, just look at it. Officers like them, who have been dealing with warships for many years, shuddered. The larger the caliber, the greater the power. This is an immutable truth. But to make large caliber cannons, there are too many challenges to overcome. Every battleship, with a metallic luster, looks cold and unforgiving. Like a silent monster, it can roar and fire at any time. Light looks outward. It is several notches more advanced than the warships they have at the moment. And this is not a single ship. If you say one by one, you can still understand. Many pirates will modify a single ship in all aspects. Sometimes it is not surprising to encounter ships that are more advanced than their standard warships. But it's not one after another. Rather, row by row, thousands. This amount is inevitably too outrageous. If it were just ordinary small ships, there would be 1,000. That's not surprising. But such a ship looks like a warship armed to the teeth. And huge. There is even a deck above a warship, and there is also a thing that looks like a Taiwan iron bird. I don't know what that thing is. On every ship, there are also many soldiers. This scene is too shocking. It's a torrent of steel in the ocean. Before it began to roar, it gave people a huge deterrent. And this flag is not the flag of the Doflamingo pirates. It's a scythe and hammer that I've never seen before, and a flag of a red star. How is that possible? When did Rosa have a fleet of such a size? And this is not the flag of the guy from Doflamingo. What happened to Rosa? Jun walked out of the office and came to the bow of the ship. Looking at the coastline of Rosa, I couldn't help but be shocked. Even the Marine headquarters can't come up with so many warships of the same size. What the hell is going on here? Even if the world's top powers pour out of the nest, there can also be no fleet of this size. Is this something that Doflamingo has newly studied? As for the flag not hanging its own, maybe there is some kind of trade-off? Warning, warning! Ships ahead are not allowed to approach the waters of Rosa without permission. And right now, warning sounds came from those warships. This made Jun a little sudden. They were the only ones who issued warnings to others. Now it's the opposite. Lord Momuzagi, what now? Maybe something has changed in Rosa, and immediately report the current situation to Marine headquarters. Yes. Let's go up and meet them for a while to see if Doflamingo is still on the island. Jun is also a bold artist. And behind her is the Marine headquarters, the world government. The more this is divorced from reality, the more common sense the situation. The more you have to gather relevant intelligence. I'm Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, and I've come with the world government's order to invite Doflamingo to respond to the 7 warlords of the sea. Jun stands at the bow of the boat. Order the ships to approach. Then said loudly. If that's Doflamingo's handwriting, that would never have ignored orders from the world government. Even if they have such a staggering number of warships, they are no exception. Because the world government is the real ruler of this world. Marine Admiral alternate is also Vice Admiral. But Vice Admiral is often a way of saying that they are self-effacing. It turned out to be Marine. Ha ha ha. Those guys don't know Doflamingo is finished. On a warship, a group of pirates gathered. They were the pirates who went to Rennes in Rosa. They were all arranged on a number of warships. Engage in more basic work. Their discipline may not be that good. But the individual strength is stronger, and walking in the grey world can be more flexible, which is not small. At this moment, they were going to follow a team of 10,000 people to various islands under Kaido to do things. Unexpectedly, before sailing, I met Marine's alternate admiral. When they first saw them, they were still a little panicked. That's the alternate admiral, after all. It's a new world, with the exception of 4 emperors admiral. The most powerful people. Doflamingo is finished. As a world-famous female swordsman, Jun's observation haki is far beyond ordinary people. Suddenly I heard what the pirates were saying. She frowned, a little unsure of the real or not. You still have to go to the island to find out. Doflamingo, I have an order from the world government. If you refuse, you should know what the consequences will be. Jun still glanced at the terrifying fleet in front of him with trepidation. If only this were the usual one. This guy Doflamingo dares to look at no one so much, ignoring himself. She would have already raised her sword and killed it. Instead of warning like now. Stupid Marine, Doflamingo, this guy has long been killed by our Commander Sama. I was on the scene, the beam hit it, snorted, and the corpse was separated. You're here for nothing, let's go back to your Marine headquarters. That's right, now this is our allied territory. That's how the pirates behave. Especially now, it seems that some dogs are in a hurry. But they think it's cool. In the past, the characters were all reversed. It's usually Marine who has a huge power. Often expel them like this. Please stop advancing, warning. Warn. Listening to this voice, Jun frowned. The other Marine also held their weapons a little nervously. But there are also some Marine officers who quickly adjust their mentality. Whether it's fighting, or retreating. They are all mentally prepared accordingly. No matter who you are or what force you belong to, we are the people of the Marine headquarters, the obstructors, and we will all be treated as crimes. Doflamingo, are you still silent? Jun also gave an ultimatum. Asterisk. Chapter 23. If this is really Brother Mingo's ghost, that prank should end there. Unless he wants to go to all-out war with Marine HQ. But if it doesn't stop, then maybe something really happened to Doflamingo. Jun's voice with war intent and murderous aura resounded all around. With the blessing of armament Haki. Even many people in Dress Rosa heard it. Marine is here, but this kind of thing can't be hidden, it's good to drag on for a few days, and Marine headquarters doesn't have time to deal with us now. Rennes received the message early in the morning. Tanks are sitting leisurely. From Palace Heights to the port of Dress Rosa. The Dress Rosa people don't have any good feelings for Marine. They know that 7 warlords of the sea exists. It is allowed by the world government above. They are nothing but a hill. Won't you get out of the way? Jun drew his sword and unsheathed it, and the fierce sword intent caused the surrounding clouds to gradually crack. She stood at the bow of the ship, staring at the staggering fleet in front of her. She did not let her subordinates make a move. Although there are many powerful existences under the subordinates. But so many fleets. When she was alone. Only then can you be sure to rely on her speed flexibility to advance and retreat freely. At all costs. She's going to go up to Dress Rosa to see it. Determine whether Doflamingo is alive or dead. He was too close to the world government and 4 emperors Kaido. Once something happens, it will definitely cause a chain reaction. Prepare to attack. Seeing this, the commander on this side of the allied forces gave an order to all the fleets with an expressionless face. Rennes didn't stop it. He already knows who Marine is. This Marine is known as the Admiral candidate. Who is stronger than Doflamingo? And compared to the external fleet, there are more various military facilities on the island. He couldn't have exposed all of this to Marine. Buzz. With the order given, the outermost row of flotillas turned the machine gun batteries one after another, facing outward in unison. The thick barrel is also accompanied by the sound of metal gears turning. Calibrate the target position. Not a little timid. Jun didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so tough. Knowing that he is a person from Marine headquarters. But he was still ready for battle. Each ship is mainly defensive. Don't get sunk. Jun said this to the most elite Marine on the ship. Stopping shells with their strength should not be a big problem. Fire. Tom tom. Boom boom. In an instant, heavy machine guns and cannons of conventional caliber exploded. Dense bullets, forming chains of bullets, like a metal storm sweeping away. Overwhelming, all over the world. Be careful. Seeing such a terrifying fire cover, Jun also changed his face. The rate of fire of this weapon is so fast. Rapid succession, like a storm, continuously. Ben was just a bullet with a point of light, which was under high-speed fire at the moment. It has become a line of fire. Crisscrossed, alternating lines of fire back and forth, like Shinigami's scythe. To reap all life. Back off. Jun did not dare to be careless, and immediately let the warship retreat. Then she swung her own knife and slashed, and the atmosphere roared. Rumble. A red sword aura burst out. The sword is majestic, as high as 10 jong, like a curtain to meet the rain of bullets fired by the allies. Boom boom. Bullets and shells were detonated in the air by this sword chi. Sword chi? It's really good. Rennes wants such a handsome skill too. But alas, he won't. His strength is currently all obtained by physical transformation. I don't know how to comprehend this sword intent and launch this sword chi. But as a man, he also yearned for a life of fighting the sword and walking the end of the world. If this is a sword that can cut out handsome sword chi, that's even more perfect. Try to catch her alive. See how this sword chi is comprehended. Rennes picked up the communicator and informed the fighting team. The first round of bullets had no effect. But there are too many warships on Rennes' side. If it weren't for the fear of too much firepower and accidentally injuring your own fleet. If the entire fleet bombards together, that power can be dozens of times greater. After Jun slashed a blow, he took another step, and his backhand was another beautiful slash in the air, Thunderbird. Tsitsizi. Her sword intent was like thunder and lightning, and she slashed out hundreds of blows in an instant. After 100 blows, everything broke out in an instant, evolving into a dense sword chi slash, rotten and sharp. Boom boom. Several warships of the Allied forces were within the range of her sword chi to fight back. In an instant, many artillery batteries were cut off and destroyed by her. The metal material of a heavy machine gun that can withstand thousands of rounds per minute at high speed cannot withstand her slashing. Sword chi is really a good thing. Seeing this, Rennes' eyes brightened. This steel can be cut. Swordsmanship penultimate. Leaning over. Capture the enemy alive. The fleet of the Allies began to spread out and pass in a fan shape. Prepare to close the distance first, and then the siege. Finally, with unlimited firepower, they were exhausted. Rampant. Jun's anger couldn't help but well. It has always been they who suppressed the enemy with superiority in forces. When will the enemy dare to do this? This is absolute contempt. Be sure to make them pay. Her golden knife has a dark red armament haki wrapped around it. She scolded angrily, as if possessed by a Valkyrie, and the terrible haki rushed out wantonly. The sharp sword intent, like a substantial wind blade, shot out from her sword. Her eyes were fixed on the commander who had been giving orders on the largest warship. Although there are many enemy warships. But because it is moored inside and out. Some are even ready to sail. Not the best stance. Can't use the power of all fleets. So just take down the enemy commander. She is still able to subdue this terrifying fleet that has appeared out of nowhere. Rumble. A sea kings tens of meters long under the sea felt a strong uneasiness and suddenly rushed out. At this moment, Jun moved, and she suddenly stepped on the deck with her slender and straight long legs. Volley into the air and cut off the sea kings that was blocking in front of you with a sword. Then with the help of its body as a foothold, a little on tiptoe, a jump. Like a flying eagle flying towards the Nimitz aircraft carrier. Launch missile interception. The enemy is extremely fast. Unable to complete lock. Enter the ripple zone. Cancel the missile launch. Switch to an anti-aircraft gun salvo. Received. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Tom Tom. Jun's figure soars. The airspace where it is located. In between these momentary changes. At least by 1,000 anti-aircraft guns. Her beautiful eyes were suddenly shocked, air weapons. And so many. Even at Marine headquarters, anti-aircraft weapons have always been studied and extremely scarce. But these warships are all equipped. After a shell was fired, it exploded around Jun. Clusters of flames roared with high explosive shock waves and smoke. Wild bees dance wildly. Jun observation haki, aware of danger. These shells are extremely fast and powerful. The coverage area is even denser as raindrops. Even if her strength is called a monster by many. His swordsmanship is even rarer in the world. She once challenged Hawkeye and was undefeated in hundreds of moves. With the spun of her sword, countless sword chi burst out in all directions. Like a wild bee flying around, chopping down many anti-aircraft shells along the way, and that should have hit her. She rushed all the way, her posture swaying, extremely flexible. Her swordsmanship is more like a beautiful dance with a sense of art. People dance under the fire of shells. Like welcome. But extremely terrible and deadly. No strong person dares to underestimate her. Even 4 emperors and Marine Admiral. It's so hard to hit. She broke into the ship group. Do you abandon the fleet in that area and carry out indiscriminate bombing with strong fire? These guys are infinitely close to Admiral. Sure enough, none of them can be underestimated. But his army by all accounts. Perfect too. And he can have countless failures. But as long as Jun makes a mistake, it will fall into a land of disaster. Send flying troops to intercept. At this time, Rennes, who was about to arrive in the port, took command. Yes. Buzz. It was supposed to immediately break through to Jun of the aircraft carrier Nimitz. Suddenly I heard a buzzing sound. Then hundreds of pilots with jetpacks on their backs soared like walls in front of the fleets. Raised the weapon in your hand. It was aimed at the rushing Jun. Force her to land on a nearby cruiser. Flying soldiers. Jun felt that this army had brought her too many surprises. If Marine also has so many anti-aircraft weapons, so many flying troops, and such a fleet with such firepower, where dare this pirate on the sea be so rampant? But such weapons and equipment are equipped on such an unknown army. We have to figure out what's going on today. Bang bang! The pilots pulled the trigger on Jun at low altitude. Another metal storm is blowing. Feng Ming. Jun landed, reacted quickly, and rushed towards the sky with a knife. A phoenix-shaped sword aura swept away, roaring, and the mighty armament haki turned into a shockwave. Shake the soldiers on the destroyer ship out. And the sword chi that rushed to the sky, like Shinigami, rushed straight into the sky-dense flying soldiers. The blow was so swift that Haki could definitely strangle a piece of flying soldiers. But just when he cut off this piece of flying soldiers, the sword chi suddenly exploded in advance. Only turned into a shock wave. The concussion wave rippled in the air. The flying machines that shattered hundreds of flying soldiers. Let them make dumplings and fall into the sea. It's interesting. Naive Marine who doesn't want to kill indiscriminately. Seeing this, Rennes smiled slightly. Good. Just give it a try. Lay down your arms and surrender, or we will gather fire and attack your men. Rennes picked up the communicator and said. Voices came from various warships. When Jun heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted. The leader of the enemy army, so unscrupulous? It is clear that there is such an advantage in strength. You even want to threaten yourself with this method? As soon as I thought that I was only facing a part of the warships, I began to struggle a little. If all the warships of the opponent are scattered at the same time, arrange the battle stance. Artillery salvo words. Even if she has many right-hand men on her 3 warships. But it can't prevent round after round of fire coverage. But she knew that the more times like this, the more you can't show worry. Taking down the commander of that big ship is the point. To lay the foundation for victory and defeat. By the way, you are eyeing the commander who is not a real commander, but my subordinate. Torpedoes, blow through their ships. Just ignore Rennes' threat in Jun. When insisting on decapitation operations. Rennes' fluttering voice sounded. It made her stunned. Stunned for a moment. This time, she was instantly covered by artillery fire. The entire warship she was on instantly became a sea of fire and was shredded. But most of the soldiers had already been cleared by her in advance. Not many people died. Not many people died. It doesn't mean that no one dies. Her observation Haki sensed that many soldiers had died under fire from their own people. BD. This is similar to the radical Marines' approach. Let Jun can't help but scold. Isn't the life of a soldier a life? These ambitious guys. What do you think of human life? Be sure to take down this BD behind the scenes today. Although the enemy says so. But Jun didn't believe it. She firmly believes that her subordinates can block their attacks. At least for a short time. And she still had to go and capture the commander. She holds the sword in both hands, dark red haki, like blue smoke rising, and then covers her body and weapons. Power pervades every corner of the body. Prepare to rush forward. At this moment, there was a loud bang from behind. She suddenly turned around and saw that a big hole had been blown out of the bottom of one of the marine warships. At this moment, the sea water is rushing into it frantically. Warships are gradually sinking. The ships on board panicked and hugged the masts and other buildings. Panicked. What's going on? Attack from the bottom of the sea. Jun was immediately stunned, his beautiful eyes glaring angrily, a little incredulous. What weapons can be launched from the bottom of the sea? You can also punch such a big hole in a top marine warship with one hit. Know when the marine warship was built. It takes into account the impact of the General Sea Kings. Jun's forward rush becomes backward. Turn your head and choose to retreat. Because the overwhelming artillery fire sounded again. Unstable marines. This time it will definitely not be able to defend against such a powerful firepower. Even if the cannons shoot at each other, but the three of them. No, 2 warships also seem too weak. I'm like a villain. Rennes said lightly. Grabbing the underbelly of a good guy is a slam. Also rushing to the port, Rebecca, Cyrus heard Rennes. I can't help but be stunned. Villain? Villain? In a way, it is. For example, BABY5 and Seigneur, which now belong to Cyrus. In their opinion, this man is not only a villain, but also a brutal villain. Chapter 25. Retreat. The sword energy that Jun reflexively cut out disrupted the shells that flew towards the wreck. Get on other warships. Jun provides cover for soldiers who fall overboard. They also reacted quickly. Climbed onto unsunk warships. Woohoo! Several missiles cut through the long sky and dragged a long tail flame towards Jun. Overwhelming firepower, from the sea, the sky, rushed up. Jun turned offensive to defensive, and coped with great difficulty. I was even shocked. Clang! And manpower will eventually run out. Jun's sword dance is perfect and powerful. After all, she is a human, not a precise machine. Even though she had amazing physical strength and amazing reflexes, observation haki covered all around her. But it was still broken through by a powerful missile. The knife collides with the missile. She covered the red-clad armament haki in time. The explosion roared, throwing it out, and the Zisa marine cloak was blown to pieces. Reveal a sexy and wonderful body. There are too many shells, missiles, and bullets in the sky. Although on the sea, the only things Rennes can build at sea are submarines, docks and other facilities. Weapons such as light prism towers cannot be built and used. As a result, the firepower weakened a lot. But again, the enemy has less foothold at sea. This increases their hit rate. If there were only Jun, it would be detrimental to the Allies. With her strength, even if she dives into the sea, her speed is extremely fast. But she was caught in by Rennes. This limits her flexibility. Of course, if you don't take into account the live capture and the environmental impact of nearby Dress Rosa. A few nuclear bombs can be fired to try it out. But now, it's not that far. A salvo of torpedoes and batteries. Sink the other 2 warships as well. Lest they flee. Rennes stood in port, not in a hurry to land the mothership. Anyway, here with a telescope. You can also see the situation at sea, and you can also command on the ground. Originally it was possible to rely on satellites. But New World's climate isn't as stable as East Blue. There are often storms of all kinds without warning. And the magnetic field is chaotic from time to time. The magnetic storm infantry that caused Rennes has been adjusting. Kaya brought a chair for Rennes to sit down. Rennes commanded the battle leisurely. Whoosh! In an instant, hundreds of torpedoes and thousands of shells burst out of the chamber. All aimed. So much precision. Jun feels a lot of pressure. Defending is much more difficult than attacking. On this Wang Yang, the warship rises and falls with the waves. After the shell flies out, a hit rate of 1 in 10 is not bad. But for the enemy's warships, the accuracy of artillery shells is probably at least 6 or 70%. And that kind of fusiform, like a shell that can attack under the sea. It's like locking them up completely. Each shot was directed at the ship. This one is the hardest to solve. Only a very small number of officers and Jun can intercept with sword chi and super physical skills. Finger pistol. Shadow dance. A Marine Rear Admiral soared into the air, pointed out, and the sky was full of shadows. Shoot many shells in the air and detonate them in the air. Moonwalk, Tempest kick. Another Marine Colonel soared into the air, his footsteps in the air. In the upper field of protection warships. Raise your leg and sweep, and in an instant, kick out a piece of air-slashing blade with all your might. Membrane fruit. Shield. A Commodore held one hand high. A thin film protected another warship. At the same time, a group of Marine elites are all school-level experts. They are holding Marine long knives, brandishing, and some sword chi flying. Some bounce off and directly use a knife to cut down the flying shells. This group of officers is the most effective subordinate in Jun. Among them, Rear Admiral, Commodore, these are powerful Marines that can pose a threat to hundreds of millions of bounty criminals. If you don't have such strength. She was alone. Making a difference in New World is easier said than done. As an alternate admiral, you naturally have your own team. And they figured out that the Rennes fleet could shoot continuously. They also split into 2 shifts and took turns defending against attacks. Maximize defense in as short a time as possible. Sure enough, they are all elite, not easy to deal with. This battle is also an encounter battle for us, not a premeditated war. It seems to be a test for each other. Is it a superhuman naval battle is stronger, or is our modern warship naval battle stronger? Rennes is testing his troops all the time. When the land war is over, the naval battle must also be fought. Even this world dominated by the ocean. There are still more naval battles. The naval battles of this world are capable. It is possible to turn a warship that seems to be extremely easy to destroy into an extremely troublesome warship. But how long can your physical strength sustain this high-intensity battle? My firepower is infinite, and soon other warships will be able to spread out and go into war. Rennes still has plenty of confidence in his troops. At present, many warships remain in port positions. Because this coastline is not wide enough. It is not possible to deploy all warships really into the war. At present, it is only 1 in 5 warships. But they are already rapidly adjusting their positions and spreading out. In the form of encirclement, it is necessary to completely surround these warships. Once the encirclement is formed, they will definitely be unable to fly. So now it's a short period of fighting. It's also best for Rennes. To Jun. That's the countdown to defeat. Send self-detonating fighters. Rennes continued to order. Received. So from the warships, small speedboats were released one after another. On each speedboat, a self-detonating fighter sat. They were densely packed and surrounded like locusts towards the 2 marine warships. What a fast boat! Lack of ammunition, want to fight us for nothing? I can't ask for it. Many marine were not surprised to see this. They are all the best of the best on the front line of New World. Even if it's only a measly 2,000 people. But under the leadership of Jun and the generals. They have taken several chaotic countries. This is one of Jun's many credits for becoming an alternate admiral. From the beginning of the encounter, they have been suppressed by enemy fire. And their artillery could not hit the opposing warships at all. Occasionally hit the nearest ship. It is only to let it be lost, and it cannot be sunk at all. It can be said that he has been passively beaten. Everyone held their stomachs full of fire. Now they dare to fight with their own white blades? They are the most famous swordsmanship squad in all of Marine. Find death. Come on. A Marine Commodore can't even wait to take the initiative. Step on the moonwalk and head straight for the dense dinghy. He has to behave well in front of Jun Lord. They are not a liability. Once in their white blade battle range, they are the absolute ace team. Don't be impulsive, retreat first. Jun no longer underestimates this team that appeared in Dressrosa out of thin air. Their firepower is too fierce. Even she felt threatened. What's more, the command of the other side has always been perfect. Constant bombing of all kinds of fire, as well as target selection is no problem. Although the tactics are not very clean. But the battlefield is like that. Blame yourself for being caught by him. But when was he caught? She didn't know. But the opposing commander must have amazing observation. Suddenly melee with them. Is there really such a good thing? Or do they simply not know how strong their team is in a white knife battle? Asterisk. Chapter 26. But is this possible? It is indeed possible. On this sea, no force has the intelligence capabilities as strong as their marine headquarters and the world government. This legion, they had never met before. Even if they get some intelligence. But how much can you know? Perhaps the enemy really thought that they only had a few warships. Want to try to drown them alive with a sea of people? If so, it would be exactly what they wanted. You know, she has several capable cotters. All can be done with one enemy in 1,000. Others, the weakest can also achieve 1 against 10. It's just that Jun is still a little uneasy in his heart. Those terrible Death Squad soldiers again. Look at this familiar scene. Baby 5, Senior is trembling in his heart. They all suffered from these soldiers. Even Senior, the ability to swim fruits. At that time, I was able to swim freely in the field. The first time I suffered a loss, I was not killed. And he went underground. The self-detonating soldier should have been helpless against him. But it's not. 1 can't, 2, 10, 100. Directly blew out a big hole in the entire street where he was located. For the first time, he was frightened by a group of soldiers who were not strong in battle, and his legs and feet were a little weak, and he had no will to fight. How can anyone not take the life of a warrior as his life? How could they give their lives so willingly? The aftermath of the explosion stunned him alive. Then he was dug up in the soil and captured alive. But now these explosive soldiers have become their own people. Senior has subconsciously begun to sympathize with those Marine. You say who you provoke is not good. Provoke such a terrible tyrant. The same is true of Baby 5, which she has suffered when she resists. Do you want me to make a move? Cyrus looked at the soldiers. Also know that their lives are coming to an end. He thought if he made a move, will that group of soldiers not have to die? So many loyal soldiers. Dying like this, he felt too wasteful, and he was a little unbearable. Can you take her down? Rennes didn't refuse, just asked Cyrus a word. No. Although Cyrus was very strong, now his legs and feet have recovered. Modified by the genetic center. His strength is also stronger than before. But I haven't completely digested the gene potion yet. And he saw it clearly. The Marine alternate admiral is even better than him. And there are so many elites around. He rushed over and couldn't take them either. Everyone has their own mission, this is the particularity of their existence, they are people, but they only know how to accept orders at the lowest level, there is no too rich feelings, their birth is to explode the brilliance of the moment, that is their real destination. Rennes said more. After all, Cyrus they have become their own people. He did not want Cyrus to have too much psychological burden in the future war. These days, they propagate egalitarian liberal ideas. Already won the approval of the whole Dressrosa. The ideological frenzy of hammer and sickle. Rennes can be dispensed with a mind controller. It is easy to control all citizens. And only under this unprecedented ideological frenzy. Their potential is expected to be exploited into ultimate. Can create more miracles. Rebecca heard this and did not speak. Just clench the little powder fist tightly. She has to work hard too. She was trained by Cyrus from an early age. Its strength is not weak. Ordinary 4-star warriors, she can fight dozens of them by one. It's just that all along, her goal of cultivation is not to hurt others, but to protect herself. This is a philosophy that her father instilled in her. From a father's point of view, of course no problem. But sooner or later she had to take that step. Because they want to go further. If you can help him build an ideal country, even if it is death, it is worth it. Rebecca thought to herself. She found what she wanted to do. What this man has to do is great. It is also destined to need a strong helper. Work harder. Boom. A powerful explosion broke her thoughts. She looked up suddenly. The Marine Commodore landed on an airship, preparing to bring down the self-detonating soldiers. But he was greeted by the art of explosion. Base. Jun couldn't help but exclaim. Whoosh. But in the blink of an eye, one after another, the airships crashed into the sea of explosions. Boom boom. The flames of the explosion were from 10 meters high. It rose to 15 meters, 20, 30 meters high. A sea of fire soared into the sky. Even the sea surface is floating with flames, which cannot be extinguished by the tide for a while. Moonwalk. A piece of embarrassment, the whole body was scorched black, and the figure full of blood rushed out of the sea of fire. He looked at the dense airship below with trepidation. Fear felt. What's the situation? These soldiers are all carrying amazingly powerful bombs. Meet and blow up directly? Where in this sea is there such a style of play? It's crazy too. This is not a Jedi war in which the country is broken. If so, how much more can he understand? This is obviously an encounter battle that neither side is prepared for. Whoosh. And the other party seems to have anticipated this situation for a long time. Anti-aircraft missiles have long been ready. Listen to the sound of breaking the air from all directions. Base Commodore's face changed dramatically. It's over. This time, there is no way to hide. As soon as he took off, the missile approached. Badly injured, unable to bounce quickly moonwalk away. Fiona, use all your abilities and retreat immediately. Jun though was unwilling. I didn't even see the face of the enemy leader. It's so embarrassing. But now you have to retreat. Can't move any further. They have lost their head. The decapitation operation failed. Drag on any longer and wait for the enemy encirclement to form. It's too late to escape. Jun said, a shaved moonwalk, hacky overlay, teleport next to base. Grabbed him by the back collar and threw it straight to the boat. This is followed by a round dance/swing. A round of ring sword chi swept out, but the missile was also close at hand. Boom! Missiles and sword chi collided. The powerful explosion unleashed a terrifying shock wave. Jun's figure fell from mid-air at great speed. Momuzagi Vice Admiral. Whoosh! But Jun was only shocked by the shock wave and lost his mind for a moment. These strip-shaped shells, the power of close-range explosion is really terrible. Withdraw. Jun a few moonwalks. Dodged more than a dozen missiles in a row, and then fell on the warship. A white halo glowed on a female powerhouse on the ship. This white halo envelopes 2 warships. Then the speed of the 2 warships skyrocketed, and they didn't even raise their sails. It shot out like an arrow. The speed was so fast that Rennes was a little untouched. Capable people, it's really practical. But poke a hornet's nest, it's not so easy to get rid of. Pick me up, the Air Force command. Yes. The 2 warships of Jun quickly fled wrapped in a white halo. But Jun's face is not very good looking. Because some of the overboard Marines have not yet been saved. Only saved most of them just now. Although in that situation just now, her decision was fine. But in my heart, it is extremely uncomfortable and difficult to accept. The Marines on the warship were a little silent. Until the voice of a phone bug broke the silence. It was the phone bug in Jun's pocket that rang, and she subconsciously connected the phone bug. I'm Sengoku, I just received a report from you about the dress Rosa abnormality. Is there any progress in things now? We are defeated and on the run. Jun said lowly. What? Marshal Sengoku was shocked. Chapter 27. Marshal Sengoku, who was holding an all-army meeting, was stunned at once. In such a short time. Momuzagi is on the run and on the run. Are you kidding? Because this is not an established secret call. Marshal Sengoku didn't think much either. Dialed directly at the meeting. They were discussing a detailed battle plan for Whitebeard. The news of the public execution of Ace has spread all over the sea. The Marine summoning order has been issued to the whole sea. In the first half of the Grand Line, New World's Marine base has selected elites to go to Marine headquarters. Many famous Marine generals also led the army. Bring all the elite. Basically, they are 1 out of 10, 1 in 100 Marine elite. Because of this battle, they are going to win Whitebeard. There is no room for mistakes. Of course, this summons the whole army, not that all the elites have arrived. It's the defense of the world's Marine base. Drop one or a few notches. Bring out all the Marine elites that can be transferred. For example, an important base that was originally guarded by Marine Admiral. Descend to alternate Admiral Guard or powerful Vice Admiral Guard. Admiral pulls out. The base formerly guarded by Vice Admiral. It can be guarded by important cotters around you. After the fermentation of things these days. At present, more than 70% of Marine has come to Marine headquarters from all over the world. Marine headquarters is the largest department of the world government on the sea. There are millions of Marine branches all over the world. But only 100,000 elites were drawn. This is an assessment based on Whitebeard's overall strength. Face monsters like Whitebeard that can launch a wide range of attacks. If there are no weapons and high-end combat power that can stifle Whitebeard. No matter how many people, in front of his earthquake ability. It's all cannon fodder. They have top-notch combat power. As long as the top combat power can handle Whitebeard. The captain and pirate elite under him. In Sengoku's opinion, 100,000 elites, including Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral, are enough to win. Whether from the basic combat power or the high-end combat power. Their side is facing the attack several times. But victory and defeat are not just a competition on the surface of combat power. And the game on IQ. Whitebeard is also a powerhouse full of variables. Marshal Sengoku even had a superiority in forces. Also be prepared for all kinds of plans. Marshal Sengoku initially received reports from the Jun warship. Ben didn't pay much attention. Continue to give a meeting to all the Marine generals. Many Marine generals at the meeting just now speculated. Jun Vice Admiral encounters a strange fleet near Dress Rosa. I don't know if it will be disguised by the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Whitebeard is if not only the elite. Instead, all pirates take it. Its strength is also extremely terrifying. But in that kind of conflict, if the strength is not good. If you can't withstand the aftermath, you will only sacrifice in vain and waste your life. In the upcoming battle. If even the aftermath is unbearable. It's useless to come. On the contrary, it will also affect other elite troops. After all, the speed of responding to commands is different. Reacting and fighting back are also different. But what if Whitebeard really brought all the troops? And halfway through the meeting, Marshal Sengoku suddenly remembered the commander of the Goya Kingdom of East Blue. So he couldn't help but call back the phone worm. This is an intuition of his. But Marshal Sengoku never expected to connect the phone worm. It will be such bad news to hear. The Marine generals present were dumbfounded for a while. Feel like you've misheard. Jun's strength is close to that of any Marine Admiral. And she's still young, in time. They will definitely succeed Aokiji Akainu and become the new Marine Admiral. Become a pillar of Marine. But it's their time for such a meeting. Jun alternate Admiral is defeated. Now on the run. The lazy Aokiji cheered up slightly. Kizaru, who was drinking tea, slowly put down his teacup. Momuzagi Vice Admiral, what happened to you? Is it really the Whitebeard pirates? When a Vice Admiral heard this, he couldn't help but stand up and say. His voice also reached Jun directly through the phone bug. Hearing this, all the generals subconsciously quieted down. Everyone's expressions gradually became solemn, and their spirits rose up. This is if you encounter Whitebeard's fleet. That thing was said in a meeting with them. It's completely different. Judging by their personality analysis and situation with Whitebeard. Such an open-minded provocation of theirs. Whitebeard will definitely choose the front tough. As for why? Because he is the strongest man in the world. Have the courage to be fearless. It is also this courage that has made him the strongest in the world now. There are still days before the execution of the Ace of Fire. Both sides should be gathering troops at this moment. What Whitebeard should do now is blur his tracks. Instead of appearing in the light of Marine's surveillance. If it's really Whitebeard's disguised fleet. So as not to let Jun alternate Admiral reveal more about their whereabouts and arrangements. I'm afraid I won't let Jun go easily. Even to weaken Marine. It is also possible to hunt down and kill in the end. If you really want that. It's impossible for the Marine to turn a blind eye. Marine Admiral will definitely be sent to meet it. Could it be that the war is about to break out ahead of schedule? Thinking of this, no one's face can relax. Even Marine Admiral. But Marshal Sengoku did not think so. He really thought that it was very likely that it was that force in the kingdom of Goya. Because the timing is also too coincidental. It's not the Whitebeard pirates, I didn't see any familiar faces, it was a strange army, but the various weapons and equipment were very terrifying. And they declared that Doflamingo had been killed by them. I didn't see the body, but I thought it might be true. Hearing this, General Marine once again stirred. Even with their strong psychological qualities. There are also some that can't withstand the successive explosive news. Doflamingo is an extremely cunning pirate, if even such a pirate is killed by this inexplicable force, and it is not a known force, then I am afraid that things will be troublesome. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Crane Vice Admiral. Maybe I know who it is, but I'm not sure yet. Jun, tell me the details. All army on alert. That bunch of guys haven't given up yet. Jun suddenly hung up the phone bug. Jun gets up and looks up at the sky. What's wrong? Boom. Before Jun could answer, a piercing sonic boom sounded, and dozens of missiles locked on them. What a joke, we have escaped at least 20 kilometers. Bess said incredulously. And the many generals of the Marine headquarters looked at the phone worm that Jun hurriedly hung up. I couldn't help but look at Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku just said that he probably knew who it was? And what about Momuzagi Vice Admiral? Asterisk. Chapter 28. Looking at the appearance of the generals. These include Aokiji and Kizaru. They also all looked at him with a desire to learn. Sengoku was silent for 2 seconds. Then tell the story of what happened in the Goya Kingdom of East Blue not long ago. This matter Marshal Sengoku thought was over. Another war is about to be launched against Whitebeard. I thought that since things were not as complicated as I thought. Just set it aside for now. Unexpectedly, the situation that he was most worried about in his heart still appeared. An army of at least several 100,000 people, with a suspected very advanced fleet, suddenly appeared, took the Goya Kingdom of East Blue, and the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral was once captured alive. The entire nobles of the Goya Kingdom have been slaughtered. Provoking Marine HQ and even threatening you and Vice Admiral Garp to join them. Rampant. It's too rampant. Dare to use violent means to seize the kingdom of others. Whether it is the kingdom of Goa or Rosa, this is a naked provocation to the Marine headquarters. Listen to Marshal Sengoku tell the story. Numerous Marine generals after an initial shock. They all lashed out impassionedly. They are representatives of justice at sea. How is it possible to tolerate such criminals? Everyone calm down. If the other party really masters hundreds of thousands of troops and has the ability to take Doflamingo. Now they have defeated Jun and put it in a situation of being hunted down, which shows that this army is extremely difficult to deal with. What's even more frightening is that they have been developing for so long, we only know now. The calm and heavy voice of the Crane Vice Admiral interrupted the general's indignation. Indeed. In that remote place of East Blue, our intelligence is not focused, and it is possible to miss something. Burning Mountain Vice Admiral said. Doflamingo may be true, I have been trying to contact him by phone bug for the past few days, but I have not responded once. There's no way that guy doesn't care about a war with Whitebeard. Marshal Sengoku guessed. Perhaps Doflamingo will raise the price in order to benefit from the mandatory convening order. Once or twice may not heed his incoming calls. After repeated times, he did not answer a single call. This is clearly unreasonable. Their situation in Jun is not very good, the most important thing now is to recontact Jun to find out the details. Tsuru Vice Admiral reminded. When the generals heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Judging by the situation where Jun hurriedly hung up the phone bug just now. Jun's situation is not good. Probably still being hunted down by the other party. I continue to try to get in touch. Marshal Sengoku naturally knew this. During the period of telling everyone about what happened at East Blue, Marshal Sengoku has made several attempts to recontact. But I never got in touch. This made everyone's hearts a little heavy. Even if they want to send troops to support Jun. You also need to know where she is now. Gaga. Fortunately, after a few more attempts, Marshal Sengoku's phone bug was connected again. Whew. As soon as it was connected, there was a heavy breathing sound from the opposite side of the phone worm. Momuzagi, how's it going? Marshal Sengoku hurriedly asked. Many Marine generals also quieted down and listened intently. Judging by the breath, they roughly judged that the situation was probably not optimistic. It's just still a little hard to accept. Logically, the fleet led by Admiral, an alternate in Jun, had escaped. How can you still be hunted down? She has a quick fruit ability on board. In terms of the speed of the sea fleet, in all of Marine, she is in the top 3. Our warship had escaped at least 20 kilometers away, but it was still attacked by strip shells, which were so powerful that even if I coped with them, I had to be extremely careful. Thundered. When Jun's voice fell, deafening explosions rang out one after another. What? There are shells with such a range and power, stronger than the latest artillery of our scientific troops. The ghost spider said with a gloomy face in shock. Know how many resources marine science has invested. There is also Pika, a rare genius scientist in 1,000 years. But even so, the cannon that came out of the research. You can't hit 20 kilometers away. And shoot accurately. How did the other party do it? It's slowed down a bit. Rennes holds a flat panel monitor. Above is a real-time picture from a satellite. 2 marine warships are still on the run. Jun stands at the bow of the ship, wary of the air and sea. Rennes constantly transmits the latest positions to the Air Command. The missile lock position of the Air Command is continuously launched. Even if it takes a little time to fly. But then Rennes only needs to make a little prediction. Don't say tens of kilometers. As long as it is still monitored in real time by satellites. Even if it is hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers. Medium and long-range missiles can also easily lock on to the target. If this consumes on, Jun will be consumed alive by him sooner or later. Another 50 rounds, lock the entire area, and start bombing. Rennes flew under the tablet a few quick taps. Boom boom. Then Rebecca, Cyrus, and others saw various areas from Dress Rosa. There are missiles with tail flames soaring into the air. A mighty piece of missiles, bursting out of supersonic speed. Draw a beautiful, yet death-filled arc in the sky. You definitely can't be an enemy of this kind of guy in this life, so a few lives are not enough. This is the truest thought of Cyrus, Senor, Gladius, and others at the moment. The enemies are all fleeing so far. But it can still be easily locked and attacked. So that the enemy for 24 hours, if harassed by non-stop attacks. Who can stand this? Take 10,000 steps back, even if you can resist the shell. But in this case, anyone who is attacked will develop the habit of frightened birds. Psychologically suffering greatly. After all, everyone is not careful. It is possible to die under the shell bombardment. This BD guy. Don't let me catch you, or you'll look good. Jun looked at the sky and the cannonballs were once again bombarded. So angry that my blood pressure skyrocketed. It's too much deception. When Marine for so many years. Never escaped such a distance. It's been bombed. Now there is not even a target for counterattack. There has never been such a grievous battle. This made the silver teeth she hated about to be crushed. But now, in addition to passive defense, continue to flee. There is simply no other option. Jun defends off missile bombardment. While reporting the situation to Marshal Sengoku. It has escaped 30 kilometers, and the other party can still attack? This 40 kilometers, or continue to be attacked. The Marines' generals were extremely heavy. Could it be demon fruit power? Are they marked? Have you washed your whole body with a haki cover? Tried it, it didn't work. It may be locked by weapons, not those with abilities. If it is locked by weapons, then the other party will definitely be able to obtain your vision information, and it is accurate information. The sky from top to bottom is the best. Momuzagi, look at the sky and see if you can find an abnormality. With a few words, Marshal Sengoku hammered out some of the characteristics of this weapon. And I have to say that it is very accurate. Good. Momuzagi is convinced of Marshal Sengoku's analytical skills. Hey? The attack method has changed, she has begun to attack the clouds. Who is she talking to? Is it perceiving that the field of view is captured? It seems that these Marine cannot be underestimated. The more hands, the more nature is exposed. Rennes looked at Jun, who suddenly changed his target on the monitor, and said lightly to himself. But I'm not very worried. Satellites, higher than they want. Chapter 29. Marshal Sengoku, I have smashed all the nearby flowing clouds and continue to retreat south, and the other side's shells can still aim at us. Jun is about to be tortured and has no temper. Hear this. The faces of the Marines present became more and more solemn. They put themselves in a situation and think about it. If this happens to you, is there a different solution? How can such long-range strikes be avoided? But it seems like all the ways that can be tried. Jun has tried it all. Is there really nothing you can do? Can only be on guard all the time? Wouldn't that be to torture people crazy? This guy, the weapon he has, is inevitably too lazy, too terrible. Not in the sky? No, definitely in the sky. Could it be above the sea of clouds? Marshal Sengoku frowned and pondered. Just now, he also instructed Jun to go around behind a desert island. If it is a head-up gaze, surely no warships will be seen. So it can only be a top-down view. At this moment, everyone was silent. Do not dare to interrupt Marshal Sengoku's thoughts. Even Kizaru and Aokiji. Think of the best way at the moment. It is to turn the bow of the ship and kill through the enemy. After all, their strength, few people in this world can resist. Thundered. Crackling. A voice coming through a phone bug. Marshal Sengoku's eyes suddenly brightened. The voice just now, is it caused by lightning? Yes, in the Southeast Sea, there is a storm. We've avoided there as much as possible. Jun replied. Good. Jun was stunned for a moment and looked at the phone bug. Marshal Sengoku won't be senile dementia anymore. Do you want to listen to what he himself just said? They were chased and killed, there were shells in the sky and storms in the sea. Still good. Now there are 3 possible ways to get out of the track. One is to let the warship enter the storm area now, the second is to hold on, wait for night to fall, and the whole warship will turn off all the lights, and the third is to find a vast island, abandon the warship, and hide on the island with all the crew, waiting for rescue. Marshal Sengoku opened his mouth to give advice. Jun was silent for a second and said, I choose the first one. Enter the storm area, although dangerous. But they are experienced sailing in New World. It should be safe and sound. The second takes until night, which is too long. Even if she could hold out until then. I don't know if there will be any follow-up combat forces after that. In case night can't block the view of the sky. Shells continue to bombard. They are powerless to resist and they are finished. The third is the large island, which is not so easy to find in a short time. And as a general of the First Army, abandon the warship and hide on the island until rescue. That would definitely be the most humiliating stroke of my military career. Okay, keep the phone bug as smooth as possible. Heading towards the storm area. Came up with a countermeasure so quickly? Is it Sengoku, that old fox? Seeing this, Rennes silently put away the control tablet embodied by the system. Still whispered. Lord Rennes, no more pursuit. Seeing this, Rebecca asked puzzled. This continuous bombardment continues. If you change to an ordinary person, it is very likely that you will finally let the other party raise your hands and surrender. No need, since they find a way to get rid of it, just let them go. Besides, the real fishermen are waiting for the fish to come. Rennes smiled slightly. It's a test. If that woman comes back again, that shows that she is indeed a good general. Because she still has many subordinates in Rennes. If she hadn't come, Rennes had nothing to lose either. The two themselves do not have much hatred. It's not worth standing around and killing it. And if a good general, then their allies are also very short. Fishing? Waiting for the fish to come? Rebecca's pretty face froze. I don't know what Rennes means. Let's continue with the previous plan. Received. But this time, the Marine headquarters knows more or less about some of the peculiarities of the Allied weapons. As for the troops, probably they have not been able to detect them clearly, and if they judge wrongly, it will be beneficial to us to leak very little things. Things to do with Rennes. They were destined to meet sooner or later. If exposed, it will be exposed. But this war uses very few means. If they make a wrong judgment because of this, not only is it not the slightest harm to Rennes, instead, it would be a benefit. Jun-sama, that kind of shell is not coming again. Everyone hurry up and hold on to the hull of the ship. Don't let the waves blow down. Base Commodore hissed in the wind and rain. The ships rose and fell violently under the storm. Don't be careless, maybe they see through our plans, maybe they are lurking at this moment, wanting us to relax our vigilance and wait for the opportunity to give us a fatal blow. Jun said. Really get rid of it. Jun was bummed to the point of doubting life. The mental state of the frightened bird has been initially formed. None of the others refuted it. Held on for too long. They also wonder if they really got rid of it. Until half an hour later. Jun deliberately sold a few flaws before and after. None of them summoned missiles. Only then did she gradually believe that she might really get rid of the enemy's lock. Marshal Sengoku also got the synchronization news for the first time. Jun, use observation haki to see if you can sense something. If stormy clouds or chaotic magnetic fields can act as a shield, then night will do the same. As long as weaknesses can be found. Marshal Sengoku believed that there would be a way to overcome it. And let Jun do it. It's because her observation haki is naturally very powerful. Understood, Lucas, you help me guard the surroundings. Jun sits on the deck. Yes. Lucas Rear Admiral saluted. Thinking precipitated, the spirit is highly concentrated. Wait until the clouds are weak and have little impact on haki. She will concentrate all her efforts and spread her knowledge to the sky. Soon found such a place. If her haki spreads out in all directions. At most, it covers one island. But if the bundle is the same size as a line, the place where it can be extended is much longer. It's just such a perception. What you can catch is tiny. In battle, an area the size of a line has no practical effect. She is doing this now, just to test whether there is something watching them from above the sky. She didn't have time just now. There was no chance to do that. I feel it, there is a faint feeling of being watched by the field of vision above the sky, but it seems to be still higher. Jun has a vague intuition. In this way, in the future, we must pay more attention to the vision from above, and come up with a way to deal with it, but I don't know what their limit range is. With such a weapon, it is also too convenient to monitor enemy actions. Jun, after you leave the storm area, see if you will encounter another attack, test the enemy's monitoring area. Understood. In addition, report the detailed process of your engagement, since this army is so weird and has the ability to move to dress Rosa for such a long distance in a short time, it cannot be underestimated, and the Marine headquarters has decided to deal with the issuance of a wanted warrant. As for the amount of the bounty, it comes from all the information at the moment. After the Marine generals and Marshal Sengoku unanimously discussed. Allied Commander Gillard. Rennes' first bounty was set at 1 billion Baileys. A high bounty destined to shock the world. But at the same time, it is also the strangest bounty. Asterisk. Chapter 30. This has been reported to the world government. The proposed bounty is also agreed. But now that we are at war with Whitebeard, we can't draw too many troops to deal with this sudden force. Everything will have to wait until the dust settles on the battle with Whitebeard before we can free up our hands to solve them. In addition, the world government ordered us to confirm Doflamingo's life and death as soon as possible. To live to see people is to see corpses. Sengoku-san, this so-called allies, really have thousands of warships. Doberman Vice Admiral still has doubts. Let's not talk about the firepower of their warships. This amount alone is amazing. Such a large fleet. No matter how they hid before. You shouldn't be able to hide it. Such a fleet, the resources and money required are too huge. The top warships of the entire Marine headquarters are far from reaching this number. If small and medium-sized ships join in, there are more than a few thousand of Marine's headquarters. It's really unbelievable, but the Jun report says that only some warships have launched an attack, others have not, so it cannot be ruled out that the enemy has adopted some kind of ability, confusing our perception, and the actual warships may not be that many. Marshal Sengoku mused. From common sense, there are no problems with the judgment of Marshal Sengoku. The problematic is, Rennes warships are entirely self-produced. As long as the soul ore is enough, there is no need to use the other resources of this world. Naturally, the Marine headquarters can't find anything. Is this really the way this bounty slip is sent? Only one name, no photos? A Vice Admiral said. This is the strangest wanted warrant ever. They just passed messages to each other. Even the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, the arrested man. I've never really seen what an enemy leader looks like. At least that's how the Flying Squirrels reported to them. Not to mention them. At the moment they only know one name. It was when he spoke to Sengoku before. Self-declared name. But that's the name. According to their preliminary judgment, bounties of up to 1 billion Bailey have been given. This has been since the time of the Sea Thief. A monster that reaches 1 billion in the first bounty. This is the absolute dark horse in the bounty list. Before the era of sea thieves, the first time that such a high reward was offered was Admiral, who defected from Marine. They all know the strength of Admiral. Other than that, even One Piece Roger. His bounty also goes from less to greater. Step by step. There is no way, we still don't know what the commander of the Allied forces looks like. I don't know his specific strength, but his current danger comes from the legion he leads. Marshal Sengoku shook his head. If the Buster Call is launched, are you sure that the criminals of Dressrosa will be wiped out? New World's G5 base leader Virgo and G4 base deputy base chief, as well as Momuzagi Vice Admiral, are not very far from Dressrosa. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral suddenly proposed. He's a Hawk Marine. Since criminals appeared on the sea, then it is necessary to completely kill it. It's really possible to succeed. No matter how many warships they have, the island will not move. I don't believe they can withstand Buster Call's fire. As long as you find the right direction of attack, it is possible to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Doberman Vice Admiral affirmed. And at present, the Allies do not seem to have too strong individual combat power. Resist their first wave of fire. The odds of winning are great. I don't agree, there are still tens of thousands of ordinary people on the island of Dressrosa. The people are innocent. In order to destroy criminals, the necessary sacrifices are acceptable. So the generals of the two sides engaged in another war of words. But no one can convince each other. Then the rear admiral vice admirals looked at the two Admiral Aokiji and Kizaru. And Marshal Sengoku. The old man disagrees. We currently know very little about the Allies, and through the bounty, we can let the bounty hunters test their strength. Of course, most importantly, have you forgotten that we are still facing the threat of Whitebeard? Compared with the monster of Whitebeard, this sudden allies, although the military is powerful, how can its danger be compared with the Whitebeard pirates? Kizaru said slowly. It's best if it can be solved, but if it can't be solved, we will lose our troops before the war. If you lose the war with Whitebeard, you won't know what it means. Aokiji's words came out. The sound of Buster Call is small. Half a day later, it was almost dusk. Fish scale-like clouds of fire hang high in the air. Rennes wanted warrants from various marine bases after printing. Rapidly released to the world. New World. Wano Country, Ghost Island. How come the clown guy's goods have been slow for so long this time, and he doesn't even answer the phone bug? This is not a qualified collaborator. How many days is he overdue? Luxurious room. Kaido gulped with strong liquor, drunkenly smoking the embers. The eyes are full of violence. The little devil who does not keep the agreement, he is extremely annoying. Since the arrival of Doflamingo's artificial animal fruits, the strength of the troops under him has increased greatly. The Legion of the Able, the only one in the world. He also wants to continue to develop and grow such a legion. Anyone with such ability can defeat 100 with one enemy. It is he who has won the important power of the world. This time, it was not delivered in time. Even the phone bug doesn't answer, which makes Kaido somewhat unhappy. It's been 2 days overdue. That guy is very ambitious, maybe he is planning something. Ember said lightly. What's the use of ambition? In this world, there is no strength that matches ambition, everything is illusory. Kaido said coldly with disdain. How about that guy from Whitebeard summoned his forces? This is a rare opportunity to kill that old man. The surveillance ships have been sunk and cannot obtain the latest intelligence. Ember shook his head and said. Sure enough, but in the last few days, it's time for him to act, keeping the islands on the lookout for some unusual changes and fleets. From New World to the first half, there is a distance. Whitebeard must leave a few days early. At that point, it's his chance to win the Whitebeard head. At this moment, Quinn held the bounty. Scurrying in from outside. Big brother, something happened to Dressrosa. The clown guy is suspected to have been killed. Here is the latest report about Dress Rosa and what allied chieftains are wanted. First bounty of 1 billion Bailey. The marine guys are not mistaken, right? Ember took it and looked at it, his pupils shrank slightly. For the first time on 1 billion Bailey bounty. How many years has it not appeared? Chapter 31. 1 billion Bailey. Kaido also looked sideways. The guy who broke 1 billion Baileys. You can't underestimate this sea. If personal strength reaches this point. Once you have your own powerful power again. Grow further, and the bounty will be close to them, the emperors of the sea. Yes, but this man's name is rather unfamiliar, Rennes, I haven't heard of it. Ember said with a frown. How is it written on it? Momuzagi Vice Admiral clashes with its allied forces in Dress Rosa. Ember found that there are not many reports on this. Marine is not stupid. Since it is necessary to drive the wolf devouring the tiger. Naturally, it is impossible to inform the public about Rennes fleet. Some information, they themselves know it internally. Momuzagi. I remember being an alternate for Marine Admiral, the female swordsman who fought Hawkeye. Kaido naturally had heard of Marine's well-known figures. Yes. Is Marine's general dead? No, it seems to be just an encounter. Doflamingo's death was also said unilaterally by Dress Rosa's people, and no one on Marine's side seems to have seen the body. Not dead? The first bounty can be as high as 1 billion Baileys, and it seems that there is also information that Marine has not revealed. Although the strength of the clown guy is not strong, it is not so easy for ordinary people to take him, and he is not so bold and dares to eat our goods. It seems that the clown guy is probably lost. Kaido thought for a moment. He came to his own rough judgment. Hey, this won't work, my ice ghost still has a lot of raw materials, the clown guy has an accident at this time. This is not interesting to Rennes. Quinn said with a dissatisfied look. I took a few puffs of my cigar. The eyes are full of murderous intent. They beasts pirates have always advocated the use of force to solve problems. Our artificial animal fruits are afraid that they will have to stop production in a short time. What an eventful time. Kaido slapped the jug in his hand. Hiccup, drunk to his feet. Looking at the scenery of the ghost island, clown, why are you so weak? An unknown imp has taken your kingdom. I went to Dress Rosa, but I didn't even have photos, so I'm afraid it's hard to find someone. Ember said. No, although this matter is important, it is not the first thing. You and I find an opportunity to hunt Whitebeard. That old guy finally came out of his own territory, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the red-haired guy probably won't let me get my wish. Maybe you will have to stop the redhead for a moment when the time comes. This thing is. Brother Kaido, leave this matter to me. I just happened to receive some unsavory guys on several nearby islands who were making trouble. Jack also walked in at this time and volunteered. Jack, I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as marine surfaces, don't mess around. Ember lectured Jack unceremoniously. How strong can an unknown guy be? But if I can defeat him, maybe my bounty can go up, and is there anything worth avoiding in New World besides the whitebeard red-haired guys? Jack said disapprovingly. An unknown guy. A bounty is 1 billion Baileys. Do the Marines have money and nowhere to spend? Himself is also 1 billion. A newcomer is also 1 billion. He felt a little offended. Hear Jack say this. Kaido didn't refute. At New World, their beasts pirates have always been one of the strongest forces. There really is no need to be afraid of anyone. And Jack is also an ancient species of devil fruit. There is also a fishman bloodline, which is not so easy to kill. And you all have important matters, I can handle this kind of thing. Jack continued. That said, you should also temper more. Kaido agreed without much thought. Take the Peggy Wan sisters and sisters. See Kaido big brother agreed. Ember didn't say much, just asked Jack to bring a few more people. Big brother, you don't believe me too much, my strength has improved a lot recently. Jack was a little reluctant. Take this brother and sister, isn't it here to share the credit with yourself? Bring it or let Quinn go. Take, I'll bring. Jack said quickly. New World, Pirates Paradise, Hive Island. The island where the Whitebeard pirates live all year round. Dad, the monitoring ship in the surrounding sea area has been cleaned up, everyone has been assembled, and they are ready to go. Marco flew down in front of Whitebeard from the sky with blue flame wings. Well, go and tell everyone that there are guys who don't want to go. Whitebeard said lightly. In addition, Marine recently released a new bounty of 1 billion bounties, in Dressrosa, which is one of several backup routes to our Marine headquarters. Oh, new bounty, just give 1 billion. Whitebeard took the bounty order somewhat unexpectedly. No photos? The Marine guys can't even get a photo. It seems that Dressrosa suffered a big loss, but isn't Dressrosa the territory of the rogue clown? Banned? Whitebeard's calm eyes swept over. Usually he cares more. But now it feels so. He has more important things to do. Probably yes. Marco nodded. It shouldn't affect us. I also heard that Sabayati Archipelago, the Straw Hat Boys group of rising star pirates beat up the Celestial Dragons. Gollum Lala, what a group of toss-up imps. Mama the little devil is really amazing now. Cake Island also heard the voice of 4 emperors. But that's only second. Bounty Billion and Pirate Nova. Now it's just getting their attention. Meanwhile, New World, near the Red Line. Sister, the harvest is quite good this time, we can prepare to return to 9 Snake Island. Sandersonia looked at the ship full of gold and silver treasures and supplies, and said with great satisfaction. Marine headquarters has declared war on Whitebeard, and those guys are sure to come and call us. Mary Grote said reluctantly. When we return to 9 Snake Island, just pretend that we didn't answer the phone worm, they have the ability to come to 9 Snake Island to find us. Sandersonia said dismissively. 9 Snakes Island is in the Calm Belt. Sea kings on all sides. If Marine really came to find it, he might not be able to reach 9 Snake Island. Then they will be to blame. My sister, there is a guy without a photo who has been offered a reward of 1 billion Baileys, it seems that it is on the island of Dressrosa not far away. It's okay with us, get ready to go back. Snake G ruffled her long straight hair and said disapprovingly. Jun-sama. Cannot. After the ship left the storm zone, it was not bombarded by missiles again. Their initial judgment is that they are out of their monitoring range. And night is falling. They are safe. Jun, however, came up with the idea of a night raid on Dressrosa. And it's alone. No need to persuade, some of our people are still in their hands, do you want me to watch them become prisoners? Jun said firmly. Lurk in while the night is dark. It's better to capture the enemy leader alive. Chapter 32. At nightfall, the sky is full of stars like a beautiful and stunning scroll spread out in the sky. The night at Dressrosa is still lively. The men and women of Lovers Avenue laughed and talked. There was a burst of laughter from the brightly lit tavern. People coming and going on the streets. After the first few days of trepidation. Completely relaxed. Dressrosa is no longer completely blocked. But no one wants to leave. Fairness visible to the naked eye makes people at the bottom feel at ease. On the balcony of a restaurant, there is only one table. It is filled with delicious delicacies. Food color is the 2 most primitive desires of people. Even more often, food is still ahead of S**X. Delicious food that makes people feel good physically and mentally. If you add the view, beauty. It was undoubtedly a peaceful, perfect night. A young man and woman sit face to face. Ren had a faint smile on her lips. Ren-kun, Dressrosa's food is delicious. Kaya said in amazement with a seductive little mouth. Even if she is the eldest lady of a small island in East Blue, the usual food is not bad. But New World has a variety of cuisines, which is not comparable to East Blue. The chef's craftsmanship is also very high. This small shop is also famous. But today it was wrapped up by Rennes. In the quiet of time, tasting food is the only thing Rennes is interested in. Of course, this kind of bison, in East Blue, ordinary people cannot catch it, tens of millions of bounty criminals have to be overturned by it. This fighting fish meat is the same, the more ferocious the animal, often the more delicious side. Rennes was in a good mood. Hero Rennes, nothing unusual has been found on the coastline for the time being. Whoosh, a palm-sized little Terran suddenly flashed like a gust of wind and appeared out of thin air at Rennes' feet. He reported with a military salute. This is Leo of the Lilliputians. Has sowing fruits. He is currently named by Rennes as the captain of the Lily Human Warriors. His usual duty is to monitor all anomalies on the island. Rennes nodded, indicating that he understood. Leo disappeared again with a sigh. Won't it come? Or not tonight? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Rennes didn't want to think too much. Ren-kun, I'll go to the bathroom. Kaya suddenly stood up and said. So Rennes was left alone on the entire balcony. A billion Baileys? It's worth a lot. Rennes sipping black tea while looking at news reports and wanted warrants. Suddenly a faint fragrant wind hit. Then a cold long sword rested around Rennes' neck. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, if you don't want to die, don't shout in turmoil. Rennes was stunned for a moment, then looked like Shisui. This sound, he heard during the day. He thought about many possibilities. For example, she crossed the coastline with a wide opening and closing and went straight into Dress Rosa. After all, she couldn't know what was on the island. So just cross the fleet. There is a high probability that you will think that you have a win. Or maybe she lurks directly in the palace to find herself. But Rennes really didn't expect it. I came to the side of the street from the palace, and I could still meet her. Did she already know that she was the leader of the Allied forces? It's not impossible either. But after Jun's next sentence sounded, Rennes understood that the encounter between the two was completely coincidental. What do I ask? What do you answer? If you shout loudly, or don't answer, I will. Jun thought for a moment, but looked at the card owner. She wanted to say something more ferocious. But the most ferocious threatening words just now. She had already said it, and no matter how fierce the words, she couldn't think of them for a while. The guards secretly responsible for protecting Rennes are about to strike. But looking at her as if she couldn't find threatening words. Rennes found it interesting. With a gesture, the secret guards chose to be silent. Okay, you can ask whatever you want. Rennes picked up her teacup and took another sip. Aren't you afraid? Jun looked at the young man in front of him so calmly, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. All along, Jun faced no matter what enemies it faced. It's all about taking the right path. Because she has the heart of a sword. A single sword can cut off all those who stand in the way. But this time, in order to save Marine, who was captured during the day, she transforms into the Night Stalker. Her observation haki is extremely powerful. After swimming directly from the nearby sea, avoid a lot of eyeliner in the open and dark. Whenever observation haki touches an area that may be monitored by the field of view, she immediately avoided it. She's just thin-handed, not an idiot. The first time I landed on Dress Rosa, I didn't choose the previous rigidity. Instead, I planned to gather some intelligence first. Saving people is always harder than killing. She no longer underestimated this suddenly appeared army. Who knows what other means they have? At night in New World, the magnetic field emitted by the island will be more active. The sea will also be more chaotic. Don't look at Dress Rosa at the moment. But on the sea, hail fell in many areas. She went undetected on the coastline. Immediately judged that the weapon that could capture the whereabouts of the high altitude. I probably didn't find her. In particular, she carefully distorted the air around her with the observation haki influence. And where there are many people, it is not easy to start. Easy to spot. So she was on her way to the Palace Heights, passing by Lovers Avenue. See the open-air terrace of a restaurant. There was only one person eating. Still a young man. Just control him and threaten him, maybe you can get some useful intelligence. So Jun got started. Your first time doing something like this? Rennes was surprised. A Marine alternate admiral, this kind of dirty work is actually done for the first time. So she has achieved what she is today entirely by hard power and talent? How do you know? Jun was startled, she felt that she had caught this person. It seems that some calmness is too calm. I didn't expect him to be so perceptive. Your face has 4 words written on me as a novice. Rennes said after sighing. You even have to think about how to threaten. This is not what a newbie is. When Jun heard this, his delicate face turned red for a while, and he was actually questioned by a hostage. Less nonsense, don't think I won't hurt you, tell me, what do you know about the Allies? Then you are looking for the right person, I am familiar with the Allied forces. Really? Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that he caught a certain noble prince as soon as he caught it casually? Well, it looks quite similar. Young and handsome, you can also cover the entire restaurant. What a stroke of luck! Asterisk. Chapter 33. Jun didn't expect to make a move. A useful source of information is obtained. Could it be that I was born with this material? CP0 had invited her to join before. She also refused. She felt that she was not good at lurking and lurking. Have you seen the leader of the Allied forces? Jun asked this question through gritted teeth. Dress Rosa is so big. She didn't know where her people were being held. But there is one person who knows for sure. That is the leader of the Allied forces. Just catch the leader of the Allied forces. It is possible to exchange hostages. You can even fatten him yourself. I was tortured by him today. She hadn't suffered such a big loss yet. Ran so far, and was constantly bombarded with shells. Now that she is alone, she does not have to think about the safety of her subordinates. On the contrary, it is more beneficial. I'll see you almost every day. What does he look like, what kind of person he is? Jun continued to ask, this young man is really a big fish. Don't be so nervous, in case your sword shakes, it's not good, sit down and talk, you are a master at first glance, I can't escape anyway. Rennes is not used to talking behind people's backs. Although he does not fear for his own safety. On the contrary, I was somewhat satisfied. Powerful, good-looking, and kind Marine General. It's a waste of that big divat at Marine headquarters. Through communication, first find out her specific personality. Then prescribe the right medicine. Jun froze for a moment, his hands shaking. Are you kidding? I've been playing with swords since I was a child. Even if it's an earthquake. Her hand holding the sword can also stab the center of the fly's eyebrow impartially. But look at this handsome young man in front of him who is willing to cooperate. She didn't care. The sword stood still and walked in a circle. Coming across from Rennes, where Kaya was, she sat down. Pressing on Rennes. Good. Rennes praised. Jun does not wear a daytime marine uniform. Instead, wear tight-fitting clothes that facilitate movement. Outline your figure perfectly. Bumpy figure, sexy and seductive. There is a spider tattoo on the slender snow-white left leg, which adds a bit of wildness. A tear mole at the corner of her mouth made her look a little more tender and charming as a mature woman. But in the depths of his bright eyes, he was a little cute. Look at what? You haven't answered my question yet. Jun glared at the man. This guy doesn't understand his situation after all. He is now a hostage. Although she chose someone who did not look much like a civilian. But after all, it was the first time I had done so. Staring, but not fierce, but showing that she herself was a little weak-hearted. Allied leader, he is a young man, handsome, powerful, intelligent. Rennes praised himself. Nor is it soft-mouthed. You adore him so much. Jun didn't have much doubt. I just feel that the man in front of me has been praising him. This army is not new to Rosa. How did you win the support of the locals so quickly? Sometimes they go to an island and are not accepted so quickly. Speaking of which, she lurked along the way. Discover that this kingdom does not look like it has been invaded at all. Instead, the song and dance rose to peace, and everyone had a smile on their faces. That's not a mistake, the general image you can use me as a reference. If on this island, you see someone as handsome as me, that person is the leader of the Allied forces, easy to identify. Is that so? Jun was a little skeptical. Yes. Rennes nodded affirmatively, that was himself, could he not be sure? Although Jun could not hear the voices of others like the Red Earl. Modify other people's memories. But she vaguely felt as if it wasn't a lie. So I half believed and wrote it down first. Your country, didn't you just be invaded? Even the king has changed. Why do you still have the leisure to eat and drink here and enjoy the scenery? Jun asked the doubts he had been having along the way. Rennes heard this and did not rush to answer. Instead, he picked up the teapot and poured a cup of black tea for Jun. Then he poured himself another glass. Take a sip, moisten your throat. Jun's brows couldn't help but jump. This guy, did he take himself hostage? Can you respect yourself? Do you know what this country was like before the Allies came? Of course I know. This is not the first time Jun has been to Rosa. I'm talking about the truth, not the prosperity on the surface. Surface? How to say? You don't really think that a 7 warlords of the sea, known for its brutality, is capable of running a snatched country? Rennes held out his palm. Gesture for Jun to have tea. Jun hesitated for a moment, then took a cup of tea and drank it. You mean to say that Rosa wasn't peaceful before? Prosperity is also an illusion? Smart, do you want to know? Now the hostages are so active? But Jun nodded honestly. She was going to investigate what had happened to Rosa. Rennes didn't hide it, and told it. It started 8 years ago when Doflamingo threatened King Riku. Sow chaos in the country and make King Riku a tyrant. And Minga himself is a hero who fell from the sky. All those who rebelled, had opinions about the Dongquixote family. Or be thrown into the gladiator arena and duel to the death. Or it will be turned into a toy, so that the loved one loses all relevant memories. Toiling to death in an underground trading port. It is also through an underground trading port. Selling large quantities of arms to countries all over the world. Breed wars throughout the world. The use of innocent civilians for a variety of human experiments. And engaged in various illegal trades, such as human slaves. The more Jun listened, the more shocked he became. She never imagined that she had seen a country full of flowers and toys. There is such a dark side. Doflamingo that BD. She didn't doubt it. Because before departing from the G4 base, she also felt that she had some more memories in her head. Those memories that should not be forgotten. This is enough to prove that what this person said is true. Then the Allies came, liberated Rosa, gave them a stable, relatively equal environment, the people at the bottom, what they wanted, it was always simple. During this time, Marine and 7 warlords of the sea were people in the same boat, and the people of Rosa didn't know if the outside world would still be so dark. So the choice is a matter of course and the light that can be seen right now. Nonsense, Marine and 7 warlords of the sea are not the same team. Jun retorted. In Marine, there are many people who don't recognize 7 warlords of the sea. And these things that Ming Ge did could not be tolerated. But in everyone's opinion, without the support of the people above, Doflamingo would not have been able to take over a member country so smoothly. So from this point of view, it is a gang. Ren words silenced Jun. Even if Marine didn't support Mingo. But sometimes ignoring is a form of support in disguise. Not to mention that the world thinks that 7 warlords of the sea is the dog of the world government. It's not much different from their marine headquarters. What about the allies? Isn't their aggression more direct and brutal? Chapter 34. The allies only took over Rosa, not oppressing the people. On the contrary, they would help with what they could, such as rebuilding homes, clearing wastelands, maintaining order, equality before the law. That's what Rennes is committed to doing. When I first came to this world, he is still weak and is groping for systems. He had no dreams. I want to have a place in the kingdom of East Blue Arnove. It is enough to be a rich man. When he appeared in this kingdom, he was homeless. It was the old man who took him in. Gave him a place to eat and live. It's just that one day when the old man went out fishing, he was bullied by local bullies. Someone beat him half to death at the dock. Rennes' habit made him go to law enforcement to ask for justice in the first place. As a result, the bullies colluded with local law enforcement. Put him directly in jail. The old man spent all his savings. Fish him out of his cell. That night, the two were ready to have a good drink and go to the bad luck. It turned out when the old man went out to buy wine, I encountered the bully again, and I was beaten up by Fat again. When Rennes found out that it had been too long to return, he went out to look for it. The old man is already dying. But it was calm. There has never been any justice in this world. Whoever has a hard fist, whose background is strong, who is right, don't fight them. You are not wrong, the world is like this, don't blame yourself, get out of here. Start a new life. The old man left his last words and left. That night, it was pouring rain. Rennes roared to the sky, extremely crazy. This led to a spiritual abnormality, and there was the first batch of soul ores. He didn't even know his name. He allowed himself to call him old man. I've always been used to calling it that. But he is undoubtedly a good man. Took in his homeless self. It taught him some common sense of the society at that time. The two are like friends who have forgotten their years. At that moment, he felt lucky. The old man had 2 daughters. Offended the domestic nobility in the early years. He also ended up dead. In the eyes of this old man, there never seems to be such a thing as justice and right or wrong. Even when he died, he was so calm. But Rennes couldn't calm down. Do good people deserve to be bullied? Do you deserve to have no dignity as a human being or the right to live? He does not want absolute justice and fairness. Even if it's just a little, it's enough to give them a little. But no. Now the world has deprived him of everything. Even the old man is already numb to calm and resignation. But Rennes doesn't accept his fate. Since this world is wrong, then it should be changed. If it can't be changed, then overthrow all the existing order and start again. And so, the Allies were born. Bullies and law enforcement were slaughtered by thousands of armed soldiers overnight. But forces are often complex. Law enforcement has aristocratic support. So Rennes kills all the way up. Until there is no more opposition in the whole kingdom. Become the order maker of the entire kingdom. This is followed by a period of development. Fight against the kingdom of Goa. Now it's Rosa. His pace will not stop. Until the world changes. For this reason, Rennes has always had a good policy towards civilians. And his ideological frenzy also rose from the bottom. Hence what he said to Jun. It's a fact that I've been doing it, and I'll keep doing it. Because of these kinds of people, you give them hope. They will always do wonders for you. Such a thing, in the original world of Rennes. It has been staged many times. Rennes is convinced that he will succeed. I also know that it won't be so easy. But he just wants people to live like individuals. And not ants that can be trampled to death at will. Is it great? Rennes doesn't feel great. It's just oppressed so that it can't see the light. The choice of the leaky cauldron is just a helpless move. Suffering is never worth singing. At least those who have experienced it, will not sing praises. Neither will Rennes. He just wanted the old man to be in the spirit of heaven. You can see a different world. Let more such old men who are still alive. There is a not so sad ending. What's wrong with you? Jun looked at the man as he spoke. Although it is a compliment for what the Allies have done. But it is not the pride and yearning just now. Instead, there was a faint sadness. But under that sorrow, she saw a hot and determined flame again. What a strange man! It even felt like his mind didn't seem to be what a young man should have. It's okay, that's probably it. Are you looking for the leader of the Allied forces? That's right. When Jun heard this, he didn't think much about what had just happened. I'll take you. Wait. You take me? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Looking at your appearance, you should be very sympathetic to the Allies, and you should be able to see that I have no good intentions. Even if Jun didn't react. Even if she is not very good at using her brain. At the moment, I also feel that Rennes is too proactive. However, you threaten my life, I can't help it, the leader of the Allied forces should be able to understand me. Rennes smiled lightly. It seems to be too, okay, see that you are so cooperative, you take me to the neighborhood, I will let you go. Jun thought about it and felt that it was true. His own knife was still around his neck. He was probably so proactive out of self-preservation. I left a note for my female companion, and she went to the bathroom so that she wouldn't be worried if she came back and didn't see me. Okay, but I'll stare at you to write, don't play tricks. It won't. Rennes quickly left a note. He was then escorted away by Jun. What is that tower-like building? It looks a bit like a military building. Jun took Rennes in the shadow of Lovers Avenue. The two kept their heads down, trying not to look at each other. She wrapped her arms around Rennes' arms. Pretend to be like a lover on the street. But in fact, a gun was pointed at Rennes' body. He just doesn't have to be honest. Jun may have shot. But Rennes doesn't think she will. She will not kill such an ordinary person as herself. Even if it does, it doesn't matter. The impact is not great. That's the prism, the weapon that gave Doflamingo the last blow. Rennes said. What? This is the thing that killed Doflamingo. Jun was startled, and immediately became more and more vigilant. What Rennes said before, there was that Brother Mingo was indeed killed. But how exactly it was killed, I didn't mention it. Now I know that Ming Ji was killed by this kind of building. Jun had to be more and more careful. That dirtbag, what? I could feel as if there were soldiers inside. Walked another distance. Come to a spacious intersection. Looking at a battle fortress asked. It's a machine gun fortress, with guns that can shoot at high speeds, and it can also be equipped with snipers. Rennes knows everything. Then there are armed soldiers with 12 squads in front of them who patrol daily. Jun was about to retreat to an alley behind him to take shelter for a while. But at this time, there was also a patrol team coming behind. Jun frowned. Not before and after, in case of interrogation, it may be revealed. If you jump on the roof, you will seem even more eccentric. Good dish. Rennes was slightly speechless. Look at what everyone is doing, calm down. Rennes gestured to Jun and said. Rennes didn't expect that he would have to help her invade her base. Looking at Jun, Lovers Avenue, of course, it is a couple hugging and kissing. Watch the patrolling soldiers getting closer and closer. Jun had a cross-hearted heart, and fought to save his subordinates. She slammed Rennes against the wall and kissed it awkwardly. Rennes was stunned for a moment, what he just meant. Just hold it. This woman actually takes advantage of herself. Asterisk. Chapter 35. So clumsy. I'm so nervous. The heavy breath hit Rennes' cheek with a faint aroma. This woman should not be the first kiss. Just as clumsy as Kaya's time. Helpless. But as clumsy as it is, it's still wonderful. It was also very useful, the patrolling soldiers did not find anything unusual. He walked behind Jun. Besides, even if there is an abnormality at this time, Rennes will also make it abnormal. Almost bit my lips. For the first time? Rennes was still light-hearted, touching the red lip marks that did not exist on his lips. If you want to take care of it, I'll tell you, nothing happened today, if you dare to spread it, Jun threatened, holding the weapon around his waist. Crimson cheeks. How this guy even knew himself for the first time. Is it a playboy? With his appearance, it is not impossible. I don't know who you are, how did you spread it? Rennes kept going. This Marine alternate, Admiral, is a bit too pure. But I have to say that there is also some haste. It's just overdone. 2. When Rennes said this, Jun was relieved. Even if she is famous in the world. But not everyone knows themselves. Otherwise, how could this young man not react fiercely just now? I guess I just think of myself as an ordinary bandit. It was originally razed to the ground, and the Allies later helped build it, although the saboteurs, the Allies are included, but the aftermath work is okay. Well, it's okay, listening to you, the Allies don't seem to be very bad. Jun didn't think much of it. If there really is a good aftercare. The Allies didn't seem to think so badly. If it's really bad. Now Rosa should be in smoke. But no. The phenomenon of people's livelihood cannot be concealed. But why do you have so many powerful forces with weapons and equipment? It is also a self-reliant king. Wouldn't it be nice to join Marine, or world government? If nothing else, just that fleet and weapons. Once you join Marine, you will definitely be reused. Don't go over there, there are millions of soldiers hoarded there, if you go over and are surrounded, I don't think you can get out. Rennes and the two walked across Lovers Avenue and through residential neighborhoods. Enter the heart of the High Hell neighborhood of the Royal Palace. There is a sea of flowers not far from here. The barbarous land around the Sea of Flowers has been built into military buildings at this moment. The Light Prism Tower, the Air Command are built here. Million soldiers? You bull is too outrageous. Do not blindly worship anyone, see everything with your own eyes and feel with your heart. Jun looked at Rennes slightly speechlessly. An army of millions? Rosa is not unstoppable. But with such an army, which country can afford to feed? It is estimated that many soldiers were seen. I may not have seen any aristocratic sons and brothers on the market. Thought that the army was boundless, there were millions. In fact, 100,000 can sometimes give people a visual impact of a sea of people. Rennes smiled and didn't say much. Keep going. When you arrive, there is the Highland Palace in front, and that building is the residence of the Allied commander, and this point may be inside. Rennes said, pointing to a building not far away. Do you even know which building he lives in and the approximate time? Jun finally sensed that something was wrong. Even if he may have some money in Rosa. But there are too many things to know. And he knows all kinds of weapons of the Allied forces. You. Could it be some officer of the Allied forces? Jun looked at Rennes suspiciously. That's not, in fact, I am the commander of the Allied forces. Rennes said calmly. Jun was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, you are so funny, you are so good and humorous when you are held hostage. Do you think there is a possibility, I am true? It's good to have ideals, but don't imitate that kind of villain. Jun banged Rennes. She felt that the psychological quality of this young man was still good. And take him hostage. I was a little overwhelmed. So deliberately point to wake up. Haven't you ever seen him? How do you think he's a badass? Anyway, he is. The naval battle during the day, I don't know if you saw it or not, he doesn't take the life of a soldier for his life. Isn't war like that? Jun said for a moment. Okay, you can leave, but if you let me know that you lied to me, I'll find you. Jun glanced at the palace heights. She saw the kind of tower-like buildings that were densely packed. There are also many battle fortresses. Observation Haki probes in that direction. You can feel the dense breath of life like a forest. I was stunned for a moment. Even if it is the royal palace of the New Deal. Isn't this guard also a little too tight? She didn't dare to cover it too much when she saw it. I'm worried that there are masters in the palace who also understand Haki. That Haki contact will be discovered. It can be on the external layer of defense. She felt that there were at least tens of thousands of people. And all kinds of steel chariots, huge artillery is extremely dense. It's just a step-by-step sentry. This defensive force is too much. How can she lurk like this? You can't even get a rat in. Seeing this, Rennes turned and left to the side. Just wait for her in that building. After all, you say you are, that yourself. Can you only kill it? Jun looked at the building. I wonder if I want to kill it directly. Judging by the distance, it is not very far. If that commander is really there. At this distance, she is very sure. But if not, act rashly, once the grass is frightened. If you want to have a second chance, it will definitely be harder. After thinking about it for a long time, Jun's eyes became firm. It's dry. The hostages have been released. He must also act before he complains. Although he complained, he would not necessarily be believed and taken seriously. After all, the leader of a country is so easy to see. That's why she was relieved to let Rennes go. And that's all about it. It's impossible to back down. Whatever the situation. Myself then is. Sue. The dark night sky was suddenly flashed by a bright sword light. Bang! A powerful explosion suddenly sounded. Oh! I really chose to be tough. Before Rennes could return to his residence, he heard an alarm. Enemy attack! Oh! A bright searchlight suddenly lights up. Chapter 36. Someone invaded the palace. The Rebecca family appeared on the balcony. This is not the first time. After Rennes took dress Rosa. But there is always some self-righteousness. Attempts to perform decapitation operations from execution. Careerists and pirates who want to take dress Rosa from Rennes. There is no shortage of rational beings blinded by rights. But they ended badly. In the mind controller. They have been transformed into machines that only know how to fight. I didn't expect another guy who couldn't open his eyes tonight. Isn't that a daytime marine? Violet said in shock after seeing it. She thought she was staring at the fruit. One can see the situation thousands of miles away. The second can see through the hearts of others. It will definitely be reused by Rennes. After all, in every way. Her abilities are used to gather intelligence and are definitely the first choice of aces. But in fact, Rennes didn't use her much. There is no mandatory assignment for her. Because she can do two things. Both mind controllers and satellites can do it. So much so that Violet felt that he had something to do. Instead, he hoped to make some contribution to the Allies. So many years in Mingo's pirates. She had long understood a truth. People have only value. Will be valued. She lurked in alone? Already so close. Cyrus put his hand on his sword. Some are worried about Rebecca's safety. After all, Rebecca is the king on the surface. The Marine if he didn't know the actual situation. It's possible to do something to Rebecca. Lord Rennes seems to have guessed this situation. During the day, there are many powerful soldiers and a whole million legions hoarded near the palace. Rebecca didn't know why Rennes had mobilized. But now it's clear at a glance. Rennes is really clever. Watching the adoration in his daughter's eyes become more and more intense, Cyrus couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Raised such a big daughter. How to drag the elbow out? Jun looked at the searchlights that lit up all around. She leapt up like a hawk striking the sky. With a wave of his hand, an arc of red sword light swept through. Cut off the rows of towers that are not far apart. She hadn't forgotten what the young man had just said. This thing took out Doflamingo. She didn't want to experience the power of this thing for herself. Many light prism towers fell with a bang. Knock knock. But the neat footsteps roared like an earthquake. Look through the light of a searchlight. Jun's beautiful eyes contracted sharply, and her heart was extremely shocked. She saw that the entire palace heights were densely packed with soldiers. The orderly phalanxes seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The soldiers of each phalanx are not quite the same. How can there be so many? Can't pester with them more. There is only that one building in Jun's eyes at the moment. Since it has already been started. She also no longer fears being discovered. Observation haki permeated. It was immediately captured that there was indeed a figure in the building. It seems that the guy didn't lie to himself. In this case, the only way to rush forward. Although there are many allied soldiers. But Jun holds a golden bira, like a tiger into the flock. The long knife swept across, and the fierce wind and sword chi stirred. Hundreds of people were lifted into the sky. She rushed all the way, and behind her were figures that were cut down or lifted off one after another. Soldiers flying in the sky. It looks quite spectacular. Jun is incredibly powerful. A strong person of her level is not just talking about one enemy than 10,000. And endlessly. Although Jun has been devastated all the way. About a kilometer or so. She advanced 500 meters and knocked down thousands. But she saw more soldiers swarming from behind the building. Even behind it, there are phalanxes of mobilized troops approaching. She was even suspicious. So many soldiers. How the royal palace is contained. She didn't know, in the area of the back half of the palace. All are various allied buildings. Dozens of barracks are working at the same time, and the troops are bursting every minute. Take the speed of Jun to bring down the soldiers. It can't keep up with the speed of the explosive soldiers. Suddenly, a group of soldiers who were getting stronger and stronger appeared in front of Jun. Thousands. These soldiers are generally physically stronger. Muscle fullness and bulge. The eyes are full of fury. Roar. Suddenly open your mouth and roar at the same time. The rolling sound shook Jun to the point of a bit of anger and blood. Then rushed to Jun. Jun's hand fell with a knife, but found that each of these soldiers could basically block her 2 or 3 moves before losing. These guys are much stronger than the elite of Marine. Bringing down 100 people is even more tiring than knocking down an ordinary 5,000 soldiers. They rushed forward one after another. 4-star soldiers, really can consume these strong people even more. Rennes looked at it calmly. The 4-star soldier was born by collecting the genes of the strong and combining it with the beasthood. Rennes just tried their prowess. So far it seems very satisfied. Because of this kind of soldier, under the massive explosion of troops, the number will also increase. But not too many losses to these precious soldiers now. Every 4-star soldier has a huge number of 1- and 2-star soldiers around him, complementing each other. As for the 1- or 2-star soldiers, Jun alone cannot clear the light. Consume as much as you want. Blasters are never afraid of wars of attrition. It's not even an exaggeration. Enter a war of attrition and Rennes wins. Whew! Jun took a deep breath. Then prepare to take off into the air, this distance. A few moonwalks will take you to that building. If it drags on any longer, the leaders of the Allied forces are not stupid. Locations may be transferred. I said you better not jump, if you really want that, but you will become a living target. You are in the air, how can you be more flexible than on land? Of course, I don't want to destroy my residence because of air combat. But just when Jun was about to take off, a familiar voice sounded. Jun looked up, and his pupils suddenly shrank. On that building she saw her hostage just now. You betrayed me. Jun when he saw Rennes. I regret it in my heart. I know that I am still too soft-hearted. I think he's so cooperative. It looks harmless to humans and animals. It should not pose a threat to itself. But the truth hit her in the face again. She rightfully treats Rennes as the one to sue. I just didn't expect his status at Rosa to be so high. So soon to meet the leader of the Allied forces. No wonder there is such an elite army next to the building. You. Is it really so slow to react? Rennes was speechless for a moment. Then raise your hand and make a gesture. The entire royal palace and the soldiers nearby. All standing still. This kind of discipline that forbids the order shocked Jun. This is at least more than 100,000 legions. It turned out to be just in an instant. Just make the same stop and go move. It's also incredible. But what is even more incredible is that this man said, I am really an Allied commander, and I have made enough trouble, how about we talk about something more meaningful and great? You really are the Allied commander. Jun saw this scene around him, and suddenly lost his voice. Asterisk. Chapter 37. At this moment, Jun's face was quite wonderful and complicated. Shock, anger, shame, remorse. All emotions rush up. Almost completely drowned her sanity. It turned out that the person I was looking for. It turned out to be by his side. And once became his own hostage. I let it go with my own hands. This is simply unspeakable tragedy. But let her mind churn. She never dreamed of it. I just randomly picked a seemingly young and harmless person in the crowd. As a result, this person is the leader of the Allied forces he is looking for. She really wanted to shout loudly at the moment and ask if the heavens were playing with her. In fact, it wasn't just that she didn't expect it. Rennes didn't expect it either. He ate well and enjoyed the night view. Suddenly he was tied up and taken hostage. She glared at Rennes and opened her mouth wide a few times. Want to say something? But I don't know what to say. The head is a little down. You're already surrounded, don't think about unrealistic struggles, take a good look behind you. Rennes pulled over a chair and sat down. When Jun heard this, he subconsciously looked behind him. Under the highlands. At some point, more soldiers had gathered. That's a raging sea of people. Dense soldiers like locusts occupy every inch of the ground under their feet. When you look at it, you can't see the edge at a glance. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, a million. More and more soldiers are in the eyes of Jun. I'm afraid that's at least 1 million soldiers. Even if Jun is the head of Marine base. Her base has tens of thousands of subordinates. But millions and 10,000, far from it. This deeply shook her heart. So many people, even if they do not resist. Queuing up for her to cut is enough to tire her to death. Maybe the Logia ability will clear faster. But she's not. It turned out that the 1 million soldiers he said turned out to be true. He had already told himself the intelligence. It's just that I am too short-sighted. I think that's impossible. He also educated him with a small reminder. When I think about it now, it's full of bitterness. From the very beginning, did you expose yourself? But do you have to be caught in this way? No. Never. Of course, you can also try to take me down, but in that case, your friends may not be alive. Rennes saw the disbelief in Jun's eyes. Doesn't look very smart. But the will is not weak. If you are really weak, you can't have the achievements you have today in swordsmanship. You. When Jun heard this, he really didn't act rashly. Just staring at Rennes viciously. Especially when I think of it just now to avoid the pursuers. He also gave his first kiss out. She felt more and more as if she had been tricked. What a first kiss though. She didn't really care either. She longs for something in kendo more than a man and a woman. But after all, it was a loss. Don't look at me like that, I told you. Rennes helplessly spread his hands. Come up and have a cup of tea. This time Jun did not refuse. All the soldiers gave way to a road. Rennes looked at the severed prism tower. A repair order was given to the engineer. There are no buildings that have been completely destroyed. It only takes a little soul ore. Repairs can be carried out. And most of those soldiers did not die. Jun is not a good killer. Just abolish their combat power. Now send to the gene center to recover. Father Sama, go protect Ren-kun. I'm not in danger here. Rebecca turned to her father and said. Cyrus stopped talking. In the end, I still obey my own cabbage. You let me in like this, not afraid that I will take you as a hostage. Jun came to the door and looked at Rennes and said. Do you think there is a possibility that I have the ability to protect myself? Rennes smiled lightly. It's this light-hearted gesture again. Exactly the same as before. This guy must have left something behind. But even if not. Unless she wants to disregard the life and death of herself and her subordinates. Otherwise, take Rennes. Once he does not comply, it will probably end up together. Jun stepped lightly and jumped onto the balcony. Rennes had already made tea and waited for her. Jun calmed down and carefully recalled the experience of contact between the two. Suddenly I found this leader of the Allied forces. It doesn't seem to be unreasonable. Why did you choose to do something to me here? There are also opportunities on the way. Jun asked. If nothing else. When subdued by himself. This man must be able to contact his own people by some means. Otherwise come by yourself. How can it be an encirclement? After all, there are many civilians in residential areas, and if you start to move, there will inevitably be casualties. In addition, I also want to see what plans you have. Rennes said truthfully. Humph, you must feel very proud, right? Play me like a clown. Jun said angrily. Da Fang sat down in the chair opposite. Pick up the tea and drink it in a huff. Rennes looked slightly distressed. This is the best black tea. It's not proud, it's just that the accident is real. I have avoided the palace. I didn't expect you to catch me all at once. How do you choose a hostage? Rennes was curious. You know I'm coming. Avoid the palace, that can only be to set a trap for yourself. Half and half the probability. You haven't answered me yet. I think you look younger, maybe a little more intimidating, and you are a person, so you won't cause much commotion. Jun was stunned for a moment. Listen to this and catch him yourself. What an accident. You let my people go. I don't see you as a tyrant. As long as you release my people, you can still stop on this wrong path. You can even be a good marine. Jun said after considering his words. In the case of being held hostage, the safety of civilians can also be taken into account. The nature should not be bad. When Rennes heard this, he just sipped the black tea unhurriedly. After a few seconds, he asked, Miss Jun, what do you think you should be guarding as Marine? Of course it's justice. Jun replied directly without even thinking about it. So do you want to see this justice for yourself? What do you mean by that? Look at the justice you say. What do you think? Jun looked puzzled. It's simple, just go and see how the kingdom is doing under the rule of the world government. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if it is the closest member of New World, it will take a 3-day voyage. How can you just say and see? I want to see it. Naturally I can see it, the key is whether you want to see it or not. Some truths are very cruel. Jun listened to Ren's words, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Look." Ren words. It really piqued her curiosity. How can you watch it if you want? What other truth is there? Chapter 38. What is it? Jun was taken by Ren to a building with a ball with double chutes. There are also many strangely dressed in heavy clothes standing next to the building. Carry a weapon like a large gun. Jun couldn't help but be very curious. Judging by the guards and military buildings all around, this seems to be very important weapons and soldiers. But I haven't seen him use it before. Cyrus, who had come to serve as a guard, also looked curiously. Inside the royal palace, there are several places. They can't get involved without Ren permission. That's one of those places. He also doesn't know what's here. These soldiers, outside this area, have basically never been seen. But it's also easy to think. The buildings here must be very important. As a Ren escort. Now he can see it too. An installation that can take us to other countries, the Air Command, and locate Robert's kingdom. Received. Don't resist or attack later, lest I get nervous and set you up as an enemy unit. Ren said indifferently. The surrounding Chrono soldiers leaned over. What happens if you set it up as an enemy unit? Jun glanced at Ren speechlessly. Nervous? When she held him hostage, she had never seen him nervous. Even she wondered if the man was nervous. I don't know if you can break free. If you don't break free, you will die without even a single cell left, and will be completely annihilated by the independent space. How is that possible? Even the dead can't keep the cells. Is there such a dangerous weapon in this world? Jun doesn't really want to believe it. Ren smiled, not arguing. This look made Jun a little convinced. He wouldn't want to take the opportunity to destroy himself, would he? Jun was a little worried. But after thinking about it, it should not be. If it is true, there is no need to say these words to alert yourself in advance. Lord Ren, the Chrono jump is ready. A Chrono soldier wearing a silver-white heavy protective suit respectfully came to report. Start. Buzz. The Chrono soldiers surrounding Ren raised their half-man-tall guns. Shoot out a silvery white glow. The brilliance enveloped the three and wrapped them up. Jun and Cyrus could feel a mysterious force completely isolating them from the outside world. Jun couldn't even observation hacky penetrate this hazy light mask. Suddenly I felt dizzy. The reticle slowly dissipated. Those strange soldiers are still around. But where they are is no longer dress Rosa. It's on the balcony of that tall building. As far as the eye can see, under the stormy sky, wolf smoke is everywhere. Shouts of killing, cries, gunfire. The roar doesn't stop. They instantly came to a bloody battlefield. No, it is not appropriate to say that it is a battlefield. More precisely, the scene of a massacre. A group of stubborn knights have broken through the city gate at this moment and are killing inside the city walls. The soldiers looked fierce and crazy. After the general killed a civilian on horseback, he gave an order to the whole army that stormed the city. Kill all the rebels. Kill all the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Young men and women, brothers play to their heart's content, but try to stay alive, especially beautiful and handsome. Waiting to sell for money. Collect all the treasure grain. Oh. Kill. The general smiled slyly, under the stormy night, like the most vicious devil. It's worse than the last time I saw it, and it looks like things have gotten worse. Ren also had a small surprise. When seen from satellites before, the two countries are still at war. Now it seems that the winner is divided. The civilians did not sit still. Instead, they fought back. But the tide has passed. Old people, children. One civilian after another was mercilessly tortured and killed. Jun didn't have time to be shocked how Ren had brought her here. She saw a mother trying to protect her infant child. Blocked in front of the iron horse, was pierced by a soldier with a spear through the body, picked up. Blood flowed down the spear, and under the flickering of thunder, the blood was particularly dazzling. The soldier laughed maniacally. After killing his mother, he will trample the child to death under the horse's hooves. BD stuff. Jun was instantly furious, and he didn't think much about it at all. Drew his sword and rushed out. She was originally Marine, and her sense of justice was bursting. That is, the sense of justice is not bursting. Her conscience does not allow her to remain indifferent. Snort. With a sword of anger, she directly split the soldier in half with his horse. She had rarely been so angry. Although many tragedies have been seen on this sea, I have also fought with many vicious pirates. But this kind of massacre still made her unable to calm down. Dare to resist and kill her. Many cavalry killed Jun. Jun's eyes became increasingly cold. These people, whether pirates or soldiers, hands are stained with the blood of innocent people. Never take it lightly. And these ordinary kingdom soldiers. How can it be the opponent of alternate admiral? Jun's hand rises and falls, like a Shinigami, harvesting one soldier after another. Cyrus looked at the town full of smoke and ruins. The expression was very solemn. The city is changing in a way. Rennes was relatively calm. Something like this. He can see it from the satellite every day. But Rennes knew that this situation was not just a matter of one or two kingdoms. In this world, more than 90% of countries are on the brink of war. The age of the sea thief is one of the reasons. Another major reason is that the celestial dragons of the world government are decaying. They just want to squeeze more money and value out of each member country. Don't care about the survival of any country. If the upper echelons are not changed. Even if you kill a king today. The same thing is just a change of executor. That would not cure the symptoms at all. So Rennes can only focus on things that can change the entire world. Once the world pattern changes, he can re-establish order. If he doesn't, even if he can fight dozens of such kingdoms. But if you can't overthrow the world government. Instead, the forces were dispersed. That gives the world government every chance to break through. So the wisest choice is to find a familiar kingdom that can increase its strength in a short period of time. Familiarity with the kingdom will increase your success rate. What Rennes does, there is no room for failure. Nor can afford to fail. After a while, the soldiers of the entire city were basically cut to the ground by Jun. Your Marine Admiral alternate, Momuzagi. We are the King's Army of Robert's Kingdom, we are a member country. We are one, why are you doing something to us? The general's voice full of horror and incomprehension sounded. Chapter 39. For the first time, Jun felt that the word alliance was so disgusting. When did the Marine headquarters in his own place be in the same camp as such executioners? Shut up! Jun slashed the general of Robert's Kingdom off his horse with a sword. But he also had some strength, and this sword did not directly kill him. His face was full of fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Our king is a distant relative of the Griswold Saint, how dare you, as a Marine, do something to me? Don't you want to do it? No matter who you are, killing civilians is a capital crime." Jun said categorically. As a senior general of Marine, you are so naive. Where is there any right or wrong in this world? If we don't rob their cities, they will rob us. Otherwise, if there is not enough gold in the sky, the country will cease to exist. The general hissed. If the mission fails, he will inevitably die. No one will obediently give up their wealth to others. So only kill them. To plunder the wealth. And beautiful women and handsome men are an asset in themselves. Jun's hand that raised his weapon paused for a moment. Seeing this, the general thought that things had turned around. When preparing to take the opportunity to pursue and persuade Jun decisively swung down the Kimbira again. Cut off the general's head. Whatever the reason, this crime of massacre is absolutely unforgiven in her. Rennes watched, very satisfied. Luckily, nada of the Virgin. This will become an important pawn for yourself. Did you know these things were going to happen? Jun looked at Rennes with a slightly cold face. If you had known, why? I'm not God, I'm not omniscient and omnipotent, but there are countless such things all over the world, maybe because you're Marine, they do the surface work everywhere they go. But don't forget that what you see now is real. Rennes said lightly. Then why are you? Jun was about to say why he didn't stop it. But suddenly he was dumbfounded. What right do you have to ask him why he didn't stop it? I am Marine. People are nothing more than a bounty. A bounty prisoner is already very good if he does not bring trouble to the people. There is no obligation to do these things at all. Why not stop it? But Rennes followed her words. Jun did not speak, silent. We're in just one of the cities in Robert's kingdom right now. The country was not invaded, but divided into two kingdoms due to civil strife, the new Robert Kingdom and the old Robert Kingdom. The new faction could not withstand the various heavy taxes imposed by the old faction, and it rose up, but at present, it seems that the new faction has failed. This is the situation in other cities right now. Rennes waved his hand, and a tablet appeared in his hand. There is a 9-square grid picture on it. Each picture represents a city in this country. Cyrus looked curiously at the small tablet in Rennes' hand. This little thing can actually monitor the whole country? Doesn't that mean that they are also monitored in normal times? Fortunately, they are not secretly planning anything. Otherwise, I don't know how I died. Every picture is burning, and some are still fighting. Some cities have been shattered. Just like the city. Unprecedented slaughter. But unlike this city, there is no miracle that there is no Jun in that city. Jun looked extremely worried. The new school fails not because they are wrong, but because the old school has the support of people from the world government. In the end, these people who failed in the uprising should be judged as a mob, a rebel, and then let you Marine put an end. You should be familiar with this kind of thing. Rennes' words made Jun take a few steps back. Suppress the rebellion of the kingdom. She's done it many times. She has always believed in Marine's intelligence system. I think these disturbing guys deserve it. But what if they are just oppressed and unable to fight back? She has also met some rebels who are fighting to the death. At that time they kept calling themselves lackeys. She didn't think much of it at the time. After all, it is an enemy, and any nasty words can be heard. Never delved into it. Because the above feels wrong. Usually she didn't delve deeper. She is a military man. It is the duty of soldiers to obey orders. We're in North Blue right now, can your Marine help them? Rennes continued to press. Jun seems to have been cornered. The face gradually paled. She found that she couldn't help them. Even if you're in North Blue right now. But in so many cities, where can she save it alone? And her fleet, without the double orders of the world government and the headquarters of Marine. You can't just go in and out of New World. The military location of the G4 base is quite important. She simply cannot command freely. Even if you can. Even if you do come here. Helped Zenpai, Marine headquarters, world government where she explained? I'm afraid that if I do this, I will become a bounty offender myself. She has also compromised some things for justice before. But if there is no slaughter, it can be compromised. What's the point of being this Marine yourself? Isn't there anyone who can help them? Jun looked at the tablet, and another castle on it had been breached. She even saw people in Marine uniforms on the side of the old school. It should be a place near Marine. Others can't, but I can. Just a country that has little impact on my plans. Rennes' words fell. The silver-white brilliance around suddenly flourished. Jun saw that the city, which was originally full of ruins, was shrouded in a cloud of silver-white light. Just like they were before. When the light dissipates. On the ruins, a phalanx of soldiers, a phalanx of metal chariots, a phalanx of metal birds appeared. On the ground, in the sky, for a time it was as dense as locusts, which can be called the number of terrifying legions. Before Rosa, Rennes wouldn't take that risk. But now the number of his explosives has exceeded the 7 million mark. Follow the soul ore provided by Rosa. Rennes predicts to be around 10 million. 7 million soldiers and various weapons. All placed only in the three kingdoms of Anove, Goya, and Rosa seem a little crowded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let people explore the islands near Rosa before. Now send out 800,000 troops to take this kingdom. Acting as an island for Tibetan soldiers is something that can be done. The tragedy that is happening in this country at this moment. After he was there. It is also very deeply touched, and it is impossible to really completely ignore it. Of course, this is also a good opportunity for him to win the hearts and minds of the people of this country. Cyrus, it's okay to give you command here, right? The permanent strength of this country does not exceed 200,000, and I will give you 800,000. Rennes looked at Cyrus and said. No problem, leave it to me, these kingdoms that do not care about the death and life of civilians, there is no need to exist. Cyrus empathized with the country's suffering. Because what happened to Rosa is somewhat similar to this kingdom. Earlier watched the city being slaughtered. He was angry. If Jun didn't make a move, he'll shoot too. Is that what you're all about? Jun suddenly reacted and asked. Chapter 40. Whatever my purpose, the facts in front of me will not change. Faced with Jun's rhetorical question, Rennes just replied calmly. Eyes reflect this city of ruins. His exploding legion has begun to crush in all directions. The sky roared, fighter after fighter, bomber after bomber patrolled the sky. Kirov airboats transported troops throughout the country. The tank group dispersed in all directions, forming a torrent of steel. It's going to be a crushing war. There are several strong men in this kingdom. But it will never be an opponent of Cyrus and the Blaster Legion. Jun was speechless. Because she knew, no matter what Rennes wanted him to see. At least, what is happening in front of you is a reality. Is this really the norm? How Jun wishes the situation in this country was just an example. Rennes waved his hand, and the Chrono soldier teleported the two to a country again. The Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue. The story of this bridge, as a Marine, you should have heard, these are the descendants of non-member countries. It has been hundreds of years since the construction of this impossible bridge, but have you seen their lives with your own eyes? Just as the authority to proclaim the world government, generation after generation they have lived in slavery, without freedom, and life and death are still played by others. Many of them have been slaves since their lifetimes and have never left the Kingdom of Bridges. Rennes said quietly. Let you read. Let you read the book. As a slave, you should work well. Not far away, on the bridge deck, a young man was whipped by the administrator. Whiplashed in front of a large public. Always beaten to death, then the manager stops. Punish someone as a warning to others. The other slaves all looked on with numb expressions. When Rennes arrived, the young man was dead. It's just that the manager drank and was still whipping the corpse. Even if it is the descendant of criminals, hundreds of years have passed, and what kind of crime should not be borne by innocent descendants? Or maybe, not all kingdoms are like this. There are good kingdoms on the big sea. By the way, the kingdom of Weems in New World, I remember that kingdom is extremely prosperous and beautiful. Jun is a bit like a drowning man. Try to grasp this last straw that can survive. She didn't want to believe it, on this sea. There is no kingdom where the common people can live and work in peace. So what did they Marine, trying to protect? Did you protect the princes and nobles from constantly oppressing the people? Jun's faith is gradually collapsing. She needs to be able to support her belief in world government, in Marine. Maybe there will be, but that's very little, and even if there is, the upper echelons are rotten. I don't believe it will be much better. Since you think it will be a good kingdom, then go and see." As they spoke, they disappeared from the kingdom of bridges. Once again, it is to appear in the brightly lit, bustling, clean and tidy streets. This kingdom Jun has been visited. It felt good to her at that time. It is also under the direct administration of celestial dragons. She didn't believe it, under the rule of the world government. There really is no kingdom of peace and tranquility. Look at the kingdom as peaceful as ever. Jun looked like some treasure. You see, there are still some countries. Jun is about to show off to Rennes. She didn't even know to do it. Maybe it's more about trying to convince yourself. But halfway through her observation, Haki heard a roar of excitement from the brightly lit tavern next to her. "I only have a salary of 50,000 baileys a month, and the monthly tax of heavenly gold will be 100,000 baileys. Where can I find so much money? Why can the nobles live a life of extreme luxury, and our family has to starve?" "That's right. By what? Every time a high-ranking official comes to inspect, he also collects our inspection tax. Street capacity. All markets are controlled by the nobles. Now a fish costs 8,000 baileys. How does this make us live? I'm going to die anyway. It's better to die with dignity." "That's right." Responders are cloudy. And that's not what happened in this one tavern. It's that a lot of taverns are playing out similar things. This country is indeed without war. But a change has gradually grown under the surging public sentiment. The fire is on fire. How so? Jun suddenly collapsed a little on the ground. Seeing and hearing along the way, she was physically and mentally exhausted, and her faith gradually collapsed and collapsed. This is the country that made her firmly believe that what she is doing is meaningful. But now, the fire of rebellion has burned. Rennes was also silent. The decay of royal power was more serious than he thought. This suffering is never commendable. He sees only sorrow. Do you still want to see it? As Jun gradually came to his senses, Rennes asked softly. Why is this so? Is there no real pure land on this sea? Jun looked up and looked at Rennes with great longing. Maybe the kingdom alone is not nothing, but it is definitely a rare existence. So what you want to do is change the world. When Jun came to this conclusion, he was also taken aback. She only noticed at the moment. This man in front of him has a big plan. But she didn't see the slightest ambition in this man's eyes. Yes, just a very good sadness that is hidden. Yes, so I need your help. Rennes has nothing to hide. He showed Jun to see these countries. All for this. When Summit War starts. New World, the area under the jurisdiction of Marine Admiral. Most will be temporarily taken over by alternate admiral. Once Jun became its own. The entire New World's marine base. Rennes can take it down completely. All marine will be his forces. I'm just a marine who has achieved nothing, what can I do, hey? Said Jun with a wry smile. Rennes touched his nose awkwardly. Isn't it too exciting? This Nico won't be autistic. Just as Rennes was thinking about how to bring back Jun's confidence. She suddenly remembered something. You haven't just taken a kingdom, have you? Previously in communication with Marshal Sengoku. She learns that the kingdom of Goya has also been taken by him. Rosa is the third kingdom. 3 kingdoms have fallen into your hands. Jun sighed. I want to go to the 2 kingdoms before you. Jun suddenly suggested. Since it is possible for others to blind her with performance. So could the peace and quiet of Rosa also be an illusion? But what if it's the previous 2 countries? Looking at Rennes slightly surprised. Jun knew that he didn't expect that he would suddenly make such a request. Yes. Rennes readily agreed. Chapter 41. The taverns of the kingdom of Arnov were filled with laughter. People talk about the recent harvest. People who once had nothing were given the fields. Many fields are wastelands. In the past, when the noble lords controlled it, they rarely paid attention to it. But if someone reclaims the wasteland without permission, the nobles had to jump out and collect various fees. As a result, many people starved to death. But there is still no land to cultivate. Even the basic problem of food and clothing cannot be solved. But since the Allied takeover, this phenomenon has been completely changed. There is a land for everyone. The bullying of men and women was in this period of Allied rule. It's a death penalty. You know, there are many evil pirates on the sea. The world government still has the law of catching as much as you can alive. Available in the kingdom of Arnov. The crime of homicide is basically defined as the death penalty. The people's sense of security has been greatly enhanced. In a few years, the recognition of the Allied forces by the people of the Arnov kingdom has reached the highest. Words of praise can be heard everywhere. Even at night, parents are assured to let their children go out alone. They believed that as long as the Allies were in this country one day, they are safe. During this period, any pirates who tried to invade the kingdom of Arnov, not even the port landed. It was cleared by the Allies. Jun looked at the kingdom like a dream. She was immersed in this ideal country. Like a sleepwalker. If not seen with your own eyes. She couldn't believe it at all. There is a country in this world that gives people such a sense of security. In a world where curfews are imposed in almost all countries, there are places where children can travel at night. It's like a fairy tale. On a typical night, the most active group of people in the kingdom are soldiers, thieves, pirates, hunters. Most civilians are basically closed. Syllable. A little girl ran and ran. Suddenly, he accidentally bumped into Jun, a sleepwalking patient. Sister, I'm sorry. I treat you to ice cream. The little girl looked up and apologized politely. At the same time, he handed the ice cream in his hand to Jun. It's okay. Jun woke up like a dream and dotingly touched her little head. Ah! The little girl suddenly exclaimed. Your Majesty Ren. It's really Your Majesty Ren. The little girl said excitedly. Do you know this big brother? Jun asked curiously. Even if he is the head of a country, he does not even know his children. I know, Dad enshrines pictures of His Majesty Ren at home, and sometimes puts my homework book on it, saying that he can bless me with passing my studies. The little girl said innocently. Your Majesty Ren, will you bless me with passing the next exam? The little girl looked at Ren wistfully. Ren was a little stunned. What the hell is it to put a photo offering? I'm still alive. And he himself was a scumbag. How can you bless someone else to pass the exam? Ren was a little unresponsive at once. Looking at the somewhat demented Ren, Jun couldn't help but smile. Is there something that can make him show this look of fear? Did you read? Do you have schools here? Jun came down and asked the little girl gently. She forgot how long. I didn't see such a pure child smile. In this day and age, many children are orphans. He is also very precocious, and he encountered many wars when he was young. Smiles, in this day and age, are not easy to see even in children. And the girl looks like she should be a civilian. But it seems to have already read? In this era of lack of education, this is an extremely rare thing. Yes, wasn't the school built by His Majesty Ren on the order of His Majesty? Are you really His Majesty Ren? It won't just look the same. Why didn't the sister around me even know about this? The little girl looked at Ren and Jun suspiciously. Of course my sister knows, I was testing you just now. Jun naturally took over the words. Hey, I've failed several times. Don't worry, study hard, you can always pass. Ren comforted insincerely. Of course, he knows that some people are born scumbags. Words of comfort, he himself did not believe. Great, I'll go back and tell my parents that His Majesty Rennes has blessed me, and I will definitely pass next time, The little girl bounced away. Rennes was silent. Seeing this, Jun couldn't help but hide his mouth and chuckle. What are you laughing at? Laugh at you as if you are facing a great enemy. Let's go to the kingdom of Goya. Rennes said angrily. And when they leave? On a certain main street in the kingdom of Arnove, a blind uncle walked out of a casino. I lost again, but this time it seems to be just pure bad luck. It seems that it has been bad luck recently. Although the money was lost. But this blind uncle smiled. It's been a long time since I lost money by luck. I have lost money many times before, mostly because of artificial relationships. A casino that doesn't bully the blind. It's rare. Dressed in clogs and armed with a staff knife, he explored the road ahead. There was laughter in my ears. He couldn't see. But you can feel it more clearly with your heart. Someone in East Blue can govern the country so well, but I really want to meet the king here. With a smile, he asked passers-by where the palace was. But it's a pity to be stopped. Uncle, Our Majesty has not seen guests recently. If you are temporarily homeless because of inconvenient eyesight, I will let you take you to the orphanage first. The soldier in charge of guarding the palace said. Rennes left the kingdom of Arnove. In order not to cause a commotion, it is natural to call it a guest to the outside world. I don't have any money. A truthful smile. In this country, it is difficult for him to catch 1 or 2 bounty criminals for bounty money. I came here for a few days, but I didn't meet any of them. It's incredible. Orphanages don't need money, they are built by the state for free. Oh, and this kind of good thing. Of course, what Our Majesty hopes most is that the old will have something to rely on, the young to recuperate, the sick to be treated, and the teacher to teach. The soldier said proudly. He was a native of the Arnove kingdom. Life is now compared to before. It's a world of difference. To protect such a life. He just went from bounty hunter to a janitor. I was stunned with a smile, and my heart was quite shocked. I didn't expect that a doorman would understand this concept. This made Yuxiao more and more curious about this king. But since there are no guests for the time being, he can't force it either. It seems that my luck is really bad today, let's come back next time. A smile slowly turned away. The back is as leisurely as a fresh breeze. He hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. For many years, everywhere I went, there were dirty and despicable people. But today, it seems, encountered an extraordinary light, asterisk. Chapter 42. Time is running out to take the kingdom of Goa. It is impossible to be a kingdom like Arnove. But the fear in people's hearts has disappeared. Into a positive spirit of struggle. Because the entire kingdom of nobility was almost emptied by Rennes. Maintaining a kingdom now requires all kinds of talents. This is not the best thing to do with explosive troops alone. Therefore, electing talents from the civilian population has become an indispensable part. Don't look at the background, don't ask about origin. This makes many people with some skills eager to try this country, but out of ace, Luffy, Sabo, dragons, Garp and other talents. Rennes also hopes to discover some potential people. After Jun arrived, there is no doubt about Rennes' determination to change the world. At least in terms of people's livelihood. He did indeed do an impeccable job. Even far beyond her requirements for an ideal country. There were many laws that she had never thought of. Everything you see is nothing but a dream bubble. I know. Jun understood what Rennes meant. This kind of kingdom that runs counter to the morality of the world government. The world government will not allow them to exist. Now Rennes is on the horizons of the world government. Once defeated and captured, the prosperity of these kingdoms will cease to exist. The whole ideal country is based on the person Rennes. But even if it is reasonable, she knows the facts. But Marine is her sibling brother. She was really able to live her ideal life. For true justice. And leave everything behind? Perhaps the royal family and aristocracy have completely decayed. But Marine didn't. They are still on the front line. It's just this struggle. It looks sad now. Because they sometimes help and do not know it. It is also possible to take your own life for an absurd order. Even if I help you, not all Marine can understand, in their opinion, criminals are criminals. I see, you are afraid of making enemies of your own people, this is easy to solve. Rennes knew from Jun's words. The center of this woman's mind has shifted to her side. This is also a matter of course. After getting to know her basic nature from Rennes, he couldn't even think of a chance of failure. Very easy to solve. Jun was stunned for a moment. This is a difference in thought. It should be the hardest part to solve. It's impossible to take every Marine and let them see the kingdom of Arnov. Even if you look at it, some Marine may not be able to recognize it. In some Marines' opinion, a criminal is a criminal. Even if you build something good, they will also be paranoid that it is a kind of deception. I don't need you to fight head-on for me, you can continue to fight the pirates, which will stabilize most of the Marine, and a small number of stubborn Marine. I have a special way. Rennes smiled slightly. His mind controller is not vegetarian. Under the general trend, you are willing to obey, that gives you a certain freedom, this is no problem. If they don't want to obey, Rennes will help them obey. In a sense. When many Marine are not enemies of him. When you can listen to his orders to fight pirates. These are Marines who should have been his enemies. It doesn't exist. And most importantly, at critical moments, this can shake the faith and morale of the entire Marine headquarters soldiers. This is the most deadly. Spiritual beliefs are shaken once shaken. It's too hard to go back. In this way, the battle with the largest department of the world government. Rennes actually won half of it without a fight. You can still make the overly aggressive Marine obey. Also, so many people are willing to die voluntarily for you, but how do you do it? Jun didn't believe it. Think of those that are meant to create a little opportunity. You can hold the explosive pack before the servant and send the self-detonating soldier to death one after another. She didn't completely deny it. It may be difficult to understand just saying, let's speak with facts, do you have any people who are particularly unhappy, but forced by their position and unable to make a move? Rennes asked. Jun was lost in thought. Of course there are such people. But do you really want to be his person so hastily? She thought of the kingdoms just now. The scales are indeed tilted in favor of the allies. But in that case, Marine, the identity she has fought for all her life, has to give up. This is not an easy decision. She had to make sure she wasn't hot-headed. Rather, it is through the most rational analysis. Now her brain is working. Did he? At that moment, Rennes communicator suddenly sounded. Rennes connects. A voice soon came from the opposite side. Report Lord Rennes, we encountered the celestial dragons on Victoria Island, is it a battle or a retreat? Please indicate. Hearing this, Jun's heart was shocked. They encountered the celestial dragons. Rennes glanced at the squad number. It was one of the 10 squads that were released during the day. These 10 squads are equivalent to frontline cannon fodder. Unless it's something very important. Otherwise it won't bother Rennes. This is clearly the case right now. Details of the report. Celestial dragons came to this island and was bullying a woman in the street because a child forgot to kneel. Celestial dragons got angry and shot him in the abdomen. About to die, the woman tried to save the child, but was besieged. The Allied commander gave a brief report on the situation. You can hear that the situation is urgent. How is the child, can it be saved? It can be rescued in 3 minutes, and beyond this time, it will be completely dead and cannot be healed. I was trying to use someone as a test object, and someone hit the muzzle. Anyway, the Marine headquarters is now too busy to separate, and celestial dragons are the rulers of this world, so touch this tiger's butt and test the reaction of the world government. Rennes had a decision in his heart. But he didn't act immediately. Instead, he looked at Jun. Do you think we should save? Rennes took out the tablet and brought it up. Hand the tablet to Jun. The picture above is the same as in the report at the moment. Celestial dragons, wearing a bubble hood, is slapped in the face of a heroic and beautiful girl at this moment. Angrily rebuked her for not knowing what to do. At his feet, lying a little girl, dying. Jun is once again cornered by Rennes. Don't save? Just watch this girl die. Save. It was completely tied to the same ship as this man. And against the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons is a mountain across all marine, all official departments. But now she didn't have much time to hesitate. A choice must be made at this time. She knew he was waiting for an attitude of his own. At this time, psychologically, she couldn't touch it. Start up against celestial dragons. It's a bit too exciting. Help. But in the end, conscience overcame the fear of authority. Good. Rennes nodded calmly. The surrounding Chrono teleporters teleported again. Jun thought that after saying this word, she would collapse. But no, it was a relief, even excitement. Now you've made your choice. She finally doesn't have to bear the torment of choice anymore. Victoria Island. Celestial dragons when they show off their might. The people on the ground were kneeling, bowing their heads, shivering, and did not dare to resist. But in the nearby alley, at this moment, an extremely beautiful woman is bursting into flames at this moment, her face full of anger. Damn celestial dragons, fat pigs, dare to treat our Amazon female warriors like this. I'm going to slaughter him. Sister Sama, you can't do it. As soon as we get started, the world government and Marine headquarters will not let us go. Marine Admiral will too. Sander, Sonia and Mary Grode hugged their sister tightly. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Boa Hancock and his party had initially planned to make a minor retouching at Dress Rosa. Add some more resources. Then return to the first half through the Fishman Island. Such a distance is very dangerous for ordinary pirates. But for a long-established Shishibukai, just a normal journey. But not long ago they saw Marine clash with the Allies in Dress Rosa. Adhering to the principle that more is better than less, they took a slight detour. That's why you can stop at Victoria Island, the island rich in the second food city. But Hancock never dreamed of it. Celestial dragons came to the island. As soon as I got this news, I felt some kind of fear and dark memories in my heart. I couldn't help but feel like I was in my heart. Hancock knew he was cowardly. In the face of the world aristocracy, celestial dragons. Although she is angry and resentful, she is also afraid. This mountain represents the pinnacle of world power. It was so overwhelming that she couldn't breathe for the whole life. She thought she would never meet those disgusting guys again in her life. But fate seems to have played a joke on her. But this time, Hancock wasn't going to give anyone a joke to watch. Although aversion to hatred. But she knew that once such a behemoth provoked, it will bring disaster to Nine Snake Island. Especially this celestial dragon still has some relationship with the celestial dragons who originally kept their sisters in captivity. It was a pervert that took pleasure in killing slaves. At the time, the celestial dragons were still very small. But with a knife, he ended the lives of one slave after another. I still shudder when I think about it. Even if Hancock knew it. With his current strength, it's easy to kill him. But the thought of this guy's bloodthirsty pervert interest. She can still feel her fear. But before Hancock could leave silently, a child rammed him, Williams St. Then he was shot by Williams St. A female warrior in the team couldn't stand it and stepped forward. In order not to involve Lord Snake G. Before she made a move, she told Snake G and them to get out of here as soon as possible. Because she knew that even if she really succeeded in saving this little girl, waiting for her behind is also a wanted warrant and pursuit. But some people, knowing that they can't do something, still do it. It's stupidity, but it's also courage. And the Amazon female warrior who shot failed to leave. Caught by the Celestial Dragon's guards at the moment. Williams St is ravaging the woman who dares to disobey him, does not kneel in front of him, and tries to save people. Since the events of Sabayati Archipelago, the guards around them Celestial Dragons have increased. After all, the noble Celestial Dragons. I don't want to be threatened by a pirate fat beating like Charo's Saint. It's not bad, as long as you promise to be my number 57 wife, I can spare your life. Your face is red, it's really good looking. Williams St looked at the fingerprints he had printed on the face of the female warrior Aisha, looking very satisfied. When Hancock saw this, he couldn't help it immediately. Listen to this familiar word. Her head exploded. Desperate to take out these celestial dragons. And then escape. But Sandersonia and Mary Grote couldn't have let their sister do that. Doing so will only provoke you in the end. So they tried to stop the enraging Hancock. Elsa decided to act from the beginning. There is a plan to sacrifice. She followed her inner voice, probably regretting it. But they can't really match the world government. This is a disregard for the world government summoning orders and taking out a group of Marine. The meaning is completely different. After initial anger out of control and the strong persuasion of two younger sisters, Hancock's sanity slowly returns. Gradually stop struggling. Aisha, this idiot. Let's go. Hancock knew he was making a move. In the end, it will only lead to more sisters suffering bad luck. But she couldn't stay to see what happened to Aisha. Aisha, that idiot, we are obviously pirates. Do what you do. It's so stupid. Hancock could only stiffen his head and hold back his tears of cowardice. The two younger sisters saw that their sister gradually calmed down. Only to breathe a sigh of relief. They actually know that Aisha is a powerful subordinate that her sister is very optimistic about. I have a good relationship with my sister. But in this case, there is nothing they can do. Change an object, even for emperors. Sisters and adults can shoot directly. But the other party is the world aristocracy Celestial Dragons. A suffocating presence just by mentioning a name. Hancock turns his head and prepares to leave. Sandersonia's two sisters also helplessly and distressed to look at the sisters who fell into the hands of Celestial Dragons. Lord Rennes, the shells have been calibrated. The ammunition is reduced by 2/3, the landing is loud, and the power is small, which should be able to scare away the people around. 4 blocks away from the main street where Celestial Dragons are located, Ren Jun has been teleported to the New World Island, just a few days away from Rosa, via the Chrono force. Of course, these days, it is calculated by the ancient sailing ship of the sea. Do you really want to do something to the Celestial Dragons? Jun still felt the tension of a long absence. This is the nobility of the world. Sooner or later, there is nothing to hesitate. Fire. Ren was as calm as water. Jun is even a little incomprehensible. That's the nobility of the world. Represents the orthodox ruler. For a long time, many arrogant pirates did not dare to make a move against the Holy Land. Even those who dare to attack the headquarters of Marine. The world government is also extremely jealous. But he didn't seem to hesitate to be afraid of ghost films. He seems to be at odds with everyone in this world. As if fearless. Yes, sir. Fluffy. As Hancock turns his head, Williams gets closer and closer to Aisha, and the civilians bow their heads. The continuous sound of cannons suddenly sounded. It's harsh. More than a dozen black shells flew in from all directions. With a piercing sonic boom, it accurately hits the tall buildings on both sides of the main street. With the sound of explosions, the roofs of buildings burst apart. The rubble flew around, and everyone present was shocked. Protect Williams St. The Celestial Dragon's guards reacted quickly. Damn it! What kind of madman is this? Don't take us with you if you want to die. Dare to launch an artillery attack on the Celestial Dragons, and you are not afraid to attract Marine Admiral. A kneeling pirate scolded in horror. Shelling! Run! Although everyone was forced by the lewd power of the Celestial Dragons, they had to kneel. But as soon as the shelling sounded, the first person instinctively began to flee. Others immediately screamed and got up and ran away. BD! These impudent fellows, did I get you up? Damn it! Williams St. See this! First of all, I didn't worry about my own safety. Instead, I feel that the majesty and face of being a celestial dragons have been provoked. He immediately pulled out his pistol and shot several civilians with a bang. Seeing this, everyone ran faster. Get out of this island quickly. Medea! Something big is going to happen. A pirate captain smelled something keenly. Someone attacked celestial dragons. Hancock's sapphire-like watery eyes suddenly froze. There are still such maniacs in this world. Chapter 44. These damned pariahs. I'm going to burn you all to ashes. Williams St. is still furious. The guards also glared around. As a celestial dragon's guard, although they occasionally meet guys who can't open their eyes, dare to bombard the celestial dragons with cannons. This is the first time. Call Marine Admiral for me, and I'm going to burn all these guys who don't know etiquette. Williams St. looked at the people who ran out in an instant. Feel humiliated yourself. Meanwhile, nearby Marine base received reports of attacks on celestial dragons. When the shells sounded, an escort informed the nearest Marine base. Who is it? The guards were on guard. They could hear neat and powerful steps approaching from all directions. Don't dare to be careless in the slightest. But anyone who dares to take a shot at celestial dragons. All are crazy. Take people down for treatment. At the end of the street, several figures came up. Yes. Allied soldiers came out of the side street and approached the girl on the ground. What do you want to do? The leader of the Celestial Dragon's guards snapped. But no one replied to him. 1 and 2 like this, kneel for me. Williams St. was furious. Look at these untouchables and see yourself as the descendant of the Creator. Dare not kneel. Immediately pulled out a pistol. Without even thinking about it, he pulled the trigger in the direction Rennes was walking. Rennes didn't fight back. Because his marksmanship is so bad. Can't hit yourself. But the allied snipers in the shadows fired at the same time. Bang bang. Dense bullets instantly poured over like a storm. Ah! The untouchable celestial dragon's guards were caught by such extremely fast and lethal bullets. Knocked out a piece in an instant. Iron body. But those who fall are the weak. There are dozens of guards left, all Grandmaster 6 style. They create a protective circle. Carry bullets from all sides with the 6-type iron body. Poof! Most people resisted this round of bullets. But there are also people who can't fully resist. Shot through the body. One of the bullets slipped through William Saint's face. Bring a splash of blood. Williams St. was stunned. Then he screamed, "Ah, blood! I'm bleeding!" He was angry and terrified. What's more is unbelievable. Do these guys really dare to kill themselves? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. I am the god of this world. Who dares to kill themselves? The escort force is much stronger than I thought. A chill grew deep in Rennes' eyes. Jun stepped out from the side and took Elsa in her hands with the girl. Swiftly retreat. Give them to the allied soldiers. Momuzagi Vice Admiral. And Jun made a move. The head of the escort recognized her immediately. Suddenly looked shocked. Was it Marine? Ah, what are you all doing? Kill them all for me. Or I'll kill your whole family. Williams St has never felt pain. At this moment, just the bruise made him almost crazy in pain. Hear the words of Williams St. The guards' faces changed, but they had to turn defense into attack. Allied soldiers have appeared in all directions. I see, it's better for you to kneel for me. Rennes words fall. Hands slightly outstretched. Click. All around, towers of light prismatic towers rose up. Each tower shimmers with metallic luster and streamers. Capable people? Everyone be careful. The head of the escort was shocked. Although the situation has been reported to Marine headquarters, the island's Marine will immediately come to help. But it will also take a little time. Marshal Sengoku, who received the news at the headquarters of Marine, was confused at once. Someone attacked celestial dragons. At this time, one head is too big. Marine Admiral is all about preparation. World Government 5 elders also had a headache. How can this happen at such a time? But soon the 5 elders calmed down. Because they learned that it was Williams St who was attacked. William Saint has the power to launch Buster Call. That golden phone worm was asked for from me after the Charos Saint incident. I didn't expect it to really come in handy. Have these vicious guys forgotten who is the master of this world? Let the guards and Marines pay attention to the safety of William Saint, and let the rest be handled by William Saint. The fastest report only said that they had been attacked. But I don't know who the attacker is. But since Williams St has Buster Call in his hands, New World has many Marine bases close by. Self-protection should be sufficient. There is no need to send Marine Admiral. Can destroy the general national combat power. Enough to clean up those thugs. Airplanes. The towers of light prism started one after another, roaring slightly. Streamers condense from the bottom to the spire. The more light particles gather, the more they gather. A tipping point was soon reached. Whoosh! A dense laser beam shoots out. With penetration, extreme speed, and terrible lethality. Poof, poof. Although the escort strength is strong, they are basically strong people at the general level. But the beam emitted by the light prism tower still easily penetrated the bodies of many of them. Only a few 4 people can dodge or block this wave of beams. How come? What are you all doing with all this waste? Kill them. Looking at the guards who are almost invincible in peacetime. One by one fell at the moment. William Saint's body was trembling with fear. It turns out that they will also be afraid. Hancock looked on stunned. There are only 4 guards left. They no longer attacked, but protected Williams St. Williams St. If he were dead. Even if they kill all the enemies, there is no point. Stop. At this time, the island's rear admiral came with a large number of Marine to kill. But the Marine forces were stopped by the Allied forces. There was a battle between the two sides 2 or 3 streets away. Seeing this, Rear Admiral could only cross the conflict zone alone. Go straight to the place where Williams St was attacked. Hear about celestial dragons being attacked on his turf. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Celestial dragons, you can't go wrong on his turf. He stepped on moonwalk and raced at a speed he had never seen in his life. Momuzagi Vice Admiral, what's going on? Rear Admiral could see the two sides at a glance. But shouldn't Momuzagi Vice Admiral be on their side? Jun didn't answer, just looked at Rennes. How do we end now? Catch Williams St to negotiate terms with the world government? It's still time to retreat. Anyway, people have already been saved. Only, why do you have to expose yourself? If only to save people. He should be able to do it too. And in secret, won't he have a greater role in the future? She didn't quite understand what Rennes was thinking at the moment. Keep attacking, take them. Rennes said expressionlessly. Protect Williams St. The head of the guard said to Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral quickly landed next to Williams St. Yes, yes, I and the golden phone worm, you guys, all have to die. At this time, Williams St. suddenly remembered something. The next second took out a golden phone bug from his arms. The golden phone bug that launched Buster Call. Jun, Rear Admiral, the leader of the guards, and Hancock in the shadows all looked horrified. Asterisk. Chapter 45. None of them expected. Celestial dragons, who have never been interested in controlling troops, unexpectedly took out such a dangerous thing with him. Can't let him start the Buster Call, Jun said nervously. With her strength, although she could not resist Buster Call's firepower head-on. But to leave, the average Marine Vice Admiral alone could not stop her. Buster Call once launched. For any island. Definitely an extinction disaster. The Buster Call warship launched indiscriminate bombing attacks. Bomb until there are no living creatures on the entire island. The entire island will be wiped off the map. It is the minimum war that requires Marine Admiral to be eligible to wage war. If it is really launched, the inhabitants of this island may be completely annihilated. How did the world government give this kind of thing to the celestial dragons? Not that celestial dragons aren't qualified. Rather, in terms of military operations, more professional fighters should be put in charge. So this telephone bug is generally owned by Admiral or the Marshal. But now William St. has it. Is war such a child's play? What the hell do those old men in the world government think? Jun rushed towards William St. But no matter how fast she is, she can't be faster than Williams St. with a pressed action. With a click, the golden phone bug rang. The golden phone bug is not only different in appearance. It has super anti-interference. And can send signal coordinates to the silver phone bug that receives the signal. Even if it's in a hurry. Failed to explain the situation to Marine headquarters. It can also be successfully launched. Oops. Hancock didn't expect that. He was just curious and stayed a little longer. Just be involved in this kind of incident. Buster Call was launched. Rennes just watched, didn't stop it. Just Buster Call launched. Marine Admiral didn't seem to be coming. What kind of threat is that? Firepower. Hee. Originally after taking Jun. He's going to take action against these Marines. Now send it to your door. I also saved myself a few more trips. I'm Williams St. and attack Victoria Island at once. Kill all these untouchables. The golden phone worm dialed. Williams St. said impatiently. Could you please explain the details? What do you mean, Marine? I will attack if you let you attack. What right do you pariahs have to ask me? Williams St. was full of anger. Yes and yes. Marshal Sengoku could not stop it. 5 elders has acquiesced. Just less than 10 seconds. Marshal Sengoku ordered the nearest marine base. Draw 5 Marine Vice Admiral, 10 top warships, and more than 8,000 Marine elites. Perform Buster Call. Several Marine bases. At the same time received the command. 2 Vice Admirals at G5 bases, Virgo and Cyrus, were the first to receive the order. The army is on the verge of war with Whitebeard. Fear that Whitebeard will make a move. And in order to rush to the Marine headquarters in these days, they are always ready for battle. Now as soon as I receive the Buster Call command to launch. With a solemn expression, the alarm of the base sounded for the first time. Gather troops quickly. Young master. Are you really not there? Virgo Vice Admiral stood at the bow of the boat. The eyes were filled with sadness and madness. Launch Buster Call at such a time, what do the people above think? Although Whitebeard is old, it does not mean that it can be despised. Barry Vice Admiral, who was also at New World, muttered to herself expressionlessly. Only they are the ones who guard New World. I learned that Whitebeard guy, no matter how old he is, never to be underestimated. Before the war with Whitebeard, Every effort should be made to avoid extraneous branches. Didn't expect it at this time. Instead, Buster Call was launched. But as soon as he received the order, he was relieved. They launched Buster Call before. To rescue the celestial dragons on Victoria Island first. Since it's related to celestial dragons. That's easy to understand. The rest of the Marine base has also received orders. They quickly communicated and formed a demon-slaying fleet. You're finished. Ha ha ha. It's all. William said triumphantly. Buzz. The light prism tower began to pressurize, and the laser beam ejected was not shot out at the first time. Instead, it hits other light prisms. Make an enhanced blend. Are you an idiot? Rennes remained calm. Jun was originally a little panicked. See Rennes' expression. Not only why, but also a little more relieved. What did you say? William's st saw that someone dared to talk to him like that. I was so angry that I almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Even if Buster Call is launched, no matter how fast it is, it will take a short time, and you can't hold out until then. Rennes smiled contemptuously. The strength of this group of guards is not weak. But it's just not weak. There is not even a Vice Admiral level powerhouse in it. He wins in minutes. Whoosh! The prismatic tower suddenly emitted more than a dozen enhanced laser beams. Faster! The beam is thicker. The terrifying temperature emitted can instantly melt 100 refined steel. That's... Several celestial dragons guards in black quickly mobilized armament haki. But it didn't work. The laser beam pierced their bodies directly. Even the Marine Rear Admiral couldn't get away in time. Pierced in the shoulder. He also wanted to stand up, and his body gradually changed towards the beast. He's a Zoan fruit ability. Tenacious vitality, excellent defense, and missed the point. So he hasn't fallen yet. But the next second. Syllable. Behind him, a faint gunshot sounded. A sea stone sniper bullet waited for a long time. Precision shot into his thigh. He screamed in grief and fell in response, his whole body weak. The whole conflict broke out in just a few minutes. It's over. You see, now you're left alone. Rennes said lightly. Step by step, walk towards William's st. Get up, get up. Protect me. You can't do anything to me, I'm the queen of the gods of this world. Noise. It is precisely because of a mentally disabled person like you, corrupted by power, that peace cannot be brought in this world. Rennes listened to him. It's irritable and disgusting to hear. Walk over and stomp his head under your feet. Seeing this, Jun's heart suddenly jumped. An ominous premonition welled up in my heart. How dare you? The face of William Saint, who was trampled under Rennes' feet, was distorted. But the mouth is still hard. I'm not interested in torturing you, but I'm interested in breaking your will, and I'll have to wait for the Buster Call warship anyway, so I'll spend your time. Rennes has seen many families and countries torn apart by heavenly gold. The old man's death was partly because of these high-ranking people. Completely do not care about the lives of the people. This is caused by the lack of a proper system. Rennes pulled out a pistol and fired 2 shots in quick succession, breaking William Saint's legs. Blood immediately soaked the ground. Are you crazy? You'll bring disaster to the whole island. Rear Admiral tried to dissuade him. Although he was already tied up by the Allies. Think of the consequences of doing something to celestial dragons. His whole body trembled. If the celestial dragons were dead, the world government will go crazy. Ah! It hurts so much, BD. I want you to have to die, and when reinforcements arrive, you will be my slave for the rest of your life. I will definitely torture you well. I can't tell the situation until now, but it's worth having fun. Rennes looked down at him calmly. 2 more shots were fired, piercing his arms. Rennes then stepped on the wounds in his feet. Williams immediately let out a pig-like scream. Rennes calmly took out his communicator and said to the Allied commander who was transferring the army to the nearby sea at the moment, "Open your pockets, wait for the arrival of Marine, let them see what firepower is." Received. By the way, I almost forgot about business. Rennes looked at Jun and said suddenly. Asterisk. Chapter 46. How can there be such a man in this world? Hancock felt as if petrified by himself. Look at the celestial dragons being trampled underfoot. Beautiful eyes of different colors. Because of the inexplicable excitement, her body trembled. She had seen this situation more than once in her dreams. But in reality, she is always running away. They even deliberately avoid the island where the celestial dragons are located. This time it was an accident. She knew the celestial dragons were something she couldn't afford to mess with. She is not alone. And a whole country behind it. This figure, domineering and young, calm. If celestial dragons are gods, then he is like a ruthless god killer at the moment. His eyes didn't even panic in the slightest. Calm and cold. As if the pinnacle of power in this world was for him. It's all a passing cloud. She has seen people who dare to rebel against the rule of the world government. But their eyes. Either jealousy or madness. Whatever they do. The celestial dragon's sense of oppression on them remains. But this man is different. It was as if he were not bound by all the laws of this world. It is the most free gesture. Hancock froze. The heart beats violently without arguing. She tried to calm down, but found that she couldn't. It was as if every cell in the whole body was excited by his presence. Filled with unprecedented vitality. Sister, sister. Sander Sonia called many times. She reacted with hindsight. Buster call is on, we have to get out of here immediately. Can't be caught up in it. That's right. Mary Grote also said uneasily. At this time, what is my sister in a daze? Ah, oh, so good. Hancock woke up like a dream and hurriedly answered. But before leaving, she couldn't help but look back a little more. At this glance, she couldn't walk. She saw something unbelievable. The crazy, dying celestial dragons. Like a loyal old dog. Crawling willingly at the man's feet and licking his shoes. Jun saw Rennes looking over. She took a deep look at William Saint. If celestial dragons kills, there will be big trouble, we can use him to exchange some things. She said this for Rennes in mind. Even though she knew the celestial dragons in front of her were damned. But if you kill it, the nature has completely changed. The world government will do whatever it takes to regain the dignity of the celestial dragons. Many people are going to die. And stay in your hands, even if you use it to blackmail the world government. For the world government, at most, it is a loss of face. But to kill is to shake their authority over the world. It is equivalent to two armies fighting, beheading the royal family of the enemy country at the very beginning. It is equivalent to forcing the other side to go to war completely. Now that the big war is coming, even if I kill him, the world government won't be able to mobilize many troops to deal with me. Rennes saw this early. There's Whitebeard, the tall one on top. Even if you die as celestial dragons. And not so that they will completely aim their muzzles at themselves. And what about after this? After? After that, the owner of this world should change. Rennes smiled indifferently. Wait to take Wano Country yourself. Even if you can't win Marineford for a while. Rennes is also not afraid of the attacks of multiple Marine Admirals. And once you take Marineford, just as Rennes said, it's time for the masters of the world to change. There is enough capital to subvert the world. No, no. Don't kill me. You. I can give you anything you want. Listen to Rennes. Even the not-so-smart Williams St knows. This madman is not threatening himself. But really kill yourself. I don't even plan to listen to my own persuasion. The thought of yourself might die. Williams St. couldn't get up anymore and begged for mercy repeatedly. There are still so many beautiful things in this world waiting for him to enjoy. He doesn't want to die. Do you hate me? Rennes suddenly asked Williams St. without a head. No, no. Hate. Williams St. instigated. Bang. Rennes shot him straight to his third leg. SHHH. The arrested Rear Admiral subconsciously clamped his legs. It hurts to look at. Jun is speechless. Is this guy a pervert? Now what? Hate me? Be honest. But Williams St. just screamed at the moment. At the same time, he looked at Rennes with vicious eyes. I can't wait to rip Rennes off his skin and cramp. Seeing this, Rennes was very satisfied, and he looked towards Jun. It seems that he hates me, you can see it too. Is there any need to ask? Jun didn't know what medicine was sold in the Rennes gourd. But she felt that the inquiry just now was superfluous. You shot him off his hands and feet. With the arrogance of celestial dragons, he has long hated it. In 30 seconds, he'll be my most faithful dog. How is that possible? Jun looked incredulous. If only Williams St. was forced to do something. Forced by the madman Rennes. Maybe it's possible. But to say that he will become the most loyal dog. It's not just Jun who doesn't believe it. Hancock and others don't believe it either. Celestial dragons have a morbid hotness. It is impossible to surrender like ordinary people. Rennes didn't explain, but proved it with actual actions. As soon as Rennes raised his hand, a hazy silver-white light appeared on the ground. A strange building appeared in front of Rennes out of thin air. It is a tower-like building, but it is a bit thicker than a prism tower. And the bottom of the tower is a room that can be entered. Rennes picked up Williams St. and threw him inside this psychic controller. Outside a certain range. In fact, it can also affect the heart of Williams St. But the internal effect is stronger. What is this doing? Jun asked puzzled. Wait and see. Buzz. The mind controller has an invisible ripple of radio waves. Jun finds his observation hacky disturbed. Hancock stared at that strange tower. For some reason, looking at the man, a desire for strong allegiance to him arises. She sensed something was wrong. Hacky was shocked and quickly got rid of the effects. But he had lingering feelings. What is that thing? What a weird feeling. 30 seconds later. Covered in blood, Williams St. crawled out of the room. His face was calm and reverent. Look into Rennes' eyes. No more hatred just now. It was as if there was no pain. Lord Rennes, I am your most loyal servant. Williams St. said respectfully. I can't care about my body that is still bleeding. Climb to Rennes' feet, stick out your tongue and lick the dust off Rennes' military boots. Look at Williams St. This looks more loyal than a dog. Jun was immediately wooden, and Hancock's heart was extremely shocked. What's going on here? Chapter 47. Noble, arrogant, world aristocrats who consider themselves descendants of the creator celestial dragons. Licking the enemy's shoes. It's a loyal dog that has been kept for many years. But at the last moment, his eyes were still full of resentment. This is too much of a shift. Beyond their common sense understanding. Even if it's devil fruit ability. They haven't heard of this either. Rennes looked down at Williams St. at his feet, and was also a little surprised. Mind controllers are simply objects of loyalty. Character and loyalty behave in an unpredictable way. But Williams St. licked his shoes like a dog. It feels a little nauseous. Could it be that he was born to be a house slave? Celestial dragons usurped their masters? Rennes wondered a little. The problem we just talked about can be solved in this way, so that New World will not listen to us again. Hey, woman, don't look at me like this monster, I'm human. What evidence do you have to prove that you are human? Jun said subconsciously. This means is terrible. It's hard to prevent. Just imagine that the guards around you were suddenly rebelled against by others. What a terrible consequence that is. If I didn't say yes before, did you plan to do the same to me? Rennes didn't answer, the meaning was obvious. Such a person, is it still a person? Jun really felt the fear. Yes, the character has not changed in all aspects, just loyal to me. Anyone can. No, it's hard for someone as determined as you. Rennes said truthfully. The strong man of this world. Basically, they have mastered the power of spiritual will. If the will is strong enough, this power can fight against the mind controller. Hearing this, Jun breathed a slight sigh of relief. But Rennes didn't tell her. Strong-willed people are not incapable of destroying it. Although leaving you with a life can calm the situation and even plant my eyeliner in the Holy Land, but you die, the signal of the representative, is even more important. Let the world understand that celestial dragons are not gods, but people who will die if they are killed. Authority weighs on many people's hearts. I have to tell the world that this mountain can be shaken. Rennes said truthfully. Even a strong person like Jun is afraid of the authority of the world government. Not to mention others. So that the oppressed people all over the world will have the courage to resist. What Rennes wants to convey to the world is a will and a mind. This idea is more useful than controlling a wine bag of rice bags with celestial dragons. In celestial dragons, there must be strong people, visionaries. But at the moment this one is clearly not. Even they are arrogant to think that no one in this world dares to kill them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run around the world with such a little escort. Even with the Sabayati Archipelago's Straw Hat affair. That's still not dead. But from today on, everything is different. Rennes pointed his gun at William's St. Jun, Hancock's heart contracted suddenly. Do you really want to kill? Bang. But they didn't have time to think. Rennes decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet entered through the center of the William's holy eyebrow. Shoot from the back of the head with something red and white. William's St is not a monster or a god. Just mortal bodies. Shot in the head, naturally dead. Cut off his head and hang him in the port. Rennes said to a soldier beside him. Yes. It's over, it's all over. Rear Admiral suddenly looked like ashes and collapsed on the ground. Killing the celestial dragons wasn't enough. And cut off the head and hang the port. This is crazy. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the world government? Rennes wanted the world government to be outraged. But people who can obviously be in high positions. I won't be angry at a juncture. Let's act out, evacuate the island's residents, and set up a formation against Marine's buster call. Received. Lord Rennes, is there someone spying on you nearby? Do you need to clean up? A sniper from a high place came in a report. Rennes followed the reminder and looked over. It met Hancock's royal blue eyes. For a while, I was amazed by her beauty. But only for a moment. It turned out to be 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock. Such a person is unlikely to file a complaint with the world government. Besides, he killed the celestial dragons. It was meant to be declared to the world. One more person knows, it doesn't matter. Hancock was looked at by Rennes as such. My heart tightened immediately. The man looked harmless. It's crazy. And that kind of means just now made her feel fear too. No, let them go. Rennes retracted his gaze. Sister Sama, you have to go. Sandersonia's 2 younger sisters directly carried their own sisters and left quickly. Who the hell is that man? Do you know each other? Hancock, who was being held away, suddenly asked his 2 sisters. I don't know, I haven't seen him, but it won't be long before the whole world will know him. Next, take these Marines in one go and let them become our strength. Rennes looked at Jun and said. This is the most terrifying weapon I've ever seen. A weapon that can control people's hearts and spirits. Jun was the first time I had seen it, and I was extremely jealous. But it's good that this weapon is theirs. Rennes nodded approvingly. Mind controller once used well. The threat to any force is extremely terrifying. The inhabitants of the island have heard about it. Learned that celestial dragons had been killed. They fled the island in a panic. Originally before Buster Call was launched. The local marine will do everything in its power to hold down the enemy. Otherwise, wait for the enemy to escape. What's the point of launching Buster Call again? Hit the air? And wait for the Buster Call warship to arrive. Marine, who could retreat, began to retreat. Can't retreat, entangled by the enemy. You can only resign yourself to fate and bomb together. But Colonel Marine outside found out. The surrounding allies showed no signs of retreating. On the contrary, there are more and more. These are our strengths, and I try to lose as little as possible. Rennes issued orders one by one. In the nearby seas, submarines are dispatched and torpedoes are arranged. The entire coastline is also lined with rows of tanks and artillery that cannot be seen at a glance. In the open space of the island, on a temporarily cleared runway, fighter jets and bombers were parked. And the Chrono soldiers are still teleporting things over. At the same time, Rennes built several barracks on the site. A steady stream of soldiers was born from the barracks. Jun was stunned. Did all your soldiers come like this? Yes, what's the problem? Are you really sure that you are human? Isn't this creating life? Asterisk. Chapter 48. Rennes smiled and didn't speak. In some ways, it can indeed be understood this way. Seeing this, Jun could not calm down for a long time. Time passed, but not soon. The island's marine was taken by Rennes first. The captured marine was thrown into the mind controller by Rennes. Make them your own. A boat on the shore leaves the island and sails 1,000 sails to cross. Celestial dragons are dead. No one wants to be caught up in a mess. Hancock's perfume snake also left the shore. She stood on the bow of the boat, still brushed by the sea breeze in her hair. For a while, her heart was a little messy. She looked at the island and for some reason was a little worried. Will the man die? Are excellent men always short-lived? Will there be a chance to see it in the future? Rennes is on the edge of the beach at the moment. Wear a parasol, read the newspaper and wait for Buster Call. Jun itself was a little nervous. As Marine, it was the first time she had competed with Marine's national combat power. Although knowing that Rennes did a lot of arrangement. And the unsuspecting Marines will definitely suffer a huge loss. But her heart was still full of restlessness and uneasiness. She couldn't understand why this man could still be so laid back. Calm, as long as I don't want to, they won't be able to hit the island with a single shell. Rennes said confidently. Buster Call is truly terrible. But its horror is not in its top strength. It's about its firepower. It just so happens that this is the greatest advantage of the Allies. And he waited for his own work, and the traps were all laid. Jun didn't answer. Suddenly, at sea level, 10 Marines' top warships lined up. Murderous galloping, fast. Far from what ordinary sailboats can achieve. Apparently the one who used the ability. Buster Call is fast. And celestial dragons are usually chosen near the island. There must be marine base. Report, we have reached the Sea of Victoria and found that many ships are fleeing from the island. A marine reported. Sink them. Stier's Vice Admiral put his hand on his long sword and said expressionlessly. Vice Admiral Sama, those look like civilian ships. Can you guarantee that there are no criminals on that ship? No, you can't. Then sink them. Yes. The whole army obeys the order. Aim at all ships in line of sight. Artillery battery ready. Sister, it seems that they are not ready to let go of any ships leaving the island. Sander Sonia realized. Their conflict with Marine may have to break out. Stokabari Vice Admiral. Something big has happened. While the artillery fire was preparing to roar, a marine lookout said shakily. The body is directly paralyzed to the ground. Panic, what kind of system? Barry Vice Admiral said coldly. Celestial dragons, William's Holy is dead. His head was cut off and hung on the pier. What? Stokabari suddenly lost his voice, his legs were also a little soft. Are you sure? Sure. These thugs. The whole army immediately opened fire. Barry Vice Admiral said angrily. Every warship has dozens of super guns. There are hundreds of guns in 10 warships. Hundreds of top-of-the-line guns. Enough for a baptism of fire on an island. Fluffy. Order, and in an instant, hundreds of shells fired at the island and the departing ships at the same time. Deafening shelling. Let everyone tremble inside. Marine opened fire on us. Damn maniacs, who is not good to mess with, actually provoke celestial dragons. This firepower configuration. Could it be Buster Call? On a civilian ship, a businessman said in horror. One round is hundreds of super fire shells. Who can resist this? V3 rocket, start interception. Rennes fell. Whoosh. Thousands of rockets instantly soared from the island to intercept. Boom boom. All shells are accurately destroyed in the air. The dense explosion sound is shocking. People looked up, and the sky was full of explosive fire. Like the entire canopy, brilliant fireworks were raised. Unexpectedly, not a single leak was completely prevented. Hancock is going to make a move. As a result, the shells were stunned and did not hit here. The escaped civilians also breathed a sigh of relief. All defended. Virgo Vice Admiral was also stunned. The coverage is so wide. The shells, which also had an extremely fast rate of fire, were intercepted without a single shot. How is this possible? No, the shells fired from the ship. The impact of the waves on the hull, they can't be 100% sure of the trajectory of the shell. But even if it was stopped, the attack is coming from the island. What a madman! Kill the celestial dragons, not only did not escape, but also dared to stay on the island. This is a naked provocation. All batteries ready. Full firebombing of Victoria Island, celestial dragons confirmed dead. No need to have any scruples. Destroy the enemy at all costs. Yes. All the batteries were again calibrated for orientation. Lord Rennes, the enemy has entered a minefield. Is it really swaggering, not at all alert? Or an attack from the bottom of the sea? You guys don't have much defense yet. And rightfully so. The bottom of the sea is extremely dangerous. In this era, the usual way of attacking under the sea. It is a barrel of explosives disguised as a floating object. They have checked this and found nothing. And Buster Call has always been a change of color. Who would have thought that someone would dare to ambush them? Detonate. Also start radio interference. Rennes voice fell. Thundered. 10 top warships, like 10 behemoths. Keep a certain distance and prepare for the next salvo. But at this moment, a big explosion suddenly occurred in the sea. In an instant, hundreds of skyrocketing water columns were blown up in the entire sea area. Almost all warships were affected. Click. A strong explosion, several warships were hit. 4 top warships hit the point. Break from the bottom. The Marines panicked. Everyone on the warship follows the broken ship and sinks to the bottom of the sea. The remaining 6 warships also have varying degrees of damage. There is an ambush. Vice Admiral Sama. There is an ambush in the sea. There is an ambush among us. What? 5 Vice Admiral looked incredulous, they have such a fleet. And someone dares to ambush them. Nothing wrong was found beforehand. And this firepower is too strong. The explosion from the bottom of the sea can directly shred the top warship. They all feel bad. BD. Devil Squad, follow me into the sea to clear the ambush. Pika Vice Admiral was furious, and jumped into the sea with several rear admirals and dozens of colonels. The ambush in the sea must be cleared. They are extremely watery. Can be submerged to the bottom of the sea. But they were horrified to find out. Steel submarines are floating up, densely turned, like a jungle of steel. All the marines who jump into the sea are like hell. Then they were even more desperate to discover. The forest-like submarine fired a strip of shells at them in the water. Boom boom. Another explosion that shook the sky. Torpedoes, missiles, and at the same time roar. Fluffy. Marine Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral are blown out of the sea like fried fish. Even Marine Vice Admiral. The speed in the sea is also impossible to compare with a missile torpedo. Haki can't even carry it. Poof. Pika Vice Admiral blood in the sky, confusion. Pika. Other Vice Admirals' face changed dramatically. At this moment, they realized that this time, I am afraid that there is less fierceness. Virgo Vice Admiral, there are many submarines floating up in the sea and sea. I'm afraid there are hundreds. Reports Dier's Vice Admiral, suddenly a large fleet is coming towards us behind the island. There are thousands of ships. This marine was so scared that his lips trembled. Among them are no more than half of their smaller ships. That seems to be the temperament of the Allies. What the hell is going on here? The Vice Admirals were dumbfounded. This is Buster Call. Hancock and the other ships looked at the Buster Call warship. Those warships look like little lambs who have fallen into the tiger pack at this moment. Trembling. Who the hell is this guy? How can he have such terrible firepower and fleet? You guys are already surrounded. Surrender without killing. Rennes picked up the communicator and shouted directly. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Surrender. Are you kidding? Since Buster Call existed, this has never happened. Buster Call once launched. Success must be guaranteed, so that it can continue to be a deterrent weapon on the sea. This is also the case when Hancock can compete head-on with Buster Call. Still choose the reason for avoidance. If Buster Call fails this time, to save face, the world government will definitely launch Buster Call again. And by that time the Buster Call must be the highest specification Buster Call. Led by Marine Admiral himself, and by more than one. 5 Vice Admiral jointly launched the Buster Call. It's just a national standard. Fire fire. Stier's Vice Admiral wields his long sword. Cut off the steady stream of shells. At the same time an order was given to fight back. The remaining warships that could fire guns all fired. But to their despair, once again, all shells were intercepted. Can't land on the island at all. Directly lean over the warship. The fire was completely blocked. Warships were also damaged to varying degrees. 4 of them were directly sunk. At present, thousands of marine elites can only hold wooden planks, or stand on a floating wreckage. It is impossible for other warships to wait for them. Otherwise, there will be no counterattack. And on all sides are submarines. Such ships, in this era, are very few. Keep firing. They also have 4 Vice Admirals and 8 Rear Admirals, many elites. Once close to the island, if the fire does not work, it will be a blade battle. You have to take out the enemy. In particular, the celestial dragons were dead and the warships suffered heavy losses. If you can't even take down the enemy, they will all be held accountable afterwards. Rush. Whoosh. But in the next second, the overwhelming shells and missiles roared and swarmed in. The Marines change faces, and the Vice Admirals do everything they can to meet the battle. But no matter how many shells they shoot down, how many missiles they shoot, the other party's shells are like not wanting money. Constantly bombarded. It seems that at this moment, the Allies are the initiators of Buster Call. This scene stunned the civilian ships that were gradually moving away. This firepower is terrifying. Unheard. A salvo from the island and from those steel warships, submarines. I'm afraid thousands, tens of thousands of shells directly cover the entire sea. The entire sea area instantly became a sea of death and fire. Frightened them to speed up and flee. Boom. Another marine warship side Hyun was hit, blowing out a large hole. The warship began to sink slowly. Not every shell, Marine Vice Admiral, can be prevented. How can there be such exaggerated firepower? Virgo Vice Admiral said incredulously. Was the young master killed by this kind of fleet fire? Who the hell is going to erase whom now? Thundered. Another warship was shot through the mast, ships, and the fire burned. 10 buster calls have only 4 weeks left. The remaining Vice Admiral looked at each other in agreement. They all understood each other's meaning from their eyes. If you want to win now, you can't be beaten so passively. Many of Marine's elite strength is separated from this distance. Many abilities can't be used. Because across the ocean, melee must be fought as soon as possible. This is the only way. Up. Stokabali Vice Admiral whispered. Virgo, Styrn Res, Dalmesia 3 Marine Vice Admiral also nodded at the same time. Moonwalk. Bang bang. A sonic boom cloud erupted under everyone's feet. At this moment, abandon the warship, take off into the air, and go straight to the island to slaughter. The shells along the way were destroyed by 4 Vice Admiral. There was an unstoppable trend for a while. Is it all Marine Vice Admiral? Then give this a try. I don't have full firepower, I hope you can resist. Rennes clicked the tablet. Super weapon was chosen. Weather controller. A little more coverage, better. Rennes activated 10 weather controllers at once. It's not that I'm worried about not being powerful enough. It's about covering a larger area. Don't give Marine Vice Admirals a chance to dodge. Lightning storm. Super weapon weather controller attack. The whole sky suddenly darkened. Vice Admirals sense an unprecedented crisis. When I looked up, the sky was cloudy, lightning and thunder, very violent. Lightning bolts crackled and flashed as if they had come to life. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared, and lightning in the sky bombarded the entire sea area with a destructive attitude. The dark sky is once again completely illuminated. What? Seeing this, the Marine Vice Admirals were shocked and fought back. But they have nowhere to escape. Thundered. Lightning is like a whip, whipping the entire sea, like a laser sweeping the ground, flashing back and forth. It's like the end of the world, to destroy the whole world. And this kind of natural disaster, Marine Vice Admiral, cannot be completely prevented. If you don't pick up, you have no way to escape. In an instant, it was a thunderbolt. After a round, 4 Vice Admirals fell from the sky like birds with folded wings. Damn! 2 Vice Admirals directly hit and passed out. But Styrith Vice Admiral and Virgo Vice Admiral, full coverage armament Haki. It was struck by lightning, but it didn't completely collapse. They are excellent in defense. It was scorched black, and when it was about to fall into the sea, 2 people took off one by one moonwalk. Bite your scalp hard and continue to rush forward. But a lightning-like figure suddenly appeared behind them. They see and smell and perceive it. His face was delighted. Momuzagi Vice Admiral, you are also. No, be careful. Virgo hurriedly reminded. But it was too late, and Jun put down the Steers Vice Admiral with a knife back. Cut at the seriously injured Virgo again. Virgo may not be able to block when he is not injured. Not to mention now, I was knocked out by Jun. Of course, if not injured. It takes more time for Jun to win. So far, all 5 Vice Admirals have won. The rest of the Marine was captured alive by the Allies. Rennes was expressionless. Their own troops were stronger than them, and they were even caught off guard. I also tried out super weapons. If you can't even win a few Vice Admiral. That's the joke. They will be in your hands in the future, their loyalty does not need to worry, wait for a little destruction of the outside of the island, report to the world government, Buster Call launched, but the enemy has fled. The world government will not doubt you anytime soon. Rennes stood up and said to Jun, who was carrying a few vice admirals. Jun made a move, really afraid that Rennes would accidentally kill these vice admiral. That lightning storm weapon. She's never seen it. But it's as powerful as Logia's natural disaster. If she continues to bombard, I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand it. And that doesn't seem to be at full power. Why don't you say you're dead? That's not going to work, I'm going to pass on that the man who killed the celestial dragons is still alive. I'm going to die, I'm afraid I'll be used as teaching materials again. Got it. After their psychic interference is over, to ensure that the marine base where they are located will establish contact with me in case, I will set up psychic controllers in each base. As for being so careful? If they were reasonable, maybe they would be willing to. What we have to do, there are no accidents, some means, are necessary. Got it. I'll go back to dress Rosa first, and Cyrus seems to have done it too. It's time to do a big job. Ren's eyes gradually became hot. Buster Call in front of him, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Because his next target is Wano Country. Just now there was news from the air headquarters. Kaido clashes with redheads on Katmu's island. He carries embers at the same time. And Jack, one of the three plagues, is also sweeping the islands and their seas. Those are the trick-or-treating teams sent by Rennes. That is, now Wano Country's biggest speaker. At the same time, the strongest person has only won 3 tribulations Quinn. Well, this is definitely a rare opportunity to steal the house. At the same time, shortly after Rennes returned to dress Rosa, Marine HQ has updated the fastest bounty list ever. And this time there are photos. What a joke, what the hell did this guy do? The bounty rose from 1 billion to 2 billion Bailey in just a few days. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Death to Celestial Dragons. Shock the world. Many generals of the world government, Marine headquarters were furious. I wish I could send Marine Admiral now to bring Rennes to justice. But in fact, they didn't. Because Whitebeard's problem is imminent. Even so as not to affect the morale of the Marines. Neither Marine headquarters nor world government have acknowledged using Buster Call. In its place is silence. They naturally didn't suspect that New World's Marine was Rennes man. This is the same result as Rennes suspected. The world aristocracy celestial dragons is important. But 5 elders are not stupid. Even if I want to destroy Rennes immediately. But you have to hold back. Wait until they take Whitebeard. Not only will it let the world know that their authority is still unprovoked. Admiral can be summoned to annihilate Rennes in one fell swoop. Rennes looked at the 5 elders' faces expectantly. Wait until one day. Countless marine defects. At that time, the expression on 5 elders' face must have been good. At present, countless powerful people in the world are tracking down who Rennes is. A billion bounty for one debut. Within a few days, it rose to 2 billion Bailey bounties. Before, he was unknown. Unprecedented. And what was done made 4 emperors smack their tongues. The redhead looked at the wanted warrant and stayed for a while. Then he burst out laughing. This made all the subordinates feel a little inexplicable. Celestial dragons killed, what is their captain happy about? It's all to blame Roger, that guy, what a big secret treasure, one little pervert after another keeps popping up. And 4 emperors is vaguely aware of a threat. No matter the supernova of the worst of times. Or this allied Rennes. When these people grow up, it is essential to come into conflict with them. A new era has arrived. Gollum Lala, Roger, you are always right, man's dream and will never be extinct, the God Slayer has appeared. It's a pity that there is no time, otherwise I would like to meet him. Whitebeard laughed with relief after reading the warrant. This little devil who defeated the clown, the courage is very good. I will go back. I hope that the red-haired guy will not suddenly come out again to spoil me for good. Kaido incarnates as a green dragon and swims above New World. He didn't know that he was optimistic about talents. At the moment, he has set his eyes on his old nest Wano Country. A few days pass in the blink of an eye. The sea has fallen into eerie silence these days. Nothing big happened. It's like the calm before a storm. And 48 hours before the day of the public execution of Fire Fist Ace, Rennes acted. I didn't expect that even luck was on our side, and Ember was not in Wano Country. Inside the main hall of the Rosa Palace, all senior allied commanders were present. Cyrus, the Lilliputian troops, and several captains with bounties of more than 100 million are also there. Rennes decided to go as fast as possible before Kaido returns to Wano Country. Take Wano Country. At present, the explosive troops have reached his expected 10 million. Rosa is now left with only a few soul ores. In order to go further, action must be taken. And a few days ago Kaido and Ember left Wano Country. Prepare to intercept Whitebeard. Spotted by the redhead, the two clash on Catmu's Island. Now separated for the time being, though. But 10 minutes ago, the satellite captured a set of images. Once again, the redhead is close to where Kaido and Ember are. At New World, the climatic magnetic field is chaotic. Rennes satellites can't be monitored all the time. And staring at the four Emperors level powerhouse, it will definitely be noticed. At that time, it is possible to lose satellites in vain. After all, the collision of four Emperors is that even the clouds and atmosphere in the sky will be cut apart. It is not impossible to affect satellites. Rennes never underestimated any four Emperors. So it has been staring at the situation of Wano Country before. Of course, with the current strength, Rennes felt able to stand up to any of the four Emperors. Strategy is also essential. Without Wano Country, where Kaido sits, after taking it as soon as possible, Rennes can use Wano Country's soul ore. Further expansion of forces and weaponry. In case something happens when dealing with Kaido, there is a soul ore that can be used for emergency use. And more importantly, after taking Wano Country, Rennes can turn offense into defense. Further expand your strengths. Amplify the enemy's disadvantage. Not surprisingly, Kaido and Redhead will clash again. His troops are also in place. There is nothing to hesitate. Launch a blitzkrieg and take Wano Country as fast as you can. When Kaido comes back, all in Rennes' hands. The sea and land of Rosa are shining with silver glow at this moment. The strength of troops hidden on other islands these days. At this moment, they were all summoned back by Rennes. Today the weather in Wano Country is fine. This time the battle, unlike the past, will be very hard, although Kaido is not in Wano Country, giving us a good opportunity to break one by one, but there is also a problem, that is, if their king does not fall, Beast's pirates will resist to the end. The enemy is not afraid of life and death, and there are hundreds of capable people, tens of thousands of elites. But with our strength, we can take them. Because there is a time-space installation device. Wano Country's largest natural barrier lost its effect on the Allies. Otherwise, rely on this natural barrier. Even without Kaido. If there are 3 disasters, the other 4 emperors want to attack. There is also a huge price to pay. Grunt. Listening to Rennes, the pirate captains swallowed their saliva. It didn't take long for them to join the Allies. It's about to go straight to war with the 4 emperors. It's so exciting. But they are already tied to this ship. There is no choice. 5 minutes later, the first legion of 1 million soldiers carried out the first batch of teleportation, and then other legions followed according to the established interval, and it has been discovered that the Beast's pirates' forces are mainly distributed in Ghost Island, Flower Capital, 9 Miles, and Rabbit Bowl, and the 4 lines are fighting at the same time. No matter the cost, everything is mainly to take Wano Country as quickly as possible. If the conditions are not permitted, even those with the ability of 100 beasts don't have to consider capturing them alive. Is it all clear? Rennes emphasized the focus of the battle. Yes, sir. Numerous senior commanders said. He will also follow the 1st Legion and directly appear on the scene of the Ghost Island to command the battle. After all, Wano Country is an island at the same time. There are 4 seasons that change. Abrupt climate changes are commonplace. Once the satellite is interrupted, the Chrono force does not have the view provided by the satellite. Unable to teleport. But if you are there, you are an uninterrupted signal source. There is a soul ore that can be directly built on site. For this battle, Rennes except after the explosion. 30 million soul ores were also reserved just in case. 5 minutes pass in the blink of an eye. Go. Take Wano Country. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Wano Country is captured by Kurozumi Serpent and Beast's pirates. Ruled by tyranny for decades, and mourning was everywhere. Since Kojiki Odin's death, there have been many samurai uprisings. But under absolute strength, they all ended in failure. This tyranny without any whitewashing. Countless people in Wano Country were starved to death. Those who are still alive are like walking with the dead. When will such a day be the beginning, and there are still 2 years to go, will a miracle really happen? At this moment, Kojiki Hiri, dressed as Wano Country's first flower leader, looked at the numb people on the streets of Hwaju and sighed. On the street, someone was escorted by the troops of the Big Snake. Falsely charged. Such things have long been commonplace. Every minute of life is torment. She also has to swim in front of the enemy of Kurozumi's serpent. To use some strength. To help people in need. And the Big Snake is in the royal palace of the flower capital. Live the life of a wine pond meat forest. As an avenger, he is content with his life today. It's a pity that the little purple girl still wants to refuse to welcome him. For such a peerless beauty. He just enjoyed the feeling of not getting it. The woman who forced come, he has done it many times over the years. It has lost its freshness. The rabbit bowl, where prisoners are held, still works intensively every day. People die every day. Even Kawamatsu and Hyogoro were imprisoned here. Ghost Island, at this moment the wine is singing. Quinn stood on an open-air platform, singing and dancing rap and swinging together into the microphone. The 2 eldest brothers are not there, and he can indulge for a while. Anyway, no unswerving guy dares to come to them for trouble. Now the eyes of the world are on Whitebeard and Marine headquarters. And on that what allied leader? Even if there are really eye-opening pirate groups who think this is a good opportunity to invade them. Let's go through the guards at the waterfall first. But there is basically no chance for him to make a move. They Beast's pirates only take the elite route. The strong are like clouds and are not afraid of anyone. Brothers, in 2 days the Whitebeard pirates and Marine are bound to go to war. Now it's up to me to sit on the estate, don't miss it if you want to make a lot of money. Oh! Quinn danced and sang passionately. And don't forget to open a casino. The pirates below also have fun and dance together. I buy Whitebeard to win. I bet on Marine HQ to win. Hey? What is that? A projection of light suddenly appeared in the sky? Suddenly, a cotter looked up and saw a light curtain appear in the sky. On the light curtain is the face of several districts of Wano Country. At the same time, the same light curtain appeared in the capital of Flowers, July, and the Rabbit Bowl. Rennes wants to destroy Beast's pirates in front of the people of Wano Country. They are too loyal to the Kojiki family. That's not good, so he needs to create a new hero to rule Wano Country afterwards. Which guy got drunk and turned on the light conch live? Quinn was also surprised. But then his face changed dramatically. Buzz. Air oscillation. A cloud of silver-white light suddenly appeared out of thin air on the ground, in the sky, and on the sea of the Ghost Island. The sky is swarms of bombers, fighters, as well as the Kirov airboat. And many Kirov airboats already filled with napalm, high explosives. As soon as an airplane appears, it is in flight at high speed. The roar instantly filled everyone's ears. The members of Beast's pirates, who are experienced in combat, immediately reacted, enemy attack. The same plane also appeared at the same time in the sky above the capital of flowers, the Rabbit Bowl, and 9 miles. More than 1,000 fighters of all kinds. After the explosion reached 10 million, the number of Rennes aircraft also increased to 4,000. And on the originally vast ground, a phalanx of 10,000 people appeared. Every 10,000 people in a phalanx, the pace is neat, and the swords and guns are fully equipped. When he was angry, when he didn't move, there was no sound at all. Still, who looks at the past? There will only be one feeling, elite. A 10,000 person phalanx crisscrossing is extremely shocking. And on the island of ghosts, 50 such phalanxes appeared at the same time at this moment. Vast and boundless. In addition to the soldier phalanx, there is also a whole ring steel torrent. That's a dense mixture of tank fighting vehicles. There are 5 rings, enveloping the entire Ghost Island. The island of ghosts that originally seemed empty. At the moment, it seems a little crowded. The sea around Oni Island. Densely packed steel warships also appeared. The firepower and missiles of naval guns should not be underestimated. And in the sky and on the ground of several places such as the capital of flowers, an extremely terrifying number of legions appeared. It's just that outside the Ghost Island, if other places want to bomb, more accurate data is needed. Otherwise, most likely all civilians will be blown up. And accompanied by the terrified word enemy attack of a 4 Emperor's Cotter. Bombers over Ghost Island, fighters fired instantly. Fight when you meet, there is no room for conversation. The fighter swarm is like an eagle hunting food, diving down, heavy machine guns spraying tongues of fire. High explosive bullets poured down on the buildings of the Ghost Island like a heavy rain. And the pirates who are opening an open-air banquet. Ghost Island, basically everyone is a pirate. Overlay attacks are unleashable. Poof, poof, poof. Powerful bullets, tearing the inaccessible pirates to shreds. Whoosh! Bombshell after bomb was dropped, and a piercing sonic boom sounded. Then the next second, boom! The bomb touched the ground and the blazing flames soared into the sky. The banquet stage is blown up, and the billowing flames swallow a group of pirates into it. The scene was instantly chaotic. The pirates of Beast's pirates have a fierce look like a demon. Many cotters transform into animal forms. Raise the sky and roar angrily. It's like a group of demons dancing. They are furious. How dare someone bomb and attack them Beast's pirates? Find death. But the bombing did not stop because of this. The bombing continued, and waves of earth and rock were blown up on the ground. Under the terrifying fire, the earth was trembling. The floor is like a fragile tofu block. And the shells are steel chopsticks that smash everything. The fire rushed into the sky, and napalm was dropped from the bomber. The fire intensified, and black gunpowder smoke billowed up and soared into the sky. The fire was so fierce that the screams spread instantly. The pirates scattered and fled. The smell of meat suddenly spreads. The whole one is like purgatory on earth. The entire inhabitants of Wano Country look up at this scene. All stunned. This is dreaming. Kojiki Hiri said blankly as he looked at the sky. For a while, I couldn't tell the difference between reality and dreams. Where is this legion? There is such a terrifying strength and firepower. At this point, Rennes appeared on the screen. He said a sentence that will last a lifetime for the people of Wano Country. I am the leader of the Allied forces, Rennes, unilaterally declaring war against Beast's pirates. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Rumble. This sentence sounded like a thunderstorm in everyone's mind. I only felt a rush of arrogance. Both the Day and these enemies of Beast's pirates. Or Quinn, Kurozumi Serpent, the rulers of Wano Country. At this moment, you can feel the domineering and crazy in these words. In this world, anyone dares to unilaterally declare war on Beast's pirates. And just start when you meet. Kill them directly. Who is this guy? Even in Beast's pirates. Many people don't know Rennes either. After all, not every pirate can pay attention to the news in time. Especially in Wano Country, a closed country. Outsiders? Kaido's guy seems to be a villain in the outside world. Kojiki Hiri muttered looking at the sky. It's not without outsiders challenging Kaido over the years. But very few can reach the Ghost Island. Suddenly appeared out of thin air like today. It was the first time that a divine soldier had descended from the sky. With so many troops, it's really shocking. Is it directly teleport through what ability? But Beast's pirates are all monsters, I don't know if I can win. Mad Dead Man came over. The battle for the capital of flowers has also begun. No need to look at the sky screen. At this moment, you can also see like locusts. Queues of heavily armed soldiers rushed into the capital of flowers from all directions. Under the cover of steel tanks. They take over place after place. The civilians fled in panic. But the passing soldiers did not shoot at them. Their purpose is Kurozumi's Great Serpent's Palace. The forces of the capital of flowers are not weak. Troops loyal to Kurozumi Serpent also moved quickly. These FG bastards. Someone rebelled again, and was it again provoked by the damned Kojiki remnants? BD. BD. Kill all these guys for me right away. Kurozumi is extremely emotionally unstable. It can even be said to be very sensitive. Over the years, because of Odin's founding prophecy, every year there is a constant revolt. He always subconsciously remembered the fear that Kojiki Odin brought him. Especially as the prophetic day draws closer. He became more and more moody. As long as it is suspected to be the remnants of Kojiki, they were basically killed by him. Or go to jail. Now Wano Country has changed dramatically. His first thought was, this must have something to do with Kojiki's remnants. At his order, the ninja troops of the Goding Fan quickly rushed to protect him. And the samurai troops who saw the return group faced the soldiers who appeared in the palace. With Beast's pirates here, no one can threaten me, and the 190th Regiment of Beast Pirates is an enemy. No matter how many people there are, they will definitely die a terrible death. Kurozumi soothed himself. But there is also an element of fact. Even if Kaido is not there for the time being. But none of his subordinates were afraid of life and death. It is as if he was born to fight. Kaido, who grew up in a country at war. Advocating a world where violence solves all problems. So his subordinates, under the influence of his will. They are basically not afraid of life and death. Very ferocious. Bang! But his voice just fell. Dozens of fighters flew through the air. Facing the palace of the Big Snake is a wild bombardment. The buildings crumbled, the fire burst into the sky, and then the gunfire roared. Kurozumi looked out in horror. Discover that the number of enemy soldiers around is still increasing. But many of the walls have collapsed. Steel monsters drove in. Ordinary katanas can't cut this steel at all. Only powerful samurai can do it. Reinforcements from their own side came from all directions. It will not be completely attacked for a while. After all, his samurai and ninja are also very powerful. The flames of war are raging. Come to trouble us Beast's pirates while brother Kaido is away. It seems that there are a lot of people, but do you really think that you can win if you have a large number? Black Maria, one of the 6 sons of the Valley, said coldly. Her bounty was 480 million baileys. It is an ancient species, a Gersnardrose ancient tarantula morphological ability. She is very tall, more than 8 meters, but she is still charming and sexy. More love for Kaido. At the moment, Lord Kaido is not there. She would never allow anything to go wrong with Wano Country's base camp. Let all the troops attack, destroy all the enemies, let them see the horror of our beasts pirates. Mary led her men outside. There is not the slightest fear in the eyes. Powerful them. In his early years, he followed Kaido to the south and the north. What big battle has not been seen? Lord Maria, the communication of the field snail, telephone worm, has been interfered. But the sky screen shows that it's not just our ghost island that is under attack. Rabbit Bowl, 9 miles, and the garrisons of the flower capital were all attacked. The number of enemies is currently unknown, but in terms of the number of ghost islands, I am afraid that there are hundreds of thousands. A pirate reported. And what about hundreds of thousands? Just kill them all. Yes. Send fast abilities, establish new communications, and pass orders to strangle intruders. Received. That guy Quinn won't be blown up just like that, it's really going to be blown up, the location of the big sign is mine. Sasaki came out of the building, AEG, with his armored troops. See the flames still burning. But he didn't look the slightest bit worried about his companions. Instead, he thought that Quinn was dead. You can take his place yourself. He is also one of the 6 sons of Vali, with a bounty of 472 million bailey. Beasts Pirates' most advanced armored and mechanized troops. Carrying a knife, he led his armored troops to meet the phalanx of allied soldiers. Immense strength. A phalanx of 10,000 people, under the charge of him and his subordinates. Thousands of people were cut down when they met. Defensive shield. Watch the dense shells come at you. As soon as he gave the order, hundreds of subordinates erected special metal shields. Everyone is very strong. Relying on the shield, he actually withstood the bombardment of countless cannons. Fight back. Poke the firearm out of the shield. Shoot at charging allies. The allies immediately fell hundreds more. Ha ha ha, the strength of these guys is only that. Such strength also dares to come to our beasts pirates' trouble. Isn't it hundreds of thousands of troops? I don't know how you appeared, but as long as you kill it all, it's no problem. Seeing this, Sasaki immediately became arrogant. But in fact, he rejoiced too soon. Self-detonating soldiers are mixed in with ordinary soldiers. Rush to the formation and detonate instantly. Boom boom. Allied soldiers blew themselves up. Blast their formation all at once. Many pirates followed along to the west heaven. Now self-detonators. Gladius burst fruit factor improvements. The explosion is more powerful than ever. Self-detonation. Sasaki was stunned for a moment, and his eyes froze. The enemy's will to destroy them is so strong. Is there any deep hatred with them? Watch out for guys with explosive packs. Sasaki reminded. Rennes also did not use self-detonators all the time. One is to use it all the time, and the consumption is too fast. The second is a single attack, which is easy to be prevented. The best way to use self-detonators is to mix them in stormtrooper formations. Ah! Suddenly, there were many screams from behind. Lord Sasaki, something is wrong, many strong fortresses have appeared behind us at some point. There must be no such building just now. What? Sasaki was startled and looked back. Sure enough, the originally flat ground. Bunkers are raised. Mounted a heavy machine gun. Tongues of fire form chains of bullets, reaping their lives. The shield just blocked the front. Didn't even think about the safe zone they just passed by. All of a sudden, these things will pop up. It's so abnormal. So backstabbed. Quite a few people died. The enemy is capable, don't be careless. Sasaki could only command the troops. Take down the bunker behind you first. Lord Sasaki, when did we have more tower-shaped buildings on our island? Whatever it is, it must be the enemy's means. Destroy. BD thing, who sneaked up on Uncle Ben just now? And the still burning fire. Quinn's angry voice was heard. A huge ancient brachiosaurus suddenly shook its neck. Set off a gust of wind. The wind shredded the flames in front of you. Even if it was hit by such fierce artillery fire at the first time. At the moment, Quinn's body is just some skin injuries. The cannonball dropped by this iron bird is so powerful. Killed a lot of my cute subordinates. Also blew up Uncle Ben's glasses. You guys, damn it. Quinn's eyes froze, and the killing intent surged wildly. At this moment, another plane is passing by. He transforms into an orc state. Black fire. He lifted his mechanical prosthesis, and a laser burst out. With a roar, the bomber was immediately swept away by more than a dozen. Quinn, one of the three plagues. Grandmaster Armed Color Observation Haki. Zoan Ancient Brachiosaurus Fruit Ability. It is also a variety of inventions of Grandmaster. He was a colleague of King and Caesar Kerrang of Germa 66. Also a researcher under Becca Punk. Multiple abilities of the Grandmaster Vinsmoke family. This also includes Invisible Black. The whole body has been transformed many times. In your mouth, you can shoot lasers in your hands, Black Fire. Also good at virus attacks. Bounty of 1.32 billion Bailey. It's a monster in Beasts Pirates. A strong man with high defense and high risk of injury. He is bathed in shells and bombardment at the moment. Like a prehistoric beast, it is difficult to be broken. Quinn looked at the incoming corps. Subconsciously turn your head and order your subordinates to form a lineup to fight. But this turn of the head found out. The subordinates had long been scattered by the enemy crowd. Pull out the same communication creature as the phone bug. Found dead. He looked around. Although there are many enemy soldiers. But the combat power is generally average. Since that's the case, then kill them all. Quinn opened his mouth, and another black flame shot out. South. This laser penetrated 7 or 8 tanks in front of his eyes. Accompanied by terrifying explosions and fires. So many people, enough for me to kill. Let you know what a tragic end it will be for us. Spark Queen. Kong Quinn's eyes shot continuous exploding beam projectiles. Like Kizaru's 8-foot Joan Tomo. This was the ability of Germa Spark Red Iggy. But he's also a Grandmaster. Boom boom. A phalanx of 10,000 people in front of him was immediately blown to pieces. Pang! A self-detonating soldier approached Quinn and was swept to death by his one-tail BA. Although the explosion occurred, it could not hurt Quinn, who had thick skin and flesh. Little devil, you are the leader of the Allied forces, what are you going to do if you don't kill the celestial dragons? Quinn's observation Haki quickly caught Rennes. Rennes didn't try to hide it either. He is on the Kirov airboat at the moment. Stand in the bridge position. Closely monitor every move on the battlefield. And build machine gun fortresses, light prism towers out of thin air on the entire Ghost Island. As long as it's within a certain range of Rennes. All buildings with the red alert system can be built on the spot. And a good location. It often works well. The reaction is very fast, the overall strength is also very strong, just the first wave of tentative attacks, has already lost 30,000 troops, even without Kaido, the overall level of warriors, is not comparable to the Doflamingo pirates. Sure enough, it is right to choose the strategy of breaking one by one. If Kaido directs directly, it doesn't even guarantee a 100% winning rate. 35. Rennes analyzed internally. Inside the building, more and more cotters join the battle. Artificial animal fruit abilities are also very thick. A round of artillery fire, you can't kill them. Some of them turned into leopards, some into lions, roosters, orangutans. Everyone has something unique about their abilities. Once let them out of the fire bombardment zone. Rush into the phalanx of soldiers. You can kill in no time. Even if they are pierced by bullets. As long as it's not to the point. After a while, Zoan's powerful vitality can stop the bleeding from the wound by himself. Then keep fighting. Even they have a formation of people with flying ability. Keep shooting down fighters that shoot at low altitudes. Losses are increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. But the most destructive is Quinn. But Rennes is satisfied. Because of the first wave of the Allied charge. The entire Beast's pirates units have been cut apart. Make it impossible for them to communicate in real time. There is no way to uniformly schedule. Let them fight like loose sand. The threat is a little less. Rennes is not afraid of their ferocious battle. The fear is that they will fight a defensive war. And not on the initiative. That would not achieve the purpose of consuming their physical strength. Will extend his time to take Wano Country. This is not allowed. But they seem to be arrogant and confident. There is a pride in my heart. Who dares to provoke them? Be sure to kill back. That's good. Rennes doesn't have much else, it's a lot of troops. He exploded tens of millions of troops just to be safe. No matter what a monster. There are times of exhaustion. This battle, he won. Listen to Quinn. Rennes didn't answer. Nothing necessary. What an arrogant fellow, but since you dare to appear in the open, I will reluctantly take off your head. Let me see what is special about the head of the 2 billion bounty. Quinn said coldly. Lord Rennes, be careful, this guy is strong. Cyrus has been Rennes' escort since the first time. Rebecca is often asked to guard Rennes. Now they are all Rennes exclusive escorts. The instinct of the Cyrus warrior told him. This guy in front of you is probably not much weaker than Doflamingo. Being targeted by this kind of guy. Undoubtedly very dangerous. At the same time, look at the battlefield in front of you. He finally knew why Brother Ming's talk about Kai had changed before. Even without Kaido. Beast's pirates still embodies terrifying strength. And the will to disregard life and death. Such a group of pirates. I'm afraid no one wants to provoke. Quinn said, striking towards where Rennes was. Why do you think you can get close to me? Rennes saw Quinn staring at him and had to look at him. But the eyes are calm. I saw it below Rennes. The silver-white light flashed. Another 300,000 phalanxes appeared. And so many reinforcements. Quinn stopped. The enemy suddenly increased by hundreds of thousands of troops. This is no joke. Even if the combat power of these soldiers is generally lower than that of their pirate group. But the weapons in hand are not weak. And they Beast's pirates do not count the strength of the Kurozumi serpent. There are only more than 20,000 elite people in Wano Country. How? Don't think it's enough. Rennes waved his left hand. Buzz. Another 300,000 person phalanx appeared on the battlefield. So, is that enough? Rennes didn't wait for Quinn to answer. With a wave of his right hand, a large phalanx of 400,000 people appeared below his Kirov airboat. Quinn was completely stunned. All the people of Wano Country under the screen also froze. Wave these two hands at will. Just increased the strength of the troops just now several times. Chapter 53. That's at least 1 million people. This island area is densely packed with people at the moment. Like a calm Wang Yang. Quinn was also scared. What the hell is this? Millions of troops to reinforce, so easily taken out. Is there still so much force in this world? Are you sure it's not world government in disguise? What is the origin of this allied army? Even if the world government wants to gather more than 1 million troops, it will take a long time. How can there be such a terrible force on this sea? Phosphor, one of the 6 sons of the Valley, looked at the screen in the sky and said in shock. He was a spy for CP9. Years ago because of the failure of escorting rubber fruit. Featured by 5 elders about prison. Join Beast's pirates after jailbreaking. He is said to be the 6th son closest to the 3 calamities. The bounty is up to 546 million Baileys. So he is well aware. More than 1 million heavily armed troops. Even the world government can't just gather. And according to the character of those old guys, there can never be such an army. But the reality is that this is true. And hit Wano Country to come. If it weren't for his knowledge of Marine and the various departments of the world government. He even suspected that this was the army that the world government had worked so hard to disguise. Liar. Who on this sea can have so many troops? 1 million new reinforcements. The confidence of the entire Beast's pirates has been strongly shocked. Even if they alone can take out dozens, hundreds. By that time, the entire pirate group was wiped out. Did they win like that? Besides, the firepower of these guys is too fierce. They are very strong. But under such strong firepower, it is possible to exchange 1 for 100. That's an impossible miracle. The other party is prepared, let the barbarian come out to clear the scene, I'll help the Quinn guy. Although reluctant. But Phosopher made the wisest choice right now. Most of the bulliers are comparable in size to Ounce. Such a large size would be a target. But that's in the case of a single person. If it is several sorties together, that would surely wreak havoc on a dense crowd. It's those guys who spoil. Sometimes it's easy to hurt your own people. But the number of enemies is so frightening at the moment. They Beast's pirates. You have to fight in full force without reservation. Kazumi. Second Tooth. 3 Ghosts, 35. The bully received an order. Leave the important places they guard and face the battle. Now is a battle for survival. It is necessary to invest every combat force. Rumble. Terrifying footsteps stomped on the ground. It's like a brief strong earthquake. A group of monsters as tall as a mountain came out. Carry various weapons such as maces. They are tall and fierce. Several bombers bombed at low altitude. It hasn't come up yet. It was directly crushed by one of the barbarians with his hand. The bomber was in his hands. It's like a little toy. They are veritable monsters. It also looks like a monster. Many barbarians have sharp devil horns. They are cotters who are ranked higher than the real one. Second only to the 6 sons of the volley. If not for the appearance of not very smart, their status will not be weaker than that of the 6 sons of the volley. These bad guys are out, stay away from them. A small cotter who gives the giver reminds himself. Ha ha ha. With them, no matter how many people are useless, they can trample hundreds of people to death with 1 foot. The pirates are excited again. Kill the intruders. 35. The battle is getting crazier. All kinds of earth-destroying energy shoot indiscriminately. Rays all around. Countless corpses fell, and blood quickly stained the earth. The gunfire roared and never stopped. Billowing smoke fills the battlefield. The whole island of ghosts. At the moment, it is like a bloody hell where monsters and demons dance together. There is no place where war breaks out among the whole of the people of Wano Country. People were dumbfounded. War of this scale and madness. Let them be terrified. That man can stand up to Beast's pirates head-on. In the rabbit bowl chaos, the prisoners were liberated by Allied soldiers. Allied forces and guards fight. The artillery fire is constant, constantly depleting the abilities. These guys are not strong, they are all filling with their lives. Everyone, we are the samurai of Wano Country, how can we let the warriors who liberate us continue to fill with their lives? Take up arms and finish off these guys. Hyungoro looked at the jailer chief Babanuki, the real man, with hundreds of corpses lying at his feet. Finally, I couldn't help but shout. In any case, these soldiers are for the liberation of the rabbit bowl. died to save them. Their blood is not completely cold. And it doesn't matter who they are. The future is friend or foe. As long as it's the one who wants to kill beasts pirates at the moment. That's all, friends. Let me out, Hyagoro. A voice suddenly came from a heavily guarded cell. River Pine? Then let's kill together today. Maybe not waiting for that day. But I can't watch the benefactors fall one after another. The diminutive Hyagoro took up arms again. After years of devastation. He thought that he had lost hope and blood in his heart. But watch these soldiers in order to destroy the pirates. To liberate the rabbit bowl. He does not cherish his life in the slightest. One by one, they were sent to death. Even many people directly blew themselves up. This spirit is purer than Bushido. Deeply touched them. BD. Kill them all. Elephant fruit ability, Babanuki said angrily when he saw this. At the same time, I gradually became afraid. He looked at the place of the gate. There is still a steady stream of allied soldiers rushing in line. Lord Babanuki, there are too many of them to kill. And the situation on Ghost Island doesn't seem to be good. A jailer kills until his hands are soft. The weapon curled up, and his body was also blown up with blood. Slowly, their faith wavered somewhat. Close the gate first, don't take the initiative to meet it, hold here, and when Lord Quinn wins, they will come to our aid. Babanuki hurriedly said. He is determined that Beast's pirates will win. Yes. But this is still useless. Allied Air Command. Paratroopers were dropped. Wave after wave of paratroopers came from the sky. The battle continues. The jailers are decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Use Lord Quinn's plague bomb. Yes, the other party has a means of treatment. 35. Any injury, as long as it enters the gene center, can basically be repaired back to its original state. Impossible, how could we beasts pirates? Babanuki was completely overwhelmed by gunfire. The flames that could not be extinguished burned alive him, an elephant fruit-capable person. The same situation played out in July in the capital of flowers. Maybe you can really win. This attack on Kaido's forces, a lot of troops. Kojiki Hiri's beautiful eyes are different. There are so many huge troops. You can't see the edge at a glance. It's so oppressive. Like an endless ocean stands there. It can never be wiped out. Maybe it's possible for outsiders to win this war, but Kaido is still there. Even if they win this battle, once Kaido returns. But Quinn and others compared to Kaido. That's not a monster. Kojiki Hiri was also silent. In Wano Country for so many years. She's also seen Kaido make several shots. Every time I make a move, it's like a god in the world. When you raise your hands and feet, there is a world-destroying pouring of energy. And the whole of Wano Country fighting elsewhere. Compared to the island of ghosts at the moment. But insignificant. The people on the island are killing crazy. The bloody battle lasted for more than half an hour. Black Maria's spider silk webs shelter hordes of soldiers. Then the mouth is opened to protrude from the flames, and the flames burn the cobwebs. Instantly form a sea. Burned many allied soldiers to ashes. She is also adept at using a variety of melee weapons. Block shells, smash tanks, and be fierce. There are also many wandering girls with good strength around her. But they were quite depressed. Their illusions and fogs, which are very useful to men. In front of this group of soldiers, it was useless. It's as if these guys have no desire or desire. It's also terrible. How come these men don't even have the most basic desires? So they were killed a lot. Damn. Can't finish killing. Black Maria nimbly dodged the beam of light from a prism tower. After stopping, he gasped violently. The artillery fire of the other side did not stop for a second. This defies common sense. With so many soldiers, Don't you need to replenish the ammunition for guns? How could there be no time for respite and regrouping? She felt like she had killed a lot of people. But the enemy in front of you. It seems that it is not decreasing, but increasing. The artillery fire of the attack also intensified. That devastating beam of light. If you can dodge, she won't hard connect. Hardwired with armament Haki. But Haki uses it and exerts himself extremely quickly. She was keenly aware that the other party was using human lives to consume their physical strength. What a terrible little devil, a ruthless conductor than Lord Kaido. Black Maria looked deeply at the figure standing calmly among the iron birds. The sense of crisis in my mind rises to ultimate. Rennes was also jealous of it like never before. Even Kaido-sama doesn't consume his vital power like this. Can't afford to consume it all. She also wanted to rush in front of Rennes. Solve this boss. But there are too many troops entangled in her. You can't kill enough. If she is not careful, she will also get hurt. It's not just her. The other cotters were isolated. Bang! Suddenly this bully fell. The behemoth fell, deafening. Everyone saw it. The brute bully is indeed ferocious. 0, asking for flowers. A tooth rushes to the forefront. Foot on tank groups, hand clap planes, stick sweep the army of 10,000 people. Like a prehistoric monster recreating the earth. As soon as he appeared, he carved out a path to the direction of Rennes alive with the barbarian overlord. More than 7,000 soldiers died at his hands. But the size is large, and it is also constantly bombarded. He was still in the forefront. Enough firepower. 500 tanks fired a salvo, hundreds of bombers in a volley. The prism tower shoots dozens of enhanced lasers at the same time. Hundreds of self-detonators fell on various parts of his body. Punched his monster-like body alive. His body is full of holes. Like a honeycomb. His fall. Let all Quinn, Maria, Sasaki, and other strong people have a Rin in their hearts. There was the first behemoth to fall. There will definitely be a second, a third. Damn it! How can the other party's firepower still be so fierce? This is also caused by the ability to do this. Over time. The more Sasaki fought, the more frightened he became. His armored forces ran out of all their ammunition. The opponent's bullets, but the shells seem to be infinite. This is on their territory. How come the other side has more supplies than them? In fact, the Rennes system offers unlimited bullets and shells. There were also many corpses lying at the feet of each of them. They recognized the courage of these soldiers from the beginning. Gradually to admiration, to now fear. Even if these soldiers are loyal. They also saw a lot of soldiers who were not afraid of death. But just to cause a little flesh and skin injury to the other party. Expend a little bit of stamina. Soldiers who can give their lives without hesitation. They are afraid. 0. If they beasts pirates are the legion of fearlessness. Then one is the army of devils from hell. Death seems to be the destination of their pursuit. But fearless meets the devil. The heart of fearless began to fill with fear. Such an army, such a force. Such a maniac. Can they really win? These guys are crazy, crazy, I won't kill them. Don't kill. Suddenly a giver looked at his praying mantis hands bladed. Killed until he broke his own bones. The whole person was also bathed in blood. The blood was so sticky that it lingered on him. Every time he kills someone, he suffers in his heart. Not everyone can kill without changing their face. Kill 1, 10 maybe. But to a certain extent, the heart will begin to crumble. There is no doubt that the pirate collapsed. He shouted, hissed, and fled the battlefield. Useless waste, what's the matter, still can't contact Kaido-sama and Ember. Fuzzfu incarnated as an ancient saber-toothed tiger. Fight in the crowd. Flooded by artillery fire, knocking out the incoming laser beam. carrying the attack of the self-detonating soldier hard. Even if it is an ancient breeder. Nor can it withstand constant destruction. Injuries have been found in many places. He realized that this would go on. They may be consumed alive. The enemy's fire became more and more ferocious. There are more and more pillboxes around it and towers that can shoot lasers. The firepower will only get stronger. And they beasts pirates. Almost a third of them have lost their combat effectiveness. Drag on, time and troops are not on their side. The situation is no longer as rosy as it was just now. The enemy's attacks were crazier than they thought. Can't be contacted, communication is disrupted. Damn, this guy singled out Lord Kaido's absence. Did they think that if they took Wano Country, they could withstand Lord Kaido's wrath? Fuzzfer said angrily. Cut a tank straight through with one claw. But it didn't work. The silver-white light flashed. A team of 20 tanks suddenly appeared in place. Rumble towards him. This is the power that Kaido Big Brother has developed for many years, and it must not be consumed like this, otherwise even if I win in the end, what face will I have to face Big Brother Kaido? 35 Quinn also went crazy. He was covered in blood, advancing alone against millions of legions. After killing tens of thousands of people. There are also at least dozens of wounds all over the body. There are burns, cannon marks, beam hits, but puddles of blood that are pierced. But the ancient breeders did resist beating. If Brother Ming was injured like this, I am afraid that I will not be able to continue to fight with such flexibility as him. You are also a bounty criminal with a bounty of 2 billion, don't you even dare to fight me? You coward! Quinn hissed in the direction of Rennes in a bit of anger. He soared into the air. Want to kill Rennes from the air. But he did it. A Kirov airboat loaded with explosives crashed directly into him. Boom! The sea of fire covered the small half of the sky. He was also blown up from the air and landed to the ground. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and there were a few more hideous blood marks on his body. But stood up again. You are stupid, I am not stupid, all these troops are my strength, and it is time to send you on the road. Rennes looked flat at the incompetent and furious Quinn. Mesh G. Chapter 54. Since sacrifice is inevitable, let them do their last thing. Quinn suddenly pulled out the mummy virus. In such a situation where both the enemy and we are entangled together. He really didn't want to use it if he could. One use, their side will also suffer heavy losses. But break through this army. He couldn't do it better. Rennes pointed to the sky with his hand. Thunderclouds quickly converged in the sky. Super weapon, 20 weather controllers, fully functional, 39. Right now, New World, near Hive Island. A flaming pterosaur flew through the air. Followed by a green dragon. BD Redhead. Always bad for me, one day, you will die in my hands. 35 Kaido opened his dragon's mouth and roared angrily. He finally found out that Whitebeard's last assembly place was Hive Pirate Island. But halfway through, he was blocked by the Redhead. Just now they had a fight. Wait for him to get to the Hive. The Whitebeard pirates have gone to the empty building. He flew high into the air. All you see is the endless sea. There is not the slightest trace of the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates at all. They either had already set off a day or two before. Either those who have the ability cover his fleet. Brother Kaido, what now? Ember asked. It's too hard to find Whitebeard. Before the war, Whitebeard would have hidden his tracks. Wait until the day of execution. He will appear. Go back to Wano Country, Whitebeard guy is gone, it's almost impossible to come back alive, blame the red-haired imp, let me miss the opportunity to kill Whitebeard at the end. Kaido said rather depressed. He said and took out the jug directly. Drinking heavily in the air. The public execution of Marine headquarters this time may be broadcast live to the world. Ember reminded. This is news from the underworld. I know, the other day I asked that Morgan guy to be free to come to Wano Country to install the strongest live call bug on 203. Kaido nodded. Since you can't finish Whitebeard with your own hands. At least it depends on how he dies. And what will the Marine headquarters pay? For them, the top powerhouses. Whitebeard fights Marine headquarters. The outcome can basically be guessed. It's just a matter of what Marine headquarters is willing to pay to win. Face several times your own strength. How far can that old man of Whitebeard fight? Want to work wonders? Survive Marine and return to New World? It's so hard. I asked about the situation, The signal is not good, and the field snail can't be connected. Quinn, this guy won't have another banquet and get drunk. Ember frowned. Gurgle, banquet is a good thing, you can drink to your heart's content. Kaido laughed disapprovingly. They didn't care too much either. It is impossible for Ant to attack Wano Country. Whitebeard is even less likely at the moment. The redhead had just clashed, and it was still in this sea. So I didn't think anything could go wrong with Wano Country. Brother Kaido, do you want to go to Rosa to meet the leader of the Allied forces? Kill the imps of the celestial dragons? No rush. See how long he can live against 2 billion Bailey's head, he must really have the strength. Go back, drink, 35. You just want to drink the bar first. Ember was slightly speechless. This time it's not for speed, bring Quinn, Jack and them, maybe I can stop red hair pirates completely. Ember said with some regret. When encountering red hair pirates, he struck decisively and went to intercept the redheads. I wanted to buy more time for Kaido's big brother, but failed. It's not your fault, Redhead and Beckman, the strength has improved again over the years. Kaido's eyes were slightly condensed, quite heavy. Our strength and the strength of our subordinates have also increased greatly over the years, and we have to find a way to restore the production chain of artificial fruits. Ember also said proudly. Draw resources at Wano Country. Wanton development of arsenals. There's also the man-made devil fruit. Many strong people have turned to them. Over the decades, their power has grown dramatically. This will be a powerful hole card for them to conquer the world. The 6 sons of the volley, the barbarian bully, the real fight, and the gifter are the bones and blood of beasts pirates. It is also the hard work of him and Kaido's big brother. It is Kaido's big brother who has cherished talents for 20 or 30 years. A team that has been built up hard. Go back, let everyone prepare for the battle. Once Whitebeard really falls, his territory, Redhead and Ant they will not let go, we can't miss it. Kaido said lightly. Beasts pirates also needs more talent and strong. More plates are also needed. The two rushed towards Wano Country. Really, did that guy from Kaido still think he was the king of the new world, and he was summoned to Uncle Ben to come and go, 35 in the airspace not far from Wano Country? A rudimentary empty boat, drifting leisurely. Newsbird King Morgans complained with a slight dissatisfaction. Build a signal tower that can receive video telephone bugs. Just let your subordinates do it. Could there be any other purpose? Now he is in the waters under Kaido's jurisdiction. Nor send someone to pick it up. I really don't understand the hospitality at all. Strange, Wano Country looks like he's at war, and it's not small. Morgans had clairvoyance-like abilities. Although it is still some distance from Wano Country. But you can vaguely see the wolfish Wano Country. Nobody really attacked Wano Country at this time, right? Or is it just a binge? Morgan's curiosity gradually rose. Watch your own men and horses keep falling. Quinn didn't hesitate any longer. Pick up a Gatling machine gun. Loaded with mummified virus bullets. Shoot wildly at the sea of people in front of you. Give it all to Uncle Ben to die. Ah ha ha ha. 35. A catapult of the plague was fired and fell into the Allies. The Allies hit by bullets instantly became hot. The heat gradually spreads from the place of hit to the whole body. It won't take long. Blood will gush out. After death, the body will dry up like a mummy. And as long as you touch an infected person, you can also get infected immediately. How dare you use it? Then don't blame yourself for walking painfully. 35 This viral means. Rennes is not nothing. I just didn't want to use it all this time. First, it is too brutal. Second, it will cause long-term damage to the land. But now Rennes is before launching a lightning storm. Gotta let Quinn taste it, too. Quinn saw the enemy fall for his mummy. Covered in injuries, he showed a smug smile. He couldn't wait to see Rennes show a panicked expression. Mummies can spread quickly as long as they come into contact. The more troops he has, the more he passes. Although so, his subordinates will also be affected. Don't do that. They have been consumed. The end result will be even worse. Ah! The Allied soldiers screamed. Ha ha ha, it's over, this is the masterpiece of Plague Quinn. The Sea of People tactics have a fart use, and it will be us who will win in the end. 35 Kurozumi the serpent looked at the sky screen and smiled triumphantly. He saw the soldiers, 10 infected by 100. 100 infected with 1,000. Even Beast's pirates' subordinates were hit. The pirates scurried around in fear. This will create more infections. Actually use a virus. Kojiki Hiri looked at the battlefield that was supposed to be purgatory. Another such inhuman means. I couldn't help but change my face. Beast's pirates lost. Sure enough, it was just wishful thinking. They are terrible. Powerful, fearless, mean, ruthless. It is the embodiment of evil. This is an unsolvable virus. Hygora cooperated with the Allies. The rabbit bowl has been taken. But at the moment, looking at the status quo of live broadcast on the sky screen, they also felt desperate. Especially the prisoners in the rabbit bowl. I know the origin of the title of Quinn Epidemic. Anyway, I killed a lot of obtrusive guys, and I don't lose if I die, but it's a pity that I couldn't wait for the day that Mrs. She said. The river song sword was stained with blood. Just the next second. When everyone thought that this mummy virus would spread wildly. But they saw an extremely shocking scene. Fired by Quinn with a machine gun. The Allied soldiers who fell victim to the virus did not flee in fear like Beast's pirates. Instead, he silently raised the weapon in his hand. Aimed at his own head. Long live the Allies! Bang bang! Without the slightest hesitation, they pulled the trigger. More than thousands of Allied troops died in an instant. The mummy virus was not given the opportunity to harm other companions. Seeing this, Quinn's smug smile froze. The entire battlefield was even silent for a moment. Everyone in front of the screen was even more dumbfounded. Such a crisp and neat suicide. Shocked everyone's heart. And not a two. Instead, thousands of infected Allied troops did so. Not a single one hesitated. How is this possible? Even the well-trained and determined members of Beast's pirates. At this moment, it is also a cry of fear. I hope my companions can help them. Many of their companions and allies were infected by their touch. Quinn felt a chill in his heart. He had never seen such a crazy army. Is there really not a single hesitation? What kind of devils are these? Cold sweat slipped down his forehead. The battlefield was silent for a moment. Black Maria, Sasaki, Phosphor and other cotters all felt the cold wind. Such troops, it's crazy. Too unrealistic. It simply doesn't look like a force that can exist in the world. Are they really going to lose? Kaido-sama. Where are you? Even if they kill themselves, our people can infect. Quinn wanted to say something. Halfway through the words, he froze. He saw a man wearing a green protective suit. Soldiers with green cannon barrels walked from the crowd to the pirates. The barrel of the gun was filled with a green liquid. All the Allied forces in the vicinity saw this. Judo retreated hundreds of meters at the same time. What? The idea just arose in everyone's mind. All they heard was a soft pop. The barrel in the soldier's hand cracked zero. A flash of green light flashed. Instantly covers a range of 20 meters in diameter. The soldier died first, and after death radiated for 4 weeks. In order to carry out a range of damage. Pirates within this distance. There was not even a scream, and under the green radiation, the body instantly turned into blood. Directly melted. What the hell is this? A pirate cotter with a bounty of more than 100 million was directly frightened and took several steps back. With a burst of green light, the earth in the range turned into an ominous green. All living beings in the range were melted by the terrible radiation. This way of dying made everyone's hearts hairy. They are demons. Absolutely devil. We can't win them. The most vicious pirates will also have times to collapse. Lord Quinn, be careful. Suddenly there was a scream next to Quinn. He was also shocked and distracted just now. Hear the reminder and look around. It was discovered that a dozen such radiation sappers had surrounded him. Find death. In Quinn's mouth, his hand subconsciously fired lasers at the same time. Shoot these soldiers to detonate. But the moment it killed them, Quinn's face changed first. Oops. Whoops. Radiation from all sides filled the surroundings. Drown Quinn. Quinn armed haki, mechanical, ancient species super physical fitness. All defenses run to ultimate. But there was still a miserable scream. This scream made every beast's pirate feel strongly uneasy. It seems that it can indeed break the defense against you monsters. Rennes said lightly. This is meant to deal with your boss. BD. Quinn is still standing, but his body is in tatters. Those radiant green lights can't be completely blocked. They penetrated into every pore of him. Corroding his flesh and blood, he now barely protects his internal organs with haki. At the same time, because of its own monster physique. Only to carry such a terrible soldier. On the road. All lightning storms ready. Blow up. Thundered. 10,000 thunder heavenly citation. In the thunderclouds, a crazy thunderstorm strikes at Quinn, Maria, and other cotters who were entangled by the Allies. Boom boom boom. Lightning bolts continued to bombard Quinn. They resisted many bolts of lightning. But the lightning fury is incomparably dense. Can't stop for a while. The lightning storm lasted for more than a minute. The sky will be torn apart by lightning. Many pirates simply can't carry this natural disaster weapon. Quinn carried a lot of lightning on his shoulders. Trying to escape from the bombing range. If there are no injuries, such lightning. With his physical fitness, he can resist. After all, this super weapon is mainly aimed at machinery and equipment. Quinn is not only a machine body, but also an ancient breeder. With the state of the able, he can resist a lot. But the injuries accumulated in the early stage, the damage of the radiation sappers. It is already difficult for him to resist this attack damage anymore. He escaped a storm of lightning. Rennes is right above other areas. Another batch of lightning storms was created. At the same time, the Allied soldiers rushed over at any cost. Stop him, hold him down. Bombed with Allied soldiers after 4.6. Big brother Kaido won't let you go. Quinn let out a final roar. While withstanding lightning storms, it was also hit by hundreds of enhanced laser beams. Several directly penetrated the body. The whole body fell with a bang. Lord Quinn. No, how could Master Quinn lose? Lord Mary is also defeated. Sasaki-sama was bombarded. We lost. The cotters at Beast's Pirates are in disbelief. Lay down your arms, surrender without killing. Rennes picked up the communicator and met everyone's shocked and awed eyes. Announcement full Wano Country. Big brother, you will be in Wano Country soon, don't go wrong, last time you got drunk on a desert island and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Ember reminded. He could already see Wano Country towering over the sea. Got it, it's wordy. Kaido turned into a green dragon and flew a little drunk. I thought I would be able to have another big drink right away. I can't wait to speed up towards Wano Country. But just close to the Wano Country border, thousands of missiles suddenly whizzed towards Kaido. Hey! Kaido's dragon pupil shrank. Boom! Countless missiles hit Kaido directly. Blow him up a little confused. Isn't this his own home base? He was bombed by his own subordinates. Because it's your own home. Kaido didn't even see it. He never dreamed that he would be bombed in front of his house. This explosion did not cause any injuries. He looked up, but his eyes suddenly froze. He saw Wano Country in smoke. And more importantly, at the top of Wano Country, the flag of Beast's pirates was replaced. Kaido came to his senses all at once. He instantly realized the seriousness of the problem, and Wano Country changed owners. He went out for a trip, and it didn't take long. When I came back, my home was gone. Chapter 55. Quinn fell. Other cotters also died. Wound of injury. Originally, there were people who were extremely fast. Even a falling mine can't hit them. But to this moment, they learned why the mountains were full of soldiers. These soldiers rushed up. As long as they can't fly, they can be dragged by it. As soon as the allies dragged on, they had nowhere to escape. Listen to Rennes' words of persuasion. The entire 4 Emperor's pirates. It's like a dream. They Beast's pirates lost. Even if Kaido-sama is not there. They also have tens of thousands of elites. There are hundreds of powerful people. Multiple Zoan ancient breeders. But he lost under the opponent's sea of people tactics. Their preliminary estimates. Soldiers who died at their hands. At least 500,000 people. Of course, their casualties also exceeded 15,000. But even so, the other party still maintained the previous sea of people attack. Don't take human life for life at all. The corpses were piled up on all sides. The battle has never been more tragic. People who watched the live broadcast without knowing thought that this young man named Rennes was there. There must be a blood feud with 4 Emperors Kaido that outsiders cannot understand. This style of play is polite to draw salaries from the bottom of the kettle. It should be called the desperate play. How much hatred is this, so to defeat them at all costs? Hiri had never seen such a fight. Battles filled with human lives at all. Never before have the samurai of the Wano Country uprising been so tragic over the years. This lightning is not a coincidence, it is manipulated by man. Mad Dead Lang said with reluctance. Thunderstorms layer by layer. This kind of thunderous natural disaster. How many people can resist? Even if he asked himself if he could kill one of the volley sixths. There is no way to withstand this continuous lightning storm. Not to mention on the battlefield. There is also a dense rain of various fire attacks. Impossible. Impossible. The Quinn guy actually lost. What about Kaido? Fulo Shao, contact Kaido. Kurozumi was completely panicked. In the last second, he was convinced that Beast's pirates would win. Quinn wins. But that's it for a while. Quinn fell. Beast's pirates rout. 04 can't be contacted. Fulo Shao, the ninja captain, said with a heavy face. He didn't expect Beast's pirates, which dominates a sea area, to lose. Most importantly, Kaido couldn't get in touch. Home is gone, doesn't that guy from Kaido know? Provoke such a formidable enemy. Just feel free to leave Wano Country at will. Run away, wait for Kaido to come back, we'll come back. Kurozumi said in horror. Fulo Shao has no problem thinking about it. Beast's pirates isn't a complete loser. Kaido is still there, not yet to the worst. Bang! But just as they were about to flee, one after another light prism lasers are shot. Shot through one building after another. Carpet bombing. Leave many ninjas hidden kung fu useless. Under the onslaught of a huge number of soldiers. Even if they kill 120,000. Or even 100,000. For Rennes, who has tens of millions of troops. It's all just drizzle. So Kurozumi was quickly captured alive. Before being captured, he asked Fu Shao to cut off his head. Trying to play dead is too much. After all, he is the phantom beast species Yagi Great Snake ability. Cut off a head, and you will lose a life. He had 8 lives. Normally, seeing the enemy's head move, would have thought he was dead. Will not pay attention to him again. But the allies did not. They took the corpse of the Kurozumi serpent with them. This makes Kurozumi pretend to be dead with a big snake. There was a roar of impotence in my heart. Are these guys perverts? I'm all dead. I even want my own corpse. What should I do now? The announcement resounded throughout Wano Country. The remaining 10,000 or so Beasts Pirates members on Ghost Island looked at each other. Which of you dares to surrender? When Brother Kaido comes back, he will die. Black Maria saw quite a few pirates wavering. Immediately, regardless of his injuries, hold up and scold at all the pirates. Pirates, no matter how loyal, once suffering defeat, there will be people who choose to betray in order to live. Hear Black Maria. The hesitant pirates, their eyes full of unease. But right then, with one move, Rennes completely broke the will of the remaining people to resist. Even when Black Maria saw this, she couldn't say a word, dumbfounded. Rennes raised his hands, and in an instant, 2 million people appeared on the island of ghosts. Fill the entire land of the island of Oni almost. Crouch. Fu Zifu, the volley 6, couldn't help but burst into foul language. Face the enemy's army of about 1.5 million. All of them struggled with all their might. Fill in most of the beasts' pirates. Only about 500,000 were killed. The enemy blink of an eye. That's another 2 million troops. Is this something that people can do? Why would there be someone in this world master such a terrible force? It's hard for world governments to do that. More than 3 million soldiers. At this moment, it was like an airtight curtain covering the entire Ghost Island. Looking around, except for the lonely 10,000 pirates in the middle. Everywhere else, it was a foothold for the Allies. How is this possible? How is it possible? One was trembling and terrified. It's desperate. Down with 500,000, increase by 2 million. How can this be? The more the enemy fights, it's simply endless. That man is so powerful. Yamato said with a look of disbelief as he looked at the world outside the bars. The troops entered the sea in vast, just standing. At this moment, it gives people a sense of oppression that cannot be breathed. Too much. She had never seen so many people in her life. I just don't know what purpose this man came for. If it's to destroy Wano Country, she will never allow it. Thinking, Yamato looked outside as the guards were gone. Forcefully opened the entire iron gate. In the past 6 months, her strength has improved a lot. But it has never been revealed. Just to find the right opportunity to escape from the cage. Boom. The giver has been thoroughly convinced. The weapon in his hand could not be grasped and fell to the ground. The whole person was also paralyzed. There is no desire to fight again. Tired. Destroy if you want to destroy. Hurry. Surrender and live a little longer. If we kill Kaido, then you don't have to worry that Kaido will kill you. Rennes said somewhat murderously. Once the choice is surrender. There are many pirates in it. I'm afraid I don't see 4 Emperors Kaido as a savior anymore. Instead, it was an object to be destroyed. After all, betrayers are afraid of being purged. I surrender. Number 7. You guys. Someone wants to prevent them from surrendering. But he was killed by the laser beam emitted by the prism tower. Cotters such as Black Maria and Phosphor also chose to remain silent. This moment, on a ghost island. They are gone. Big Brother Kaido is here. Even if you can win, from now on, Beast's Pirates is bound to be decimated. They died too many elites. All those who surrendered. All were controlled and put on shackles. Kurozumi and other captives were also transported to the island of Oni from all over Wano Country. The remnants of Beast's pirates elsewhere are seeing this. They all turned into darkness and hidden. In the melee, many pirates did break the siege. Except for Ghost Island. Ghost Island Rennes personally sits and monitors every battle zone. And constantly adjust the firepower of the arrangement. And it is the place with the largest number of troops. All were taken. Many allied troops entered the building. Dig the ground and find all the people who tried to hide. It's over, we actually won. Cyrus looked incredulously at the replaced flag. 4 emperors, the overlord of King's Landing New World for many years. In addition to Kaido himself and several cotters. It was just taken off by them. And? No, it's not hard to take Wano Country. The hardest thing is how to get the 4 emperors Kaido behemoth. The real battle is only now beginning. With him, we can really win Wano Country. Next, I will teleport all my forces. Kaido once back. Catch him off guard. Rennes didn't let up in the slightest. Under Rennes provisioning. All over Wano Country. Another 5 million soldiers were added in an instant. A total of more than 8 million soldiers sit in Wano Country. The remaining more than 1 million troops sit on the other islands. At the same time, it can appear in various places as a surprise soldier. This scene is still playing on the big screen. Everyone who watched this scene was numb. There are so many troops. This was so large that everyone was shocked and speechless. The scalp is numb, the mind is swaying. Saying this is not a dream. They all lost some disbelief. The whole of Wano Country is now full of tank lines of fire. Dense human firing line. The entire country. Every mountain range has become a trench. Every basin has become a position. In every sky, flocks of iron birds patrol the sky. Thousands of warships around Ghost Island were facing outwards in unison. As long as Kaido is over Wano Country, warship artillery fire can be covered. Now it's not just the Ghost Island that has become a military zone. Instead, the entire Wano Country became a beast of fire that seemed to be armed to the teeth. Prism towers have been erected in every village of Wano Country. One by one, Patriot anti-aircraft missiles sprung up. Countless tank fighting vehicles with air defense. Batch after batch were transmitted. Thousands of soul ores were scattered throughout the various areas of Wano Country. Race against time to collect soul ore. In order to meet Rennes overhaul of Wano Country. More than 800,000 people phalanx. It is spread in mountains, castles, and basins. Every place is equipped with countless air-to-ground firepower. 100 nuclear bomb wells and 100 weather controllers are scattered in hidden places. Isn't it already won? Why is this army getting tougher and tighter? Oh my god! A large number of soldiers have appeared in every village. There are also many strange buildings that appear out of thin air. Is he a god? I see. This group of bastards wants to hunt Lord Kaido. 35 Phosphor and the others are bound to the clearing. There is no place to hold them for the time being. Look at the fierce lineup on the screen, waiting for the formation. He reacted immediately. This maniac, with an absolutely terrifying amount. The entire Wano Country was transformed into an unprecedented military power in an instant. That firepower covered the entire Wano Country. It is not at all a grade from what was dealt with just now. They look, as if they are very familiar with defensive warfare. Phosphor even felt that it was just a volley. The entire sky over Wano Country will become a metal king sun of destruction. Such a dense fire arrangement. Unheard. This requires not only large forces. It requires unparalleled command ability to complete. And the Island of Ghosts could not accommodate so many troops before. Naturally, I have never enjoyed this kind of firepower treatment. And such a grand arrangement. There can only be one goal for the enemy. That's hunting Kaido-sama. They knew Lord Kaido would definitely return. So this kind of fire arrangement was arranged that made his scalp numb and his heart split at a glance. In this way, the entire Wano Country has become a powder keg, radiating the firepower of the entire country. Even the guy from Kaido may not be able to resist. Hyungoro and the other prisoners were dumbfounded. Wano Country is not small, but now every inch of land seems to be arranged with super firepower. This is if only one volley at the same time. They couldn't believe how terrifying this power could be. It's really impossible to imagine. Because the entire inhabitants of Wano Country combined are not more than half of these soldiers. Not to mention the strange military buildings that quickly popped up. As many as the stars. But the only thing that can be known is 203. Once this army is powerful, it will be like the wrath of the sky. Don't figure it out. Not measurable. Madman, madman. Many pirate cotters did not expect. They are so bold. Just took Wano Country. He immediately thought of a plan to ambush Lord Kaido. Look at that kind of fire arrangement on the screen. No one dares to say that Kaido will win. The whole territory is full of all kinds of firepower. It's outrageous. Such forces should not exist in reality. They seem to be witnessing miracles, the birth of myths. Lord Kaido. Black Maria didn't even long for Kaido-sama to return to Wano Country at this moment. She looked at the firepower. Fear felt. Kaido-sama is extremely strong, though. But in the face of such firepower, can it really resist? Where the hell did this monster army come from? With a terrifying force that the world government does not have at the moment. More than 8 million troops. All departments of the world marine, world government combined. I'm afraid there are no such troops. At the moment, Wano Country perimeter border. Morgan's empty boat is advancing. Just now Kaido flew under him. He was going to stop Kaido. But those two guys are so fast. I didn't see him, so I flew over with a bang. Then Morgan saw the scene where Kaido was bombarded by countless missiles just now. He was shocked and incomprehensible. Kaido was hammered in front of his house. Crouch. It's definitely big news, and the flag of Wano Country has changed. Although I don't know exactly what happened. But the intuition of the newsman tells me that this is definitely a big event that can change the situation in the underground world. It's worth my personal follow-up. Morgans got excited. He immediately dialed the phone worm who was in the Aquastar Island partner. Hey, Lone Shark, I found a super big news. 4 Emperors Kaido was hammered in front of his own door. You immediately publicize it, I will broadcast it live. Those old guys are not complaining that there has been no big news for a long time. I have a hunch, today will be a big news. Speed up to arrange an underground world live show. Earn the attention of those heroes. 99. Morgans, you're not drunk. Who has the ability to attack Kaido's base camp at this time? It's because it's impossible. Trust my instincts. Are you sure? Those guys like to open gambling. If you don't have exciting news, they will be in a bad mood at that time, and our business will be affected. Rich and dangerous, if we can get a piece of exciting news, they will also give affirmation to our business ability, then we will be able to make a lot of money. If you don't plan to bet on this, I will find someone else. Don't be. Did you really see Kaido being bombed in Wano Country? That's right. And I see that the Wano Country flag has changed. Something must be happening. 99. Medea. Bet. Then a blockbuster news headline instantly set off an uproar in the underground world. The headline reads, 4 Emperors Kaido hammered in front of his house. Chapter 56. Thunder 8 trigrams. A group of soldiers enter the buildings of the Ghost Island. Suddenly there was a flash of thunder. Then it was swept out. What are your reasons for coming to Wano Country? Yamato walked out of the building with a wolf sheep stick. Looking directly at Rennes not far away. Yamato. Rennes is holding the tablet. Visualize the system as a hologram. The entire Wano Country was remodeled and arranged as Kaido's tomb. 35. Use all firepower. Looking at the extremely well-developed and majestic in front of him, wearing a mask and having 2 horns on his head. Woman holding a mace and wearing a sleeveless close-fitting kimono. Recognize her at a glance. A woman who considers herself a man because she worships Kojiki Odin. Daughter of 4 emperors Kaido. But the relationship between father and daughter is extremely bad. Kaido raised this daughter like a cheat. Didn't give any warmth. Overbearing restricts her personal freedom. The handcuffs on your hands, just take them off. There will be a big explosion that will kill her. Yamato is currently dubious about this. But in reality, it does explode. Her strength is not weaker than any of the 3 calamities. Phantom Beast Species Fruit Ability. Once a stick overturned the 6 sons of the volley. Also fought extremely fiercely with Kaido. As for whether Kaido is merciful, Rennes can't be sure of this. But Yamato is a woman who understands righteousness and is heroic. Although he is jokingly called great filial piety. But it doesn't matter if she's influenced by Odin. Let's see through Wano Country's tragedy. She wanted Wano Country to open the country. Let the people of Wano Country live well. From this point of view, their philosophies do not conflict. Listen to Yamato. Many people looked up at the screen in the sky. The people of Wano Country also want to know. What is this man coming to Wano Country for? My goal is the same as yours. Rennes didn't choose to get hands-on. This is a combat power that can compete with the 4 emperors for a long time before losing. And it feels like a very good fool of the kind of people. If you can strive to become the combat power of the allied forces, that's the best. What's the same as me? Yamato was inexplicable. I've never seen this man before. Does he know what he wants? As long as this person is the next Kaido, Yamato can't sit idly by. The country has suffered enough. Open the country for Wano Country so that everyone can eat. Rennes didn't talk about ideals. Just a down-to-earth meal. But it made Wano Country move the eyes of countless people at this moment. For the current people of Wano Country, what lofty ideals, dreams are fake. People in this country are starving to death every day. Only 1 sentence to eat enough. It really speaks to the hearts of the people. Wano Country, is it saved? It doesn't matter if it's true or not. There are many people who choose to believe in Rennes at this moment. He could have made up a bunch of reasons to fool them. There are even such forces. Don't say anything deliberately. Direct violent rule. And who can do with him? But he said that he wanted to open the country and let everyone eat. Really? Yamato stared into Rennes' eyes. I wanted to find a hint of a lie in his eyes. But Rennes did not weaken his gaze calmly. Can this still be fake? Wano Country was his country right away. Who doesn't want their country to be prosperous and powerful? He's not Kurozumi's retarded thing. Do you want to follow me to supervise? If I can't do it one day, you can behead me. Rennes invited directly. Yamato stopped talking all of a sudden. Who are these people? What does he want to do? I tell you, I'm a man. Yamato looked at Rennes suspiciously. It's not like the womanizer in Odin's diary. So how to meet? He invited himself directly? All of a sudden, she made herself a little embarrassed. Oh yes, then there's time to take a shower together. Rennes was speechless. Such obvious physical characteristics. You tell me you're a man. The man's heart is forgotten. Body unless looking for Ivankov. Otherwise who believes you are a man? I don't bathe with strangers. Yamato shook his head and refused. However, I will follow you. If you can't do what you just said, I won't let you go. Yamato think. I have nowhere to go anyway. And he said it all. If you refuse. Doesn't it seem that his determination to protect Wano Kuni is too weak? No, Odin's determination is not that weak. Agreed so easily. Now it was Ren's turn to be unexpected. But with her grinning personality. It's not impossible. But I can't leave this island. Yamato suddenly remembers that he is still a prisoner. 0. Can't leave the ghost island. Let's talk about this later. Your father is here. Hey? What do you say? Yamato didn't react for a moment. I said, Kaido is back, wait until I kill your dad first, we'll talk about the rest of the matter. Ren looked serious. Oh. Yamato felt weird. Cyrus is ashamed, is it really good to talk like this? But the woman didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. Is it really a descendant of Kaido? It's a really complicated relationship. The people in front of the screen were also slightly speechless. But since he is willing to be monitored. Explain what he just said about letting Wano Kuni open the country. Feeding the people may not be just talk. Ren is gradually being remembered. The whole army is ready. Prepare to slaughter the emperor. Ren said calmly. But his eyes flickered with a blazing flame. This scene also made the entire people of Wano Kuni instantly nervous. Kaido is back. Captain of Beasts Pirates. The culprit that dominated the entire Wano Kuni for decades. One of the 4 emperors of New World. A man known as the strongest creature. On the sea, bounty up to 4,611.1 million Bailey monsters. Quinn, get me out. What the hell is going on here? Kaido looked at the waterfall. An allied pirate flag planted at the top of a reef peak. He is somewhat unacceptable. How long have you only been out by yourself? Back Wano Kuni's flags have changed. In the world of pirates. This usually means that the place has been knocked down. Someone else's territory. But Kaido is not defeated yet, he is still alive. Who dares to move their own base camp? Aren't you afraid that your anger will burn them all? On the sea, there are default pirate rules. Want to take the other party's base camp? Unless it is to kill the other captain. Otherwise you could destroy his subordinates today. He can fight back with the same means. In that case, both sides could eventually become light pole commanders. So when the captain of the opposing side was not taken out, usually no one will copy the house and plant the flag first, and then fight the master. It is generally after the death of the owner. Then take everything for yourself. But this force in front of you. Obviously not playing cards according to the routine. Ignore him and shoot directly at your own subordinates. This is taboo for pirates. Let him be furious. Kaido soars into the air, rising higher and higher. Accompanied by an angry roar. Conqueror's haki exploded like a storm. Sweep around. This made the coastal residents of Wano Kuni close to this side faint in an instant. Formed storms, such as high winds blowing throughout Wano Kuni. Looking at the huge green dragon in the distant sky. An invisible sense of terrible oppression pervades. Let them subconsciously hold their breath. Feel like you can choke at any moment. Kaido's rage has broken through the sky. His dragon claws gripped the clouds. Swing the dragon body and swim above Wano Kuni. He wanted to see. What kind of thing who doesn't know whether to live or die dares to touch his base camp? And he called out to Quinn. I think even if Wano Kuni is invaded, the flag was replaced at the door. But the interior should not have been breached. The strong under him are cloudy. How can it really be completely taken down by someone? He didn't believe it. His voice just now has been heard throughout Wano Country. But did not wait for Quinn's response. This made Kaido's heart sink. That flag seems to belong to the madman who killed the celestial dragons, 99. Kaido may not pay much attention to Rennes, a rising star. But Ember can do everything. Keep everything in mind. Allies. Kaido's eyes had an icy glow like never before. Just as he swam less than 100 meters away, he saw that Wano Country was all heading towards his coastline. It suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Even during the day, it's also extremely dazzling. What? Ember frowned slightly. The next moment, his face changed dramatically. That golden light swept in like an entire cloud. But look closely, what kind of clouds is this? But millions of bullets, shells, missiles. Because it's too dense and huge. It looks like rolling golden clouds. Ember and Kaido's faces changed slightly at the same time. They debuted for so many years. Never before has it faced such intensive fire. Like the Emperor of 10,000 fires. Bullets, shells are like forming a wave. Sweeping from the sky. Crouch. As I expected, Wano Country must have undergone some kind of drastic change, and according to the information I have gathered, the flag currently planted in Wano Country should be the Allied flag that made a lot of noise a few days ago, 99. Not far away, Morgans flapped his wings excitedly. In his humble empty boat. At the moment, there is a video phone bug. Many underground forces are broadcasting the current situation on Kaido's side. Meanwhile, many underground world-famous powerhouses and legendary pirates all gathered on Aqua Star Island. When Roger didn't find Raftel, it was once considered the end of the Grand Line. Many are looking for Raftel's forces and powerhouses in the vicinity. The island is often used as a supply point. To see the war between Whitebeard and Marine headquarters. Many famous and powerful people gathered here early. For example, the King of Usury, Queen of the Pleasure District, the world's richest golden emperor Tetsalo, the King of Shipping. Formerly Rock's pirate Akoku, Silver Axe. Ghost mother-in-law, even Aunt Four Emperors is here to join in the fun. This is the Devil's Island that even Marine dare not easily set foot in. It is the strongest and largest lawlessness in the world. At this moment, the underground live broadcast initiated by the Newsbird King. It has attracted the attention of many people. Because of this guy Morgans often brings breaking news. It's not the Beast's Pirates flag anymore, I thought it was a gimmick from the Morgans guy. 35 Tetsalo sat on a solid gold chair. The whole is also quite golden, and the fingers rub against the gold ring. Said lightly with an arrogant tone. Suddenly started broadcasting, I thought that the guy from Whitebeard and Marine fought in advance, but I didn't expect that it was just someone who invaded Kaido's base camp, which was somewhat discouraged, and the newcomer who just became famous, just didn't know that the sky was high and the earth was thick. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy carries a small bag. Like an elegant aristocratic lady, judging everything on the screen. The original interns are now riding on our heads, and the world is impermanent. Akoku, who was carrying a long sword, sighed slightly. Mama, I'm not happy to see you, Akoku, Silver Axe. The aunt looked at the two middle-aged strong men with murderous intent. To each other. I'm not happy to wait to go out and do a fight, 35. That's exactly what it means. That guy from Kaido has been very domineering over the years. Not human-like, the elderly ghost mother-in-law said with a mouthful of missing teeth and glue-mime. What's that? Golden clouds, the able. Nope. It's shells and bullets. Hey, just kidding. With such intensive firepower, how many troops will it take to launch? The shipping king is short in stature and wears a captain's hat. Seeing this at this moment, he said in great shock. Haven't you ever had contact with such a guy before? The lone shark smoked a cigar and looked around and asked. Here are basically the giants of all the underground forces and the dark forces of pirates. Only a very few people did not come. Logically, if the allies want to develop, especially if you want a large number of weapons, it is inseparable from them. Available before Rennes is bounty. They had never heard of such a number one. Even the well-informed guy from Morgan's doesn't know what news we can have. This guy hides really deeply, and his style is crazy, but this time when I meet the monster Kaido, good luck has come to an end. Tetsalo added lightly. That's not necessarily, even if Kaido is not in Wano Country, but can plant a flag in the base camp, it means that the island may be controlled. The reason why that guy in Kaido can become 4 emperors, control so many territories, those subordinates have made a great contribution, which shows that this allies should have some strength. This firepower alone, everyone here, even if you gather all the troops, you may not be able to send it out. Having said that, no matter how many of these conventional weapons there are, can they still kill Kaido? Good. Since everyone is not convinced, then this time it will be up to me to sit in the village. Mama, I bet with 3 devil fruits that the allies on the island will be wiped out by Kaido today. Aunt said with a smile. Rich and dangerous, I bet that the allies can win, just a billion Bailey little play. The lone shark said. He was not optimistic about the allies. Rather, there is opposition, and this gamble can be promoted. If you can see Kaido's true strength this time, it will be worth the trip. Silver Axe said lightly that he didn't bet. Last time you were defeated by that guy from Kaido? Akoko asked bluntly. Silver Axe's face was gloomy and gloomy. Learn to shut up if you can't speak. Akoko smiled faintly, disapproving. Tetsalo, who are you going to buy to win? Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy looked at Tetsalo and asked. No matter what, the allies are only a new force, but Kaido's monster has been at large for many years. Even if Wano Country is taken, it is because Kaido is not there, and now that Kaido is back, it should be the allies who suffer. Tetsalo, such an analysis. Recognized by most people. Think Kaido was just caught off guard. Now that they are back, the allies are bound to suffer a big loss. A new force, they don't believe they can be stronger than the 4 emperors. 4 emperors are the top powerhouses that even they recognize. If everyone buys Kaido to win, this bet will be boring. I buy the allies to win. Jabba. I didn't expect you to come to join in the fun this time, right? Whitebeard used to be close to you. Roger Pirates, came to give him a ride? Ha ha ha. Silver Axe said with a smile. What are you happy about? You've been beaten by Whitebeard. Jabba said lightly. Silver Axe's laughter stopped abruptly, and his face sank slightly. The one who survives to the end is the winner. You've been beaten by Whitebeard. Dragon. You've been beaten by Whitebeard, 35. Too much deception, Lao Tzu will slaughter you today. Silver Axe pulls the axe, and Jabba pulls the axe. If you want to fight, go out and fight, Kaido, do it, don't bother me to collect intelligence. Someone spoke up to stop it. This is how a bloody battle was avoided. Everyone's eyes are back on the live screen. Chapter 57. Golden clouds formed by endless firepower. Right in sight, Kaido was unexpected. But there is no scruple. More of a rage. Disgrace. His own base camp was taken down. I was still being targeted by such terrible fire. The other side acts rampantly. I didn't put myself in my eyes at all. Find death. Kaido changes from the green dragon posture back to the human form. Holding the mace, the muscles swelled all over his body. Tall and burly, with black hair and shawls, full of wildness. A pair of sharp dragon horns pointed to the sky, revealing their edges. More than 7 meters tall, with a strong sense of oppression. The surrounding storm and clouds also became turbulent because of his emotions at this moment. He has an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, hideous and domineering. He glared at the rolling Wang Yang metal storm. Holding a mace in one hand, it is majestic. Extremely violent. Ordinary strong people see Kaido. Just this physical oppression. Enough to make them shiver. The whole Wano Country looks at the angry Kaido on the live broadcast. They are terrified in their hearts. Many are pale. Think of the fear of being dominated by Kaido all these years. This monster. Kojiki Hiri's heart was beating restlessly. Kaido. Mad Dead Lang, Hesong, and the others looked up. Eyes full of crazy hatred. It was because of Kaido that they lost Odin. Lose the country, lose everything. Tsitsaizi. Kaido pinched the mace, and Conqueror's haki subconsciously wrapped up. Face such unprecedented terrifying firepower. And the climb of his anger. He didn't deliberately control his power. The clouds around were shredded by the power that permeated Kaido. The sea water churns violently. Thunder. 8 trigrams. Click. He swept a domineering and terrifying stick towards the rushing metal clouds. The stick is out, the wind and clouds are shattered, and the lightning shines in the sky. It's like a demon god is furious. Bang! Terrifying power poured out from the mace. Face to face with this metal storm. With a loud bang, the entire sky was instantly ignited. All shells were detonated. A sea of fire spread over the entire sky. The shockwave lifts Kaido's coat. You can't shake him back half a step. Just one blow made countless people feel desperate. So terrifying fire coverage. But he didn't even touch it himself. Grunt. The people of Wano Country gulped. Can this kind of monster really be defeated? 99. Keep bombing. Rennes said expressionlessly. So, Wano Country's firepower roared again. His troops are unlimited firepower. Afraid of what? As long as Kaido comes to fight. He is not afraid. In the next second, one after another golden clouds were accompanied by a deafening cannon sound. Flight towards Kaido in the air again. 203. Will it just be these little tricks? Well? Kaido's observation haki has gradually expanded. At once, he caught Morgan's not far behind him. He turned back with a frosty face. Staring at Morgan's, you also have a part in the Wano Country thing. Morgan's, who was targeted by Kaido, instantly had a numb scalp. That terrifying anger and haki made him, the newsbird king, can't help but sweat coldly. Kaido is a monster known for its combat power. He's a journalist. In terms of strength, it is naturally impossible to be his opponent. It's okay with me, didn't you let me come to Wano Country? I just wanted to document this fool who dared to challenge 4 emperors and see how he died. Morgan said quickly. Humph. Preferably not. Kaido remembered that this had happened. I didn't care much. He wanted to enter Wano Country. Pinch to death the madman who dare to beat their attention. Ember, go to the island, see what is going on with Quinn. Kaido alone stops all the fire. Heat. A terrifying stream of fire erupted from Kaido's mouth. The entire golden cloud in front of him was violently shredded by him again. Terrifying explosions resounded throughout the sky. Yes. Ember transforms into a pterosaur form and falls towards the ground of Wano Country with flames. Missile bombs in the air, of course. Most of them were stopped by Kaido. Really, this first round of artillery is for Kaido. How this guy came first? Rennes felt a pity. The whole of Wano Country, every village, every mountain. He has arranged super firepower. It's just to wait for Kaido to get close overhead. Then at the same time, it will be threatened, drowning it. The golden clouds just now were only consumed before Kaido descended on Wano Country. Endless metal barrage one after another. Because the coverage is extremely wide. Each piece of Kaido can only choose to fight back or resist hard. He can consume as much power as he can. This kind of monster, Rennes does not dare to put closer and consume again. Ember's strength cannot be underestimated, then activate the firepower of his area, 35 Rennes teleportation command. That is. The members of Beast's pirates, all dead. Embers are extremely fast. Kaido tears through the metal storm clouds instantly. He seized the opportunity to rush forward and approached the area above the waterfall. His eyes suddenly froze, and he saw corpses everywhere. In addition to the members of Beast's pirates and the allied ones. Here alone, he saw no less than thousands of corpses. The ground is still charred black, and with Mars in it. As you can imagine, this is a bloody war that happened not long ago. There aren't any standing Beast's pirates members here. His heart was suddenly full of unease. If everyone is taken down or killed, even if you can destroy the invaders this time, they also suffered heavy losses. Suddenly, his observation haki sensed danger, as well as the many breaths of life in the mountains and jungles. There is an ambush. In the next second, a radius of 10 kilometers lit up. A metal storm that was denser than just now rose from the ground. Gather fire on him. Hundreds of thousands of shells came. What a feeling! Probably every inch within the naked eye is the shadow of a shell. So many shells! Ember's heart sank. Draw out the long sword and slash out with a sword, with the flames unique to his race. The flames swept away like splashes of ink, bursting this dense metal storm. But he didn't have time to retract his gesture yet. More powerful missiles struck with tail flames. But no longer in the same direction. It's as if these shells came to life. Flexibility in the air. Bombarded from all sides. There are no intervals. Ember understood immediately. The first round of attacks is just bait. He turned into a pterosaur, his wings shook, and his speed was like electricity. In an instant, a graceful arc streaked through the air. He is confident at his own pace. Easily dodge those strip shells. After the speed climbed, he looked back. But the eyes are slightly condensed, those shells that should have been empty. He turned his direction strangely and followed him. And this shell? Can you lock me? 35 Ember was slightly surprised. Since you can't get rid of it, then destroy. Yan Huang. Fireballs burst out of him. Scattered in all directions, colliding with the incoming shells. There was a terrifying explosion. The range of fire for each explosion is extremely wide. The shock wave is extremely powerful. Let Ember understand in an instant. This kind of shell has extremely terrifying firepower. But before he could breathe down, a wider range of golden clouds lit up below Wano Country. There was no stop to attack. These guys. Ember's face sank. Did he want to consume him alive? But how many troops are needed for this? In order to launch a continuous bombardment of yourself without a second apart. Thundered. At the same time, at this time, a dense flock of iron birds flew from the sky. Fly extremely high, skim through the sky. Bombshells poured down like a rainstorm. Fluffy. And the coastline, countless warships, artillery fired at the same time. The line of fire from the side also hits. From top to bottom, there are enemy artillery attacks everywhere. And the density makes the embers a little numb. He attacked several times in a row. Not even taking a breath. It was covered by artillery again. Armed. Ember had to mobilize armament haki to cover the wings. Then wrapped himself up. All bombs, missiles poured down in an instant. The amount of artillery fire from the other side is too dense. He knew that this time he couldn't dodge completely. And his defenses are extremely strong. Then resist. Boom. Endless shells poured down. Ember thought about carrying this wave of bombing. Just look for an opportunity to break into the ground forces. Just kill the enemy who fires the shell attack. The other party naturally has no powerful firepower available. That will also help Kaido-sama. However, more than 10 seconds passed, half a minute passed, 2 minutes passed. He found that the other party's artillery fire did not stop at all. Bombard him like crazy. Wrong. Eeg. How is this possible? Artillery fire of this scale can actually bombard without any pause. 35 Ember could feel the blast wave on his wings getting stronger and stronger. But he can still resist this kind of artillery bombardment. It's just this strange firepower of the other party. Beyond existing common sense. After they launch a round of attacks, doesn't it need to be reloaded? Don't you need supplies? Can the barrel fire rate be so fast? Won't it blow up directly? How come these problems do not exist? The firepower is constant and getting stronger. Ember. Kaido, not far away, also suffered the same attack as Ember. Look at the embers covered in terrifying fire. Kaido frowned slightly. This attack is really powerful though. But to kill them, it is not enough. It's just that this kind of firepower is really weird. If it really keeps bombing, they have been passively fighting back. There will always be times when defense is not enough. And Kaido faced more intensive artillery fire. If really every hit, he's going to burst into thunder and 8 trigrams to defeat. Then 100 blows, 1,000 after 1,000. He may not even have seen the face of the enemy. After 3 minutes, Ember realized that he could no longer use a defensive posture. This has been bombarded indiscriminately. His haki is consuming too fast. Danbao Emperor. He suddenly spread his wings, and the firestorm he brought with him dispersed in all directions. The shells within tens of meters of himself were all detonated by him. Then he shot towards a mountain range like a heavenly knife. Numerous shells along the way, missiles launched from the mountains. But was blasted by the wings of the embers burning with flames. Explosions all the way. Ember realized that he was in the air. He will only be a living target. Gotta take out the enemy. Bang! Ember rushed to the ground, and when it landed, it was blessed with his terrifying speed. It directly exploded a layer of earth and rock waves. He fell into the allied crowd. There are still a lot of people, but they don't seem to be powerful, just rely on the waste of weapons. Ember cut out. With flames, a single knife directly shredded the bodies of hundreds of allied troops. Then the embers destroyed the tanks, and everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Under the wielding of his sharp blade. No one is his one-hit enemy. He is like a god of death. Everywhere I passed, corpses were everywhere. Seeing this, Kaido withdrew his gaze. As long as Ember is under his cover. If you can enter Wano Country, then this firepower will soon be destroyed. It seems that the strongest firepower on the Allied side is this, but now that the tiger has entered the flock, I am afraid that the Allied forces will suffer. The lone shark looked at the embers that had broken into Wano Country on the screen. I couldn't help but speak. The Allied firepower is really good. If it is in a war between countries, I am afraid that no country will be their opponent, but unfortunately, they encountered the monster Kaido. I have said it all, a newly rising force can't see the strength of the top monsters, thinking that a little force can act recklessly. Sooner or later there will be a big loss, and it seems that a boring one-sided massacre will follow. Tetsalo said lightly. It's a pity if the allies fall. Don't look at the fact that these shells pose no threat to Kaido, but they are many times more powerful than the shells sold by any arms dealer underground now. I would like to buy some. The lone shark king said truthfully. That kind of flying iron bird is not bad. Air combat power has always been the rarest force on the sea, but it's a pity. After Kaido takes the allies, you can just buy it from Kaido. 2. It looks like someone is going to lose money. Silver Axe said happily. He said and gave Jabba a rather defiant look. Jabba was calm as water and unresponsive. Report, Ember has gone into pocket. Keep attacking. All kinds of soldiers are dispatched. Rennes sent out self-detonators, magnetic storm troops, and even radiation troops, Chrono troops. On the ground, but their world. No matter how strong Ember is, it is at most stronger than Quinn. The power to kill Quinn. You can kill him. And there are not tens of thousands of elites around him yet. So Rennes wasn't focused on Ember. It's on the Kaido monster. Just now he greeted Kaido's firepower. 10 times more than Ember's. But it still can't do any damage to Kaido. His physical strength is like a bottomless pit. Even most of the shells have not yet hit him. It was torn apart by the fierce wind brought by a stick. Annoying attack. No matter who you are, it would be naive to really think that these gadgets can kill me. Surrender now, I can also consider giving you a good position. Gurgle. Kaido swept out a mace, swept out the stick and directly tore apart pieces of metal storm. Fighters dive and shoot, firing high explosive bullets, incomparably dense. But Kaido didn't dodge. Still hit in his body by bullets. This is capable of shredding heavy machine gun bullets from ordinary steel. Hit his thick skin, clanging and splashing first-class sparks. The fighter crashed directly into Kaido. A fighter in a dive, even if it does not crash into Kaido, it is also destined to be smashed by Kaido. Pang! Kaido simply held out his palm and blocked the fighter that crashed into him. Then with a pinch, the entire fighter was instantly pinched and exploded. Even if it is loaded with explosives, it will not hurt Kaido. What a monster! Thundered. A sonic boom sounded, and there were dozens of air bombers, and there were thousands of them flying in. Mighty! Twitter! The sky full of bombshells pierced the atmosphere and fell. Bad wind! Kaido opened his mouth and spat out a dense wind of sickles to meet the cannonballs. Although he resisted this shell. But who is okay and likes to be bombed by shells? Boom boom boom! Countless bombshells exploded in the air. This wind sickle cut through the shells, and the residual momentum did not abate, slashing towards the sky group. Bang bang! Dozens of bombers did not have time to fly away and were directly detonated. Waste! Kaido guy is such a waste, these are all air combat units. So desirable. The shipping king said bitterly. This battle. In their opinion, it seems that the end is set. Now it's just watching Kaido show off its might. The current Kaido should have adapted to the rhythm of bombers that are not threatening, so please eat a big one, open the nuclear bomb well, and nuclear explosion for emperors. Rennes looked at Kaido on the tablet and said lightly. Chapter 58. We have to test how much of a threat the bomb poses to Kaido. So that Rennes deploys a follow-up battle plan. Kaido is dealing with a constant stream of fire. The firepower of the sky, although it could not cause fatal threat to him. But Kaido is not presumptuous. He was retrieving the places where the attacks were launched against him. Waiting to see if there are any traps. Suddenly, from the plane, a group jumped in the air, paratroopers. Densely packed, thousands. It's like falling snowflakes. Quite spectacular. What is this for? Everyone is puzzled, and neither is Kaido. Rely on these weak soldiers and start an air battle with him? Isn't that looking for death? Is it useful if there are many quantities? Gurgle. Kaido directly transformed into a green dragon posture of hundreds of meters. He wants to make the enemy feel real despair. As soon as his dragon tail swung and snapped, at least 100 paratroopers were pumped to death by his dragon tail. But their bodies also exploded with a bang. Other paratroopers also landed on Kaido's green dragon like ants. Kaido disagreed, all it took was a shock. They'll be like real ants. Easily crushed to death by him. Long live the allies! Everyone blew themselves up at the same time, and the terrifying explosion completely drowned Kaido. The giants of the underground world moved slightly. So many people blew themselves up at the same time, extremely powerful. The will to see death as home made them move slightly. If it's one or two, they'll scoff. But there are such loyal subordinates, there are such numbers. They were a little impressed. But this also creates an illusion for them. The Allies seem to have no stronger means. It can only be filled with human lives. After all, thousands of soldiers, where they are placed, the number is not small. A good soldier in conditioning, boy, come out and talk. 35 billowing in smoke and flames. The green dragon rushed over with Xian Jiun. So many soldiers blew themselves up at the same time. It just made him a little angry and bloody. Nothing substantial harm was done. Kaido, however, was motivated by this. If only he could have cultivated so many loyal dead soldiers. In the future, on the sea, who will be his opponent? The people of Wano Country couldn't kill Kaido when they saw this. There was some despair. And the captured cotters on Ghost Island. Go to ignite hope. No one in this world can defeat Lord Kaido. 5. Seeing this, Black Maria said confidently and firmly. But Rennes remained calm. He silently opened a nuclear bomb silo placed near the coast. Kaido is huge. You can blow up Kaido anyway. It's a pity that each nuclear bomb in the Red Alert system is equivalent to a standard yield of 20,000 tons. If it is tens of millions of tons, the power can definitely erase Kaido, but such a ton is really used. I am afraid that not only Wano Country will disappear, but all nearby islands will also have to disappear. 39. As for the power of 20,000 tons of equivalent, it is almost equivalent to the only power used in actual combat. The actual weight is 4.9 tons. But Rennes can launch without limits. So in a sense, as long as Rennes wants, he can also inflict millions of tons of destructive power and lethality. It's just that the power is not concentrated. Rennes hesitated for a second or two, but pressed the button anyway. Kaido hasn't landed on the island yet. The weapon had little effect on Wano Country. And the Kaido defense is amazing. Don't do it now, you want to take Kaido. I don't know how much it will cost. Even once Kaido's recovery speed stronger than the consumption rate that Rennes uses human lives to pile up. Rennes can't guarantee that he'll win. So you have to use this kind of killer weapon. As for the lightning storm, Rennes doesn't hold out much hope. Kaido itself can control lightning, wind, and fire, multiple elemental disasters. It definitely has extremely high immunity to lightning storms. Of course, that's for Ember. Certainly useful. Oh, as soon as the button is pressed, a piercing crisis warning sounds. Rennes opted for shielding. This move again, is there no other move? Then wash your neck and prepare to accept your fate. Kaido sees the sky. Another 1,000 iron birds flew at great speed. But spread out, not very concentrated. Want to replicate the attack you just made? It's too much to underestimate him. Big weed. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido holds the mace in both hands, Conqueror's haki whines, and lightning wraps around and roars. The whole sky was unleashed by Kaido so quickly as Conqueror's haki. The atmosphere is faintly showing signs of being torn apart. Pink-purple Conqueror's haki is domineering and ferocious. He waved his hands suddenly. Lightning in the sky moves with his mace in an instant. Conqueror's haki is also roaring. Tong! A stick swept out of the air, and the whole atmosphere was shaken by him. The pillar is armed with lightning and Conqueror's haki. Meet the bomber group in the air with the destructive power and speed of a Category 12 hurricane. Countless bombers, fighters, quickly pulled up. Dodge Kaido's devastating blow. But the explosions continued to sound. 10, 100, just one blow, more than 100 bombers were directly swept into dust and ashes by him. Seeing this, Rennes was quite distressed. Even if he has thousands of fighters. But it can't withstand such a burn. But the time has come. This batch of bombers. It was a blow that lured Kaido to exert more force. After one blow, under normal circumstances, will subconsciously ease their breath and restore the consumed physical strength. But this is the time. Nuclear bomb silos open. Launch. Boom. The sonic boom is strong and fast. A long nuclear missile, with a raging tail flame, followed the bomber. Locked in the green dragon of Kaido. Shot at a speed faster than any shell missile just now. Take cover from bombers all over the sky. After Kaido's blow, he spat out heat again, and a terrifying line of fire shot through dozens of bombers. A tornado bad wind shattered a group of self-detonating paratroopers who fell from the sky. It's already been blown up once. Kaido naturally won't let them get any closer. Whoosh! Suddenly scattered missiles were fired at Kaido. When Kaido saw this amount, he didn't pay attention to it at all. This amount, he is fine if he does not block it. It's better to destroy these iron birds that can constantly harass him in the air. And in this scattered missile, there is a relatively huge shot. Kaido was preparing to continue to shoot down the iron birds. But observation Haki suddenly came with a warning of a crisis. His face changed, his gaze shifted from above, and instantly shifted back to the front. Su. But nuclear missiles are extremely fast. Shoot in front of Kaido in an instant. Kaido's dragon pupils suddenly shrank. Nuclear missiles. Contact. Explode. Rumble. A loud bang like a heavenly collapse sounded. The people of Wano Country have not yet heard the voice. I saw a dazzling terrifying ball of fire in the distance booming in the air. In an instant, the entire sea area, the entire national magnetic field, and energy were seriously disturbed. The whole world seemed to fall silent. Only a hot ball of fire tore through all kinds of energy in the atmosphere. Produced a variety of flame colors, more dazzling than the sun. All bombers, paratroopers, missiles nearby. As soon as it came into contact with this huge flame of light, it was instantly annihilated. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. They saw that fireball instantly expand countless times. It's like the whole world has become a world of light flames. Blinding to the point of blindness. The moment the nuclear bomb exploded, a huge amount of energy was released, and the central temperature instantly climbed, distorting the atmosphere. Then a terrifying shockwave that can wipe everything out was released. Accompanied by light radiation that is fatal to any living thing. All the energy is released in an instant. A mushroom cloud soars into the sky and soars into the sky. This fireball mushroom cloud is thousands of meters high. And it's expanding and growing faster. Clouds of mushrooms shredded the clouds. Light, flame, magnetic field, and lightning are all chaotic. Surround yourself with a mushroom cloud and show yourself a devastating scene. Even if this nuclear bomb exploded in mid-air, the sea below still set off terrifying waves, like a tsunami roaring and spreading out in all directions. Destruction coverage, no shock waves, only light flames, high temperatures, radiation. The diameter is more than 10 kilometers. That fiery fireball mushroom cloud lasts for a long time, like a majestic mountain. Such a large-scale explosion blinded all the strong people for a while. What happened? Kaido seems to have been hit by some shell. Tetsuro, Akoku, and the lone shark looked at the screen and suddenly filled with a blazing white light. They were stunned, and waited until the dazzling light passed. When you see the mushroom cloud that symbolizes destruction, everyone's faces changed dramatically. This tamad was caused by the shell just now. What shell can have such terrifying power? Even if they are all heroes with heads and faces in the world. Some of the strength is even the best. But at this moment, he was also stunned. The pupils trembled constantly. It shows their inner peace at the moment. They have never seen such powerful shells. No. They even wondered, can this tamad still be called a shell? Vase. What is this, this? The cigar in the usury king's mouth fell to the ground. He didn't know it. Just wide-eyed and looking at the picture with an incredulous face. just now has been live broadcasting, and the chattering Morgans also froze. If not far enough. If it weren't for his ability to teleport over short distances. If he were involved in a big explosion of this level. It is estimated that not even a feather will remain. Kaido. The ant's face sank, and Huo-ran got up, full of uneasiness. No one can answer the words of the lone shark king. They don't know what this thing is either. But it's scary. Many people put themselves in their shoes. If it was they who were bombed. Will it survive? Up in the air. That's their answer. Could it be the attack of the legendary ancient weapon? The Sea King can only think of this weapon that has always existed only in legends. This kind of power is really enough to wipe out an island in one shot. Zero ask for flowers. Again, no one can answer this question. The Allies have such a terrifying weapon. Kaido, that guy isn't going to die. 35. Kaido is also too careless. Is observation hacky so bad that he can't detect danger? Silver Axe frowned. Losing money is a trifle. If Kaido died, then the Allies would be terrible. In the future, the Overlord of New World may have to be changed. You won't die so easily, Kaido. Auntie stared at the screen. There, the signal started to become unstable. The screen flickered. Morgans, is Kaido still alive? The lone shark hurriedly asked. Wait, I'll step back a little further, Medea, almost killed me first. Morgan said wistfully. I didn't expect to eat melons to watch the excitement. Almost took my own life. After the distance is widened, the disturbed magnetic field is not so strong. The picture gradually stabilizes. And the people of Wano Country look at the mushroom cloud that has not dissipated. Struck dumb. Can't say a word. Black Maria and other cotters are also all petrified. They did not expect that the Allied forces would still have such earth-destroying means of attack. Yamato stared blankly into the distance. You don't have to look at the screen to see the mushroom cloud clearly. Cyrus was even more shocking. It turns out that Lord Rennes still has this weapon. Everyone looked nervously at the screen and at the sky. They all desperately wanted to know if Kaido was still alive. Big brother Kaido. Embers plunged into an endless sea of people. It's hard to vacate now. On the ground, countless laser beams kept hitting him. A self-detonating soldier approached him and blew himself up. Fire from all sides. Like waves of tsunamis, the sky is covered up. 0. The mountains were pierced, the peaks were razed to the ground. The forest was burned to scorched earth. Corpses piled up at his feet. Abandoned tanks, everywhere. But at this time, what he was most worried about was not himself. It's Kaido. That explosion made his heart palpitate. The power is too terrifying. Roar. Suddenly, an angry dragon roar was heard from the mushroom cloud. Then they saw a bloody green dragon tearing apart part of the mushroom cloud. Swam out of that terrible storm of destructive energy. Then transform into the strongest dragon man form. This explosion also blew up Kaido. Even fried with caution. In fact, when that terrible shell was about to hit him, his observation haki was captured. But the green dragon posture is too large. He couldn't dodge or transform into human form in an instant. Only time to set up haki defense. But even so, he was still broken. At this moment, the body was torn in many places, the scars were obvious, and blood flowed. A strange energy even continued to penetrate into his body. All flesh and blood that touches this energy, all gradually lose their activity, as if they are going to necrosis and decay. This is radiation. Kaido has lingering feelings. It's better than when Odin beheaded him. And make him afraid. Now you can only resist with haki temporarily. But he found that he could not completely prevent it. In addition, the terrifying heat of Fang Cai almost melted him. If he is not good at flames, he has extremely high resistance to flames. His injuries were even more serious. But if it was the strongest dragon man posture just now, Kaido felt that moment observation haki captured. Even if you can't completely dodge, he can at least pull back a little longer. Don't get hurt by this. Poof. Kaido put away his contempt and spat out a mouthful of blood. Carrying a mace, your eyes are like a torch looking in the direction of Wano Country. Look at the sky again. He suddenly realized. There is no cover in the sky. It will be easier to be a target yourself. BD, this can't kill that guy Kaido. Some giants feel quite disappointed. The ability of the phantom beast species is strong, this devil fruit should have been mine in the first place. Akoku stared at his aunt unkindly. I rob you, you can't hold it, it's mine. The aunt said nonchalantly. Hey! Okoku wanted to scold, but met the murderous eyes of the aunt. He endured it anyway. I underestimated you guys just now. Let's move on to the second round. Kaido maintains a dragon man posture. He wants to kill Wano Country with the strongest posture. Take back his country. You're really fateful. But at this moment, over Wano Country, a Kirov airboat slowly drove towards this side. As soon as Rennes appeared, it made many giants frown. This guy dares to appear directly. Didn't he know that Kaido never went on a rampage into Wano Country because he didn't determine the position of the leader and didn't want to startle the snake? 99? He doesn't think Kaido is hurt and he'll be able to come out and pick up the bargain. You're finally out, how? Can't help but want to show off your record. Kaido laughed. No, I just don't want you to escape, give you a goal that doesn't escape, the entire allied forces, and there is no more suitable target than me. 35 Rennes spread his hands. Listening to Rennes' words, countless strong people were stunned. Peace. Chapter 59. Many powerful people look at Rennes like strange people. He appeared to fear Kaido escaping. How rampant this is! How arrogant! This one looks like Kaido is completely stunned. Let everyone not think a little more. Apparently someone who can rule an organization. It is possible to be arrogant and arrogant. But he can't be a fool. Could it be that what else can he do to win Kaido's whole card? But in this world, no strong man has ever dared to say that he will definitely win the 4 emperors. Not to mention, he was also worried that 4 emperors would escape. You're crazier than I thought. I don't hate bigots, though, but before I do that, there's one thing I have to make sure, what happened to Quinn? Kaido didn't do it in an instant. One is that Rennes stopped over Wano Country. I didn't keep leaning towards him. The second is to keep a certain distance. Anyway, the Kirov airboat is huge. The goal is clear. On the contrary, there is no hurry to find the target to kill. Most of them were killed, and the rest are now my hostages. 35 Rennes told the truth. Hear Rennes say that for yourself. Kaido almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. He has been running a team for decades. That's how it was scrapped. He alone cannot dominate the sea in any way. Even once it becomes estimated to be alone. Don't talk about dominating the sea. That's the 4 emperors. Immediately, an old monster will strike and pull him off the horse. After all, when alone, no matter how strong it is, there is only a limited amount of territory that can be defended. And it will give the illusion that it can be targeted by research. The fault tolerance rate is too low, one step at a time. It could be an abyss. Individuals are too easy to be calculated and wielded by the strong. If only to live chic. And not to turn the world into the violent world of his dreams. He needed to lay down Wano Country to develop various military industries. As well as recruiting the strong on the sea. 220 can be decades of hard work. Now it's a success. He was furious. We have a feud? Kaido asked. Really do it to yourself. Then do it, cross yourself, steal this kind of behavior. What good is it for him, except to provoke himself? It's even less good for yourself. His legion, probably, was scrapped. Damn little devil. Nope. To sit on the throne of the 4 emperors? Not interested. Then what the FK are you FG killing Lao Tzu's troops? Lao Tzu is still alive. Kaido growled. He wanted to point to Rennes' nose and tell him. Pirates also need to follow the rules. But such a humiliating word, Kaido can't speak. Rules, used to restrict pirates. It would have been ridiculous. Those who do not want to comply do not comply. It's just that ordinary people will be jealous of him. So that he will not cross him and do something to his subordinates. And this man in front of him is not afraid of him. Even in the case of Conqueror's haki overflowing at the moment. His expression was not the slightest bit flustered. Rennes is not a real pirate per se. He had hardly sailed on the sea. He only knows that in order to win, he must cut off the enemy's power step by step. It seems that I can't keep you. I'll personally smash your head. 9. Kaido lost his desire to recruit Rennes. His anger did not allow him to do so. And there is little point in doing so. His subordinates were all killed or controlled by the enemy. Think about developing this force again. I don't know how long. In a sense. Rennes shattered a corner of Kaido's dream. I'll wait. 39. Don't think that weapon can still hit me, take out any means, I will make you taste real despair. 35. Kaido was murderous and roared. The pinkish-purple Conqueror's haki swept out like a tidal wave. With substantial destructive and lethal power. Many of the bombers that flew towards Kaido again were knocked to the ground. With Kaido's anger, the sky changed dramatically. The mushroom cloud has not yet dispersed. Dark clouds and thunderstorms surged under Kaido's anger and abilities. Covers the entire sea and Wano Country. Seeing this, Rennes waved his hand. In this sea area, thousands of warships instantly emerged. But not very dense. Instead, it spreads out. There are really so many top-level advanced warships, which do not use the mast as power. That muzzle is very thick, and the power will not be small. It's all good stuff. The amount looks pretty scary. The giants watched the sea at Kaido's feet appear out of thin air, so many warships. They were all shocked. Numerous anti-aircraft missiles and anti-aircraft guns were aimed at Kaido. In the next second, the tongue of fire sprayed, and in an instant, it was like a golden meteor shower flowing backwards. Shoot high from the sea. Fire dragon torch. Kaido's body burst into flames, enveloping him. Countless shells were close to him. Directly melted. But some shells have an unusually strong steel casing. Made of special steel. For example, armor-piercing shells. These were swept away by Kaido. Since Rennes dares to appear, Kaido dares to target his head. But Kaido's eyes flashed sly. He descended from the sky on a nearby warship. This was followed by a blow sweeping away all the allied soldiers of the warship. Another stick smashed the warship. Just smashed a warship. He leapt high and jumped onto the next warship. This time wrapped in a kick from Conqueror's haki. Smashed the steel warship. Fierce and powerful. Thrill any strong person. Everyone could see that Kaido was really angry. But it's also easy to understand. Change to them, if it is the family base accumulated over the years. Scrapped by someone's sneak attack. They are expected to be even crazier. Heat. Bad wind, 99. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido smashed warship after warship. Blast fighter after fighter. This time he was more cautious. No more effort is spared. Don't let any missiles come close to him at all. Even if it takes a little more effort. He didn't want to endure that kind of bombardment again. Even if you don't necessarily die. But it hurts. And that weird energy is still corroding his body. Although not very serious. But it feels bad. The stream of heat burned through hundreds, or thousands, of paratroopers. But even so, Rennes paratroopers did not stop either. Not only did it not stop, and it has increased. Kaido is like a god of destruction at the moment. 100 meters per direction towards Rennes. Warships, warplanes, and thousands of soldiers fell under his devastating attacks. A person has the 4 elemental powers of wind, fire, and thundercloud. It is definitely a walking humanoid natural disaster, the demon king of extermination. Watch Kaido kill in all directions. Many giants were silent. Kaido seems to be more powerful than they thought. There are some old monsters, except for this nearby sea. Basically do not set foot in other seas. They Ishin just wanted to find Raftel. Some of the battles with Kaido were 10 years ago. Even 20 or 30 years ago. The impression of his strength also stayed at that time. Now let's look at the strength of Kaido. No one can relax. Except for Ant 4 Emperors, who still looked relaxed. The others are watching carefully, gathering intelligence. After all, such opportunities are not always available. It seems that the Allies no longer use the terrible shells they just had. The shipping king suddenly said. That kind of shell can't be fired casually, otherwise it would be too pervert. The lone shark speculated. It's not necessarily, maybe the other party can still issue such an attack, but Kaido's speed is faster than just now, and the size is smaller, and if you are on guard, you may not be able to be hit. Tetsalo, who has a good strength, analyzed. Report, Kaido's defenses have been strengthened, and most of the shells and missiles have been shattered before they get close, but correspondingly, we have detected that Kaido's physical exertion should be twice as high as before. An engineer at the experimental center takes a closer look at Kaido. Report updates to Rennes. In addition, his speed has increased by about 3 times, and with the speed of the nuclear missile just now, even if he can hit, he probably will not be in the center of the bombing. It doesn't matter, what he wants is that he is always on guard, sometimes he doesn't use it, and it can cause psychological pressure to the other party more than to use it. Continue to intensify the fire attack. It is not difficult for a nuclear bomb to hit an average target. But if it's a monster like Kaido, one shot is not enough to guarantee the lore. Rennes had to wait for a better time. And super weapons have a cooldown. After each nuclear bomb silo is used, there is a certain cooldown period. The same silo takes 10 minutes to use. So these 100 nuclear bombs, Rennes has to plan for their use. If launched at the same time, it doesn't ensure that Kaido is killed. 10 minutes of non-nuclear cooling. There are bound to be more variables. For a strong person like Kaido, don't say 10 minutes, 1 minute may turn the tide of battle. Plan your time. Recycling ensures that nuclear missiles are available at all times. Is the wisest. And not a stud. Unless there is absolute certainty that it can kill Kaido. That stud is no problem. In the absence of danger, it is best to be able to use warships, troops, and cannons like this. What are the losses in the current operation against Kaido? Rennes asked the senior commander who was operating the Kirov airboat next to him. All the data is being collected. The loss of 110,000 soldiers of various types, 428 fighters of various types, and 38 warships. 4 emperors lived up to his name, and after only a short battle, he lost a lot, and I am afraid that he has not yet felt tired. Rennes frowned. The fighters are because they are basically air combat just now. So the losses are huge. The total number of fighters is currently just over 4,000. More than 400, which is already a tenth. The battle loss ratio is not small. Soldiers and warships are not the main attack. Not much to lose. But now both warships and soldiers are gradually increasing. Become the main attacking force. Losses are also increasing dramatically. What kind of soldier is this? Kaido smashed a soldier with a green liquid with a stick. After crushing, he found that the enemy soldiers around him had melted. He immediately became vigilant. Opening his mouth to highlight a tornado wind. Chop the entire warship to pieces 0. I also pulled away. But as long as there is something wrong, Kaido does not risk a stay. He watched the sky and the sea grow more and more enemies. He roared in disbelief, I'd rather see how many people you can let me kill. It is not easy to train any soldier. Many of the kingdom soldiers have not killed as much as he just did. Change to an ordinary country. His attack just now was enough to destroy the entire kingdom's army. Therefore, he firmly believed that the strength of the allied forces could not be exaggerated. At most, there is another 500,000 or 600,000, even if it is the top of the sky. It would take at least 100,000 people to control those warships. That is, he may have ambushed about 4.5 million on the shore. Such a number of troops. In fact, it has surprised Kaido. Although the strength is very average. But the amount is staggering. You must know that his previous beasts pirates were only tens of thousands of elites. Count the various pirate groups that surrendered to him on the periphery. All weak forces are counted. At most, there are only 230,000 people. The Allied forces now have a preliminary estimate of 600,000 or 700,000. It's already pretty good. An ember is under his cover. Just now one step into the island. Now it is estimated that a lot of people have been killed. The breath of embers is still there. So there should be no top powerhouse who can win the ember. Marine headquarters and world government should not be involved. If only that. Except for the kind of bomb just now. There is nothing to make him jealous. Wait for yourself to break through and enter the island. Does he dare to put that kind of bomb? Not afraid to wipe out all of yourself? Kaido's purpose is obvious. Resist the fire, kill Wano Country, and take out this little devil who doesn't know whether to live or die. He debuted Kaido for many years. Except that he was almost killed by Roger Garp before. I have never suffered such a big loss. This kind of soldier can also affect my control of lightning, although it is weak, but it is really strange. Kaido hammered to death a group of magnetic storm infantry with coils wrapped around their arms. The closer you get to the coastline of Wano Country, Kaido became more and more wary. Is that powerful shell gone? Close to the coastline, there are more warships. The denser the shells are fired. The firepower is extremely strong, and some are still biased towards speed. When it arrives in front of it, it explodes directly. But don't take a step back from him. When did Wano Country have such a building? Kaido looks out over the coastline. There are densely packed tower-like buildings. Then I saw the buildings glowing. Whoosh! Thousands of laser beams struck over. Extremely fast, Kaido is also vaguely aware of a sense of crisis. So many lasers. Was it invented according to Kizaru's abilities? But Kaido is not afraid, Lao Tzu is Kaido of the beasts. He jumped high, holding wolf and sheep sticks in both hands, like an orc pounced. Directly greeted it. Descend 3. Inaraku. Haki wrapped around Raiden and wrapped in a mace, a move stronger than thundering 8 trigrams. The whole atmosphere was detonated. Rumble. The laser beam in the sky was directly blasted by him. Twitter. But he just knocked out this batch of lasers. But there are dozens of laser beams that have been enhanced by layer 4.6. Kaido did not retreat. I knew that you little devil likes to play the trick of reflecting reality and fiction the most, it is too tender. Poof. Kaido was fierce and rushed towards the enhanced beam. Not even physically covered with armament haki. Because of his jump, the target was Rennes. Even if it is hit by a laser beam, he's going to kill Rennes by surprise, too. Hit the mace with power. Poof. The fastest arrival of the enhanced beam hits Kaido, who has no deliberate defense. The first round has not been able to shoot through. After continuous bursts, Kaido's own monster physique was pierced. Not quite worn yet. About a few centimeters deep into the body. Blood splattered, but it was quickly dried by the heat. Kaido felt the pain, but laughed maniacally. Because he condensed all his strength. This jump is to directly kill Rennes. Replace this little devil's life with injuries. It's not a loss. This young man's cleverness was taken advantage of by Kaido. Miserable. Jabba said suddenly. This blow, even if it is me, I may not be able to block it. Auntie said with a solemn expression. This kid doesn't seem to have much strength, even if he has strength, in the face of Kaido's move, I am afraid that he will definitely die. Tetsalo said. They have an extremely vicious vision. Even across the screen. It can also be judged. In terms of positive strength, Rennes is by no means a match for Kaido. Really, solving a little ghost not only took so much time, but also got hurt. Ant said with a smile. Jun Chalai. Long Shenjun. Kaido wields his mace and arrives in front of Rennes in an instant. At the same time, roaring, the roar shattered the clouds. Conqueror's haki gushed out, and all the guards around Rennes froze for a moment. Cyrus was no exception. This haki is terrible. What a coincidence, I'm waiting for you, activate the super weapon, the Iron Curtain device. Rennes smiled slightly. Received, the Iron Curtain device has entered into force. Chapter 60. How come? Kojiki Hiri's breathing stopped at this moment. It's not just her. All those who are eager for Rennes to win at the moment. They all subconsciously held their breath. Everyone stared at the screen. Watch as Kaido swings a stick at Rennes' head. Mixed with the energy of a mountain-roaring tsunami. Pink and purple haki, black lightning, surging power. All the forces converge into this mortal blow. People who know observation haki. You can sense that Rennes is not weak. But it's still not comparable to the energy of 4 Emperors Kaido. The sun and the heart are like knives. The despair intensified. Kaido is simply an unbeatable demon king. Raise your hands and feet as if you want to destroy the world. Those who are not strong-willed. Just watching the live broadcast, my heart has been dominated by fear at the moment. Look at the mace knocked down from above. The terrifying power makes many people feel. The person under the mace at the moment is himself. Thereupon, poof, pop, many people were directly frightened and fainted. It was as if he had been attacked with a mace. One can imagine how oppressive Kaido's terrifying strength has brought them. Hiwa pursed her red lips. The slender tender hand was red with a clenched fist due to nervousness. They finally saw that Kaido could be brought down. Hope burned in my heart. But now this is a hope. With Kaido, the stick is about to go to ashes. If you can. She was even willing to take her own life. Go and exchange the life of this leader who has not even spoken. Because she felt. Even if Wano Country is dominated by this man. How about it will be better than the devil of Kaido? There is such a thought. She wasn't alone. Many people of Wano Country are willing to gamble. They've had enough of the beast's pirates' rule. Be willing to struggle no matter what. But they don't have that opportunity. Hyungoro, Kawamatsu, Asuna Boy, and others were also just full of surprise. The expression froze on the face. Look at the moment when hope is shattered. The giants of the underground world. They had different expressions, some regretful, some sneering. 4 Emperors is not simply reckless. If only it were a simple reckless man. It has long been calculated to die. 04 But Rennes is tempting Kaido. Kaido is also figuring out Rennes' attack habits. In the end, Kaido caught the flaw. And monsters like 4 Emperors caught flawed. Sometimes one blow is enough to determine the winner. That's the end of it, but this time it also earns the attention of those monsters. Morgans filmed in the distance. I have to say that he is really professional. Because he can fly, the equipment is also world class. The angles captured are very good. At this moment, he even zoomed in on the captured picture. But that's how it zooms in. Morgans immediately saw something different. The young man named Rennes had a calm look on his face at the moment. There was no shock or panic at the surprise of being raided. Don't. Some kind of unrealistic idea just popped up at Morgan's. Then a terrifying tremor was heard. Pound. Kaido knocked a stick at Rennes. Like knocking on a piece of meteorite. The imaginary flesh and blood did not appear. An invisible barrier blocks a powerful blow to the mace. The anti-seismic force is enormous. Even if Kaido is a phantom beast. A legendary thing that is almost immortal. At this moment, both hands were also buzzing. The tiger's mouth is directly cracked and bleeding. Super weapon, the Iron Curtain device. With this device, you can be invincible and cannot be destroyed by any force for nearly a minute. It is the key device to reverse the victory and defeat of many wars. 5 minutes cooldown. Kaido's power is powerful. But it is still impossible to destroy this invincible state. This state is called absolutely invincible defense, which is not an exaggeration. This is also the fact that Rennes was clearly held hostage by Jun before. But there is no reason to panic at all. Although there is a cooldown time. But as long as the soul ore continues. Build another one on the spot, and he will be able to continue the invincible defense state again. Don't look at the lack of destructive power of this super weapon. But this locked blood state. Many times, you can fight for your life on the other side. Reverse the victory and defeat, and the effect is huge. Kaido's eyes suddenly froze. His physical fitness is monster level. The vitality is even stronger than pervert. Fang Cai pinched the bomber with his bare hands, and his palm was fine. Now it is blocked by an energy shield, and the anti-shock force transmitted back. Directly shocked. But it doesn't matter. What makes Kaido incomprehensible? A thin shield. At the moment wrapped the entire Kirov airship. He struck with all his might, but he couldn't break through. Not even a crack. How is this possible? It wasn't that he hadn't thought that Rennes might have a defense. But just because I thought about it. He only disregarded his physical defenses. Pour all your power into the mace. Concentrate a little. Just one hit kills. Even if he has defensive things or abilities. This blow, he will also be completely smashed. But I never expected. This blow was easily prevented. How come? Lie to you. Kaido's all-out blow was blocked. Auntie, Akoku, Silver Axe, these giants who know Kaido's strength. At the moment, everyone's faces are quite exciting. It's like seeing a ghost in the middle of the day. Just now, Kaido grasped the opportunity, the power of condensation. In their opinion, it's perfect. They all think that this blow must work. It's time to tell the winner. Unexpectedly, Kaido lost. What is that shield? Capable people. Lone Shark Akoku cried out. No, even those with abilities can't withstand Conqueror's Haki's winding blows. 35. Even this kind of defense can withstand it, and there are really many surprises brought by this allied army. That guy in Kaido wouldn't really be in the hands of a young man. If it was a few minutes ago, someone said so. Most of them will be made fun of by most giants. But now no one can laugh. What happens in the next second? It made them can't help but exclaim, completely out of shape. When Kaido fails to knock Rennes to death. When you're ready to strike again. A silver-white light flashed around him. A whole team of Chrono soldiers appeared out of thin air. Holding the cannon barrel in his hand, he shot out a silver-white light. Shrouded Kaido. Obviously, this group of Chronoman soldiers has been waiting for Kaido for a long time. A shroud of light shrouds Kaido. Kaido is the gap after a full blow. even if he owns the phantom beast devil fruit. Resilience is the best in the world. In this instant, it still takes time to recover. The Chrono Air Force took advantage of this moment to attack. Kaido was instantly in a quagmire. For a while, I couldn't move. What is it? Kaido Conqueror's haki kept gushing and hissing. He had a feeling he had never felt before. It was as if his body was gradually being decomposed by a mysterious force. All defenses seemed to be non-existent. The feeling terrified him. In fact, things related to the concept of chronospace and mind controllers. All are one of the super weapons. It's just these two forces. The role of manifestation is not destruction. Instead, it is biased towards the multifunctional aspect. So it has not been divided by Rennes into a nuclear bomb well and a weather controller. But that doesn't mean they're not powerful. Roar! Kaido didn't dare to be enveloped by this light any longer. He bursts out with all his power. Haki overflowed wildly, his body rapidly expanding. To burst this mask directly. The energy unleashed by Kaido is truly terrifying. To a very small extent, it did affect the stability of the chrono weapon. Cracks gradually emerge in the reticle. But Kaido's body is also a little cracked due to the huge amount of energy released by overload. Blood ran down the wound. You know what? The most flexible point of human use of tools is not how powerful a single tool is, but in a specific environment, the result of using it together is much greater than 1 + 1. Rennes fell. There is a rumble in the sky. This roar of overspeed. Kaido is familiar with that terrible bomb. He looked up. Found in all directions, at least a dozen such bombs flew by. Damn! Damn BD! Seeing this, Kaido's face changed dramatically. So many rounds, if you are hit. The probability is to die. He struggled frantically. Hope to escape this mask range as quickly as possible. My god, that terrible bomb, there are so many of them. The Yuzuri King's face changed dramatically. Others did not have time to speak. More than a dozen nuclear missiles, accurate and unmistakable, landed at the same time where Kaido and Rennes were. Only one with horror on his face. A face is as flat as ever. The expressions of the two were imprinted in everyone's minds at this moment. An unforgettable rumble. Although there are more than a dozen nuclear missiles. But it exploded at the same time. Only one ring. But the mushroom cloud that exploded was dozens of times larger than the one just now. In an instant, the billowing mushroom-light fireworks and fireballs rushed straight into the air at a height of 10,000 meters. The surrounding atmosphere exploded, like a mirror shattering. Lightning in the sky was released chaotically around the mushroom cloud. Climate, magnetic fields, gravity, radio waves. These moments are chaotic. When the shockwave that represents the circle of destruction ripples. Atmospheric shredding expands further. The tsunami spread out in all directions. Warships weighing 10,000 tons were also overturned. Wano Country is close to the forest on the shore, and the peaks are leveled. Nearby soldiers, bombers will also fly to annihilation. They exist, just like Rennes itself. It's all bait. Otherwise, how could Kaido rush over without suspicion? The earth collapsed, and the plates clashed and smashed. This scene is stronger than the 12-level earthquake. It's even more frightening. At the same time, all phone bugs and satellite signals were jammed. Lose all your footage in an instant. But people's minds have carved the doomsday power just now into their bones. Such a ruthless little fellow, many warships and soldiers were buried with them. Even a tyrant like Tetsalo. At this moment, I couldn't help but sigh. This explosion did not hesitate to let so many of his own people be buried with him. This young man is not easy to provoke. Definitely a ruthless person. The communication is broken. What is going on with Kaido? Still alive? Maid, whether the guy from Morgan's is reliable or not, how come there is no signal at the critical moment? It tickled me. The lone shark was impatient. Now they can't wait to know the results. Not to mention the signal, that horrible big explosion, the Morgan's guy doesn't know if he can live. Won't it? The lone shark partner immediately became nervous. Morgan's this guy is going to die because of watching the excitement? Was the scene so dangerous? If Kaido dies, the new world landscape will change dramatically. 35 Silver Axe's eyes sparkle with ambition. Did you remember Kaido's territory so soon? Akoku smiled slightly. You didn't think about it. Silver Axe shot back. The air around the ant suddenly froze. The terrifying conqueror's haki was brewing around her. 220 Prometheus also burned even more. Zeus hid behind his mother's back, shivering. It can clearly feel that the mother's spirit has become extremely unstable. I would say that no one could have survived that big bang, not even Kaido. The ghost mother-in-law smiled. Some people die, some mourn, and naturally some people laugh. Do you want to go to the scene and have a look? Jabba suddenly suggested. How is it possible? Wano Country is far away. The lone shark was halfway through. In normal times, this would be impossible. But now there is one here that started by sea. The guy with the ability to jump the fruit is here. Don't look at me. If I were involved in such a war, there would definitely be no bones left. 33 You meet, the king of shipping, said in a cold sweat. Don't you want to know if Kaido lives or dies? As far as I know, Kaido's arms transportation business, but you have always been in charge, you have such a big business deal, don't want to know the result early, make plans early? Jabba said with a smile. This. The shipping king hesitated. If something happens to Kaido, their chain of interests is bound to change. Don't worry, we're just going to see, don't participate in any struggle, the guy who rides this ride will ensure your safety, you say. Silver Axe patted Umit on the shoulder seductively. That's right. Silver Axe, you guy is less here, your reputation is not so good, such a distance, if I have the ability to activate, I will have to collapse by Wano Country, and then it will not still be slaughtered by you. Umit was still hesitating. Don't look at how these guys are talking nicely now. It's really a black hand. Not a single ambiguous. Slowly, the Morgan's guy is not dead yet, the signal seems to have recovered a little, but it is not very clear to see, the airboat has come out of the explosion, and the young man is fine. Nonsense, no matter how crazy he is, it is impossible to blow himself up, it must be because of that shield. Over Wano Country, the mushroom cloud is still expanding, expanding. Fortunately, more than 20 nuclear bombs have not been used at a time, otherwise the entire Wano Country will be affected. A concentrated strike, the power of more than a dozen nuclear bombs is already extremely terrifying. The surrounding positions of Kaido are also crowded, no matter how many nuclear bombs, although the power has increased, it cannot reach a qualitative change, unless Kaido transforms into a dragon form and increases the strike area. Ian said with lingering. The power of the nuclear bomb was even more astonishing than he thought. Especially a dozen rounds exploded together. He was really afraid that Wano Country would not be able to carry it and be completely annihilated. Where does the soul ore go to collect and scrape? Now, are you still alive? Rennes muttered to herself as she looked at the mushroom cloud that was constantly reacting with various energies. Lord Rennes, just now the experimental center found a big surprise. A lab engineer suddenly walked up to Rennes with excitement on his face and reported. Chapter 61. Kaido thought he was dead. The power of that shell. Just one shot, even if he resisted with all his might. Also hit hard. Now more than a dozen rounds are coming together. If only it were precisely concentrated. Again in the center of the explosion. Absolutely unbearable. But was he blown up like that? No. Never. Kaido hissed angrily. All the potential was unleashed to ultimate in that instant. He had never had such a strong desire. She squeezes every drop of power out of the cells. It doesn't matter if it will be greatly reduced in life expectancy in the future. Agitate your own internal organs and cells, active to ultimate. The whole body turns red as a result. Finally, a second before those shells arrived, he broke free from the shackles of the Chrono army. Move some distance as fast as you can in your life. Escaped from the very heart of the explosion. But the explosion caused by a dozen nuclear bombs is still too terrifying. Kaido only felt the severe pain hit. Confusion for a moment. The horrific heat is still climbing. Terrifying various energies shattered his haki defenses. Tear open the phantom beast species and monster body that he is proud of. His body, even if it fell from a height of 10,000 meters. If you can hit the ground like a meteorite, you won't necessarily be hurt. Can be in front of such shells. For the first time, Kaido felt powerless and fearful. But he knew he wanted to live. We must not allow this terrifying mushroom cloud to continue to erode ourselves. That's really the end. So no matter how hard it is, you must escape. Escape from the range affected by this mushroom cloud. When Ren Kirov airboat was blessed by the Iron Curtain device. When calm and leisurely out of the mushroom cloud. Kaido also moved out from the other direction. Big brother Kaido. But seeing the embers of this moment, his eyes were full of tears. Kaido is covered in rags, and his skin is mostly greenish. The super radiation has penetrated into his body. A small half of the left shoulder, along with the entire arm, has been annihilated. There was no blood flowing from the wound. Only scars that have been baked at high temperatures. Hideous and miserable. There is hardly a single intact place on the body. The proud monster body of yesteryear. Kaido, known as the strongest creature. At this time, many places were burned by explosions, and even part of the flesh and blood were melted. There is a large hole in the abdomen that has been pierced by the shock wave. That is, his life force, defense power, is more powerful than Whitebeard. Whitebeard is strong in destructive power. Otherwise such an injury, even if it jumps out, it won't take a few seconds. It will also kill violently. Ahem, cough. Kaido opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The internal organs have been hit hard. Rags. His life is like a candle in the wind. Then it will all go out. If you can. At this moment, Ember even hoped that the eldest brother would escape from the demon cave of Wano Country first. The enemy's means and weapons are too mysterious. They have too little intelligence. But the aftermath just now wiped out countless soldiers. But the light flashed, and it was hundreds of thousands. Even millions of soldiers surrounded them. It's as if they are endless. Ember gradually felt desperate. In this case, do they really have a chance to escape? Kaido's body landed on the island, stumbling and almost falling. He couldn't stand steady. But at this time, he is the most resistant to beating of all the four emperors. Terrible physical resilience. When he took a breath and came over. Gradually, it regained a little effect. At least slowly, his consciousness returned. You can see the scene in front of you again. It's okay if you don't see it clearly. When you see it, it's Kaido. A sense of powerlessness also arises. I saw this area that had just been flattened into wasteland. One after another phalanx of 10,000 people appeared. 20, 50, 100, 200. Millions of troops surrounded him. Similarly, countless military buildings have sprung up one after another. Countless steel cannons were aimed at him. At this moment, he was like a sheep falling into a flock of tigers. The number of Kaido is not clear. I can't perceive how many troops there are. Just know, where the eye can see. It's all a mountain of people, it's a sea of people. Shocking, extremely terrifying. This perverse multi-million troops. It gives Kaido a sense of absurd unreality. Earlier he guessed that the enemy could have 600,000 or 700,000 troops. It's already the top of the sky. I didn't expect it. In that kind of explosion, at least hundreds of thousands of people were scrapped. There are millions of troops. How untrue this is. Is this still Kaido? Morgans looked at Kaido's miserable situation and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The hands holding the live phone bugs were shaking. If not seen with your own eyes. He couldn't believe that the Emperor of the Sea with infinite scenery in the past. It ended up like this. He was once called an immortal monster by the world. Such injuries, even if they are on other 4 emperors. I'm afraid I'm too dead to die anymore. That is, Kaido is famous for its defensive power, vitality. To carry it down. But even so. Just one more shell of that kind just now. Even Kaido has no way to live. But just now Morgan's clairvoyance captured. In that instant, Kaido unleashes potential that seems to be beyond its limits. Traverse the most central explosion area. How is this possible? Kaido, this guy is still alive. The ghost mother-in-law said with some disbelief. That kind of explosion, if it were herself, she will surely die. But Kaido survived. At this moment, many giants were silent. Kaido guy deserves to be one of the strongest monsters on the sea. This kind of vitality, defensive power, they are ashamed of themselves. But this is what it looks like now. What's the difference between being sentenced to death? That kind of shell, really just one more random one. Kaido can't do any more miracles. To live now, but only temporarily. What's going on with that terrifying force? Stussy's voice was slightly sharp. Look at the soldiers surrounding Kaido. She exclaimed with a look of disbelief. That's a sea of soldiers. Soldiers who cover the earth. That's at least millions. How is this possible? As a spy elite member of World Government CP0, she has news in both black and white. I have never heard of a force that can possess so many terrifying forces. Even if it's the World Government. I'm afraid it may not be possible. How did he hide so many troops until now and was discovered? Didn't anyone know before? Such heavy news. It scares her all. There must be an opportunity to pass this important information back to the World Government. The threat of this allies. Far above Whitebeard. It must be eradicated as soon as possible. It must not continue to develop. Just kidding. With such a huge force of troops, we really didn't have any news before. Is secrecy done so well? Can the world government do it with such a force? Looking at what should have been a wasteland. At the moment, it is a place of the sea of adults. These giants, unprecedented shock. The general strength, they simply do not put it in their eyes. Everyone here, which one is not a strong person? Even if there are 10,000 people, 100,000 people. As long as it is an ordinary fighter. They are perfectly capable of leveling. But these millions, maybe even 5 million troops. It's really impressive. Even, a little scary. Kaido lost. Some giants have come to a conclusion. Even if Kaido is alive. But defeat is certain. This is an obvious thing. No one refuted it. What surprise? Rennes asked the engineer. Although every base and laboratory thing. He only needs to find the relevant reminder in the system. He knows too. But that information is too much. Normally Rennes doesn't take the initiative to find it. Instead, he commanded his subordinates. Report any important findings to yourself. This is most convenient. Don't keep an eye on all the information in the system. After all, with more and more buildings. Various reminder messages. It's massive. When monitoring the battle with Kaido just now, we found that many soldiers attacked Kaido, although it did not have much effect, but as long as the attack reached a certain level, the star rating could be increased. Just now, some of the soldiers have risen to 3 stars. The experimental engineer explains. Kaido, that guy is still alive. You say you didn't participate in killing and destroying enemy buildings, and the soldiers broke through. Rennes was surprised. Since he exploded more troops. Other soldiers who want to ascend to the stars have to rely on laboratories and gene replication centers. Unexpectedly, this time there was a new ascending star route. The birth of these 4-star soldiers is not easy. All are born from a large number of cardinalities. If the base star rating of this large number of bases is higher, the more 4-star soldiers that naturally arise. It is even possible that new 5-star soldiers will appear. The stronger the strength, the more and more there are. His allies will be stronger overall. Through the battle with Kaido just now, Rennes found out if the timing was not right. Many low-level 1 or 2-star soldiers. Often there is no chance to get close to Kaido within a radius of 100 meters. Will be directly strangled by the aftermath of the stick. If not with the help of various weapons. Achieve fire suppression. That makes it even less useful. So the soldier star can be improved in one more way. Definitely a big surprise. Just imagine, if every soldier could reach 4 stars. All have the strength of bounty tens of millions. Even if you can resist the attacks of some strong people. Those hundreds, millions, or even tens of millions. That attrition of enemy troops. It is 1,000-fold, a 10-fold increase. If so, when the time comes, face a monster like Kaido. You don't necessarily need a nuclear bomb yet. It is possible that the soldiers of the base number will pile them alive. Have you figured out the specific conditions for ascending stars? Rennes asked quickly. Even this moment. Even Kaido was temporarily left behind by him. Yes, the conditions are determined. As long as the firepower output to the enemy reaches a certain value in 1 minute, even if the enemy cannot be killed, the soldiers can rise to the stars. In fact, this situation has happened sporadically before, but at that time, there were very few of them, and it was impossible to be sure, and they all thought that it was only caused by destroying enemy buildings and killing enemies. 5. But just now, the main enemy is only Kaido, so I found out. Listen to this report. Rennes suddenly realized something, that is, even if we test the firepower of the prisoners, if we don't kill, we will continue to produce 3-star soldiers. Yes. Good. Good. Rennes really didn't expect such a surprise. Is this when the system faces a strong enemy? Is it automatic and adaptable? Or some of the reactions of the GIs coming into contact with the world? This has happened before. For example, you must live or study in an environment. Talented ones can evolve into 4-star soldiers. Rennes was pleasantly surprised though. But it didn't feel like it was a completely impossible thing to happen. I wanted to solve you directly, but now, I have to squeeze out the last bit of your value. Rennes gave a devilish smile. At the time it was discovered that Kaido was still alive. Rennes was also surprised. And marvel at Kaido, the strongest creature that lives up to its name. Then I was going to fire another nuclear bomb. Kill him. But now there is this discovery. Even if some soldiers die. But if you can make other soldiers rise to the stars. It's also a profitable trade. Anyway, Kaido will definitely die today. He can only die. Such careerists are unlikely to surrender to anyone. His will is firm and crazy. The mind controller probably doesn't work. Conqueror's haki is too strong. And their philosophies are too different. Kaido wants to create a world where violence solves everything. Rennes wants to create a world where even the weak can defend their rights and interests through the laws of order. Because the old man is a weak person in a party that needs to be guarded. It's exactly two extremes. It is also to gather the hearts of the people. Wano Country is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Hold here with his forces. The world government sends many strong people. It may not be able to take it down. But if there is internal instability, There are more traitors, and naturally more opportunities for the enemy. Take them down. Rennes stood on the Kirov airboat. Looking at Ember and Kaido, he waved his big hand. Allied soldiers raised their weapons and shot wildly. Bang bang. Da da da. Tom ho ho. All kinds of weapons roar. The whole of Wano Country is like being enveloped in fire. Big brother Kaido. Ember spreads his wings and carries all the bullets on his shoulders. Surround Kaido and sweep away countless shells. Fire Dragon Emperor. The ember wrapped around the flames and cut out. A flame dragon king wrapped around the two of them. Avoid being swallowed up by this hail of bullets. He is a Lunaria, a race that claims to survive in all circumstances. A race that once lived in Red Line and should have been extinct. Its vitality is also extremely tenacious. Kaido raised his eyelids slightly. Strong anger burns. When will he even need to rely on his subordinates to protect? But now he has to slow down. Otherwise I haven't done it yet. He himself could have died violently. The fire continued to fire, but only the most basic guns. Crazy intensive shooting in 1 minute. An ember in order to protect Kaido. At the moment, it is also mainly defensive. This gave Rennes a great opportunity to train. Next batch. A minute later. That group of soldiers retreated, and replaced with another group of soldiers around them. And so on and so forth. Try to get even rain and dew. The number of Samsung soldiers has increased by 500. The number of 3-star soldiers increased by 500. Rennes to verify what the experimenters said. Also pay special attention to the star rating changes of the soldiers. Sure enough. 1 minute after another. The number of Samsung soldiers is increasing rapidly. People watched constantly drowned out by guns. And constantly defending against the embers of all range attacks. Look at the miserable Kaido who has no action for the time being. For some reason, they actually rose a wave of sympathy. People are always accustomed to sympathizing with the weak. And at the moment, Ember and Kaido look like weaklings. Yamato even lowered his head a little unbearably. Soon Ember and Kaido also discover that there is a gap between the attacks of this group of soldiers. It's as if you don't intend to kill them all at once. Kaido reacted quickly, even if he was covered in bruises. Dying, it is still an unprecedented rage at this moment. Too much deception. Lao Tzu is Kaido of the beasts. Kaido saw it at once. That guy is training with them. I have never been so humiliated Shen. Even if he is killed by the fire, he Kaido will not be so furious. Pirate world, life and death. He is not afraid of death. It's just a matter of success or defeat. But Rennes' actions are humiliating his dignity as a strong man. Even if he dies, he will bite off a piece of meat from this guy. Chapter 62. Kaido is a monster entrenched in Wano Country. He does not die, and Wano Country will never have a founding day. Are there still few innocent people who have died at their hands for so many years? A wandering girl stood beside Yamato and said. She was originally a woman from a good family in Wano Country. But she was taken captive by pirates and became a wandering girl. Serve the pirates. After a long time, she also went numb. Accustomed to doing what is told. But now this numbness is broken. Get back something called hope. I know. Yamato was about to defeat his father, Kaido. It's just that she doesn't know yet that her handcuffs will indeed explode. There is still a silver lining for Kaido. Kaido is falling. Will there be a real tomorrow for Wano Country? Hiri clasped his hands nervously. It was already desperate. Who would have thought in that moment? Rennes finished such a beautiful counterattack. Directly forced Kaido into a corner. Today, Kaido and Ember are surrounded by millions of soldiers. And the state is so bad. There can only be one ending. That's death. Young people nowadays are terrible. Hyagoro of the Rabbit Bowl and others. I couldn't help but sigh. Kaido is such a mountain that has weighed on their hearts for decades. It's about to fall right now. But let's be honest. Kaido didn't really fall before. Their hearts are carried. Ember, get out of the way. Kaido held the mace and looked directly at Rennes standing in the air not far away, full of killing intent. Brother Kaido, if it really doesn't work, let's go first. Ember tried to persuade Kaido to leave. As long as they live, they have the possibility of rising again. Although it is very difficult to escape. But as long as Kaido Big Brother has this idea, he would gamble his life to do it. I won't run away. Kaido said without the slightest hesitation. He walked with steps, carrying the mace. Wield your mace and head straight for Rennes. This is his last madman. Seeing this, Ember did not stop it again, did not persuade again. In fact, he knew it was useless. He knows his big brother. Just hold on to the possibility of just in case. Imperial Fire Dragon Emperor. The only thing he can do is accompany Kaido Big Brother and fight until the last moment. Rumble. With a wave of the long knife, the wings shook, and a flame dragon emperor that was bigger than just now spewed out. Burn the soldiers and tanks in front of you to ashes and molten iron. Pieces of soldiers are dying. Ember is covering Kaido. Since it is a desperate situation. That's just a go. Kill a bloody road. Perhaps, it can work miracles. No matter how bad it is, you can die simply. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido swept away thousands of soldiers with a mace in one hand. This time there was no entanglement around Conqueror's haki. It's just a relatively ordinary trick in normal times. 220 at this moment made him feel severe pain. The wound cracked further and blood splattered. But he doesn't care anymore. He only had Rennes in his eyes. Want to survive. I want to make this little devil pay. He has to go forward and kill. Kill through, he wins. Worthy of being an emperor on the sea, putting aside tyranny, with such boldness, no wonder it can go so far. Rennes watches Kaido and Ember in a final fight. Although the destructive power is not comparable to before. But its will and this desperate posture. But it's still quite impressive. But unfortunately, for the sake of my great cause, you will hold on a little longer. Rennes said calmly. This made Cyrus, as a guard, feel a chill in his heart. Is Lord Rennes the devil? I actually want the enemy to hold on a little longer. To be honest, look at Kaido and Ember who are crazy and fight for their lives. His heart was trembling. This fighting spirit is terrifying. Especially when I think about it not so long ago. Kaido just aimed Conqueror's haki at them. At that moment, he didn't even have time to make any counterattack. It's even more jealous of this. But Lord Rennes treats him so casually. Allied soldiers kept firing. The 4-star warrior even engaged in melee combat. Now Ember and Kaido are both poor crossbows. Under the cover of fire. They don't necessarily kill 4-star soldiers instantly. And as long as it can't be killed instantly, it is bound to be dragged. At this time, the artillery fire is another hello. It gave a large number of Allied soldiers the opportunity to export firepower. Poof, poof. Many armor-piercing shells that were not of much use before. The wound that can bloom along Kaido at the moment. Penetrate deep into the body and tear his body further. Under the action of radiation, Kaido's flesh and blood have long lost their original vitality and strength. Whoosh! The laser beam also hit. Some were blocked by Kaido. Some are not completely blocked. The body is getting more and more porous. Gurgle. Despite the increasing number of injuries. But Kaido is killing crazy demons at this time. He laughed maniacally as if he were returning to the light. Such a blood fight is more in line with him. Dominating Wano Country is just for the needs of the forces. But his life, from an early age, was a life of fighting. Everything can be solved by war and battle. His kingdom of Voka is at war all year round. Because all the member countries had to hand over expensive heavenly gold to the nobles of the world. Many countries cannot afford to pay. It can only wage war to plunder other countries. Kaido, who grew up against this background. At just 10 years old, he became the strongest warrior in the entire kingdom. Later, the country, in order to get the opportunity to participate in the World Summit, betrayed him to Marine. After escaping from Marine, at the age of 15, he joined the then famous Rocks pirate. Looking back now, it was Whitebeard's smelly old man who invited him. His life was full of violence and killing. So solve the problem with violence. It is also his life credo. He wanted to put those world aristocrats high above. Pull into a world full of violent rules. Let them survive in their own world of rules. Just as they set the rules for the world. In this way, everyone is the same. But alas, it can't be done now. This little devil, he has the same firm will in his eyes. What kind of world does he want to create? 8 trigrams. Drunken Wheel Thunder. Inaraku, 35. Kaido shines back to the light, burning life. Use violent means to destroy the enemy in front of you. Wherever he passed, a corpse was left behind. Little devil! Do you want to change the world too? 35. Kaido suddenly shouted at Rennes. He didn't even know why Rennes had shot at him. But he didn't ask. Because you live on this sea. As a pirate, it is not surprising that anyone shoots at him. Everyone can kill. They can all be killed. It's just that he is curious. A monster imp with such strength and such a meticulous mind. What is it asking for? A world that is very different from what you want, that kind of world, can't carry your ideas. Rennes looked at Kaido and said lightly. The curiosity of a dying man. There is nothing unusual. It's true that he wants to kill himself. He was curious that his purpose was also true. Hear Rennes say this. Kaido understood immediately. This guy knows their entire Beasts Pirates very well. How else would they know what their Beasts Pirates philosophy is? It's just that why I never found him before. In the shadow of this world. He was already being targeted. But I don't know anything. It seems that today's defeat is not unjust. Everyone has to pay for their own carelessness. Isn't a world where violence solves all problems pure enough? That's the nature of the world. It's just that Kaido doesn't know what's wrong with the philosophy he upholds. That's how he grew up. You have also suffered from the oppression of the world government. Have you ever wondered if you still need to kill if there is no oppression? Violence is the last resort, not the norm, and there is no tranquility in a bloody world. 5. I don't know, I never thought about this. It seems that we are indeed not all the way, but from now on, those old guys in the world government may have a headache. Kaido couldn't understand it. Because his whole life was full of violence and killing. There is no other concept. But think of the aristocrats of the world government. Will be an enemy of this monster imp. He felt the faces of those guys. It should be interesting. Rennes stopped talking. Watch Kaido gradually move toward death. At this time, Rennes was already thinking about how to make good use of Kaido's corpse. He wants to keep Kaido's body. Used to study his genetic particles. Create stronger soldiers. The Marine Science Department of this world can create a blazing angel similar to Hancock. A stronger pacifist capable of outlawing the 7 warlords of the sea. 0. Rennes felt like she was putting advantage of Kaido's body. In addition, it has its own gene replication center and various laboratories. On technology, set on Punk. Maybe it will be possible to produce soldiers with more characteristics than the 4-star self-detonator. You know, Wano Country has a lot of abilities. And caught so many Zoan abilities alive. More material for the experiment will be more than ever. Lord Rennes, there was a discovery in the sea near Wano Country. I thought it was just an ordinary news bird, but this is the latest footage. Just at the end of Kaido's bloody fight with Ember. Rennes waits for the countdown to their deaths. Suddenly news and pictures came from the air headquarters. All the attention and commands were on monitoring Kaido. Didn't pay special attention to what was around him. Even the picture of Ember is at the back. Not a priority. Kaido broke out of Conqueror's haki several times. It also affected some signals to some extent. Briefly lost a few times. So Rennes didn't notice a bird in the nearby sea. Now look at the teleportation back. Rennes frowned slightly. News Bird King, Morgans, what is this guy doing with the video phone bug? Who do you contact? Rennes didn't deliberately hide his shot at Wano Country. But there were still 2 days before Summit War. He doesn't want any moths. The war must be fought. Defeat both sides. When I stepped in and took Marine Ford down. So that there will not be much resistance. Otherwise, the world government feels more dangerous than Whitebeard. Aim the entire Marine HQ gathered at this moment. That's a big trouble. Rennes knows so many troops of his own. It is definitely enough to shake the rule of the world government. Once exposed, they will never let themselves go easily. But Rennes just took Wano Country. It takes a few days to collect the soul ore. Further strengthen their own strength. That's when you can really not be afraid of multiple admiral. Also to prepare for the battle between Marine headquarters and Whitebeard. There were countless deaths in that battle, and there were many strong people. Several times stronger than Beast's pirates alone. If it is at the end of the fierce battle, a large amount of soul ore will definitely be generated. And at that time, it was also the time when Rennes officially declared war on the world government to the world. But he wants to be a yellow finch, not a praying mantis or a cicada. Wano Country's news couldn't be hidden. Even news of Kaido's demise will reach 5 elders immediately. But as long as they do not know their specific forces and weapons, they'll feel Kaido's defeat. There are a number of reasons. At best, I'm just a new 4 emperors. They will even be glad that Kaido, this difficult guy, has finally been pulled off the horse. But if you know all your forces and nuclear weapons, your own danger will be far greater than 4 emperors and Whitebeard. It is certain that it is possible for them to turn their guns and hit themselves. And not play Whitebeard. That's not what Rennes wanted to see. Since you have been discovered, avoid the long nightmares and kill Kaido and Ember. Rennes frowned slightly. But it's still calmer. After all, the Morgans guy doesn't have that good relationship with the world government. And he's still here. Just don't let him run. Rennes' words fell. At the same time, many Kirov airboats and thousands of planes were mobilized to teleport to Morgans. Surround it. Discovered? BD, so engaged, the camouflage canvas forgot to open. Folks, there's something to say, 35 Morgenstern was shocked. Quickly put down the video phone bug. Raise your hands obediently. Try to put on a kind smile. He obviously has maintained that distance and height. In the direction of Wano Country. I should be the size of dust. How could it be discovered? Now it's going to happen. This is a cruel little monster. The other party really wants to keep himself. You may not be able to escape. Kaido and Ember have radiation sappers next to each other. Radiation further weakens their bodies. They have been exhausted of all their physical strength. Now it's just holding on. Ready to be harvested by Rennes. Now there is a little change. Plus the value of both Kaido and Ember is also squeezed to about the same level. Send them on their way first. 2 self-detonated under a large number of radiation sappers. There is no haki and physical strength to support. The flesh and blood are gradually showing signs of melting. I can't hold my feet up, so I fall down on my knees. Then the prism tower is accumulating an enhanced laser beam. The laser beam at this time is enough to kill them. To preserve the corpse, Rennes naturally won't use radiator anymore, so as not to accidentally melt them completely. Buzz. Hundreds of light prism towers are charging power at the same time. Woohoo! Then two beams of light symbolizing death hit Kaido and Ember. Is this the end of it? Both are calm. They all know. Being the leader of the enemy is mortal. If you don't die, this man will accept their territory and power. The resistance is too great. Slow down. But suddenly there was a sudden change, and a deep female voice suddenly sounded. Then a giant sword chi shock wave slammed straight towards the two laser beams that shot at Kaido and Ember. Boom and blast. The laser beam is blasted. The giant sword chi shockwave is still rushing forward. All the light prism towers in the same direction have been swept away. Clear a whole open space. Kaido, that guy's life, I saved. Overbearing, non-negotiable voice sounded. Rennes looked up. I saw it over Morgan's. A huge red carpet suddenly appeared. There was a group of people standing on it. When I saw that group of guys, even Rennes, his pupils couldn't help but contract suddenly. It turned out to be all famous monsters in this sea. It's not as simple as one or two. How did these guys come together? The one who spoke was Charlotte Linlin, the Sea Emperor, who was as intimidating as Kaido. Commonly known as Auntie. She was looking at Rennes with a look of annoyance. In his hand holds the life-given Napoleonic knife. As soon as she arrived, she launched her terrifying soul question towards Rennes. Life or Kaido? Life or Kaido? Chapter 63. The shipping king Umit originally did not plan to wade into this troubled water. Wano Country is dangerous now. Although the allies fought a big battle with Beast's pirates, both sides suffered heavy losses. It looks like there is even oil and water to fish. But just now Morgan's live broadcast has resumed. They can see the scene. Learned about Kaido's immediate situation. There's no need to venture to the scene. Although there are many of them. I am not afraid to go to the scene. But it's yourself who has to contribute. Such a long jump distance. After he passed, he had no self-preservation power. He didn't want his life to be in the hands of others. And Kaido's fate and results. It's already obvious. So many wounds, plus so many troops. How is it possible to survive? Even if you can live now. After that, I am afraid that I will not be able to return to the top. But the intention is always the intention. When the ant's spirit became more and more unstable. Watch Kaido finally give it a go and fight to the end. She suddenly roared. Conqueror's haki exploded. Then he couldn't help it, and grabbed him by the neck. Ask with the soul fruit. Choose to go, or choose life. If she does not go, she will be deprived of her life. Go, of course, then it will be fine. And although the shipping king is also an underground giant, his strength is not weak. But after all, a businessman. Facing his aunt, he still showed a little fear. Therefore, the soul fruit ability was activated. The terrifying soul shadow pressed against him. It is difficult for his strength to be used. Of course, he is not without powerful allies. The Golden Emperor fired a golden bomb punch at Ant. But he was picked up by his aunt. Auntie, are you crazy? Ahem. Umit didn't know what kind of madness Ant suddenly had. He said with difficulty, glaring at her angrily. Here, underground giants generally do not sneak up on each other. Because once not dead, or dead, will cause many conflicts between forces. Auntie, of course, is not afraid of him. But if he contacts several allies, I am also sure to make my aunt suffer a big loss. He is the world's shipping king. Specially for transporting some precious things to countless underground giants in the world. And even including troops. Many countries relied on his fast fleet. Won the war. My aunt also has a lot of business with him. There are the same interests. Normally, She shouldn't attack herself. Because I wasn't too defensive. Only to be hit by the ant. Your soul has responded, and your time is running out. Decide quickly. The environment behind the ant has changed. Affected by fruit ability. It was a terrifying screaming soul. Stretch out the palm of nothingness at the moment. Grabbing Umit's soul that was affected by the ability to bear fruit due to fear. As long as the ant's soul gently sucks on his soul, all his lifespan will go to zero. I hesitated. You meet more unpleasant. I advise you to agree, a trip will not cost you your life, our promise just now is still valid, although the guy from Kaido has been fighting with the old woman all these years, the relationship is not as bad as you think. Silver Axe also persuaded at this time. Morgans was surrounded just now, I can't turn a blind eye, let's go. The lone shark said. You guys. Umit saw that Silver Axe and the lone shark agreed with Auntie's decision. He gradually became helpless. Medea, this jumping fruit ability. It brought him countless riches in his current status. Sometimes it's a hassle. I can't trust you, Jabba, as long as Jabba keeps me safe, I'll go with you. Otherwise, everyone won't want to go. Umit looked at Jabba and said. Yes. Jabba just groaned for a second. Then I agreed. For the god slayer that appeared on the sea. He's actually a little interested. I just don't know if it will be the person the captain has been waiting for. But whether it is or not. This allied leader Rennes. It will definitely affect the entire world pattern. It's also good to contact in advance to see what kind of person this is. It's important to plan ahead. Captain Roger had predicted a sea change in this era. He and Rayleigh are waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to fulfill the captain's long-cherished wish. Song. Hand, I promised. Umit looked at her aunt angrily. When the aunt heard this, she let go. But Conqueror's Haki is still free. Don't give him a chance to escape. Who else would like to go? Umit also accepted his fate. Morgans was besieged, the live broadcast was interrupted, Kaido didn't know if he was dead, I was very curious about this young man, and I went to make a scene. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy intends to get up close. Hope to get more intelligence. It is then reported to 5 elders. Kaido's business is broken, so try to see if you can do business with this ally. Dealing will be necessary in the future. 39. Tetsalo pondered for a few seconds. Also decided to go to Wano Country. Those of us who are old and immortal will not participate in your affairs. The ghost mother-in-law also wants Kaido to die, though. But in fact, it is also a breath of anger in the past. There is no need to go there in person. They didn't want to be too far from Aqua Star Island. In case something happens, they will get farther and farther away from Raftel. The final decision to travel to Wano Country was Ant, Sea King, Yuzuri King, Silver Axe, Akoku, Stussy, Jabba, Tetsalo are 8 underground giants. Except that the ant went to save Kaido. Others are either on the sidelines. Either for a new business or Kaido territory. Rennes kind of warships, weapons. They are all eager. As for Kaido, a man who basically cannot survive. It's not worth much anymore. This sea has no eternal emperor. When someone falls, someone rises. If it weren't for the ant. Silver Axe Akoku thinks Kaido hadn't died. One breath left. They don't mind making up a knife. And they are the pedestrian traveling. Not to mention the 4 emperors, even if the world government sees it, it has to go around for a while. Wano Country though is dangerous. But they weren't very worried. After making a decision, Umit used the awakening of his ability. A blanket that jumps the distance of space is woven. Everyone stood up. The ability is activated, and they disappear from place with a whoosh. Within seconds, he appeared beside Morgans out of thin air. You guys came too slowly. Seeing this, Morgans flapped his wings with trepidation. Although his escape kung fu is superb. But in the face of this allies who can take out the entire beast's pirates. He wasn't sure. Once in this sea, Omid turned pale. Lying on the edge of the blanket and vomited directly. Some prostration. And what they didn't expect was. On this arrival, Ant directly launched an attack on the leader of the allied forces. Even the most powerful side of the fruit's ability was used. Soul question. With the dual blessings of soul deterrence and conqueror's haki. Even if it is a strong person whose strength is not weak. It will also subconsciously feel fear. Once fearful, the whole soul will be controlled by her. It's still so reckless, if it weren't for the talent pervert, he would have been hammered to death long ago. 35 Akoko looked at the Auntie who did it directly. Quite dissatisfied said. After all, some of them didn't come to fight evil. The ant directly attacked the opposing leader like this. It is easy to provoke wars and contradictions. But they are not in a hurry. On the contrary, it is quite a bullish gesture. They all have their own confidence and strength. There will be no rush to explain anything to people. Even this is an allied leader who cornered Kaido. However, they thought that the ant would negotiate with the leader of the allied forces in a relatively peaceful manner. I didn't expect it to be so rigid. At the same time, they are curious. Will the leaders of the allied forces really be unable to touch the defense? You must know that the ability of the ant is extremely pervert. Especially when it comes to targeting the soul and spirit. And as soon as they arrived, almost everyone's observation haki was released to ultimate. The powerful bomb before. Let each of them have lingering fears. After seeing it, no one dared to be careless. Spread observation haki to ultimate as much as possible. They found out through live streaming. That bomb is terrifying, though. The flight speed is also extremely fast. But if only they could sense it in advance. It doesn't have to be impossible to avoid. The guy from Kaido was hit twice. The first time was completely unaware of such a thing. The second time was when Rennes used herself and many of her men as bait. Caught him off guard. Now, of course, it's on. You can also look at the rate of the ant. Will this allied leader be recruited? Judging from the breath that observation haki perceives. This allied leader is not very strong. Of course, this is compared to them. If you compare it with the average person, it should be a very strong fighter. If the leader of the allied forces is killed, that millions of terrorist legions in Kaido's territory. They are not polite to scrape together. Each of them stared at Rennes carefully. But only an instant later. They were all disappointed. They saw under Auntie's conqueror's haki and soul deterrence. Rennes is calm as water. Don't say it's fear. There wasn't even the slightest wave of expression. Full command ability. Gave Rennes at a critical moment. The best cool head. He couldn't just take a look at his aunt. It was fearful of her. Even Kaido is now his subordinate defeated. How can an ant of the same level make him fearful? There was no response. When the giants saw this, they were extremely surprised and surprised. The jealousy of Rennes is a little more. With Rennes' personal strength. In front of individuals who are stronger than him. Even if it's unexpected. He didn't even have the slightest fear. You must know that just now Omid was unable to touch it, but there was fear. What a strange camp. Rennes became wary. How did Ant and Tetsalo, the lone shark, Jabba get together? Many of them are opponents. 0. What's even stranger is that they appear unanimously in the waters of Wano Country. This is not a good sign. Especially the ant just threatened to keep Kaido. What is the situation here? Are you going to save Kaido? Rennes frowned slightly. With his mind, he couldn't figure out what was going on at the moment. The only thing that can be thought of. It has to do with Morgans. He was contacting them with a phone bug just now? But although Morgans is famous in the world, it is not weak. But it's impossible to move so many monsters at the same time. Rennes, who is not clear about the situation, silently turned on all the nuclear bomb silos and lightning storms. As long as the instructions are in place, attack in no time. Little devil, hand over Kaido. Aunt is very capable. One could even say pervert. But as long as there is no fear, not to be manipulated by her soul lifespan, the threat of those with the ability of this fruit is reduced to very low. This is an extremely difficult judgment ability at the upper and lower limits. Of course, as for emperors, the combat power in all aspects should not be underestimated. Lin. By this time Kaido and Ember could not move. In the middle of the army, pointed at by countless guns and light towers. The expression is complicated at the moment. He didn't expect Lin to come to his rescue. Rennes hadn't spoken yet. Silver Axe couldn't wait to say, "Boy, slaughter Kaido, let's scrape his territory, I can help you deal with her too." 39. The women Silver Axe is talking about are naturally ants. How about selling me a few of your powerful shells, the price is negotiable, 35. Akoku also said with torch-like eyes. Rennes didn't speak up. Eyes swept over everyone on the blanket. It seems that they are not a gang, they should have arrived here with the same ability, not a gang, then it will be easy to do. 35.0 Do you know about nuclear bombs? It seems that Morgans was just passing some intelligence to these underground giants, so it makes sense. Rennes smiled faintly. They really want to be a gang. Rennes felt that even if he had tens of millions of troops, he was dangerous. No, now all, including the garrisons of several other kingdoms combined. There are only more than 8 million left. Taking down Quinn and other pirate group cotters is less than 500,000. In order to drive Kaido and Ember into this desperate situation, nearly 1 million troops were also lost. Although a considerable part of them were destroyed by nuclear bombs. But this account is rightfully on Kaido's head. But the forces that are surviving now, many star ratings have been raised. The overall strength is stronger than 10 million times. And you'll be able to mine Wano Country's soul ore in no time. There is a lot more concentration of soul ore here than in Rosa. Rennes was looking forward to it. Again blast. What a terrifying amount his legion can reach. Million? 100 million? Or more. But for now, you have to think about it. And since it is not a gang, then it will not be difficult to deal with. See Rennes silent. Silver Axe frowned slightly. Because after he said that, Kaido's cold eyes suddenly fell on him. It is not yet known whether Kaido has the power to fight back at the end. As well as the ant is by his side. Otherwise, he would have poisoned himself just now. Boy, don't think that if you defeat Kaido, you will be able to get through in New World, but I come with sincerity, I think we will become very good friends. Silver Axe didn't dare to overdo it. After all, the strength of this little devil is too terrifying. And the means are vicious. Don't dare to really underestimate. Just said in a half-cautioning tone. Are you teaching me how to do things? Rennes looked at Silver Axe with a faint smile. For some reason, Silver Axe felt that his strength was clearly stronger than Rennes. At this moment, I still feel a complete chill. I was dumbfounded all of a sudden. What about you, except for the old woman, who have come to be friends with me? Rennes directly ignored the ant. When the ant heard this, blue tendons gradually appeared on her forehead. Her observation haki has spread toward the Kaido location. Always ready to get your hands dirty. But just now the raid failed. It's time to try negotiation. Yes, we have no malice, everyone who has money to earn together, it's better than fighting to the death, you just won Wano Country, you also need to develop. 35 The lone shark saw Rennes look over, so he also opened his mouth. Kaido's territory is huge, we can help. Okoku put it a little more bluntly. Nice words. But so many people admit it together. Quite a few of them are alliances. To give Rennes a sense of dismounting. Is it great if there are more people? It makes sense, I have no enmity with you, but since we are friends and have come from afar, we must always give a small gift and talk about our host's hospitality. Rennes said with a smile. Just when everyone thought that this leader of the Allied army was quite polite and understood people's feelings. Rennes gently pressed her finger down. Bang! A nuclear bomb immediately soared into the air and roared towards them. See such shells! The faces of all the giants changed dramatically. Crouch! It's that kind of bomb. What are you crazy people trying to do? 35 PCS. Chapter 64. At this moment, whether it is the four emperors like Auntie, or the richest man like Tetsalo, or old monsters like Okoku Silver Axe. At the moment of seeing the nuclear missile hit, none of them can remain calm. They didn't expect it anyway. In the last second, they were also considered to be funny and polite people. In the next second, he threw such a dangerous thing at them. We can fight it together. In the crowd, Okoku shouted. But no one joined forces. Everyone dispersed as fast as they could in their lives. You. The Sea King saw that each of them was running faster than lightning. No one paid attention to him, and he suddenly broke his mouth and cursed in anger. In order to send them from Aqua Star Island. He consumes too much. Saying yes will protect him. As a result, as soon as there was danger, they all ran away. But the words are not finished. Jabba lifted him and instantly jumped into the sea. He could see that the shell was hitting their position in the air. The shipping king looked at Jabba with great emotion. It's good that he is witty. Previously pulled a guarantee ticket for himself. Otherwise, he will be finished at this moment. Wait a minute, except for Jabba. Others will let them go back on their own. Dry them, brew virtue. I almost died. Bang! The nuclear explosion sounded, and the terrifying power reappeared. A mushroom cloud rose out of thin air. They've all seen live streams before. And as soon as it arrived, observation haki was mentioned to prevent this possibility. Everyone is engrossed. It's just in speculation. This situation should only happen when the two sides collapse. And not now, bombed as soon as they meet. Is this kid really a neuropathy? Just for a moment. Each of them pulled some distance. The rate of nuclear bomb fire is for these strong ones. Just be on guard. It does avoid the core area. 220. The main thing is what has already been exposed. Everyone is on guard. Unless multiple nuclear bombs blow up together. But Rennes just wanted to try to see how they reacted. He even made a deliberate gesture. Let them be alert. After all, Rennes wasn't really trying to kill them. Just test if they are really loose sand. Especially to see if there are allies on Auntie's side. At the same time, let them correct their attitude. An arrogant attitude towards those who come later. They say that cooperation means cooperation? Saying that if you want to save people, you have to save people? Now which is in their own turf? Want to talk business? Let's get the attitude right first. It's just a wake-up bomb. But even so, they can't completely avoid it. The mushroom cloud area escaped. But the shockwave, sound wave, and the escaping flames still caught up with them at great speed. Poof! Some people vomited blood and were shocked and injured their internal organs. Some clothes burst and their bodies tore open and scarred. Some of the skin was burned a little blackened by the air. At this moment, all the giants are a little embarrassed. Even the ant was swept unkempt by the blast wave of the explosion. It seems that after these guys are on guard, it is really difficult to hit, and it will be necessary to block it with more than one blockade. Explosive troops, weapons must also explode, more is king. 99 Rennes also tested the true ability of the world's top giants to respond to nuclear explosions. Kaido's kind is not a good reference. He is very strong, but he suffers a loss that he does not know anything. As well as being calculated by himself one after another in battle. And it took a variety of super weapons and millions of soldiers to force him to that situation. Little devil, what do you mean by that? Want to declare war on all of us? Silver Axe was seriously injured. He's not particularly good at speed. But the sight is outstanding. Or escaped the most terrifying mushroom cloud core bombing zone. He glared at Rennes and held 2 silver axes. The extremely powerful armament haki has been covered. Electric flashes on the axe. As long as Rennes doesn't give a reasonable explanation. He doesn't mind doing it. Of course, he alone will be more cautious. But this shell covered all of them together. I believe that he is not the only one who is unhappy. It's not good for him to join forces with Ant. Ant wants to save Kaido. Sooner or later, I will have to face this little devil. Little one, don't be too young and vigorous. Tetsalo's eyes also looked at Rennes uncertainly. I don't know what Rennes means. They are all brilliant people. Knowing Rennes blow, I didn't want to really kill them. And he shouldn't be that stupid either. Even if he knocks down Kaido. But that's just 4 emperors. There are 8 of them, plus Morgans. A group of 9 people, if not for each other's hearts and eyes, do not trust each other. Together, they are powerful enough to shake the whole world. But if someone provokes them at the same time. If you really want to find death. They also don't mind joining forces once in a while. Let this person disappear completely. Little devil, you have already won, why rush to kill? Now release Kaido, I will let him quit Wano Country, and will not let him be an enemy of you again, and you cannot be blamed for what happened just now. The raid just now failed to bear fruit. Auntie has now changed her approach. As long as you can keep Kaido alive first. Just say the good things first. This is also a rare time when she bows her head. When Kaido heard this, he was quite ashamed. Linlin, I don't need you to save me, the world of pirates, no mercy. Shut up. Losing to a little devil, what dignity do you have, and you still owe me favors, don't think about being relieved so easily. 55 Ant directly rebuked. Look at the angry ant. Kaido was silent. You are all big people with heads and faces in the world, but how do I know if you are qualified to cooperate with me? It is impossible for a cat and a dog to say that if you want to come and get a piece of the pie, just to say hello to everyone. Rennes looked at the giants. Without haste, he spoke. Now it seems that everyone who survives is indeed eligible. Listen to Rennes. Believe it or not, everyone's faces gradually eased. At least the road was not blocked. That said, Rennes didn't want to talk to them. Rather, it is quite possible that they are arrogant and want to test their qualifications. This was on a young man who had just taken out 4 emperors. But just right. Arrogant, confident, arrogant. But all strong people will inevitably have some problems. As long as Rennes doesn't admit to killing them. It's not crazy. This is a small loss, but they can accept it. After all, they don't really want to start a war with this little madman in Wano Country. But not everyone thinks so. If we hadn't escaped just now, then we would have died in vain. The leader of the Allied forces, the shelf is really big. Stussy swayed Myoman's posture and said with a bit of yin and yang. She's not here to see these giants talking to another rising 4 emperors. If conditions permit. She had to try to destroy. It seems that some people still have some opinions, so let's help you kill 4 emperors. I believe you will not come to save Kaido. Rennes looked slightly cold. At this time, all the giants understand. Who would admit to saving 4 emperors Kaido? Then there is no need to talk about anything. Directly is a mortal enemy. Of course not. Even Stussy would not admit it at this moment. But soon she recalled the sentence. His face changed slightly, killing 4 emperors to help the fun. Stop! Auntie Ben tried to negotiate with Rennes. But he didn't seem to accept it. Without the slightest hesitation, Aunt immediately jumped on Zeus and threw Prometheus at Rennes with her hand. Prometheus' fireball instantly expanded into the sun, releasing a terrifying temperature. There are signs of melting steel all around Rennes. But the ant herself did not rush to Rennes. Instead, he rushed in the direction of Kaido. Napoleonic knife in hand, step on Zeus' thunderclouds. Rennes wasn't going to talk to her at all. Even if the conditions she prescribes seem to be good. But everyone knows. These conditions, open is open. But compliance or non-compliance is another matter. Thunder Destruction Sword. When Prometheus pounced on Rennes, Cyrus, the escort, finally fulfilled his duty as an escort this time. With both hands on the sword, meet the slash. Wrapped around the thunder light, a sharp sword, directly blocked the blow of Prometheus. And without the slightest concession. His strength has always been strong. After going through the gene center to recover the body and taking the gene fluid. Compared to Jun, it is only a little weaker. Block the attack that the ant swings casually. Naturally, it's no problem. This sharp sword made Tetsalo, Akoku, and others also pay more attention to Cyrus. The power of this escort is indeed good. Even in their subordinates. There are only a few swordsmen with this strength. But just to take a look. At present, they are most concerned about Rennes, the leader of the allied forces. The emperor broke the blade. And slashed out with a sword, the sword chi was rampant, and countless soldiers were smashed along the way. But there is still some way to go. And those prism towers have already lit up. Countless fighters appeared in front of Ant. Elbaf gun. Weiguo. Seeing this, the ant cut out another terrifying sword chi. The giant sword chi shock wave tore apart countless fighters. But that's it for a while. It's enough for Rennes to kill 2 people who have no resistance anymore. Humph. Self-inflicted amorous woman. Go back. Kaido looked at the ant who came to kill, but his heart was not very calm. But there is not much to say either. Either Caesar or nothing. Death to the loser. It couldn't be more normal. Poof. 2 enhanced laser beams easily pierce Kaido and Ember's heads. No. The ant's eyes were cracking, and anger and sadness burst out together. She didn't expect this little devil. Killed Kaido without hesitation. Although as an enemy, this is beyond reproach. But I have already made concessions and promises. He turned a blind eye. Why do you think you have saved someone? I said to kill 4 emperors to cheer up friends from afar, otherwise they will think that my sincerity is not enough, right, Miss Stussy? Rennes smiled. Let Stussy suddenly have a numbscalp and hair standing upside down. Rennes said this, obviously wanting to share the hatred of Kaido's death on her head. Although the ant will not necessarily believe it. Not necessarily bothered. But what if it really gets angry at yourself? This BD imp. His heart is damned. Stussy gritted his silver teeth in hatred. Seeing this, the other giants were shocked in their hearts. Rennes, this little devil, you will repay it. Just now Stussy only slightly expressed his dissatisfaction. Now it was pushed out by Rennes to absorb hatred together. This guy, talk to him later. Be careful. This is what the other giants are thinking at the moment. Damn little devil. I'm going to slaughter you. Ant was furious. In the crazy scream, the strange sound is made. Soul deterrence accompanied by soul fruits. And the terrifying conqueror's haki. A terrifying sound wave rippled out under her fury. The entire piece of soldiers was instantly shocked to death. Even giants like Tetsalo are only half a line weaker than 4 emperors. At this moment, he also showed embarrassment, and quickly distanced himself. Mad ant, they don't want to match. It's all crazy, isn't there a normal person? The lone Shark King said in a cold sweat. Saying that, he quickly took out a cigar and lit it. I was very uneasy. He felt that this trip had not come quite right. Although knowing that Rennes will most likely not let Kaido go. After all, the two sides are already mortal enemies. At this time, it is necessary to really let go. Then this leader of the Allied forces is also too stupid. Stupid guy, but easy to deal with. It's not stupid now. But how is this behavior different from that of a madman? Kill Kaido and kill Kaido. I have to kill in front of my aunt. Isn't this a naked provocation? What the hell does this little devil think? That's not wise. But the next moment, they knew what he thought. Kill with a knife. The aunt's strange voice rippled, hovering on the edge of the storm. But fortunately, in the end, he did not completely lose his mind. She turned her head and stared at Rennes. Then he jumped high, and his huge body smashed towards Rennes like a bombshell. Little devil who doesn't listen to people's advice, go down and bury that guy from Kaido. Sound light cannon. Thunder and flames wrapped around the giant's sword. Surround with haki and an energy ring appears at the top of the blade. Then a thunder fire haki's 3 energy compression condensed high-density laser beams suddenly burst out. Huge laser cannons ran through all the planes and several Kirov airboats along the way. Go straight to Rennes. Iron curtain device, 35 Rennes didn't move. Barriers emerge. Rumble. This light cannon-like sword aura shot out on it. It suddenly turned into a terrifying bombing. The shock wave and the escaping laser beam made Tetsalo and others condense armament haki to resist. When the explosion dispersed, Rennes was unharmed. Everyone, you don't want Aunt to kill me. If I am forced to helpless, I'm afraid I can only pull everyone on the road together. Aunt has been in business for so many years, there should be a lot of territory. She is now alone, and behind me, you have also seen. Rennes words made Tetsalo's face change slightly. It turned out that this guy killed Kaido. To anger the aunt, is it to borrow their hand to kill the aunt together? This guy 4.6 is crazy. But I have to say that this proposal is really heartwarming. The lone 4 emperors are too rare to meet. Especially Silver Axe and Akoku, who have a holiday with their aunt. His eyes lit up all of a sudden. If these two really fight, Rennes has put an end to the possibility of them watching. I really want to stand by and want to sit and reap the benefits. The guy said he would blow them up with him. If only he hadn't put that bomb in the first place. Tetsalo, Silver Axe, and others may not take this seriously. After all, that kind of powerful bomb can't be used indefinitely. But Rennes just used it casually. Give them a feeling that this thing is still sufficient. It also seems that he is a little crazy. A somewhat crazy person. How can you guarantee that he won't blow up with them? Although they will not necessarily be blown up. But in that case, you will definitely be involved in this battle. If it is destined to be involved in this battle, then it is doomed to choose one side. Then it's the aunt who chooses to be alone. Or do you choose Rennes, who still has millions of troops at the moment and has the ability to take down Kaido? The result is obvious. So Akoku Silver Axe even knew that Rennes was killing with a knife. But I was still moved. Look at those pairs of eyes that have become extremely dangerous. Aunt also came to her senses all of a sudden. Keep your distance and be vigilant for an instant. Even if she's 4 emperors. She is not afraid of anyone here. 2 or 3 can join forces. She will be in danger. She immediately understood Rennes' intentions. This little devil is so insidious. They came together, clearly, for Rennes. There are no of his allies here. But it was only a few rounds of verbal exchanges. They were not only divided, but forcibly opposed. Now it is dangerous to be surrounded, it is yourself. Chapter 65. After the aunt sorted it out, she couldn't believe it. And some fear. This guy never saw himself for the first time. Just thinking about killing yourself? But even she came to save Kaido herself. It's just a temporary idea. This little devil's reflexes are terrifying. This little devil's proposal sounds very reliable. Akoku slowly drew his long sword and walked towards his aunt. You miss Kaido so much, we'll send you to him with great mercy, but remember to thank us. Silver Axe hesitated for a few seconds. There was also a decision. Rennes is right. Auntie King's Landing takes longer time in New World than Kaido Field. With more resource-rich islands. It is also rare that the minister's children are not taken with me now. Usually they meet with giants. I am not sure, I can't figure out whether my aunt has allies. Naturally, I don't dare to calculate my aunt like this. But now there is Rennes at the front. They can go along with it. Most of the risk is borne by Rennes. What do we do? The loan shark asked Morgans in a low voice. Let's wait and see, it's not sure how many people agree with this little devil's plan. Morgans was in no hurry to make a statement. Instead, choose to wait and see. To be honest, he didn't want to see his aunt have an accident. Not a pirate himself. There is business with them. Poor Kaido. Their business has been somewhat affected. If the aunt also falls. In a short period of time, the impact is great. They are grey businessmen. In fact, I hope that the situation can be relatively stable. But Akoku and Silver Axe have spoken positively. Rennes, the dangerous guy who took down Kaido, was among them. This is already an extremely strong force. It is possible to take out the power of the ant. So they didn't dare to rashly stand on Ant's side. Jabba and the Shipping King stand on the sea. There was a red carpet underneath your feet. Jabba, let's go, these guys will not obey anyone, I'm afraid they will have to divide the winner and the loser. The Shipping King you meet didn't want to stay for a moment. Business can be discussed and done at any time. But if they break out into fighting, with the state that he can only rely on others for protection now, it's too dangerous. No hurry, not necessarily fighting. Jabba took a closer look and came to a conclusion. Almost 04, still can't fight? 35 you meet is puzzled. Compared to other people's hesitant attitude, Stussy appeared more decisive. The world government is fighting the strongest 4 emperors Whitebeard. Less than 48 hours before the public execution. With Kaido, this is the contingency. It has had a great impact on the entire world pattern. If the ant is killed again, New World 4 emperors are missing 3. It's bound to be chaotic like never before. The military defense pressure on the marine base is extremely high. In case some important bases and kingdoms are captured by pirates because of this, or fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Even if Whitebeard is finally killed, the gains outweigh the losses. They even risk becoming a party with huge losses. And she is keenly discovered. Rennes had been planning this from the beginning. When he saw his aunt and them, suddenly that terrible bomb was fired. It must be testing whether Auntie has a firm ally. If there are staunch allies, there will be no situation where the ant may be besieged right now. But apparently, he just tested it out. There were no particularly determined allies on the scene. And after determining this man is planning to kill the ant. Obviously you cannot kill Kaido in front of ant. He wanted to do that. Anger the ant to shoot at him. And divide their scattered sand alliance. And he intends to echo his attitude to Akoku Silver Axe. Finally, it directly broke out. Unite these strangers to counter-encircle and suppress the ant. The more he pondered, the more Stussy trembled inside. This little devil's grasp of human nature and conflict is also too nuanced. This is no coincidence. It must have been calculated by him. Stussy is pretty sure of that. Because of this way to drive the wolf and devour the tiger, borrow the knife to kill people. It's one of the things their CPOs have always been best at. But even the CPO's best spy It can't be in such a short period of time. This information is identified and put in place. Even this moment, she felt Rennes was a better fit to be part of the CPO than she was. She figured out that Rennes' series of operations could be divided into 3 steps. First, confirm the information of allies. Second, intensify contradictions and provoke Auntie. Third, weigh the pros and cons, kill people with a knife, and half force and half induce other giants to cooperate with him to counter the ant. If the battle is successful, then the 4th step should be anti-drinking hate. No way. This must not be allowed to happen. At least at such moments. The situation in the sea cannot be too turbulent. Even the world government want to take out all the 4 emperors. But that is what can only be done to ensure that the situation at sea does not riot further. An ant is really going to be killed. What will happen to these people? Who can guarantee this maniac? Nothing to arrange and think about them? Aren't you afraid that after he kills Auntie, he will attack you again? Do you know him well? So Stussy knew he might be targeted by Rennes again. But she still had to bite the bullet and say. Sure enough, after this sentence came out, Silver Axe and Akoko froze. Although they have thought about the same possibility. But under the huge temptation that it is possible to take out the ant, they subconsciously ignored it. Now reminded by Stussy, they had to think hard. Speaking of which, although they have a conflict with the ant, but at least the behavior of the ant can be predicted. Available to Rennes, the newly rising leader of the Allied forces. They know too little. I only know that this person has so many subordinates, and he is a little crazy. The rest is basically unknown. Besides, is Auntie so easy to deal with? Does her strength come from her subordinates? When you were on a ship before, why didn't you join forces to kill her? Beware of others who end up reaping the benefits of the fishermen and wipe you all out. Stussy is well organized. Rennes' eyes narrowed slightly. This woman can really do bad things. Although Rennes is just a casual try. If you can really incite them to kill the ant. That was a surprise. If you can't, there's nothing to lose by giving it a try. In his ideal country plan, 4 emperors and these monsters. As with the world government, it was also a stumbling block that prevented him from establishing a new order. Move away if you have the opportunity. It will be easier in the future. But these monsters can have the status they have today. Apparently not an idiot either. If you are not at ease, we allies can be the main attack. 35. That way, I don't worry about me stabbing you in the back. Rennes ramped up the stakes again. Sounds good. Akoko Silver Axe felt that Rennes was more sincere. But I didn't do it. Auntie's eyes flickered, weighing the pros and cons. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many people hostile to her here. Just what Rennes just did. And the attitude of Silver Axe Akoko. In normal times, she directly took the initiative to attack. I want to do it to myself. Don't look at how many lives you have either. A person who can become the hegemon of one side. How can it be that there is no temper? But Kaido's death. It really sounded the alarm for her. Kaido will die. It is also possible that something unexpected may happen to her. She didn't want to be prepared for anything. Consumed alive by those ordinary soldiers. If you really want to do it, you have to make sure that your own power moves with it. This way the win rate is greater. So Ant didn't speak now. Just silent, with Zeus on his feet. If the situation is not good, immediately go away. She wasn't stupid enough to know that she might not be a match for many people. And hardwood to the end. If you really want to fight, she takes the entire pirate group to fight, and the winning rate is higher. If you die. Kaido, that guy ya died in vain. Tetsalo, what do you think? Akoko suddenly looked at Tetsalo and asked. Morgans and Lone Sharks, 2 guys who are doing well in black and white. Naturally, it is unlikely that it is clear which side to take on. They are wallhead grass. Whoever wins, they do business with whom. Let them take risks. That's impossible. The shipping king does not have much combat power. Not considered for now. Jabba has always been like a wild crane. There have been only a handful of shots over the years. The strongest are the least likely to participate. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy. Listen from her words. She is more likely to be on Auntie's side. Really on Aunt's side. They don't have much advantage in combat power. Unless the last person left, Tetzalo can be on their side. Once he chooses to stand by his aunt. They feel pity. You can only give up the hunt for the aunt. Unconsciously. 10 giants in the audience. It was divided into 3 factions. Emperor Exterminator. Neutral. Royalist. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Tetzalo. He's the golden fruit ability. Already awakened. Operates the world's largest casino at New World. He is also the Yellow Emperor of his own entertainment empire. He is the richest man in the underworld. Using money to manipulate officials such as the Marine World government. He also used force to make a huge name for himself in the underground world. He had fought the old monsters with the 4 emperors. Powerful, 4 emperors cannot ignore the existence of underestimation. Tetzalo mused. He pondered. Rennes knew that today's improvised attempt to destroy the emperor was going to fail. But Rennes wasn't frustrated. Instead, I take it for granted. These giants really have to be so easy to deal with. You can't become a human being in the nurturing environment of New World. It seems that any of them will be destroyed in the future. You still have to plan well. The troops exploded a little more. Wano Country has already taken it anyway. Just give Rennes a little time. He was enough to turn the strength of the entire Allied forces upside down again. Now since it is impossible to mold the ant into a public enemy of giants. Then wait a little longer. Wait for your allies to grow again. When the time comes for the giants here, he can kill whoever he wants. But this time it wasn't for nothing. Probably already know the relationship between the giants. The advantage of time is on your side. Rennes is naturally calm and unhurried. Sure enough, Tetzalo's reaction. It's pretty much what Rennes predicted. He was a businessman. Something of a gambling nature. He will not act rashly. I am just a businessman, I advocate the use of negotiation to solve problems. If the strength is not as good as him. Tetzalo didn't bother to say these scenes. Who dares to disobey him? Just pinch it to death. But there are few people present who are weaker than him. The strength of several people is even higher than him. Now choose to take sides. That's a big gamble without any certainty. In case the bet is lost. Ant didn't die. In the future, his entertainment empire will inevitably be frequented by the ant pirates. That is, why should everyone be so angry? People are already dead, people cannot be resurrected from death. As far as I know, Linlin, your relationship with Kaido is not good enough to gamble with your life. 35 At this time, the lone Shark King saw this. He also hurriedly stood up as a peacemaker. Since Tetzalo is not going to make a move, then this fight will not be easy to fight. Ha 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 mama! But at this time, the ant suddenly burst out laughing. Auntie, what do you mean? Still want to fight? The situation just now is not good for you, everything must be good. Tetzalo persuaded. Don't you think we're all being tricked by someone? Let me say that the most important thing we should do now is to join hands to destroy the little devil of the allies. Now it's Auntie's turn to propose to kill Rennes. As soon as these words came out, many giants frowned. Rennes though was the youngest of them all. But the level of danger should not be underestimated. Is Aunt really carried away by 220 anger and hatred? But what the Aunt said next made them understand. Aunt did not lose her mind. Instead, I saw it thoroughly. You're hesitating, aren't you? Why hesitate? Because you think this little devil is very dangerous and difficult to provoke. This is enough to prove that he is a threat. Originally we came together, we are the existence that should bring pressure to him, but he was virtually dissolved one by one, and even used to us, causing us to almost kill each other at one point. He killed Kaido. What do you think he is plotting? If he continues to grow, in the future, in New World, will there still be you, will there be our existence? What's even more terrifying is how old is he now? The current allies are by no means allies that have reached the peak, and they can continue to grow and become stronger. Is it really time to come? Do you think he will choose to cooperate with us, or choose the unification of one family? Every word of the ant is on the hearts of the giants. Indeed, Rennes is too dangerous. He's still so young. He is more powerful than anyone. Once swallowed Kaido's territory. Are you sure it's just the new 4 emperors? And not the only king at sea? Such a dangerous bud, don't we do it now, until he puts the knife to your neck before fighting back. Could that be too late? The ant looked at everyone with a slight mockery. I think Linlin is right. Stussy couldn't agree more. This is also the truest thought in her heart. Who said that ant has no brains? At this moment, she is more awake than anyone. Rennes remained calm and listened silently. Many giants also frowned. Silver Axe and Akoku also frequently set their sights on Rennes. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became subtle. Let's say less alarmist words, who can predict what will happen in the future? But at this time, Jabba, who had not spoken much, spoke. But as soon as he spoke, it was clear that he was on Rennes' side. He didn't speak. Perhaps there are giants who are about to start discussing how to eliminate the threat of Rennes. But as soon as he spoke, he interrupted the bad side of things. Rennes gave Jabba a somewhat surprised look. Jabba stepped forward. The shipping king you meet also stood up. It seems that everyone's anger today is very strong, not suitable for negotiation. I will go first, and then, you mad will go back by yourself, Lao Tzu will not serve. As soon as Umit's words came out, an invisible war disappeared. There are people leaving. What a hammer! Indeed, let's calm down first, we are also ready to go. Morgans and the King of Usury also took a position. Forget it. Who can say exactly what will happen in the future? Akoku Silver Axe also didn't want to be used as a gun. Although just now they were indeed moved. Then let's have a video conference after that. Yes. Humph. Sooner or later, you will regret it, 35 ants snorted unwillingly. Saying that, many giants are planning to leave. But Rennes suddenly said something that made people nervous, you can go, but she can't go. Must stay. Chapter 66. A resolute word. Full of gunpowder. It cannot be refused and is non-negotiable. Rennes fell. All nuclear bomb silos were moved directly to the coastline. Every nuclear bomb silo is open. Let all the giants see clearly. The nuclear missiles wrapped in it. Sometimes it's important to retain strength. But sometimes it's just as important to show your muscles. The situation depends on the current environment. And even if now all the forces and equipment are exposed. For Rennes, it doesn't hurt. Only benefits. It can create an illusion for these giants. That's all your whole cards. Right now it is. But soon it won't. Crowds can make giants misjudge. There is Wano Country. The allies are bound to usher in a leap forward. Vadamade. See that horrible shell off the coast. There are so many more. Even if it's 4 emperors. There is also some scalp numbness at the moment. This is the real strength of the allies. So many terrible shells. Enough to cover them a couple of times. Dodge 1. But can you hide 10? And even more. Tetsalo Akoku etal do not know. But not as a last resort. No one wants to try. What if you try it and die? This is also outrageous. Jabba looked at so many nuclear bomb silos. They couldn't help but say in shock. Maye, what the hell is this ally? Out of nowhere, they still hold so many terrible extermination bombs. Lone Shark Akoku broke out in a cold sweat. Even if you wipe off a lot with the back of your hand, it still keeps popping up. At the same time, he gave the nuclear bomb a name that he thought was very appropriate. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Auntie's fooling just now. Akoku Silver Axe Tetsalo is glad he didn't make a move on Rennes just now. Otherwise, it is not certain who will die. Thank you Jabba-san for saving your life. They even thanked Jabba in their hearts. If Jabba hadn't stopped it in time. Even if they join forces against Rennes. Even if you can win. How many can stand at the end? Auntie, this guy can really provoke enemies. Even if she left here safe and sound today. Rennes of the Allies. For a long time, I am afraid that it will make my aunt sleep. And who exactly is Rennes going to leave? At first, everyone thought it must be Auntie. Because of all those present. Aunt was most hostile to him. In between, there is Kaido after this incident. Hostile relations want to be eased. I'm afraid it's difficult. If only to leave the aunt. He is acceptable to many. It's up to the two of them to fight to the death. It's better to lose both. Even Stussy thinks so. They can understand too. People like Aunt become enemies. Who can underestimate it? Who can ignore it? Rennes was heartbroken. It is not impossible to force the aunt to stay. But wait for Stussy to look up. When trying to be on Auntie's side again. But found that the aunt was really looking at herself with stunned eyes. Stussy was puzzled. Why did the aunt look at her with such eyes? It's not just Auntie. Tetsalo, Akoku, and they all looked at her in amazement. An extremely bad feeling instantly came to my heart. The fierce man turned his head to look at Rennes. The pupils instantly froze. The heart stopped in an instant. When he said that, the person who points his finger is not the aunt. It's yourself. Rumble. Stussy was struck by lightning. How so? How could he choose himself? What hatred do you have with him? What hatred? Actually overshadowed 4 emperors. Why? Stussy's whole head was buzzing. Completely incomprehensible. Even Aunt herself didn't expect that the person Rennes named to stay was Stussy. But for Rennes. That's for sure. Of all those present, Stussy is a spy for the CPO of the world government. Others even work with the world government. Even if you disclose your own forces and intelligence to the world government. The world government was also skeptical. Even if they provide strong evidence. It is no exception and will never be unconditionally trusted. Of course, more could be. These giants may not reveal any news to the world government. But Stussy is different. She is openly an underworld. The queen who controls the Yukuo, Kinglu, industry. In fact, it is the elite of the CPO. Report by her to the world government. The world government will most likely trust. It's not good to turn the gunhead aimed at Whitebeard and aim at yourself. Although unlikely. But Rennes must stop this danger. Everything is best carried out according to his plan. Whitebeard fought the Marine headquarters to the end. He just sits back and enjoys the fruits of the final victory. So even Aunt he can let her go temporarily. Anyway, wait for your own legion to improve again. Anytime there is a chance to solve Aunt. But now if you let Stussy go. Let her take what Wano Country saw. Report everything to 5 elders. It can be bad. And she just jumped up and down. Huan. Want to get away with it? No way. Stussy subconsciously took a few steps back. The other giants even looked at Rennes slightly strangely. What is special about Stussy? Worth this little monster so much to worry about? Say what she specializes. There seems to be only one left. That is the most advantageous weapon for women and men, the wind and snow. Could it be that the imp of the Allied army is a womanizer? Although Stussy is not young, he is indeed maintained like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Later, whether it is negotiation cooperation or become an enemy, can be used a little. And they are all glad that it was not themselves who was chosen. They can see it. Rennes was resolute. Even at the cost of showing all the world-destroying bombs. Do you want to go to all-out war with Rennes, a crazy imp, because of Stussy? Is this necessary? Every giant is weighing the pros and cons. Didn't think about it for long. They found nothing necessary. Auqatu, although the strength is good. Over the years, it has been on an equal footing with many underground giants. But there is no direct interest with them. Of course, the most important thing. Rennes' attitude was clear. Do you want people or do you want to die? If you want someone, you have to go to war with Rennes. Damn it, then abandon Stussy and leave. Stussy watched the giants' faces change back and forth. This is followed by a stable expression. She knew right away. I am likely to be sold. After all, at this time, dead deists do not die por deo. Whoever makes them is a scattered sand. It's really time to die with people. Protecting oneself is the last word. Since His Excellency Rennes likes this bite, we can't stop it. Akoko grinned. Indicate that he understands. If you don't understand, you can't do it. That row of terrible shells is facing them. It is possible for so many giants of them to join forces to create a shield against nuclear bombs. After all, there are many of them who are capable. But here's the problem. No one knows for sure. Will you be stabbed in the back? In the face of such bombs? If you get stabbed, that's too dangerous. Young is good, but count it, Miss Stussy is not a loss, Your Excellency Rennes is young and promising. It's not a buried pearl. Tetsalo also congratulated. Apparently the same as Akoku. Stussy was easily abandoned and sold. Under the deterrence of 100 nuclear bomb silos. Their title has also changed from Little Devil to Your Excellency. The truth is always within range. Rennes is now more and more acknowledging this statement. You can't do this. 33 Stussy looked flustered. Rao is her extremely strong psychological quality. At this moment, I can't stand this grievance. She is also the queen of the underworld. Elite within the top 10 CPOs. Hold great power. Whoever thought about throwing away like garbage at this moment? She confessed her attitude towards Rennes just now. There is some unfriendliness. It's arrogant. Most of what can be said is also the truth. Who would have thought that this man would be so careful? And such a careful man must leave himself. What awaits her may be inhuman hell of torture. But these are fine. What's more? She may not be able to send true intelligence from the Allies to Lord Five Elders. This has a good chance of having a terrible impact. Miss Stussy, you have nothing to be afraid of, you have nothing to lose, Your Excellency Rennes is a talent, and it is not considered to be wronged by you. It is impossible, after so many years in the Wind and Moon place, you are still a hatchling. 5. Silver Axe teased. Regardless of the moment, Rennes is or not. It doesn't matter. Vital. This is a ladder that can be taken for granted. Let Rennes step down. Also let them have steps to go down. As long as all of them feel so. That's it. Rennes didn't even argue that he was a womanizer. Stussy's heart was slightly cold. These giants of the underground world. Selling people is really high-sounding. Stussy had no choice but to set his sights on his only savior now, Aunt for Emperors. Just now she has always been on Aunt's side. And they didn't interact much before. She has attended many tea parties. And the Aunt has several husbands. But she introduced it. Or a rare race captured. There should be some sisterhood between them. Let's find a way to survive first. However, the ant just left a light and fluttering word. Step on Zeus and leave without looking back. Stussy's heart shook for a while, as if he had been hit hard. Although everyone usually sells one after another. What's the point? When my aunt said this, she was telling her. No matter what low price you pay, survive first. She will gather soldiers and horses to fight the allies. At that time, if you win, just drop by and rescue her together. But that's about it. Other guarantees or something? Aunt can't promise anything. Stussy looked at Auntie's back. I looked again at the Kirov airboat. A calm face, like the man who controls everything in the air. At this moment, Stussy suddenly had an absurd illusion. It seems that this man has become the only king of the sea. Countless giants and 4 emperors have to avoid the edge. He doesn't have the invincible conqueror's haki. There is no absolute force value above the 4 emperors. But this kind of king haki, it really exists. As if his will. It represents the will of the king. People who can make so many underground giants give in and avoid it. If this is not One Piece, so what is it? Even this momentary feeling. Only she can experience it. Other giants, perhaps, feel that this is just another result of weighing the pros and cons of choice. In Stussy's view, this is a deterrent, invincible king on the rise. Auntie's jealousy. Maybe there really isn't the slightest alarmism. It's something that is bound to happen in the future. No way. Such a dangerous guy. Even if it comes at the cost of your life. Inform 5 elders of his danger, too. Thousands of lotuses. Moonwalk. At the moment when the ant turned her head, Stussy figured it all out. Although her strength is not comparable to 4 emperors. But it's not something you can need at will. The giants chose to sit on the sidelines of what happened to her. But she herself must not give up. Gotta take a step off. Fluffy. Stussy's long legs in high heels instantly covered with pink armament haki. All the power is poured into these long legs. Speed bursts to ultimate in an instant. One kick into the air. In the air, a dense lotus-shaped sonic boom cloud instantly appeared. She burst out like an arrow off the string. But Rennes just smiled faintly. He looked like he wanted to leave her even if he went to war. How can it be that there is no arrangement at all? Stussy just took off into the air. Her missiles had long been secretly locked, and shells whistled away from all sides in an instant. Front, rear, left and right, up and down in 6 directions. 6 pieces of metal frenzy of bullets covered up. Thundered. The spreading explosion is like a mountain range in the air. From head to end, Stussy's whole person is in the midst of fire. For a while, it was impossible to get out of this terrible bombardment. Whoosh! The laser beams rained down in the sky, wave after wave, one after another, shooting towards the center of the explosion. The explosion is getting bigger and bigger. The flames are getting more and more magnificent, and the flame tornado is sweeping away. Be gentle with women. Silver Axe grinned. Guys, why don't you stay as a guest? We can sit down and talk about something. 39 Rennes looked at the giants. Indifferently smiled and invited. Seems to be inviting. It's actually sending off guests. Rennes really doesn't want to be an enemy of so many giants at once. All-out war, it's good to win. If you lose, you may throw out the treasure of Wano Country. So Rennes can put up with them for a while. Listen to Rennes. Tetsalo and the others looked at the terrifying number of explosive legions. I looked at the 100 nuclear silos again. Medea. Before entering the island, he was threatened many times. This is going into the island. In case this Rennes doesn't talk about martial arts. Will they still be able to get out of the island alive? It's not a matter of courage. It's about your own life. No, we still have business, if there is anything to discuss, everyone can discuss and solve it through the video conference of the underground world. The lone Shark King is still wiping his sweat. 33 Morgans fluttered his wings and said politely. That bird, if there is something that shouldn't be said, don't talk nonsense. 35 Rennes said lightly as he stared at Morgan's back. Then that's nature. Morgans nodded repeatedly. But in my heart, I intend to. When he left here, the news that Kaido had been knocked down. Be sure to make big headlines. As for the process, well, let's be vague. So as not to be targeted by this little monster. That's not a fake report. It's just that the content is not so detailed. The giants are leaving one after another. Rennes invited. But they did not dare to go. Except for 2 people. No, a person to be precise. The other is forced to stay. Isn't Mr. Jabba leaving? Rennes looked at Stussy, entangled in warplanes and artillery fire. I looked at Jabba and Umit again. Jabba-san, let's leave too. 35 Most people left. Don't dare to take it lightly. The fewer people are left, the more they feared that Rennes would erupt. Didn't you invite us to stay? Yes, but wait until I take this woman first. 55 Rennes said lightly. There is no ill feeling for these 2 people. Jabba helped herself just now. And Umit wanted to leave though. But because of Jabba, he still forced himself to stay. At least he wouldn't be ungrateful. I just don't know, the crew of the original One Piece, what purpose does it have to find yourself?